Chapter 1. A grand overview of the plot, each touch revealing a pitfall. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Wasn't I just asleep? How did I suddenly find myself here? Chun Xiao gazes around in bewilderment. Above and below, left and right, in every direction, the sky is a vast expanse of stars. The starlight twinkles, seemingly within reach. Just as Chun Xiao is lost in thought, a dreamlike young girl appears before him. She appears to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in a flowing white gown, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her black hair billows like clouds. Chun Xiao is momentarily stunned. The beauty of this girl is truly extraordinary. Every frown and smile, every gesture embodies an innate elegance. Her delicate face bears no blemish or flaw. It seems as if she has been meticulously sculpted by the heavens, epitomizing perfection. Chun Xiao's fiancée, Lu Ruyan, is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Aurora City. Yet, in comparison to the girl before him, she pales into insignificance. At this moment, the girl gazes at Chun Xiao with her large, gleaming eyes, filled with urgency. Chun Xiao, the destined great villain has already targeted you. How shall we respond? Chun Xiao, taken aback, exclaims, "Wait, who are you?" The girl pauses for a moment, then scratches her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dao, and my nickname is Yun Ranyan." Chun Xiao, utterly confounded, replies, "Dao, I haven't read much, don't deceive me." Yun Ranyan insists, "I'm not lying. I truly am Dao." Then she adds in a hushed tone, "I'm just an intern. Yes, I'm the daughter of the former Dao. After the previous Dao retired, I ascended to the position." Chun Xiao. Seeing Chun Xiao's silence, Yun Ranyan continues, "Your name is Chun Xiao. You're 17 years old. In the immortal realm, the Eastern Wilderness, the Lioli immortal cultivation world, the Diyu immortal dynasty, one of the 8 major immortal cultivation families, the Chun family of Aurora City, the son of the family head, Chun Junluo. Most importantly, you are my chosen destined protagonist. The script I have for you is the classic divorce arc. The young scion, after being jilted by his childhood sweetheart fiancée, suddenly awakens, works diligently, seizes opportunities, and embarks on a path of meteoric rise, flaunting his prowess and achieving the pinnacle of immortal life." Chun Xiao. Yun Ranyan's expression turns grave, but now everything has changed. All of it. Your fate has been spoiled by something called the Destiny villain system. In the early stages, a minor villain, with the aid of the Destiny Great Villain system, unexpectedly transforms into the Destiny Great Villain. They snatch your opportunities, take your subordinates, seize your heroine, and usurp your fortune. In the end, even your very life is taken from you. The Destiny Great Villain inherits all that is yours, replacing your fate, and strides confidently towards the peak of villainy. Chun Xiao. Yun Ranyan moves closer to Chun Xiao, taking his hand and sitting beside him in the void. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance wafts into Chun Xiao's nostrils. "Come, let's conduct a thorough overview of the plot." With a wave of her hand, a scroll appears before them. The Dao scroll is densely packed with illustrations and text, detailing both Chun Xiao's past and future. Some events have already transpired. Others are yet to occur. At this moment, Chun Xiao finally believes. This girl before him is indeed Dao. It is only natural. How could one possess such beauty? Yun Ranyan points at the contents of the scroll, her expression filled with indignation. "This is what is set to happen tomorrow. Your fiancé will come to break off the engagement, which should have been a turning point in your life. With a resounding declaration of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. You would have annulled the marriage on the spot, establishing a 3-year agreement, thus beginning your ascent. But your fiancé has already been won over by the Destiny Great Villain, using your very words to block your path. What should have been your shining moment has now become your trial ground. And here, 3 years from now, your ancestor Chan Fengyang will face tribulation and suffer a mishap, nearly perishing under the heavenly tribulation. You will act at that moment, shielding your ancestor from the final 3 heavenly tribulations, aiding him in his success. This is the inception of your family's rise, as well as another of your shining moments. But now, that wretched destiny villain system has ruined it all. Chun Fengyang will fail in his tribulation. The Chun family will face annihilation, and you will wander the world, enduring a fate as tragic as one can imagine. And here, this was supposed to be your opportunity. This person should have been your subordinate and heroine, has also been claimed by the destiny great villain. In the end, Yin Ranyin falls silent. It is indeed a tragic tale. While others conduct industrial or agricultural overviews to uncover treasures, her plot overview reveals nothing but pitfalls. Yin Ranyin's lips move for 2 full hours. At last, Chen Xiao finds a moment to interject. Are you really Tian Dao? Yin Ranyin nods emphatically. Chen Xiao, if Tian Dao is omnipotent, why not just call down a heavenly punishment to obliterate this so-called destiny great villain? Yin Ranyin looks exasperated. Haven't I told you? I'm merely an intern Tian Dao. Moreover, that destiny villain system exists outside of Tian Dao. It harbors a unique power that I cannot contend with. Chen Xiao strokes his chin thoughtfully. So you can't find me? Yin Ranyin pats Chen Xiao's chest, her expression proud. If the villain has cheats, we shall have cheats too. I refuse to believe that our combination of Tian Dao and the destined protagonist's fortune cannot contend with that destiny great villain system. Now, tell me, what kind of cheat do you desire? Chen Xiao, any cheat will do. Yin Ranyin nods, any cheat. Chen Xiao gazes once more at the Tian Dao scroll before him, pondering earnestly. If my ancestor is destined to fail in his tribulation, how about granting me a cheat to control the heavenly tribulations? Yin Ranyin is taken aback. Then, her joy surges. Why didn't I think of that? Heavenly tribulations operate under Tian Dao and must adhere to the rules, impartial and unselfish, without any deviations. But if a living being were to control the heavenly tribulations, then those constraints could be disregarded. By granting you the authority to command the heavenly tribulations, we could strike down whoever we wish. You must first become my disciple. Once you do, you will be a disciple of Tian Dao, and he'll have the excuse to transfer the authority of heavenly tribulations to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao swiftly kneels before Yin Ranyin. Disciple Chen Xiao pays respects to master. At this moment, 2 thoughts swirl in his mind. If he commands the heavenly tribulations, the success rate for anyone in his family facing tribulations will be guaranteed. And also, that so-called destiny great villain, if he truly cannot best him, he can lay in wait along the path of his inevitable success. He shall not falter in his tribulations. As long as he dares to face the heavenly tribulations, Chen Xiao will strike him down. Yin Ranyin remains seated in the void, reaching out to gently pat the top of Chen Xiao's head. Good disciple, rise. Chen Xiao hastily sits beside Yin Ranyin once more. By the way, master, who is my destined heroine? It wouldn't be Lu Ruyan, would it? Yin Ranyin shakes her head. No, she is merely a cannon fodder supporting character, meant to be used as a tool. Your destined heroine is your cousin, who has no blood relation and is residing in your home. However, she has already been seduced and manipulated by the destiny great villain, and she plotted against you just yesterday. We cannot keep her. Let me find you a new one. Yin Ranyin ponders, stroking her chin. What if I personally take on the role of the heroine? At this thought, Yin Ranyin's eyes light up. If she were to become Chen Xiao's destined heroine, she could leverage his protagonist's fortune to escape the realm of laws, to personally descend into the mortal realm and confront that destiny villain system. With this in mind, Yin Ranyin feels a surge of excitement. If the destiny villain succeeds in stealing Chen Xiao's fortune, his next target will undoubtedly be this intern Tian Dao. Chen Xiao remains oblivious to Yin Ranyin's thoughts. He poses another question. So who exactly is the destiny villain? Yin Ranyin shakes her head again. It could be anyone. Whoever binds to the destiny villain system becomes the destiny villain. I cannot capture that destiny villain system. It is entirely up to you. The fire chilling below is the one destined to face the tribulation of this heavenly calamity. In the next moment, Yin Ranyin's voice echoed in Chen Xiao's ears, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his skin. Master? Chen Xiao hastily gathered his thoughts, yet still failed to locate Yun Ranyan. Yun Ranyan continued. The heavenly tribulation is a manifestation of the celestial laws in motion. If I were to descend amidst the tribulation, you would lose control over it. Now, I shall officially bestow upon you the authority to govern the heavenly tribulation. Boom! As Yun Ranyan's words fell, Chen Xiao felt a thunderous roar reverberate in his mind. Immediately, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Ancestor of the heavenly tribulation, progenitor of the earthly calamity. 9 heavens, 9 tribulations, eternal and indestructible. The 4-9 lightning tribulation, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the 9-9 Zhong tribulation, the 10-directional obliteration calamity, the 1,000 milling demon extermination tribulation, the myriad tribulation world refining, the reincarnation tribulation, the 5 declines of heaven and man, and the chaotic divine punishment. A superior divine beast, the fire Qilin, aged 325 years, at the peak of the transformation realm. When faced with the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would either transform successfully or be reduced to ashes. Chen Xiao's spirit trembled, instinctively lowering his gaze to the divine beast fire Qilin below. A voice filled with alarm and expletives reached his ears. In merely facing a transformation tribulation, how did I attract the gaze of the heavenly punishment? I'm a divine beast, an auspicious creature, not some damned ferocious beast. 300 years ago, the neighboring ferocious beast Tao Wu faced its tribulation without drawing the eye of heavenly punishment. The heavens are blind. The heavens are blind. No, the heavens are not blind. They are currently devising a way to eliminate me. It was the innermost thoughts of the fire Qilin. Chen Xiao. So, the heavens can indeed hear the hearts of all beings. However, what lay below was a transformation realm fire Qilin. Chen Xiao couldn't help but entertain mischievous thoughts. What if I could claim this Qilin divine beast for myself? No, if I truly abduct the tribulation bearer, the heavenly laws would likely smite me with a punishment. Before his thoughts could fully form, Yun Ranyan's voice resonated once more in his ears. Absolutely not. Bestowing you with the management of the heavenly tribulation is precisely to allow you to reap benefits from it. Your opportunities in the mortal realm have been utterly disrupted by that destiny-defying system. Now, you must seize this chance to restore your fortunes during the heavenly tribulation. This is indeed your path to transcendence. Besides this foolish Qilin, take a look around the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds. Collect any celestial materials or earthly treasures you find. Chen Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. Ahem, but isn't that a bit inappropriate? Despite his words, his gaze was immediately drawn to a stone radiating a golden red glow beneath the volcanic crater. Though he did not recognize it, it was undoubtedly a treasure. First, let this fire Qilin overcome the transformation tribulation. With that thought, Chen Xiao focused his intent. Among the 9 heavenly tribulations, the weakest of the 4-9 lightning tribulation descended from the heavens, striking towards the fire Qilin below. The fire Qilin, trembling atop the volcanic crater, suddenly froze in its tracks. The 4-9 lightning tribulation? For a robust superior divine beast, the weakest 4-9 lightning tribulation posed no real threat. With a total of 36 lightning strikes across 4 rounds, it swiftly passed through. The fire Qilin, in a daze, successfully navigated the transformation tribulation. Vast celestial power surged towards it from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the once colossal beast, spanning 100 zhong, transformed into human form. A young man clad in golden red armor, exuding a valiant demeanor. Even after the transformation, the fire Qilin remained bewildered. What is happening? I thought, under the gaze of heavenly punishment, I would be reduced to ashes, forever lost. And this is the outcome? Ha ha! Suddenly, the fire Qilin threw its head back and laughed heartily. The gaze of heavenly punishment is but a mere trifle. This divine beast is indeed a child of destiny, destined to become the Qilin Emperor. Yet in the next moment, the fire Qilin found itself staring into the air, meeting the mocking gaze of the heavenly punishment. At this moment, the fire Qilin resembled a duck with its throat grasped. That audacious laughter, once exuberant, abruptly ceased. Two colossal hands, composed of purple lightning, emerged from the clouds. One reached out towards the fire Qilin, and in an instant, its form transformed from human to beast, as if it were a chick being lifted into the sky. The other hand delved into the volcanic crater, extracting a stone that shimmered with a golden-red radiance. In the clouds, Chun Xiao toyed with the golden-red stone while scrutinizing the fire Qilin before him. Is this truly the superior divine beast, the fire Qilin? TSK, I wonder if it is delectable. His voice, clear and refined, flowed into the ears of the fire Qilin, manifesting as a resplendent celestial authority. The fire Qilin trembled uncontrollably, gazing blankly at the youth before it, around 16 or 17 years of age, tall and slender, resembling a young master from a wealthy family. Yet here, amidst the tribulation of heaven, the fire Qilin was not so naive as to believe this was merely an ordinary boy. Tentatively, it inquired, "Heaven, is that you, the great Tao of heaven?" Chun Xiao waved his finger. "I am not the great Tao of heaven. I am merely his disciple, Tian Xiao Dao." Yun Ranyan, who had been attentively observing, chimed in. "Indeed, he is the young master of the Tao of heaven." With a thud, the fire Qilin knelt amidst the clouds, bowing its head and pleading for mercy. "I, the humble one, pay my respects to the young master of the Tao of heaven. I am but a mere meat pile, not delectable." Chun Xiao, with a playful expression, replied, "A meat pile? Then let us fatten you up before consuming you." Upon hearing this, the fire Qilin's legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. Chun Xiao grinned at this sight and continued, "I care not what name you bore before. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Chun Daqiang, the Chun family, grand and mighty." As he spoke, Chun Xiao flicked his finger, sending a faint purple lightning bolt into the fire Qilin's brow. The creature lowered its head even further, eyes wide with trepidation. "Chun Daqiang pays his respects to the young master of the Tao of heaven." Chun Xiao waved the golden red stone in his hand. "What is this?" The fire Qilin, now Chun Daqiang, hastily responded in answer to the young master of the Tao of heaven. "This is the supreme spiritual material. The fire flame crystal that was originally prepared by me for my transformation, intended for refining weapons. Now I offer it to the young master of the Tao of heaven." Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. "You can refine weapons?" Chun Daqiang quickly replied, "I possess a modicum of knowledge. An ancestor of my clan once followed a supreme weapon refiner from the celestial realm, thus leaving behind a legacy of memories." Chapter 3. Chun Xiao have lost a wife, but never a betrothed. In the Xiuxian dynasty, northern frontier, Aurora City, Qin family. Morning dawned, the sun already high in the sky. You are driving me to madness. I thought you were cultivating, only to discover you were dreaming." In Chun Zhao's room, Chun Junluo glared at his son sprawled across the bed, utterly exasperated. This son of his, clearly gifted, exhibited no interest in cultivation, idling away his days in leisure. Upon entering, he had seen Chun Xiao sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, and initially believed he had finally found enlightenment in his practice. However, as he approached, the sound of soft snoring reached his ears. Upon entering, he realized Chun Xiao wore a lewd grin, drool glistening at the corner of his mouth, clearly having fallen asleep while sitting. Chun Junluo's temper flared uncontrollably, and he could not help but roar. "Ah! Who? Father!" Chun Xiao jolted awake, bewildered. Seeing the confusion on his son's face, Chun Junluo gritted his teeth. "What do you mean? What happened?" "Yesterday afternoon, did you not wager your betrothed as a stake, only to lose her to someone else?" Hearing the words betrothed and wager, Chun Xiao suddenly shivered. The events of the previous night flooded back into his mind. A meeting with the Tao of heaven, a charming young woman who took him as her disciple and granted him the power to control heavenly tribulations. Dreaming? Just as Chun Xiao was lost in thought, a sweet voice resonated in his mind. "Disciple, in due time, I shall come to find you. Together, we shall confront the great villain of destiny." It was the voice of Yun Ranyan. Chun Zhao's eyes widened in realization. This was no dream. It was real. Seeing his son's dazed expression, Chun Junluo could not suppress the urge to smack him on the head. Father, Chen Xiao snapped back to reality. Chun Junluo, his expression dark, continued, your betrothed is currently arriving with members of the Xiantian sect to annul your engagement. This debacle is your fault, and you must address it personally at this moment. Chun Junluo felt utterly helpless. This situation was indeed Chun Zhao's doing. Wagering his betrothed and ultimately losing her was an absurdity unheard of. Now fully alert, Chen Xiao turned to his father. Father, you need not intervene. I will handle it myself. Chun Junluo scrutinized Chen Xiao from head to toe. You will handle it. With what means? Chen Xiao was already dressing as the young master of the illustrious Chen family. How could I not manage a mere daughter of a fallen household? Father, do you truly believe I would engage in such folly as wagering my betrothed? He was a scion of the family, not a fool from a landlord's estate. Having undergone a thorough understanding of the situation last night, Chen Xiao was keenly aware that this entire affair was orchestrated by the villain of destiny, utilizing the villainous system to create a pitfall for him, making today's annulment seem more justified, turning Lu Ruyan into a victim and attempting to suppress Chen Xiao to seize his fortune of destiny. Currently, Lu Ruyan had already been ensnared by the villain and was now allied with him. Chun Junluo, observing the spirited determination in Chen Zhao's demeanor, found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. In the reception hall of the Chen residence, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Several elders of the Chen family wore expressions of grave concern. Opposite them sat not only Chen Zhao's betrothed, Lu Ruyan, and her father, Lu Yunduan, but also a plump woman clad in black, a foreign elder of the Xiantian sect, one of the three sacred grounds of the Dayou Xian dynasty. Chun Xiao, holding a glossy, well-groomed large red dog, sauntered into the hall. Almost the moment he stepped inside, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Accompanied by a thunderous rebuke, wretched spawn, kneel. The large red dog trotted ahead, snorting softly in disdain, and then that oppressive force dissipated like a gentle breeze. Inside the hall, Chun Wenyuan, the fourth elder of the Chen family, turned pale, and the chair beneath him shattered as he tumbled to the ground. Chun Xiao, leading the dog, cast a cool glance at Chun Wenyuan. Fourth elder, remember your status. You are an elder of the Chun family, not a dog of the Xiantian sect. The large red dog raised its chin slightly. I'm indeed the dog of the Chun family. Chen Daqiang, the Chen family is grand and mighty. Chun Wenyuan, his face stricken with terror, struggled to rise, but it felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly helpless. The other high-ranking members of the Chun family wore cold smiles, but refrained from intervening. Chun Xiao, labeled a wastrel, spent his days in idleness, lacking any substantial skills, and at 17 years of age, his cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refining. Yet, as the sole heir of the family head, he was showered with affection and protection, treated as if he were precious. Did Chun Wenyuan truly believe that by currying favor with the Xiantian sect, he could move Chen Xiao? This was likely the work of a hidden powerhouse from the Chen family. Abandoning his struggle, Chun Wenyuan turned his gaze towards the plump woman in black, Elder Gu Yinxiao of the Xiantian sect. In the Dayou Xian dynasty, the status of the three sacred grounds surpassed even that of the 8 great cultivating families. At this moment, Gu Yinxiao wore a haughty expression, her eyes glinting with disdain as she looked down upon Chen Xiao. Indeed, the young master of the Chun family possesses great authority and formidable aura. Chen Xiao shot her a sidelong glance. You are not without your merits, though your ugliness is quite distinctive. Yinxia glared fiercely, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. But at that moment, a young girl seated beside her interjected, Elder Gu, allow me to speak with him. It is precisely Lu Ruyan, the fiancé of Chun Xiao. Lu Ruyan rose to her feet, her gaze fixed directly on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, how dare you treat me as a wager to be lost? Do I, Lu Ruyan, possess no dignity of my own? Her voice was haunting, filled with pain and resentment. In the living room, the elders of the Chen family could not help but sigh in dismay. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family, glared at Chen Xiao with fury. The events of yesterday had stirred a tempest throughout the city. Chen Xiao had engaged in a betting duel with the young master of the Aurora City Lord's family at the Spirit Beast Arena. Suffering defeat in 18 consecutive rounds, in the 19th round, inexplicably, Chen Xiao produced the marriage certificate between himself and Lu Ruyin as a stake. The outcome was a complete loss. Undoubtedly, the Chen family was in the wrong. Facing embarrassment, the Lord's family of Aurora City dared not claim Chen Xiao's fiancée, last night. The marriage certificate had been returned. Lu Ruyin was exceptionally gifted and possessed unparalleled beauty, earning the title of the most beautiful woman in Aurora City since her youth. At 17, she had successfully established her foundation and was admitted into the ranks of one of the three great sects of the Great Yu Dynasty, the Xintian sect. The outer elder, Gu Yinxia, was responsible for bringing Lu Ruyin back to the sect that, of course, Chen Xiao was no sycophant. Sycophants were mere antagonists. Chen Xiao was the protagonist of destiny. However, Lu Ruyin and her Lu family had undoubtedly reaped substantial benefit from this marriage contract. The resources for Lu Ruyin's cultivation, as well as the foundation-building pills she used, were all provided by the Chen family. The formerly declining Lu family had also received support from the Chen family, swiftly rising to become a top-tier family in Aurora City. Even Lu Ruyin's admission into the Xintian sect had significant backing from the Chen family. Chen Xiao found a seat and leaned against the backrest. "So, you wish to annul the engagement?" Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Lu Ruyin scoffed. "Annul the engagement? The humiliation you have inflicted upon me cannot be simply washed away by a mere annulment." As she spoke, she retrieved a spirit contract from her storage ring and tossed it at Chen Xiao's feet, proclaiming arrogantly, "Sign this contract, and from this moment on, we shall have nothing to do with each other." The collective aura of the Chen family's cultivators swept over the spirit contract one by one. Their faces turned ashen. The content of the contract not only included the annulment of the engagement with Chen Xiao, but also demanded an exorbitant compensation from the Chen family, amounting to over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was no trivial sum. Any sympathy for Lu Ruyin instantly evaporated. "Lu Ruyin, do not go too far." An elder from the Chen family could no longer contain himself. Voicing his anger, Ji Yanxia, upon witnessing this, wore a cold smile on her plump face. "Going too far? Who exactly is being excessive here? A mere scion of the Chen family dares to insult a disciple of the Xintian sect." In an instant, the oppressive aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator enveloped the Chen family's reception hall. The faces of the Chen family members turned red, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Gu Yinxia represented not only a powerful nascent soul cultivator, but also the Xintian sect behind her. With Gu Yinxia's support, Lu Ruyin approached, looking down upon Chen Xiao. The mockery and triumph in her eyes could no longer be concealed. "Young Master Chen, do you intend to publicly divorce me, your humiliated fiancé, or shall you once again recite the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Do not bully the youth for being poor. Do you believe that your poverty justifies treating me as a wager, subjecting me to such humiliation?" With each word Lu Ruyin uttered, the expressions of the Chen family members grew increasingly grim. Indeed, Chen Xiao was at fault. Lu Ruyin's confrontation with the Xintian sect was entirely understandable. The smugness in Lu Ruyin's eyes intensified as she denied Chen Xiao any opportunity to speak. "Or perhaps you wish to propose a 3-year agreement? I will grant you 3 years to cultivate diligently. After 3 years, you may come to the Xintian sect to seek me out for a decisive battle." Her words were a blatant affront to Chen Xiao, who was widely known within the Great Yu cultivation dynasty for his disdain for cultivation. His third-level qi refinement was only achieved through Chen Junluo's coercive use of pills, a 3-year agreement. Even if he were given 30 years, he would likely still be unable to touch the hem of Lu Ruyin's garment. Chen Xiao sat in his chair, leisurely removing his shoes. "No need for 3 years. Now will suffice." As he spoke, he stood up. With a swift motion, he struck Lu Ruyin's face with a shoe, the impact sending her spinning violently through the air before crashing to the ground. Chen Xiao then stepped forward, placing his foot on Lu Ruyin's face. "Chen Xiao, only have a deceased wife, not an annulled engagement." Chapter 4. The bone-corroding fragrance rogue. Gu Yanxia's fury erupted upon witnessing this. Just as she rose, a searing aura pierced through the air. A massive crimson foot descended from above, crashing down upon Gu Yanxia. Her plump body was instantly toppled to the ground, the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Gu Yanxia's face turned ashen as she attempted to circulate her true essence. The overwhelming force from the foot shattered her efforts. I am an outer elder of the Xintian sect. Do you Chun family members not fear the repercussions of opposing us? Her voice rose, sounding like a broken gong. She represented the Xintian sect. As soon as Gu Yanxia's words fell, a deep, rumbling voice echoed. The Xintian sect? I tread upon you, Xintian sect. At that moment, everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Left in a state of shock, not only the unidentified powerhouse who had subdued Gu Yanxia, but also Chun Xiao. Lu Rian, a bona fide foundation cultivator, was struck down by Chun Zhao's shu, unable to retaliate. Moreover, the fluctuations of Chun Zhao's spiritual power clearly indicated he was at the foundation level. When had he established his foundation? As Lu Ruyan lay beneath Chun Zhao's foot, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes upon hearing his words. Chun Xiao, I am an inner disciple of the Xintian sect. If you dare to harm me, the Xintian sect. Before she could finish, her gaze fell upon Gu Yanxia, who was similarly subdued. Instantly, she fell silent. Chen Xiao glanced at Lu Yuan, who was frozen in shock and trembling. He then leaned down to look at Lu Ruyan, realizing that the young lady of the Lu family was still oblivious to the situation. Lu Ruyan, you are merely a plaything chosen by the Chun family for me. Without the resources of the Chun family to sustain you, what you think you are, a wager. You are only of this little use. At that moment, Chun Xiao exuded an air of arrogance, brimming with hostility. Walk the path of the antagonist, and leave no escape for the antagonist. Lu Ruyan attempted to struggle, but Chun Zhao's foot felt as heavy as a mountain. Rendering her immobile, that a sense of confusion enveloped Lu Ruyan. This was not how it was supposed to be. Chun Xiao was merely a good-for-nothing who had never studied. When had he become so formidable? Moreover, how dared the Chun family provoke Elder Gu? Did they not fear offending the Xintian sect? The sacred land of the celestial sects was not something that a cultivation family could afford to offend. Chun Xiao looked at the bewildered Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, did you not ask me why I treated you as a wager? As he spoke, a recording stone appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. The stone shimmered with light, projecting a floating image. That moment, everyone in the reception hall was left speechless, disbelief etched on their faces. Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family, fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper. In the projected image, Lu Rian was depicted in a compromising position with a man, her form unmistakably clear, though the man's features were obscured. Yet it was evident that he was not Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao slightly lifted his foot, allowing Lu Rian to see the image. Her eyes, filled with confusion, murmured, "How could this be? How could this be?" Chun Xiao chuckled coldly. Thus, I, your esteemed master, did not seek trouble with you. Yet you came knocking at my door to cry foul. As he spoke, Chun Xiao gently flicked the shadow stone on his hand. With a hum, the image atop the projection stone soared skyward, casting its glow over the skies of Aurora City. No. Lu Rian's face contorted with terror as she began to thrash wildly. Yet Chen Xiao applied a slight pressure with his foot, forcing her back down. This image was a transcription he had made from the Dao scroll during last night's plot reconnaissance. Lu Rian was an important supporting female character in the early stages, her fate intertwined with Chun Zhao's fortune. Naturally, her affairs would be chronicled by the Dao script. However, the fated antagonist entangled with her possessed a system of destiny that lay beyond the Dao's reach. Thus, the Dao scroll could not discern the true visage of that fated villain. At this very moment, the cultivators of Aurora City bore witness to a scandalous tableau. The central figure was none other than Lu Ruyan, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the city. Instantly, the entirety of Aurora City erupted in chaos. It was only at this moment that the populace came to a startling realization. Oh wonder the young master of the Qin family had wagered Lu Ruyan, losing her to the son of the city lord. The young lord of Aurora City, Yi Sun, stared blankly at the enormous projection, his indignation boiling over. So that's it. I wondered why Chun Xiao foolishly wagered Lu Ruyan to me. What an insult! This hat of shame is one I do not wish to wear. On another front, a youth with an aura of delicate grace was also fixated on the projection. What is happening? System, what went wrong? Following a crackle of electricity, a cold mechanical voice responded, "It appears the host was seen by a passing powerhouse while attempting to conquer the supporting female character. However, the plot has not deviated." The antagonist hastily inquired, "What about Chen Zhao's fortune?" Host's interference with the plot has failed. The protagonist's fortune remains intact. The antagonist's brow furrowed deeply. Do not worry, host. The protagonist's upcoming opportunities are of greater significance. Tomorrow, the protagonist will acquire his first opportunity, the innate reverse spirit pill, which will forge his celestial root. What the host must do is seize the pill when the protagonist obtains it, in doing so. Not only can the host intercept the protagonist's fortune, but also plunder the protagonist's luck. The host can even utilize the innate reverse spirit pill to forge a celestial root of their own. The antagonist's eyes sparkled with determination. Very well, I shall prepare at once. In the Chen residence, Chen Junluo also beheld the projection in the sky, a tempest of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Yet what was the meaning behind his son's cultivation and that crimson foot? In the reception hall, Chen Xiao cast a glance at Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family. "You have reviewed the compensation stated in this spirit contract. Therefore, it shall be tenfold compensation to my Chen family." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible. The compensation indicated in the spirit contract amounts to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Tenfold is 10 million. Even selling the Lu family would not suffice. That I would rather disown my daughter." Chen Xiao did not respond to Lu Yuan's protests, but turned his gaze to the figure of Gu Yinxia, who lay gasping on the ground, an elder of the Xintian sect. "Is it, since you dare to come to my Chen family and display your might, you shall not return?" The attendees in the reception hall had yet to comprehend Chen Zhao's intentions when the immense crimson foot on Gu Yinxia suddenly exerted force. With a crackle, a sharp, piercing scream escaped her lips as her corpulent body was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Just as her Yuan Ying attempted to flee, it was ensnared by an invisible maw. Swallowed whole, Daji Yinxia, elder of the Xintian sect, was dead. The onlookers in the reception hall collectively gasped in shock. The elder of the Xintian sect had perished just like that. Chen Xiao let out a sigh of relief. According to the Dao scroll, 3 years from now, the Chen family would face annihilation. Though the fated villain was pulling the strings from behind, the Xintian sect was the main force, and Gu Yinxia was particularly ruthless, sparing no mercy even to infants in their cradles. Given this, it was better to bring the animosity to light. After all, he had the Dao to back him. Who was there to fear? Chen Xiao turned to the Lu family members. "Lu family head, I expect to see the compensation by noon today." Lu Yuan, already slumped on the ground, was engulfed in despair. Finally, Chen Zhao's gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan, with gritted teeth and unbridled hatred. She spat, "Chen Xiao, I will not let you off." Chen Xiao chuckled coldly. "What a coincidence. I shall not spare you." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, producing a stick of incense, thick as a thumb and radiating a crimson hue. It was thrust directly into Lu Ruyan's crown, vanishing from sight. Almost immediately, wisps of blood-red smoke began to emanate from her head. Terror finally flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. What have you done to me?" Chen Xiao withdrew his foot, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Bone-corroding soul incense. I told you, in my world, one may lose a spouse, but not a betrothal. Bone-corroding soul incense. Within 3 days, it will erode flesh and bone." Scattering the Soul, Chapter 5. The Shadow Demon takes form, external embodiment upon hearing the term bone-corroding soul incense. All present in the reception hall inhaled sharply. The terror in Lu Ruyan's eyes morphed into despair. Death itself is not frightful. What is terrifying is the process of awaiting death. The Lu family members fled from the Chen estate in disarray. Chen Junluo, unable to contain his impatience, intercepted Chen Xiao, who was leading a dog back to his room. He scrutinized his son from head to toe, a multitude of questions coalescing into a single inquiry. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, the powerhouse who had crushed Gu Yinxiao underfoot had filled Chen Junluo with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, Chun Shao had ascended from the third level of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage in a single night. And he had effortlessly incapacitated Lu Ruyan with just one shoe. Had Chen Shao not actively revealed his cultivation, Chen Junluo would have remained oblivious to his son's true capabilities, and that bone-corroding soul incense was an exceedingly rare treasure. All of this left Chen Junluo in a state of concern. Chun Shao chuckled mischievously, his expression enigmatic. "Father, I have recently taken a formidable master." After a moment, he added soon, "She will be visiting our Chun family as a guest." Chen Junluo was taken aback. "That you've taken a master?" Chun Shao nodded. "You will understand in due time." Relieved, Chen Junluo felt that if Chun Shao did not provide him with a satisfactory explanation today, he would find it impossible to relax. He genuinely feared that his son had fallen under the sway of some ancient monster. That moment, the voice of Yun Ranyan echoed in Chen Zhao's mind. "Disciple, hurry to the heavenly tribulation." Chun Shao quickly replied, "Father, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly departed. Chen Junluo was about to inquire further when he noticed Chun Shao heading towards his room. A thought striking him. Could it be that he was not truly asleep, but rather communing with the Tao in his dreams? Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Shao closed the door behind him and sat cross-legged on his bed. He commenced the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, a method of cultivation he practiced, which simultaneously granted him mastery over the heavenly tribulation. As he channeled the technique, the sound of thunderous roars filled his ears. He had already entered the domain of the heavenly tribulation. Below him lay what appeared to be a vast ancient battlefield, littered with crumbling walls, shattered weapons, and bleached bones. Beneath the tumultuous clouds of tribulation lay a colossal ancient corpse. The corpse belonged to a man whose demise had occurred countless ages ago, yet his form remained imposing, exuding an aura of overwhelming ferocity. Clad in ancient bronze armor, he gripped a bronze spear tightly in his hand. However, what commanded the most attention was the azure-green sword lodged in his chest, the very source of his demise. "Master," Chun Shao tentatively called out. "I am here," came Yun Ranyan's voice. "That below is the opportunity one have procured for you." Upon hearing this, Chun Shao eagerly peered downward. The corpse, along with the sword. "No, wait." Suddenly, a light flickered in Chun Zhao's eyes. A shadow. Beside the ancient corpse stood a pitch-black silhouette, its form identical to that of the corpse. If one did not observe closely, it would be easily overlooked. Yun Ranyan's voice held a hint of mirth as she affirmed, "Yes, it is indeed a shadow. The shadow of this corpse has absorbed the ferocity and resentment of the entire battlefield, as well as the murderous intent of that sword in the present day. A transformation is imminent. This shadow demon, nurtured by the ancient battlefield, has coalesced into a primordial soul. However, within this primordial soul resides an overwhelming tide of resentment, slaughter, and malevolence. Once it manifests, it will become an unparalleled harbinger of doom." Yun Ranyan continued, "Do you intend to take it as a subordinate or forge it into an external incarnation?" Chun Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it truly be refined into an external incarnation? "Of course," Yun Ranyan replied. "This shadow demon has yet to fully materialize, and its intelligence remains unformed. You may refine it into an external incarnation and then transcend into its true form. I shall now impart the technique of creating an external incarnation to you." As she spoke, a subtle yet profound intent permeated Chun Zhao's mind. Yun Ranyan was not actively assisting him in the refining process, but rather transmitting the method to him. In that moment, Chun Shao stood amidst the tribulation, wielding the power to control it while simultaneously receiving the blessings of the cosmic laws, though he was not the true embodiment of the Heavenly Dao. He embodied a fragment of it. Thunder rumbled ominously as Chun Shao, engulfed in the storm, approached the shadow demon. Following the method imparted by Yun Ranyan, he directly refined the shadow demon, transforming it into his external incarnation. Yet, in the next instant, a vast and chaotic thought surged from the shadow demon's primordial soul into Chun Zhao's mind. In a heartbeat, the desires of chaos, slaughter, and destruction assailed Chun Zhao's consciousness, attempting to assimilate him. But at that moment, empowered by the Heavenly Dao, Chun Zhao's mind shattered the encroaching thought before it could fully penetrate. He could not help but marvel. Had another person attempted this refinement, they would likely have been instantly assimilated, becoming a mere extension of the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon, now refined by Chun Zhao, took the form of his external incarnation, yet remained merely a dark silhouette, not having truly materialized. Chun Zhao's true self returned to the storm above. Whereupon the fourth nine thunder tribulation descended, striking the Shadow Demon. Moments later, as the storm dissipated, the dark silhouette vanished, transformed into Chun Zhao's likeness, a nascent soul, with latent talents, after the Shadow Demon's transformation. It possessed only the cultivation of a nascent soul. While it could not rival the high-ranking divine beasts like the Fire Qilin, this Shadow incarnation bore an exceptionally terrifying talent. Shadow transformation, the ability to meld into the shadows, vanishing and reappearing at will. Chun Zhao then turned his gaze to a nearby ancient corpse of colossal size. "Let it rest," echoed Yun Ranyan's voice in his ears. After an eternity, everything here had decayed. Were it not for the immense power of the corpse in life, it would have long since crumbled to dust. Chun Zhao nodded in regret, digging a deep pit beside the ancient corpse to inter it. When Chun Zhao opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his chamber, the Shadow Demon also returning as a small dark silhouette, hiding in the shadows. That moment, Chun Zhao noticed a scroll suspended in his consciousness. It was the scroll of the Heavenly Dao he had seen the previous night. In the next instant, the scroll unfurled slowly. This foretold the events to come, entwined with the fate of the destined antagonist. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly. Originally, the opportunity that belonged to him, the primordial anti-spiritual pill, could forge a celestial spiritual route through the normal course of events. The primordial anti-spiritual pill had been obtained by Chun Zhao, allowing him to forge his celestial spiritual route. However, this narrative had been spoiled for the antagonist by the fated antagonist system, leading to his opportunity being intercepted. Along with it, the fortune that rightfully belonged to Chun Zhao was also seized. "So, you wish to snatch my opportunity? Then let it be so." Chun Zhao's eyes glinted mischievously as he perused the contents of the Heavenly Dao scroll. Chapter 6, Minor Harm, Profound Insult, Chen Daqiang. "Come in," Chun Zhao called towards the door. The Fire Qilin, transformed into a red-haired canine, bounded in with its fluffy tail wagging joyfully to "You have any poisons that are not particularly lethal, but are extremely insulting?" Chun Zhao inquired, observing the obsequious expression on Chun Daqiang's face. Previously, the bone corrosion soul incense used against Lu Ruyan had come from Chun Daqiang, a high-ranking divine beast of the transformation god stage. The Fire Qilin could traverse the cultivation world with ease. Over the past 3 centuries, it had amassed countless treasures. Chun Daqiang hurriedly opened his spatial pocket, rummaging through it, and produced a small white porcelain vial, presenting it with a sycophantic grin. "Little Lord of the Heavenly Dao," Chun Zhao swiftly interrupted. "Stop! Do not call me that. If others overhear, it would be disastrous." After a brief pause, Chun Daqiang quickly changed his address. "Master, this is the 3-yin divine water. Just a drop can cause a cultivator's internal organs to become unbalanced, leading to severe embarrassment." Chun Zhao's eyes gleamed with interest. "Excellent. Internal imbalance leading to gastrointestinal distress. How delightful." As he spoke, a faint shadow beside Chun Zhao whisked away the vial of 3-yin divine water, vanishing without a trace. "And no need to worry. Continue guarding me." Chun Daqiang promptly replied, "Rest assured, master. I shall diligently watch over the door." With that, he scampered outside, assuming his post as protector for Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao settled back on his bed, assuming a meditative posture. The 9 Heavens Thunder technique roared to life. At present, Chun Zhao was at the Foundation establishment stage, capable of controlling the tribulations faced by spiritual entities or the transformations of unusual beings. Master the tribulations that would enable cultivators to ascend to immortality, thus allowing his ancestors to pass through tribulations painlessly. Chun Zhao's true self needed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. This was the driving force behind his current cultivation. Chun Zhao's shadow, demon incarnation, clutching the vial of 3-yin divine water, made its way south towards Aurora City. The Yubao Zhai, the largest auction house in Aurora City, boasted an array of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spirit stones, and elixirs. The shadow demon incarnation infiltrated the storeroom of Yu Bao Zhai silently. Although the storeroom was protected by 9 layers of formidable arrays for the incorporeal and intangible shadow demon, they were but mere illusions. Soon, Qin Xiao discovered what he sought within the storeroom, a pill sealed by restrictions. On the surface, it was said to contain a high-grade spirit refining pill capable of enhancing one's constitution and altering one's roots. In reality, it was sealing a primordial anti-spiritual pill, a miraculous elixir capable of reconstructing spiritual roots. This was the first opportunity arranged by the Heavenly Dao for Qin Xiao, containing the fortune that belonged to him, according to the original narrative. After being jilted by Lu Ruyin and proclaiming, "Do not mock the young and impoverished," Qin Xiao would awaken to his potential and begin earnest cultivation. Yet he had squandered 17 years, though his innate talents were commendable. It was ultimately somewhat late to this moment. The auction at Yu Bao Zhai commenced. Qin Xiao decided to take a chance that by a stroke of luck, he inadvertently bid on this primordial anti-spiritual pill. Using it to forge a celestial spiritual root, he would leap to become a top-tier genius in the Diyu cultivation dynasty, strutting and slapping faces, ascending to the pinnacle of immortal life. However, this segment of the plot had been spoiled for the destined antagonist by the fated antagonist system, resulting in a complete alteration of events. The primordial anti-spiritual pill was ultimately seized by the fated antagonist, along with the fortune that rightfully belonged to Qin Xiao. Yet now, Qin Xiao was aware that the antagonist system had revealed his story and had found the very pill that was meant to alter his destiny. The fated antagonist? A cold smirk flickered at the corners of Qin Xiao's mouth. Yin Ranran had once remarked that the reason the fated antagonist did not immediately attempt to kill him was due to the protective aura of fortune surrounding Qin Xiao. Until the antagonist had successfully drained the fortune from him, they would be unable to slay him. Similarly, the antagonist possessed a protective system of their own, making it no simple task for Qin Xiao to eliminate them. Moreover, even if he were to vanquish the antagonist, the fated antagonist system would simply rebind to another host. As Yin Ranran had previously stated, whoever bonded with the fated antagonist system would become the ultimate villain. Thus, Qin Xiao's current objective was to deplete the power of that antagonist system. Without the replenishment of heavenly fortune, the antagonist system would also wither and ultimately perish. Gazing at the pill in his hand, a glimmer of malice filled his eyes. In the next moment, one of his hands transformed into a shadow, effortlessly penetrating the barrier encasing the pill, retrieving the innate anti-spirit's elixir within. Subsequently, Qin Xiao placed the entire pill into a vial of 3-yin divine water. The entire vial of 3-yin divine water was completely absorbed by the diminutive innate anti-spirit's elixir, leaving not a single drop behind. That a mere wisp of 3-yin divine water could sustain a cultivator for 3 days and nights. Thus, this entire vial could surely sustain one for half a year. 3-yin divine water bore no resemblance to ordinary water. It was colorless and tasteless, yet within it resided an essence of utmost darkness and malevolence. If refined, it could purify and cleanse the body of impurities. However, if consumed directly, a wicked smile crept across Qin Xiao's face as he returned the innate anti-spirit's elixir to its protective barrier. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing silently within the storeroom. As noon approached, Qin Xiao awoke from his meditation. The moment he stepped out of his room, he was taken aback. "Father, what brings you here?" At that moment, Qin Xiao's father, Qin Junluo, was seated cross-legged before the door. Upon seeing Qin Xiao emerge, he rose and brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. With a slight cough, Qin Junluo replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I merely experienced a moment of enlightenment and took the opportunity to contemplate." Qin Daqiang regarded Qin Junluo with skepticism. "You are clearly here to protect the master. By the way, there is an emergency at the Demon Suppression Pass. Today, I must set off for the extreme North Demon Suppression Pass. You should refrain from causing any trouble at home." At the mention of the extreme North Demon Suppression Pass, Qin Zhao's eyelids twitched. The Demon Suppression Pass marked the boundary between the Diu Susian dynasty and the northern demon clans. Currently, only small factions of demons were causing disturbances nearby. However, in a year's time, the northern demon clans would converge and launch a full-scale assault on the Demon Suppression Pass. Chun Junluo had been caught off guard and driven into a corner. It would be at this critical juncture that Chun Xiao would arrive, turning the tide and preserving the pass. Yet, this narrative had been altered by the fated antagonist, resulting in Chun Zhao's failure to reach the Demon Suppression Pass, leading to Chun Junluo suffering severe injuries and the fall of many powerful members of the Chen family. This directly sowed the seeds for the calamity that would befall their clan 3 years hence. Now that Qin Xiao was aware of these events, he would undoubtedly take precautions. With this thought, Qin Xiao smiled broadly. "Father, you need not worry. I shall certainly not bring you any trouble. Then where are you off to now?" Chun Junluo asked, somewhat irritated. Chun Xiao scratched his head. "The Liu family has yet to deliver the compensation, so I naturally must pay them a visit myself." Chapter 7. My identity, your status upon hearing Chun Zhao's words. Chun Luo nodded slightly. He then inquired, "By the way, when will your master arrive?" At this question, Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, although Yun Ranran had mentioned she would come in a few days. She had not specified when exactly. "I shall inform you. Father, my master will arrive in 3 days." Just as Chun Xiao hesitated, Yun Ranran's melodious voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to quickly state, "My master just sent word, saying she will be here in 3 days." Chun Junluo seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and responded, "That is good." Chun Junluo, accompanied by several powerful members of the Qin family, departed from Aurora City without a sound. Within the Chun family, numerous cultivators had already gathered, preparing to accompany Chun Xiao to the Liu family. The territory of Aurora City, spanning 8,000 miles, belonged entirely to the Qin family. Any family or sect that had established roots within Aurora City was but a vassal to the Chun family, the Liu family included. Now, the Liu family dared to conspire with the Zhuangtiangong against the Chun family. In the eyes of the Chun family's cultivators, the Liu family had already lost their standing as for the Zhuangtiangong. The conflict between the two families had been laid bare. In this matter, the Chun family held the moral high ground. Even if they were to seek retribution, it would be the Chun family questioning the Zhuangtiangong at this very moment. Within the Liu family, the head of the household, Liu Yuanzun, expressed heartfelt gratitude to a somewhat effeminate young man, saying, "Thank you, young Marquis, for resolving the bone corrosion soul fragrance for my daughter." The effeminate young man seated in the main seat was none other than Nan Gongqi, the son of the Tianyang Marquis, one of the 4 great marquises of the Diu Susian dynasty. He was also the fated ultimate villain possessing the antagonist system. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nan Gongqi displayed a warm smile on his previously delicate face. It was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, Lu Xian is someone I hold dear. How could I allow her to be bullied? Standing beside Nan Gongqi, Lu Xian gazed at him with eyes full of affection. At this moment, the bone corrosion soul fragrance within her body had already been extracted. If my calculations are correct, it won't be long before Chun Xiao comes knocking at our door. Xian, the humiliation you have endured must be avenged. You must trample Chun Xiao beneath your feet. As he spoke, Nan Gongqi flipped his right hand, revealing a pill emanating a soft glow. This is a 3rd-tier explosive yuan pill, which can temporarily elevate the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator to that of the golden core stage for half an hour. As he spoke, Nan Gongqi handed the pill to Lu Xian. Her eyes brightened, and she hastily accepted it. Lu Yuanzun's eyes betrayed a hint of subtle concern. While pills like the explosive yuan pill could provide a temporary boost in cultivation, they would undoubtedly harm one's foundation. Sensing Lu Yuanzun's apprehension, Nan Gongqi reassured him, "Fear not, my explosive yuan pill has no side effects. Xian can use this pill to experience the golden core realm ahead of time. This is a reward I exchange from the system's marketplace, so it will have no repercussions." In the next moment, a servant from the Liu family rushed in, exclaiming, "Head of the family, urgent news! The Chen family's cultivators have arrived and surrounded our Liu family." Lu Yuanzun's complexion changed, and he instinctively looked at Nan Gongqi. Nan Gongqi laughed heartily. "Rest easy, Liu family head. With me here, the Chen family won't stir up any trouble. Xu Yin, when Chen Xiao arrives, you must challenge him and ensure you trample him underfoot. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuyin swallowed the explosive yuan pill in one bite. In the next instant, her true essence surged violently, and her cultivation level soared, breaking through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. This time, I will ensure that I personally bring about his death. Lu Xuyin gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Nengongqi remained non-committal. Chen Xiao was the chosen protagonist of the heavenly path. It would not be so easy to kill him. However, if Lu Xuyin could defeat him in front of an audience and humiliate him, Nengongqi would have the opportunity to seize the heavenly fortune from Chen Xiao. If the heavenly fortune ran dry, Chen Xiao would be but a step away from death. After a moment's pause, Nengongqi seemed to have thought of something as he took out a crimson talisman and handed it to Lu Xuyin. This is a 5th-tier fire talisman, capable of unleashing a strike comparable to that of an early-stage spirit refinement expert. Chen Xiao is cunning. Keep this talisman on you for emergencies. Lu Xuyin trembled slightly as she received the talisman, eagerly declaring, "Rest assured, Brother Qi, I will definitely slay Chen Xiao." Nengongqi nodded with a smile. He did not believe that a single fire talisman could kill Chen Xiao, but it would surely provide an opportunity for Chen Xiao to suffer a significant humiliation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the protective array surrounding the Lu family shattered, and at the same time, the heavy doors collapsed, leading the Cha Chen Zhao's somewhat arrogant voice transformed into a resonating wave, echoing throughout the Lu family estate. At this very moment, the Lu residence was encircled from all directions by cultivators from the Chen family. The oppressive aura loomed like dark clouds, shrouding the entire Lu family. In an instant, the Lu family felt as if they were trapped like a fly encased in amber. Suffocating despair seized the hearts of all present. Nengongqi furrowed her brow slightly, then whispered, "Ru Yin, challenge Chen Xiao." Ru Yin nodded in agreement and slowly made her way to the front courtyard of the Lu family. The power of the explosive essence pill had fully manifested, and Ru Yan's aura intensified. The 5th-tier fire talisman was firmly grasped in her palm, ready to unleash a lethal blow at any moment. Lu Yuanzun, along with several other high-ranking members of the Lu family, rose to follow Ru Yin. The grievance of humiliation must not go unavenged. Chen Xiao, do you dare to face me in battle? Ru Yan's voice rang clear and penetrating. With the aid of a certain magical artifact, her challenge spread rapidly, resonating throughout the nearly 100-mile expanse of the void. The Chen family's mobilization and encirclement of the Lu family had already drawn the attention of various factions within Aurora City. At this moment, the news of Ru Yan's challenge to Chen Xiao caused a stir throughout the city. Everyone recalled the massive spring palace painting that had appeared in the city earlier that morning, featuring none other than Ru Yan herself. Many cultivators had already rushed to the scene, eager to witness the spectacle. The events that transpired at the Chen family earlier that day had not been publicized, especially considering the death of an elder from the Xiantian sect. As the fluctuations of spiritual energy gathered increasingly in this direction, a faint smile appeared on Nengongqi's lips. The more people present when Chen Xiao faced humiliation, the greater the fortune that would dissipate. Nengongqi had already sensed that Chen Xiao was at the initial stage of foundation building. Even if Chen Xiao possessed the luck of the protagonist and could defeat Ru Yan, who was at the golden core stage, he would still suffer greatly from the 5th-tier fire talisman in her possession. Observing Ru Yan's slow approach, Chen Xiao also noticed that the bone-corroding soul dispersing fragrance on her had been neutralized. A thought sparked in Chen Xiao's mind. Realizing that the destined antagonist was within the Lu family, he then scoffed, "What status do you hold, and what position do I occupy? Do you think you are worthy to challenge me?" Before anyone could react, a massive crimson foot descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Ru Yin with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the entire Lu family appeared to tremble slightly. The enormous, fiery red foot landed heavily on Ru Yin. She barely had time to scream before being crushed into a pulp of flesh, dead beyond resurrection. Chen Xiao looked down at the remains with disgust, then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, casually tossing it atop Ru Yan's lifeless body. Here is the divorce letter you requested. I cannot allow such a thing to claim the title of my fiancé. Now that you are dead, I shall grant you your freedom. Witnesses, I, Chun Xiao, am now without a fiancé. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. One had anticipated that Chun Xiao would so swiftly and ruthlessly order Lu Ruyan's death. Even the cultivators of the Lu family were too late to intervene. Hidden behind the scenes, Nan Gongqi nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. The third-tier explosive essence pill, the fifth-tier fire talisman, and the antidote for the bone-corroding soul dispersing fragrance had all been procured at great cost from the system's marketplace. Yet, before they could even take effect, they were rendered to ashes beneath that single foot. At present, Nan Gongqi had not gained much of Chun Zhao's protagonist luck. His own points were already scarce, leaving him feeling as if he had struck air only to be kicked in the rear. But is this truly the protagonist? Am I the antagonist, or is he? Why is Chun Xiao not adhering to the expected narrative? In Nan Gongqi's understanding, a protagonist should embody righteousness, accepting challenges in front of all, especially from a betrothed fiancé, and should defeat the challenger personally. System, what is happening with this plot? I am here. Host, the cold mechanical voice echoed in Nan Gongqi's mind. However, this time, the system's tone carried a hint of hesitation. Chun Zhao's initial characterization was that of a debauched youth who would only undergo a transformation of character post a divorce incident with Lu Ruyan. However, the events of the morning's divorce deviated from the original storyline. The protagonist's disposition had not changed, remaining an eccentric and unruly scoundrel. Upon reaching this point, the system fell silent. Even the system seemed perplexed by the current scene. Clearly, the plot had not deviated, and everything was unfolding as originally intended. Yet this destined protagonist was not following the established script. The plot appeared unchanged, yet seemed to have collapsed completely. After a brief pause, the system spoke again. Now, the protagonist's luck has grown even stronger. It is imperative for the host to act personally to suppress the protagonist's arrogance and seize his heavenly fortune. Nan Gongqi narrowed his eyes slightly, silently observing Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao, with the large crimson dog in tow, gazed at Lu Ruyan's corpse. He gently kicked a piece of the mangled remains, revealing a bloodied, severed hand that had been dislodged. In that hand, a talisman, stained with blood yet radiating a searing light, was clenched tightly. Tisk, challenging me with a fifth-tier fire talisman. The Lu family truly knows how to scheme. As Chun Zhao's words fell, all eyes and minds turned toward the severed hand. It was indeed a fifth-tier fire talisman, capable of unleashing a force comparable to that of a divine refinement realm expert. Lu Ruyan had dared to wield such a talisman in her challenge against Chun Xiao. Was there truly any difference between this and murder? Furthermore, Lu Ruyan's cultivation level had evidently reached the golden core stage. She must have consumed a pill akin to the explosive essence pill. Outside the Lu family, many onlookers among the cultivators gasped in shock. Initially, several had voiced their disapproval of Lu Ruyan's death, for she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Aurora City. However, upon witnessing the fifth-tier talisman in the severed hand and recalling Lu Ruyan's abnormal cultivation level, they all came to an understanding. Lu Ruyan had clearly intended to kill Chun Xiao under the guise of a challenge. In an instant, the cultivators from the Chun family surrounding the Lu estate erupted in fervor. The already terrifying spiritual pressure intensified once more at that moment. Lu Yuanzun's face turned pale. Engulfed by suffocating despair, Lu family head, have you prepared the compensation of 10 million top-grade spirit stones? As he spoke, Chun Xiao stepped over Lu Ruyan's remains, leading the dog as he approached Lu Yuanzun, who staggered back, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. The Lu family cultivators dared not move. Just then, a soft voice rang out, I will repay the 10 million top-grade spirit stones for the Lu family. Everyone turned to see a youth clad in a light blue long robe, exuding an air of elegance. Stepping forth from the inner hall of the Lu family, he traversed through the crowd of Lu family members and approached Chun Xiao. Chun Zhao's brow twitched, a peculiar sensation rising within him. He had never seen this youth before, yet from the very first moment he appeared, Chun Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. If he did not eliminate him, his own demise was inevitable. Master, is this the destined antagonist? Chen Xiao silently pondered. The voice of Yin Ranran echoed in Chen Xiao's mind. You have encountered the destined antagonist? Chen Xiao, surprised, asked, Master, can't you see him? Yin Ranran's voice bore a hint of frustration. The antagonist system can shield him from divine scrutiny. In the state of the heavenly path, I cannot perceive his existence at all. Disciple, be cautious of that antagonist system. It is rather sinister. Chen Xiao murmured in acknowledgement, then raised his gaze to Nan Gongqi, speaking with a significant tone. You're the scoundrel, then? No wonder. Nan Gongqi had not anticipated Chen Xiao would utter such words. Instinctively replying, what scoundrel? Chen Xiao retrieved the projection stone and gently tapped it. In the blink of an eye, the spring scene that had circulated among the inheritants reappeared before everyone. Indeed, the figure was unmistakably him. Instantly, nearby cultivators gasped in astonishment. The man in the projection was unclothed, while at that moment, Nan Gongqi was clad in a loose, ornate robe, rendering his form indistinct. The exclamation was merely a performance orchestrated by the Chun family's cultivators in tandem with Chen Xiao. Soon, a chorus of agreement followed that, in an instant, Nan Gongqi's face flushed crimson. After all, the individual in the projection was undeniably him. Enough, Nan Gongqi snapped. I will offer 10 million high-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Mountains of spirit stones materialized within the Liu family's residence. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the scene. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man truly produced 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Even Chen Xiao was taken aback. He had never seen such a staggering amount of spirit stones in his life. Nan Gongqi lifted his chin slightly. But to obtain these 10 million high-grade spirit stones, he must first defeat me. Chen Xiao, dare you battle me? Nan Gongqi's gaze pierced through to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao leisurely stowed away the projection stone and glanced at the mountain of spirit stones. What gives you the right to challenge me? Nan Gongqi, with a sweep of his hand, collected the spirit stones. I am Nan Gongqi, the legitimate second son of the Tianyang Marquis of the Great Yu Cultivation Dynasty. May I inquire if I possess the qualifications to duel the young master of the Chun family? The 4 marquises of the Great Yu Cultivation Dynasty held a status equivalent to that of the heads of the 8 great clans. In the Cultivation Dynasty, central authority was feeble. The 3 sacred sects and the 8 major cultivation families regarded the royal family of the Great Yu Dynasty with a posture of compliance rather than subservience. However, these 4 marquises were staunch supporters of the royal family, unwavering in their loyalty. Chen Xiao scrutinized Nan Gongqi from head to toe, then scoffed. So your father, the Tianyang Marquis, teaches you daily how to seduce another's fiancé? In the art of intimacy, with a chuckle, someone nearby could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter, followed by a wave of mirth. The name Nan Gongqi from the Tianyang Marquis' residence was not unfamiliar. He was a rare prodigy within the Great Yu Cultivation Dynasty, possessing a supreme fire spiritual root and a unique physique. By the age of 50, he had already reached the nascent soul stage, making him one of the most exceptional talents throughout the entire Great Yu Dynasty. Yet, no one anticipated that this young marquis would venture to Aurora City and even ascend to Liu Rian's bed. As for Qin Zhao's remarks, they indeed seemed plausible. In the projection, Nan Gongqi's prowess in bed appeared commendable to this day. Everyone had come to a realization. And oh wonder this small Liu family dared to publicly withdraw their engagement with the Chun family and scheme against Chen Xiao. It turned out they had allied with the Tianyang Marquis. Nan Gongqi glared at Chen Xiao, his eyes nearly ablaze. Host, remain calm. The opponent is clearly attempting to provoke you. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Nan Gongqi's mind. He regained his composure, yet a sense of indignation simmered within him, that he indeed held a certain affection for Liu Ruyan, wishing to include her in his harem. Otherwise, why would he expend system points to exchange for various treasures on her behalf? Immediately, Nan Gongqi stepped forward and spoke in a low, firm voice. Chen Xiao, do you dare to battle? Chen Xiao scrutinized Nan Gongqi once more and nodded. However, you must first present those 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Nan Gongqi stood his ground. Defeat me, and the 10 million high-grade spirit stones shall be yours. Chen Xiao ignored Nan Gongqi and addressed Lu Yuan. If the Lu family cannot produce the 10 million high-grade spirit stones, I shall have to annex your family and force you to mine to repay your debts. Nan Gongqi took a deep breath. Chen Xiao, does the esteemed young master of the Chen family lack the courage to accept a challenge? Chen Xiao chuckled disdainfully. You wish to challenge me? Then present the 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, it's off the table. I am quite busy, you see. Chen Xiao was unperturbed. He was well aware of Nan Gongqi's intentions to challenge him, suppress him, and seize the fortune of destiny that surrounded him. Thus, Chen Xiao was not concerned about whether Nan Gongqi would produce the 10 million high-grade spirit stones. However, to others, it appeared as if Chen Xiao was deliberately making things difficult. Nan Gongqi was a renowned genius of the Great Yu cultivation dynasty, while Chen Xiao was merely a trifling scion that compare the two was an affront to Nan Gongqi. Chen Xiao's arrogance here was merely because they were in Aurora City, the Chen family's territory. If Nan Gongqi truly produced that 10 million high-grade spirit stones to challenge Chen Xiao, it would indeed be a monumental folly. But in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Gongqi nodded. Very well, I shall provide you with those 10 million high-grade spirit stones. To defeat Chen Xiao and trample him in the mud, he could seize the fortune of destiny from him. The system would further unlock, granting him additional functionalities that, in comparison, 10 million high-grade spirit stones were hardly substantial. In the next instant, with a wave of his hand, spirit stones cascaded down like rain. One by one, they piled up in the Lu family's courtyard, forming a colossal mountain of spirit stones. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Nan Gongqi would genuinely use 10 million high-grade spirit stones to challenge Chen Xiao. Rian is the one I cherish. If she perishes by your hand today, this enmity must be avenged. Nan Gongqi fabricated a pretext for himself. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. Aside from Lu Ruyan, they could not fathom what could possibly attract Nan Gongqi to this small Lu family. Even the Chen family support of the Lu family originated from Lu Ruyan. Chen Xiao, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor rather sentimental. Then why not promptly retrieve her body? It lay there on the ground. If left any longer, it would be impossible to collect. Nan Gongqi's expression faltered. The surrounding individuals also began to grasp the situation. Indeed, since this young marquis held such deep feelings for Lu Ruyan, willing to spend 10 million high-grade spirit stones to personally avenge her. Yet since Lu Ruyan's demise, Nan Gongqi had scarcely spared a glance at her remains. At this moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. Chen Xiao, unperturbed, called upon the Chen family's cultivators to hastily remove the mountain of spirit stones while counting them. After a brief while, Chen Xiao lifted his head, seriousness etched across his face. Young Marquis, there are 25 stones missing. We agreed on 10 million, and it must be precisely that. Even one stone less does not constitute 10 million. Nan Gongqi's face darkened, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Were it not for the fact that they were in Aurora City, had they been in the royal capital, he would have already slapped Chen Xiao dead. With a scowl, Nan Gongqi produced an additional 25 high-grade spirit stones and flung them at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao accepted them with a smile. All right, that settles it. Young Marquis, when and where shall we set our duel? Nan Gongqi gritted his teeth. Here and now. Chen Xiao nodded. Will you not retrieve the body of your beloved? It lies there, and soon it will be beyond retrieval. Nan Gongqi cast a glance at Lu Yuan, his meaning unmistakable. You will not attend to your own daughter? Lu Yuan, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly instructed others to properly handle Lu Ruyan's body. It was strange. Where had that fifth-tier fire talisman gone? When the Lu family cultivators attempted to seek the talisman, they discovered it had vanished without a trace. Nan Gongqi's face burned with humiliation. Even at this juncture, the Lu family still sought that talisman. Were they not embarrassed enough? Enough? Everyone withdraw. At Nan Gongqi's command, the Lu family members finally snapped back to reality, hastily retreating to clear a vast space. Shower. Do you have confidence? At this moment, a dull voice echoed in Chen Zhao's ears. It belonged to the great elder of the Chun family, Chun Wenxiu. Chun Xiao cast a glance at the elder standing in the void and slightly nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, the host was urged to unleash their full power, leaving no room for the destined protagonist to resist. This time, suppressing the protagonist's fortune would allow for greater plunder in the future. Rest assured, I shall afford him no opportunity. I could see this moment. The front courtyard of the Liu family had been cleared. The cultivators of the Chan family wore tense expressions as they gazed at their young master. Should anything go awry, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to rescue Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao beckoned to Nan Gongqi with a finger. Nan Gongqi remained expressionless. He suddenly waved his hand, and a scorching wave surged through the void. A fierce sword energy accompanied a 10-zhonglong fiery dragon shadow, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Chen Xiao. Sword intent. Nan Gongqi had actually comprehended sword intent. Someone gasped in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, those who grasped sword intent could be revered as sword saints. Nan Gongqi truly deserved to be hailed as the top genius of the Dayu cultivation dynasty. Faced with Nan Gongqi's terrifying strike, Chen Zhao's expression remained unchanged. He simply extended his hand and struck towards the fiery divine dragon before him. No one noticed that within the palm of Chen Zhao's hand, a small shadow was curled up, cradling a brilliantly shining stone within it, the supreme fire essence crystal. With a resounding boom, the dragon-shaped sword rainbow shattered. Nan Gongqi's flying sword was sent hurtling back in an instant. That very moment, the shadow in Chen Zhao's palm rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire form. Chen Zhao's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear right before Nan Gongqi. There was an abyss of darkness in Chen Zhao's eyes. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, a fist was aimed squarely at Nan Gongqi's face. Be careful. Host. Chen Zhao's cultivation has surged to the nascent soul stage. Nan Gongqi's pupils constricted. Suddenly, 3 beams of sword light flared to life beside him, slicing toward Chen Zhao's arm before his fist could land. However, something bizarre occurred. The 3 piercing beams of sword light penetrated through Chen Zhao's arm and body without inflicting any damage whatsoever. What is happening? Nan Gongqi was filled with dread as Chen Zhao's fist continued its momentum, landing heavily on Nan Gongqi's face. Chapter 10. The originally destined female protagonist Chen Zhao's punch unleashed a force that surpassed the foundation establishment stage. Nan Gongqi let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward, 3 bloodied teeth floating in the air alongside him. Chen Zhao's toes tapped the ground, and his figure darted forward like a specter, fists transforming into afterimages as they relentlessly pounded against Nan Gongqi's body. The surrounding cultivators gasped in disbelief, confirming the unmistakable style. It was undoubtedly Chen Xiao. At this moment, what Chen Xiao employed was neither a celestial technique nor a Taoist spell. It was simply the most common street fighting technique, the notorious turtle fist. Yet this unrefined method rendered the young lord of Tianyang utterly powerless to retaliate. Nan Gongqi sought to counterattack, but was horrified to find his body ensnared by an invisible force. Even the circulation of his true essence felt extraordinarily heavy. In that instant, the onlookers were left stunned. The Chen family's cultivators had been prepared to rush in to rescue their young master, only to witness him overpower the young lord of Tianyang with a flurry of turtle punches. Their young master was this ferocious. It seemed that just this morning, Lu Rian had also been sent sprawling by a kick from him. Chen Xiao. Nan Gongqi roared in fury. Chen Xiao nodded. Father is here. Puffed. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqi spat out a mouthful of old blood. Has he already coughed up blood? Chen Xiao chuckled derisively, then waved his hand, imprinting a crimson talisman onto Nan Gongqi's body. In the next instant, Chen Zhao's figure retreated explosively. Whoosh. Flames erupted fiercely from Nan Gongqi's form. His expression shifted dramatically as he recognized that the burning talisman was the 5th-tier blazing fire talisman that was supposed to be used on Chun. The sum of 10 million high-grade spirit stones is clearly the fee for Nan Gongqi's challenge to this young master. How can it be considered a debt of the Liu family? Lu Yuanzun's forehead throbbed with veins. Chen Xiao. Just now, the young lord of the Nangong family clearly stated that this 10 million high-grade spirit stones is to repay the debts of my Lu family. Chen Xiao fell silent, instead producing another recording stone. The scene displayed Nangong Qi challenging Chen Xiao with 10 million high-grade spirit stones, vividly replaying in front of them. Lu Yuanzun's body instantly weakened. "Take it down." Chen Xiao waved his hand, and in the next moment, a grand formation rose from the ground, enveloping the entire Lu family. The cultivators of the Chun family streamed in. Enough. Just then, a clear and cold voice resonated from outside. A young girl dressed in a green silk robe, possessing breathtaking beauty, approached with measured steps, her pair of eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, this ends here." This girl was none other than Chen Zhao's originally destined heroine, Xiao Yueqing. Chen Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. He had once held a measure of affection for Xiao Yueqing. However, now, she had already fallen under the influence of Nangong Qi. Just yesterday, in a fit of impulsiveness, Chen Xiao had wagered his engagement as a bet, all orchestrated by Xiao Yueqing behind the scenes, leading him to become a laughingstock. The fortunes bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Dao were also significantly plundered by the antagonist system. At this moment, a hazy blue aura emanated from Xiao Yueqing's pupils, locking eyes with Chen Xiao. Chapter 11. The great Luo sword cauldron. At this juncture, the cultivators of the Chun family had ceased their actions. Hesitantly glancing at Chen Xiao, it was well known that Chen Xiao and Xiao Yueqing had grown up together, their bond exceedingly close. Within the confines of Aurora City, Chen Xiao was a lawless troublemaker. Even Chen Junlu could not restrain him, yet he was utterly obedient to Xiao Yueqing, his childhood friend with no blood ties. Many even believed that Xiao Yueqing was more suited for Chen Xiao than Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing Xiao Yueqing step forward, Lu Yinzun's eyes brightened, awaiting Chen Zhao's concession. At this moment, Chen Zhao's spirit trembled slightly. The hazy blue light in Xiao Yueqing's gaze pierced through Chen Zhao's mind like an intangible sword, leaving him in a daze. Just as Chen Xiao felt his mental defenses wavering, a thunderous roar erupted from within him. The nine heavens' thunder, Dao, surged vigorously. Chen Zhao's gaze instantly regained clarity. He frowned and said with a sardonic smile, "So, you covered that 10 million high-grade spirit stones for the Lu family." As soon as the words left his mouth, the members of the Chun family collectively sighed in relief. They had genuinely feared that their young master would change his mind and abandon their plans against the Lu family for the sake of a woman. Xiao Yueqing's expression shifted. She had never anticipated that Chen Xiao could break free from her mental influence. However, before Xiao Yueqing could react, Chen Xiao stepped forward and seized her collar. She attempted to resist, only to be horrified to discover that her body felt as if ensnared by some unseen force, rendering even her true essence stagnant. Her late gold core cultivation was completely sealed, leaving her powerless. This was, of course, the work of Chen Zhao's shadow demon avatar. Previously, he had employed the same method to defeat Nangong Qi, who was at the nascent soul stage. "Xiao Yueqing, you were once an orphan. Over the years, my Chun family has treated you generously. Sword artifacts, elixirs, cultivation techniques, whatever you desired, my Chun family endeavored to provide, never once treating you unfairly. Yet, it seems you have grown into a treacherous wolf." Chen Xiao continued, "Do not think for a second that I am unaware of your collusion with Nangong Qi." Upon hearing Chen Zhao's blunt remarks, Xiao Yueqing's face turned pale. The blue light in her eyes flared. She gazed directly at Chen Xiao, and in that instant, he felt as if the surrounding scenery was rapidly shifting, an array of illusions flooding his vision. However, at this moment, the nine heavens' thunder, Dao, operated with furious intensity, rendering these illusions ineffective against Chen Xiao. He abruptly raised his hand and struck Xiao Yueqing across the face. Her delicate, fair features swelled instantly from the blow, leaving her dazed. In an instant, all illusions vanished. Chen Zhao's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yueqing, whose eyes still glowed with blue light, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "You possess the innate spiritual eyes. Do you? Bring her back and imprison her in the family's forbidden prison." As the words fell, everyone was taken aback once more. The forbidden prison of the Chun family housed either evil cultivators or traitors. The fourth elder, Chun Wenyuan, was currently imprisoned there. Now, Chen Xiao intended to confine Xiao Yueqing as well. But as the young master of the family, the Chun family's cultivators dared not hesitate, hastily moving to restrain Xiao Yueqing. In utter despair, she could not comprehend why. After just one night apart, Chen Xiao seemed like a different person. Usually, even when she did not employ her spiritual eyes, Chen Xiao would comply with her every whim. Now, with her spiritual eyes activated, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever. What could have gone awry? Chen Xiao. Xiao Yueqing's voice trembled. You cannot treat me this way. The Chen family cultivators remained unmoved, presenting spirit-binding shackles to bind Xiao Yueqing. Wait! In the next moment, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke. Upon hearing his words, many revealed expressions of, as expected. The young master of the Chen family ultimately could not bear to part with his childhood sweetheart. Xiao Yueqing also exhaled slightly, her eyes shimmering with triumph. Why don't you hurry and let me go? Chen Xiao waved his hand slightly. Her eyes are peculiar. Blindfold her. Xiao Yueqing fell into utter despair. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She should not have intervened at this time to assist Nangong Qi in preserving the Lu family. However, it was now too late to say anything. The Chen family's cultivators acted decisively, sealing Xiao Yueqing's spiritual eyes with a prohibitive technique and taking her back to the Chen family. Lu Yuanzuan and the other members of the Lu family felt their hearts sink further at this sight. Today marked the annihilation of the Lu family. The entire clan was uprooted by the Chen family. All 300 cultivators of the Lu family, regardless of age or gender, were stripped of their powers and sent to mine in the quarries outside Aurora City. The remaining outliers were also hunted down by the Chen family. Damn it! Why did it come to this? Why can't I defeat Chen Xiao? Within a nondescript inn in Aurora City, Nangong Qi's furious roars echoed. Today marked his first direct confrontation with the destined protagonist as the fated villain. Yet he did not anticipate that not only would he fail to suppress Chen Xiao and seize his fortunes, but instead he had lost all face. Furthermore, the system had consumed a considerable amount of energy to preserve him. Host, Chen Xiao is the child of destiny. He is not so easily dealt with. Moreover, we have consistently miscalculated Chen Xiao's character. The system stated. Nangong Qi gradually calmed down. Before today, he had always treated Chen Xiao as a righteous figure. Yet, unexpectedly, today, Chen Xiao's series of divine maneuvers made him appear more villainous than Nangong Qi himself. Host, at this stage, it is best not to target the child of destiny. Instead, continue to intercept his opportunities. Nangong Qi nodded. Indeed, Chen Xiao's opportunities and those subordinates that originally belonged to him. He glanced outside. Xikong Zhao, who had originally been one of Chen Zhao's subordinates, was now under his command. Additionally, there was Chen Zhao's destined heroine. These former subordinates of Chen Xiao carried varying degrees of the Heavenly Dao's fortunes. The innate mortal spirit pill at tomorrow's auction must not be missed by the host. This is the protagonist's first formal opportunity, holding significant importance. Moreover, the celestial artifact Great Luo Sword Cauldron located in Yuxiao Mountain outside Aurora City is also a crucial opportunity for the protagonist and must not be overlooked. The system incessantly reminded Nangong Qi in his mind. The previously hesitant glimmer in Nangong Qi's eyes now became resolute. By the way, system, are there any other individuals belonging to Chen Xiao within Aurora City? There are. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had arrived at the Chen family's forbidden prison. This prison, it is said, was established by a celestial being who had transcended the heavenly tribulation. Within its confines, there exist a staggering 80,000 prohibitions. Under the celestial, escape is utterly impossible. Xiao Yueqing was imprisoned in a cell located at the periphery of the forbidden prison. Chen Xiao stood silently outside her cell, intently observing Xiao Yueqing while communicating with Yun Ranyan. Master, I wish to extract Xiao Yueqing's spiritual eye and transplant it onto another. Is this feasible? Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Yun Ranyan seemed momentarily taken aback. After prolonged contemplation, she finally replied softly. If you were to remove her eyes, Xiao Yueqing would be rendered useless. Can you bear that? Xiao Yueqing had previously been the female lead in Chen Zhao's narrative. The reason Yun Ranyan chose her as the female lead was due to the mutual affection shared between her and Chen Xiao. a natural progression of events. Chun Xiao nodded. The Book of Heavenly Dao indicates that the demise of the Chun family is partly orchestrated by Xiao Yueqing. If I show her leniency, she will inevitably turn against me. Just moments ago, if it weren't for Chun Zhao's desire for Xiao Yueqing's eyes, he would have eliminated this threat on the spot. What destined female lead could possibly be compared to one's own family? Moreover, Chun Zhao's feelings for Xiao Yueqing were but a faint glimmer of affection, hardly love. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his engagement to Lu Ruyan to persist. His previous obedience to Xiao Yueqing was primarily influenced by her spiritual eye. Over the years, the Chun family had expended untold resources in nurturing Xiao Yueqing, only to raise such an ungrateful wretch. Well then, I was genuinely concerned that you might grow soft-hearted. The innate spiritual eye is a manifestation of the Heavenly Dao's fortune. A congenital divine EYE.TO extract this pair of eyes and transplant them onto someone else. One would require the Daoyuo sword cauldron. Yin Ranyan's voice echoed in Chun Zhao's mind. Chapter 12. The Emergence of the Celestial Sword Disciple. Your true form is exceedingly weak. Without the shadow clone, you would stand no chance against Nangong Qi and Xiao Yueqing. Hence, I shall provide you with specialized training. Although Chun Zhao's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, his true strength was still somewhat inferior compared to other cultivators of the same realm. His victory over Lu Ruyan was solely due to her cultivation being artificially inflated by pills. Upon hearing Yin Ranyan's words, Chun Zhao's eyes instantly lit up. In truth, after witnessing the alteration of his and his family's fates by the antagonist system in the Book of Heavenly Dao, Chun Zhao's temperament had undergone a profound transformation. Once he had been lazy, averse to hardship, and reluctant to cultivate. Now, Chun Xiao was eager to advance to the nascent soul stage, to take on the heavenly tribulation faced by cultivators when they ascend, and to assist his ancestor in successfully transcending. You shall first undergo the heavenly tribulation to seize an opportunity. Yin Ranyan's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao hurriedly exited the forbidden prison and dashed back to his room. Subsequently, the Nine Heavens Thunder Decree surged into motion. Chun Xiao had ascended to the realm of heavenly tribulation. Beneath the heavenly tribulation lay a vast canyon. The canyon center stood a towering furnace for refining artifacts. Flames dancing within, a faint blue sword was slowly forming its edge. Clearly, it was this celestial sword that was undergoing tribulation, a 9-rank celestial sword. Chun Xiao discerned the sword's essence with a mere glance. Celestial artifacts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the strongest and the 9th the weakest. Beyond the 9 ranks, there exist transcendent artifacts that in this realm of cultivation, the emergence of any celestial artifact. Even the weakest 9 rank would inevitably attract heavenly tribulation. The individual below, Guyan, the foremost master of artifact refinement in the Diyu cultivation dynasty, was crafting his first celestial sword. Yin Ranyan's voice sounded in Chun Zhao's ear. Tinged with frustration, Gu Yin was initially intended to be your subordinate, a dedicated master of artifact refinement. However, he has now been swayed by the arch-villain and has become a pawn of Lord Tianyong. Once we acquire the celestial sword, should we strike him down with lightning? As the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, Yin Ranyan could not directly interfere with the heavenly tribulation. Everything must unfold according to the established rules. However, as a living individual, Chun Xiao had been granted the power to control the heavenly tribulation, making him an anomaly within the Heavenly Dao, capable of interfering with the tribulation. Chun Xiao focused his gaze. Indeed, before the artifact furnace sat a red-haired man, seated in meditation, his hands forming seals as he inscribed various artifact refining runes into the already formed celestial sword. Chun Xiao shook his head. Why must we kill him? Would it not be better to allow him to continue refining for us? Yin Ranyan was momentarily stunned. Chun Xiao chuckled. During his first attempt at crafting a celestial sword, it is only natural for him to make mistakes and encounter failures. He must try several times, no. Yin Ranyan's eyes sparkled with realization. Disciple, your intellect is truly commendable. This is a means to transform him into your dedicated artifact refinement master. Conveniently, I possess a technique that could disturb the mind. When the heavenly tribulation descends, I will implant it into Gu Yan's consciousness, turning the crafting of celestial artifacts into his obsession. As her words fell, a surge of intent flowed from the void, manifesting as a secret technique that entered Chun Zhao's consciousness that moment. Chun Zhao stood atop the heavenly tribulation, attuned to the Heavenly Dao. Anything imparted to him by Yun Ranyin could be comprehended and mastered instantaneously, albeit only within the context of the heavenly tribulation. It's done. Beside the artifact furnace, Gu Yin let out a long breath and slowly raised his head. Above, dark clouds swirled, thunder rumbling ominously. Jiyu Yin gradually stood, murmuring, "The ancients do not deceive me. In the realm of cultivation, refining celestial artifacts indeed invites heavenly tribulation." The emergence of the celestial sword's final process was to summon thunder fire for tempering. At this moment, Gu Yin brimmed with confidence. Lord Tianyang has treated me with sincerity, gifting me celestial-grade materials like misty snowstone. Today, I shall repay him with this celestial sword. In the next instant, Gu Yin formed seals with his hands. The celestial sword within the artifact furnace emitted a thunderous cry, conjuring a misty sword shadow that soared into the skies. Boom! At that very moment, the heavenly tribulation descended. The sixth-ninth heavenly tribulation. Upon recognizing the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yin chuckled. The sixth-ninth heavenly tribulation was to be expected. If one could not withstand even this, then the celestial sword was unworthy of its title. Within the sixth-ninth heavenly tribulation, there lay the heart demon tribulation. Heart demon illusion, arise. Above the tribulation clouds, Chun Zhao flicked his finger, creating an almost imperceptible ripple that instantly enveloped the valley below. This moment, Gu Yan's gaze was fixed intently on the celestial sword battling the heavenly thunder above, oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into an illusion. What is happening? Suddenly, Gu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He was horrified to discover that the celestial sword amidst the thunder appeared to be marred by grotesque cracks. Bang! In an instant, the celestial sword shattered amidst the lightning, scattering into countless specks of light. Had it truly failed? Gu Yan stood as if struck by lightning, dazed for a long while, his spirit somewhat shattered. No, I did not fail. I was merely a step away from the final process. If the thunder fire tempering were successful, I would be the first artifact master in the cultivation realm to craft a celestial sword. Suddenly, Gu Yin lifted his head, his gaze resolute once more. I, Gu Yin, shall forge a true celestial artifact in this lifetime. Within the tribulation clouds, Chun Zhao gazed at the celestial sword in his hand, utterly captivated. The sword measured 3 feet in length, radiating a misty luminescence. It resembled a thin veil of fog, swirling around the blade's edge. Given this, I shall name you Mistlight. Subsequently, Chun Zhao, seizing the moment to align himself with the heavenly tribulation, directly refined the celestial sword Mistlight, absorbing it into his being. Master, are there any more opportunities like this? Chun Zhao rubbed his hands together, gazing into the vast unknown. There, Yun Ranyin was reclining with one leg crossed over the other, seemingly chewing on a blade of grass. Upon hearing his words, she calculated and replied, "There is one more, involving an emperor from the celestial realm who has reincarnated into the cultivation world with his memories intact. He is currently scouring for spiritual herbs. Chun Zhao possesses a mutated thunder spirit root. Although it is not lacking, it cannot be deemed top-tier. In fact, it even pales in comparison to Nangong Chi's exquisite fire spirit root by a small margin." Yun Renyin nodded, noting that the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor is also a formidable antagonist. While not a fated villain, he remains a significant threat to your future. Once his chaotic counter-spirit pill is unveiled, I shall certainly inform you in advance. For now, your immediate priority is cultivation. Invoke the Heart Demon Tribulation, manifest as the Heart Demon, and invade the Tribulation Taker's consciousness. Engage in combat with the Tribulation Taker. Practical experience is the swiftest avenue for advancement. By embodying the Heart Demon, one becomes indestructible, with countless opportunities for trial and error. Yet each encounter is a battle of life and death. Chun Zhao nodded solemnly. Subsequently, his figure materialized atop another tribulation. Chapter 13, Auction Item. Animated GIF of the young Lord of Tianyang in a vulnerable state. The tribulation clouds have dissipated. Jiu Yin stood beside the refining furnace for a prolonged time, ultimately exhaling a bitter sigh. Master Gu, you have performed admirably, remarked the young Lord of Tianyang, who approached Gu Yin and gently patted his shoulder. The young lord, appearing youthful and donned in a golden-red brocade robe, gazed at Gu Yin with fervent admiration that he had been present throughout the refining process, witnessing every moment. The celestial swords soared into the heavens, clashing against the forces of nature, only to be shattered by the tribulation. Such an accomplishment is indeed unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. The young Lord of Tianyang reassured Gu Yin, there is no need for distress, Master Gu. The forging of celestial artifacts is exceedingly challenging. You have done exceptionally well. Determination gleamed in Gu Yan's eyes. The celestial sword has taken shape. It only requires the final step. It faltered during the tempering with the tribulation's thunder and fire. I believe I have discerned the issue. The young lord's heart stirred at these words. If given another opportunity, could you succeed, Master? Gu Yan nodded earnestly. I have identified the problem. Given another chance, I shall undoubtedly forge the celestial artifact. The young lord responded affirmatively. Excellent. Master, please accompany me back to my residence. I possess a piece of celestial-grade material, the celestial erosion iron. Gu Yan's eyes brightened. Celestial erosion iron? Is it truly so? The young lord smiled enigmatically. The celestial erosion iron, along with the previously acquired misty snow stone, had been entrusted to him by the young lord's second son. Nangong Q. It was precisely the misty snow stone that had led Gu Yin to ally with the young lord. The young lord's intention was straightforward. Gu Yin, being the foremost smith of the Dao dynasty, could potentially forge other exquisite flying swords and treasures even if he failed to create a celestial artifact. However, unbeknownst to the young lord, the forging of celestial artifacts had become Gu Yan's obsession. Unless he succeeded in crafting a celestial artifact, he would not forge any other treasures. Yet, the minor path had already taken up a position above the tribulation and would certainly prevent Gu Yin from learning that he had successfully crafted a celestial artifact. Meanwhile, Chun Xiao, under Yun Ranyan's guidance, had transformed into the Heart Demon through the Heart Demon tribulation. Using the Tribulation Taker's consciousness as a battlefield, he engaged in practical training. Chun Xiao's external manifestation took the form of a shadow. Silently departing from Aurora City, 500 miles beyond Aurora City, lies the vast and undulating Yuxiao mountain range, stretching over 30,000 miles, home to the Dao cultivation dynasty's largest mystic crystal copper mine. Mystic crystal copper is one of the primary materials for forging flying swords. This mine is jointly controlled by the three major cultivation families of the Dao dynasty: the Chun family of Aurora City, the Lu family of Moon City, and the Shui family of Ice Blue City. The cultivators of the Lu family were sent here to work as miners. Chun Zhao's shadowy manifestation had seamlessly infiltrated 300 miles beneath Yuxiao Mountain, where a natural cavern lay hidden. The heart of this cavern stood a large bronze cauldron, a supreme celestial artifact, the great Luo sword cauldron. However, at this moment, this extraordinary celestial artifact remained in slumber, yet to awaken. According to the original plot, on the morrow, Chun Xiao would ingest the innate counterspirit pill, forging his celestial spirit root, and then proceed to the Yuxiao mountain mine for training to hone his mind. That innate counterspirit pill had been left by the master of the great Luo sword cauldron. Why forging a celestial spirit root from the innate counterspirit root? He could subjugate this supreme celestial artifact. However, a cultivator only possesses one opportunity to reforge their spirit root in a lifetime. Yun Renyan had already prepared an even more extraordinary chaotic spirit root for Qin Xiao. Thus, he did not take the innate counterspirit pill. At this moment, the shadowy manifestation flipped its hand, revealing a formation diagram. This was the treasure possession of the Fire Qilin, Chen Daqiang, the diagram of the supreme killing formation, reversed 5 elements grand array. Chun Xiao was not proficient in formations, but this particular diagram was not overly complicated to utilize. With sufficient spirit stones, it could be set up, especially with Yun Ranyan providing guidance. Before long, the reversed 5 elements killing array was established near the Great Luo Sword Cauldron. Chen Xiao then produced another concealment formation diagram to hide the reversed 5 elements killing array. After completing all these tasks, Chen Xiao's shadowy manifestation fell silent, carefully concealing itself in the darkness. Faced with the fated antagonist, Chen Xiao never allowed himself to be complacent. Nangong Qi's effortless ability to produce 10 million high-grade spirit stones signified that he was not lacking in resources. In the cultivation world, spirit stones represent resources and treasures. The bone-eroding, soul-dispersing fragrance was deemed incurable among cultivators, yet Nangong Qi effortlessly neutralized it. During his time with the Liu family, Chen Xiao had managed to ensnare him unexpectedly using his shadowy manifestation. Catching Nangong Qi unprepared. One could say that the villain is malevolent, but one could never claim he is incompetent. The following day, in the afternoon, the Yubao Zhai auction commenced. There was but a stick of incense remaining until the official start of the auction. Within the exclusive box of the Chun family, the steward of Yubao Zhai, with a smile plastered across his face, inquired, "Young Master Chun, you summoned me." Chen Xiao casually tossed a memory stone to the steward, adding an item to the auction. The steward hesitated momentarily upon receiving the memory stone. Chen Xiao smiled. "Open it and take a look." The steward channeled his true essence and gently tapped the memory stone. In the next instant, an image of Nangong Qi, bare and flustered, being tucked under the arm of Sikong Zhao while fleeing in disarray, materialized in the void. The steward's eyes instantly lit up, and with a grin, he collected the item, exclaiming, "This is splendid. It will surely fetch a handsome price." Yesterday, in the Liu family, the news of Nangong Qi's extravagant wager of 10 million high-grade spirit stones to challenge Chen Xiao had already spread throughout Aurora City. The fact that Nangong Qi could nonchalantly produce the first 10 million high-grade spirit stones indicated that he could easily produce a second. He was a prime target for exploitation. Chen Xiao twirled his fingers and cheerfully stated, "This memory stone shall serve as the first auction item." The steward promptly replied, "Absolutely no problem. As for whether it will offend the young lord of Tianyang, our Yubao Zhai has never feared offending anyone in business." The history of Yubao Zhai far predates that of the Diyu cultivation dynasty. Make several copies of the spirit stones, and once the auction concludes, we shall sell them elsewhere. Suddenly, Chen Xiao added. The steward blinked, then smiled in agreement. In another box, Nangong Qi sat leisurely upon a plush chair. Opposite him was a woman clad in tattered gray, her hair similarly dull, obscuring her features. The woman spoke in a hoarse and dry voice. "Will you truly assist me in obtaining the 7-colored celestial profound herb?" There was a noticeable sluggishness in her speech, as though she had not conversed with anyone for quite some time. Nangong Qi smiled. "I, Nangong Qi, am a man of my word." The woman silently nodded. "If I acquire the 7-colored celestial profound herb, I shall dedicate 100 years to alchemy for you." The 7-colored celestial profound herb is a supreme spiritual herb, one of the auction items for this event. Both the 7-colored celestial profound herb and the innate counter-spirit pill were highly coveted by Nangong Qi, despite having offered 10 million high-grade spirit stones the previous day. With his system in place, Nangong Qi was never short of spirit stones. At that moment, the auction at Yubao Zhai officially commenced. Now, the first auction item. On the auction stage, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe smiled faintly and announced, "1 memory stone." The gathered cultivators immediately began to murmur among themselves. Auctioning a memory stone? Could it be a map of some secret realm or a technique of divine power? Only those who possess treasures may enter the Yubiozai auction. In previous years, there were also auctions for the shadow stones. Most of these featured images of divine techniques or maps of secret realms. The elder gently tapped the shadow stone, and in the blink of an eye, the sight of Nangong Qi, stark naked and soaring into the sky, appeared before everyone. The auction for the animated image of the young lord of Tianyang, prancing about in the nude, commenced with an opening bid of 1 low-grade spirit stone. The entire venue was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by uproarious laughter. In the private box above, Nangong Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and fury. Chapter 14. It seems you have been played yesterday. The heir of Tianyang, Nangong Qi, had lavishly spent millions of high-grade spirit stones for a duel against Chen Xiao. Ultimately, he was left in tatters, fleeing in disgrace. This incident quickly spread throughout the entirety of Aurora City. Yet no one anticipated that the very first item up for auction at today's Ubozai would be the nude escapade of the young lord of Tianyang. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere of the auction transformed into a lively uproar. Ha ha! The nude image of the young lord of Tianyang. What a gem! I bid 2 low-grade spirit stones. Immediately, someone began to bid, their tone dripping with mockery. 3 low-grade spirit stones. 4. Ha ha! I bid 6 low-grade spirit stones. The auction hall erupted with a cacophony of bids that, of course, most attendees wore expressions of schadenfreude. In Aurora City, no one cared for the dignity of the Tianyang Marquis. In the private box, Nan Gongqi's lips were stained with blood, his face dark enough to drip water. His gaze, filled with fury, was directed at Chen Xiao. This matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. The woman in gray cast a glance at the shadow stone upon the auction stage, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Are you not going to purchase that shadow stone? Nan Gongqi pursed his lips, letting out a cold laugh. There's no need that it's merely childish play. I shall not fall for such tricks. The woman in gray nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. That moment, the competition within the auction intensified. The price of the shadow stone had already escalated to a high-grade spirit stone. This was a nude image of the young lord of Tianyang. Once acquired, it could be sent to Nanfeng Pavilion as a signature piece, surely ensuring booming business. 3 high-grade spirit stones. In fact, it could be auctioned in the royal capital. Our young lord of Tianyang is a peerless genius with a top-tier fire spirit root. I can only imagine the noble ladies of the royal capital clamoring to buy it. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Gradually, the bidding grew increasingly fierce. The woman in gray looked again at Nan Gongqi. This moment, his expression had turned vacant, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. In the next instant, Nan Gongqi made a bold bid. This object must not be revealed. Otherwise, not only would he be humiliated, but the entire Tianyang Marquis household would become a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. As Nan Gongqi's bid echoed, the entire auction hall fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally spoke. That voice from Nan Gongqi. Truly, the young lord from the royal capital has wealth to spare. Just yesterday, he presented 10 million high-grade spirit stones to honor young Master Chun, and today he lavishly bids 1 million high-grade spirit stones to acquire his own nude image. Are all cultivators in the royal capital this wealthy? Ha ha! And then, laughter erupted once more. Given that it is the nude image of the young lord of Tianyang, a mere million high-grade spirit stones is hardly sufficient. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, plus 1 low-grade spirit stone. Soon, another bid emerged. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, plus 2 low-grade spirit stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, 3 low-grade spirit stones. The bidding became increasingly frenzied. Those calling out bids were mostly young scions who frequented Qinshao. They claimed to be determined to win, yet their bids were merely incremental, 1 low-grade spirit stone at a time, causing minimal harm but immense humiliation. 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Nan Gongqi maintained a stoic expression. 2 million high-grade spirit stones, plus 1 low-grade spirit stone. Others continued to follow suit, still with the incremental bids. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, as Nan Gongqi continued to raise the bid by 1 million. The woman in gray felt a pang of alarm. This was clearly a trap set by Chen Xiao, and was it truly worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones? When Nan Gongqi called out 5 million high-grade spirit stones, no one dared to raise the bid again. He let out a sigh of relief. He understood the woman's intent and shook his head slightly. To me, spirit stones are merely numbers. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly assist you in acquiring the 7-colored heavenly mysterious herb. The woman in gray did not respond. Before long, a servant from Ubozai arrived, presenting the shadow stone to Nan Gongqi. He handed over the spirit stones and then crushed the shadow stone without hesitation. I do not wish to see this object again. Nan Gongqi glared at the servant, his voice icy. The servant, hearing this, managed a bitter smile. I'm afraid that is not possible. As the servant's words fell, The voice from the auction stage resounded once more. The next item for auction is the ultra-clear version of the nude image of the young lord of Tianyang. Opening bid. Still one low-grade spirit stone. In an instant, another projection appeared, this time showcasing the very same spectacle of Nangong Qi fleeing in the nude. However, the angle, movements, and posture were entirely different, and the image was far clearer, capturing not only Nangong Qi's face, but also revealing certain key aspects in vivid detail. My goodness, it truly is the ultra-clear version. Even the young lord's fine hairs are distinctly visible. With this, the entire auction hall erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that there was indeed a second piece. The young master of the Chun family was certainly no ordinary adversary. Immediately, a new round of bidding commenced in the box of the Chun family. Chun Shao reclined with his legs crossed, stroking his chin, muttering to himself, to send it to Nanfeng Pavilion and the royal capital? That's a splendid idea. Thankfully, I had the foresight to make several copies in advance. This is the nude image of the destined villain. Just auctioning one piece is not enough. I intend to have them all. Nangong Qi's face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, his fists clenched, cracking ominously. The woman in gray stared at Nangong Qi. Somewhat astonished, "It seems you have been played." Nangong Qi replied, "I know. No need for you to emphasize it. 5 million high-grade spirit stones." His voice was chillingly cold, with a palpable intent to kill. "Once I have seized Chun Shao's fortune, I shall ensure he and the entire Chun family meet a gruesome end." In truth, the host could first deal with the Chun family. Should they fall, the host could still seize the protagonist's fortune. Nangong Qi paused, then nodded. "However, I must first obtain the innate reverse spirit pill and that extraordinary immortal tool, the great Luo sword cauldron. How many spirit stones remain?" The system's voice echoed in Nangong Qi's mind. The novice gift package contains a total of 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. After accounting for previous expenditures, there remain 9,800 million high-grade spirit stones. Nangong Qi nodded, slightly 0.9,800 million high-grade spirit stones. Even if I were to throw them about, I could easily crush the Chun family. Soon, the servant brought the second shadow stone to the box. Nangong Qi again paid 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Then expressionlessly crushed the shadow stone. "Is there a third one?" he inquired coldly. The servant cautiously replied, "No, there are none left." Nangong Qi waved his hand. Next, the third item for auction, a sealed ancient elixir. According to the alchemist of Ubiozai, this is a high-grade spirit refinement pill. It can enhance one's physique and solidify the foundation, making it most suitable for cultivators with unstable roots. Opening bid. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Host, this is it." On the surface, it appears to be a high-grade spirit refinement pill, but in truth, it is the immortal-grade pillinate reverse spirit pill. Consuming it will forge an immortal spirit root. This is the opportunity meant for the protagonist. As long as the host seizes this pill, the protagonist's fortune will be yours. Chapter 15. The Villain. Did I dig my own pit? In the exclusive private room of the Chun family. Chun Shao sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on the stage, where the pill he had enhanced with powerful ingredients lay. "Master, if I refrain from participating in the bidding for this pill, will the villain not seize my fortune?" Chun Shao silently communicated with Yun Ranjan in his heart. In the original storyline, Chun Shao had only made one bid to acquire this pill, within the confines of Aurora City. No one dared to oppose Chun Shao. However, this narrative had been altered by the villain system. Holding the script, Nangong Qi took action the moment Chun Shao was on the verge of obtaining the innate anti-spirit pill, using his overwhelming financial power to forcefully snatch the pill from Chun Shao's grasp. Meanwhile, the villain system seized the opportunity to plunder Chun Shao's fortune. Chun Shao did not know much about Nangong Qi, but he was certain of one thing. This individual was exceedingly wealthy. From yesterday until now, Chun Shao had managed to extract 20 million high-grade spirit stones from him. 20 million high-grade spirit stones was no small sum for the Chun family. Yet, Nangong Qi did not even blink as he produced the amount without hesitation in this auction house. Anything that Nangong Qi set his sights on, Chun Shao could not hope to contend with. Indeed, as long as you do not take action, The villain system will not rob you of your fortune. Yin Ranjan's sweet voice echoed in Qin Zhao's ears. That pill was a fortuitous opportunity arranged by your master. However, if you do not desire it and do not strive for it, then the villain system will have no chance to seize your fortune. The crux of the villain system's plundering of Qin Zhao's fortune lay in the word snatch. By seizing Qin Zhao's opportunities, it further appropriated his fortune. But if Qin Zhao remained passive and allowed all opportunities to be taken by the villain, then he himself would be unable to grow. Thus, Yin Ranjan straightforwardly granted him a heavenly advantage. Opportunities lie within the tribulations of heaven. Upon hearing Yin Ranjan's words, Qin Zhao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He turned to another private room and smiled lightly, saying, "Old Shui, the next move is yours." At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction house was unusually lively. The previous two illustrations of the young Marquis of Qianyang's embarrassing moments had already ignited the excitement. The sealed ancient refining spirit pill also held considerable allure for contemporary cultivators. Almost in an instant, the price of the pill soared to 8,000 high-grade spirit stones and continued to rise. Nan Gongqi furrowed his brow and glanced towards Qin Zhao's private room. Why did Qin Zhao not participate in the bidding? System, is there something amiss? According to the storyline provided by the system, Qin Zhao had a great interest in this pill and had bid as soon as it appeared at a crackling sound of electricity emanated from the system. The storyline prompted that the destined protagonist bid on the high-grade, refining spirit pill, primarily to refine his physique and solidify his foundation to compensate for his deficiencies. However, yesterday, the destined protagonist had defeated the host head-on. Perhaps he believed he no longer needed this refining spirit pill. Another possibility was that the destined protagonist would make a bid at the last moment. After all, having obtained 20 million high-grade spirit stones from the host, he was not lacking in resources. Hearing the system's explanation, Nan Gongqi's expression darkened. He had lost inexplicably in the battle yesterday and had no idea what had transpired. Yet he was certain that it was not merely Qin Zhao's own strength, and that 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Nan Gongqi couldn't help but recall the two recording stones that it was an utter humiliation. A wave of frustration brewed within him. Finally, Nan Gongqi spoke coldly, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as his voice fell, the previously lively auction house fell silent. Then a clamor erupted. The young Marquis of Nangong is indeed wealthy. This high-grade refining spirit pill is worth at most 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet the young Marquis has directly raised the bid to 100,000. Truly, the young Marquis of the Tianyang Marquisate can afford to be shameless, but not financially constrained. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. What does that amount to? Just earlier, the young Marquis had spent 1 million high-grade spirit stones on his own embarrassing illustrations. Ah, yes, indeed. How could a mere high-grade refining spirit pill compare to the young Marquis's illustrations of embarrassment? The previously subdued young scions of Aurora City erupted once again. In an instant, the entire auction house was filled with an atmosphere of exuberance. Nan Gongqi wore a stern expression, remaining silent. No matter what he said now, it would only serve to humiliate himself further as for the innate anti-spirit pill. Even if Qin Zhao did not participate in the bidding, Nan Gongqi was determined to acquire it. After all, it was a legendary elixir capable of forging celestial roots. Even without seizing Qin Zhao's fortune, Nan Gongqi would still walk away with a guaranteed profit. After Nan Gongqi placed his bid, aside from a few young scions throwing jibes, no one else dared to bid. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones already far exceeded the value of this pill. A woman in gray within the private room gazed at the pill sealed within the restrictions on the auction stage. That is not a refining spirit pill. Her voice remained calm, yet her tone was laced with certainty that, you know what pill that is. Nan Gongqi responded with a non-committal his eyes fixed on Qin Zhao's private room. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. First time, the auctioneer, a man clad in red robes, announced loudly, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Second time, Nan Gongqi's brows furrowed. Qin Zhao truly was not participating in this auction? That seemed unreasonable. The destined protagonist would genuinely forsake his opportunity. Regardless, no matter what, Acquiring the innate anti-spirit pill for 100,000 spirit stones would still constitute a lucrative deal, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Third time. The word time had yet to escape his lips when a soft voice resonated from another private room, 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the venue. It was the seventh son of the Shui family. Indeed, it was Shui Qi, the seventh son of the Shui family, one of the 8 great cultivation families of the Dao dynasty, hailing from Ice Blue City. And also one of Chun Zhao's close friends. At this moment, Chun Zhao reclined on a soft cushion, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Shui Qi was indeed someone he had summoned, although it was a refined innate anti-spirit pill. Nan Gongqi would have to part with a significant sum to acquire it. The Shui family of Ice Blue City was renowned as the wealthiest family in the Dao dynasty, possessing 81 large spirit stone veins, far surpassing the financial capabilities of the other 7 families. Furthermore, the 7th son, Shui Qi, was famously known as the biggest spendthrift of the Dao dynasty, throwing spirit stones around like dirt, with Shui Qi present. Nan Gongqi could forget about acquiring it at a bargain. System, what is going on? Where did Shui Qi come from? At this moment, a large question mark slowly appeared on Nan Gongqi's forehead. The storyline provided to him by the system did not include Shui Qi's existence. The system remained silent for a long time before finally responding. The host may spend 300 points to re-evaluate the storyline. The host currently possesses 1,037 points. Would you like to re-evaluate the storyline? Nan Gongqi gritted his teeth and replied, yes. With a crackling sound of electricity, the system's voice gradually emerged. Yesterday, the destined protagonist defeated the host and obtained 10 million high-grade spirit stones from the host. As a result, the destined protagonist invited his friends, the 7th son of the Shui family, Shui Qi, from Ice Blue City, and the 3rd young master of the Lu family from Moon City, Lu Zhe, to Aurora City for a celebration. Nan Gongqi thought he might vomit blood. This pit truly won. I have dug for myself 210,000 high-grade spirit stones, Nan Gongqi declared with a darkened face. Yet he refrained from raising the bid too high, fearing that others might suspect his desperation for the pill. Shui Qi's voice remained indifferent. Popper, 310,000 high-grade spirit stones. Popper, a cold smile crept across the corners of Nan Gongqi's mouth. Who is truly impoverished remains to be seen. At this moment, he was nearly certain that Shui Qi was targeting him. 310,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nan Gongqi tentatively raised his bid by another 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 400,000. Shui Qi's tone remained as calm as a still pond. Devoid of much emotion, 410,000. Nan Gongqi slightly furrowed his brows and once again placed a bid, 500,000, 510,000, as the 2 individuals continued to raise their bids. The price of the elixir swiftly surpassed 1 million premium spirit stones. The other attendees in the auction hall finally began to sense that something was amiss. Previously, Nan Gongqi had spent 10 million premium spirit stones to reclaim his dignity. Now, what he was contending with Shui Yunqi for was likely a treasure of immense value. Moments later, several cultivators in the hall also joined the bidding war. The price of this elixir, now infused with extraordinary allure, began to soar rapidly. Inside the private box, Chun Zhao sat back with a satisfied expression, observing the bidding frenzy in the auction hall. The greater the number of participants in the bidding, the higher the price of the elixir would rise. Ultimately, this elixir would undoubtedly end up in Nan Gongqi's possession, as he was the wealthiest among them. In the end, just as Chun Zhao had anticipated, the enhanced innate reversal elixir was secured by Nan Gongqi for an astonishing price of 100 million premium spirit stones. Upon the announcement of this price, a profound silence enveloped the entire Yu Baozhai auction hall. Nan Gongqi sat upright, gazing disdainfully at Shui Yunqi's box, coldly remarking, "Pauper." Shui Yunqi, taken aback, muttered in reluctant acknowledgement, "Fine, I concede that you are wealthy," and chose to withdraw from the bidding. Everyone was aware of Nan Gongqi's affluence, yet they were astonished at just how wealthy he truly was. Within a mere 2 days, he had presented a staggering total of 120 million premium spirit stones. What kind of treasure could warrant such extravagant expenditure on an elixir? At this moment, many cultivators in the hall cast glances towards Nan Gongqi's box, their eyes glinting with avarice. The elixir, valued at over 100 million premium spirit stones, the superior spirit refining elixir, was personally delivered to Nan Gongqi by the supervisor of Yu Baozhai. Only when he held the elixir in his hand did the anxiety weighing on Nan Gongqi's heart dissipate entirely. This was indeed the innate reversal elixir, a legendary elixir capable of forging celestial roots. Not even 100 million would deter him. He would have it at any cost. Although he had failed to seize the heavenly fortune from Chen Xiao, he would have other opportunities to claim such luck in the future. The innate reversal elixir, however, was a singular treasure. According to the system's prompts, this innate reversal elixir was intricately connected to the supreme immortal artifact, the Deluo Sword Cauldron, located in the Jade Cloud Mountains outside of Aurora City. By forging celestial roots with this innate reversal elixir, he could gain the Deluo Sword Cauldron's recognition. A.S. Nan Gongqi accepted the elixir. He handed over a storage ring containing 100 million premium spirit stones to the supervisor of Yu Baozhai. The transaction between the two was thus completed. "My lord," the supervisor said, stowing away the ring, his face beaming with a smile. "Today, your total expenditure at our Yu Baozhai auction has reached 110 million premium spirit stones, making you our esteemed guest of honor." Nan Gongqi accepted the token of honor and inquired, "Can this token be transferred to another?" The supervisor paused momentarily before nodding. "The token has not yet been bound to its owner. But once it is, it cannot be transferred." The implication was clear. Yu Baozhai recognized the token, not the individual. Without hesitation, Nan Gongqi handed the token to the woman in gray. "This insignia is a gift for Miss Mo Shui." Mo Shui was indeed the name of the woman in gray. Yu Baozhai's auction house, a commercial entity, spanned the entire realm of cultivation. Being an esteemed guest of Yu Baozhai naturally afforded one certain privileges. Mo Shui, a renowned alchemist in the cultivation world, was also the very person Nan Gongqi sought to win over. Thus he spared no effort in flattering her. Mo Shui hesitated for a moment before accepting the token and promptly began to refine it. Observing this, a smile flickered across Nan Gongqi's lips. The supervisor of Yu Baozhai had already taken his leave, and the auction continued, but Nan Gongqi had lost interest. His objective for visiting Yu Baozhai were twofold: the innate reversal elixir and the seven-colored celestial rootgrass. The innate reversal elixir, mistakenly identified as a superior spirit refining elixir, was not overly precious nor entirely lackluster. Had it not been for Chen Zhao's unexpected intervention, presenting 2 recording stones, this elixir would have been the first item auctioned. As for the seven-colored celestial rootgrass, it was an exceedingly rare and precious spiritual herb. The Pai seed, are assistants of the auction and also a requirement for Mo Shui. In the original plot, Chen Xiao utilized the seven-colored celestial rootgrass to gain Mo Shui's friendship, securing her willingness to refine pills for the Chun family for a century. What Nan Gongqi desired, however, was far more than just a century of alchemical services. Yet at this moment, his primary focus was to refine the innate reversal elixir. Following the system's guidance, he broke through the seals surrounding the elixir. In an instant, a cerulean elixir, emitting a faint glow, appeared in the palm of his hand. All the aura from the elixir was ensnared by the layer of elixir aura, revealing not a hint of its essence. The system scanned and confirmed it as an immortal-grade elixir, the innate reversal elixir. The elixir was non-toxic, and its medicinal properties remained intact, allowing the host to consume it safely. Hearing the system's voice, a fleeting look of joy flashed across Nan Gongqi's face. Mo Shui, upon seeing the cerulean elixir, furrowed her brow slightly, about to speak. However, Nan Gongqi, unable to contain his eagerness, swallowed the elixir whole. Mo Shui could only step back, distancing herself from him. For Nan Gongqi, within Aurora City, the private box of Yu Baozhai was the safest haven. Each box was fortified with powerful protective formations, providing an utterly private and secure space. Moreover, the time required to reconstruct his celestial roots was not lengthy. In the original plot, Chen Xiao completed the reconstruction in just half an hour, while the auction was still midway through, without causing any significant commotion. With this in mind, Nan Gongqi settled down, confidently channeling the elixir's potency. In an instant, a chilling current coursed through his entire being. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao's eyes remained fixated on Nan Gongqi's box. Master, the modifications I made to that elixir 1T be detected by that so-called system? Will they? At this moment, Chun Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Yun Ranyan's voice brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, my apprentice, I am the embodiment of the heavenly path, with my assistance in concealing the truth. That villainous system will never uncover the truth. As Chun Xiao immersed the innate reversal elixir in the 3 divine water, Yun Ranyan had already employed the power of the heavenly path to shroud it. At this stage, the villainous system had not captured much of the heavenly fortune, and many of its functionalities remained locked, incapable of detecting the heavenly methods. Hearing this from Yun Ranyan, Chun Xiao finally exhaled with relief. A mere strand of 3 divine water could cause a cultivator to suffer for 3 days. Who knew how long he would be incapacitated? One heavenly path and one minor path simultaneously emitted sinister laughter. The auction continued. Suddenly, an exceedingly peculiar sound emanated from Nangongqi's box, reverberating throughout the auction hall. In an instant, all eyes turned towards that box. Then, a series of thunderous rumblings echoed from within, accompanied by a faint, foul odor. Then came a chorus of muffled sounds. What is that noise? Many people asked in astonishment while pinching their noses. That flatulence. No, it can't be flatulence with that water sound. No, could it be inside the box? Nangongqi was rendered speechless. The chair he had been seated on had shattered into fragments. He initially collapsed to the ground, only to be propelled into the air by the violent force of the eruption. At that moment, Nangongqi lay sprawled on the ground, a mask of shock on his face, as if he were a small fountain. His body and the ground were drenched in a grayish-yellow liquid. Mo Shui seemed to have anticipated this, having already activated her protective barrier and moved aside. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Nangongqi's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering as he spoke in the midst of his words. His stomach emitted a series of strange sounds, while a grayish-yellow liquid continued to spray forth from his rear, resembling streaks of grayish-yellow, sword energy shooting towards the ceiling. Nangongqi attempted to suppress the chaos. But at that moment, he could do nothing but continue to spray forth. System. Scanning complete. The medicinal power of the innate reversal elixir is in the process of reconstructing the host's celestial roots. In just half an hour, the host's exceptional fire spiritual root could be reforged into a water attribute, celestial spiritual root. The host showed no signs of poisoning a water attribute, celestial spiritual root. How could a celestial spiritual root possess attributes? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Nangongqi let out a shrill scream. A celestial spiritual root is supposed to be attribute-less, or perhaps possess all attributes. Yet now, Nangongqi's celestial spiritual root has inexplicably become singularly water attribute. His original spiritual root was a supreme fire spiritual root. All the techniques and powers he cultivated were also fire attribute. In the tumult of emotions, the last vestiges of rationality and willpower within Nangongqi were utterly obliterated. It felt as if the floodgates had burst open in his rear, releasing a torrent of grayish-yellow liquid that first sprayed into the air, then exploded like blossoms scattered by celestial maiden. Mo Shui could no longer endure it. She directly opened the array of the private room and rushed out. In that instant, an even more intense stench flooded the auction hall. The next auction item was about to be introduced when the crimson-robed auctioneer could not help but gag. The other attendees finally caught a glimpse of the chaos unfolding within that private room. The previously arrogant young Marquis Tianyang, who had just squandered billions of high-grade spirit stones, was now sprawled on the ground, transformed into a human fountain, incessantly spewing forth an indescribable substance. Chapter 17. Not good. There's poison in the excrement. This was an auction rife with odors. As the array of the private room was opened, that indescribable foul stench spread at an astonishing pace throughout the entire auction hall. The private room, protected by arrays, fared somewhat better. However, the cultivators within the hall were immediately afflicted. Many had not even had the time to react before inhaling deeply, turning their faces green, and hurriedly sealing their mouths and noses with genuine essence. The manager and steward of Yubao, Zhai, braved the overwhelming stench and arrived at Nangongqi's private room. This moment, the liquid within the room had risen enough to submerge their ankles. flowing out beneath the door. Why, young Marquis, are you all right? Faced with this affluent individual who had just lavishly spent over 100 million high-grade spirit stones, the staff of Yubao, Zhai offered their utmost concern, yet remained stuck at the threshold, unable to enter or retreat. They could indeed use their flying swords to break through the foul liquid, but the key issue was that Nangong Qi was still in the midst of his expulsion, and the force and volume of it were only escalating. What had begun as a fountain was now approaching the ferocity of a waterfall. Chun Xiao. Finally, Nangong Qi bellowed with a deafening roar. It's you. It must be you. Chun Xiao pinched his nose, a wicked grin on his face. Me? What have I done? It's definitely you who tampered with this medicinal pill. Otherwise, why would you not participate in the bidding? Nangong Qi continued to roar. Your argument holds no water, Chun Xiao retorted coldly. Just because I didn't participate in the bidding doesn't mean I tampered with anything. There are plenty present who did not compete with you. As Chun Xiao's words fell, another voice chimed in. Yes, I too did not join the bidding. Why don't you accuse me as well? The voice, dripping with insincerity, belonged to Lu Zhe, the third young master of the Yueching Lu family, a friend of Chun Xiao. Following Lu Zhe's comment, another voice quickly followed. You dare to consume a medicinal pill sealed with ancient restrictions without the assessment of a specialized alchemist? You're foolish enough to fall victim to pill poison and now seek to blame others. Speaking was Shui Yunqi, whose tone dripped with disdain and mockery. M.O. Shui, having long fled the private room to a safe distance, wholeheartedly agreed, finding it indeed quite foolish. Nangong Qi lay amidst the grayish-yellow liquid, still erupting uncontrollably. This moment, he wished for nothing more than to end his own life. It could no longer be described as merely embarrassing. For some, merely existing, he felt as though he had already perished. Nangong Qi wished he could self-destruct on the spot, taking everyone present with him. Host, you must maintain your composure. In less than half an hour, the celestial spiritual root will be forged. The system continued to encourage Nangong Qi. Composure. How am I to maintain composure? Nangong Qi roared inwardly. System, what on earth is happening to me? The system detected no anomalies in the host body. Through analysis, it deduced that this was likely a side effect of forging the celestial spiritual root. But what of Chun Xiao? Did he also experience this when forging his celestial spiritual root? The system fell silent. Could it be that this innate counter-spiritual elixir was a boon meant solely for the destined protagonist, with all others experiencing adverse effects? Ultimately, Nangong Qi concocted a relatively plausible explanation for himself. Perhaps it was due to a lack of sufficient heavenly fortune that he failed to seize. Nangong Qi completely surrendered to despair. Even with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, he felt nearly drained. System, can you help me stop this? Finally, he uttered weakly as he lay on the ground, almost submerged by the grayish-yellow, indescribable substance. Nangong Qi, both in terms of the nascent soul and genuine essence, found himself bound by an inexplicable force, unable to move. This moment, the auction had been forcibly interrupted. The stench was far too overwhelming. Faced with the incessantly erupting Nangong Qi, the staff of Yubao Zhai were utterly at a loss. Their primary concern was avoiding contact between their genuine essence and magical treasures with the filth. As for the private room, the manager had already decided to permanently seal it once this ordeal concluded. Meanwhile, the other attendees had already prepared their recording stones to capture this scene in its entirety. The system analyzed that as long as the host completed the forging of the celestial spiritual root, the expulsion would cease. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qi felt a semblance of clarity return. He weakly declared, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Whoever can get me out of here will receive 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the originally disgusted crowd, covering their mouths and noses, instantly brightened with a generous reward. Surely there would be brave souls willing to act. Immediately, someone stepped forward. I'll do it. Although those who attended the Yubao Zhai auction were all esteemed cultivators, 1 million high-grade spirit stones were a tempting prize. A robust cultivator, at the late golden core stage, leaped forward to the entrance of the private room. He cast a series of protective talismans over himself, and in an instant, The multiple talisman lights enveloped his form. Subsequently, the golden core cultivator sealed his mouth and nose with genuine essence before soaring into the private room. Yet, not long after he entered, a scream erupted from within. Not good. There's poison in the excrement. Then, everyone witnessed the once airborne cultivator crash into the private room, scrambling to crawl out on all fours. Retching, the atmosphere grew tense, devoid of any semblance of decorum, as Nangongqi swept through the air with a low arc. The once curious cultivators at the auction, pinching their noses in amusement, were suddenly thrown into chaos. Mo Shui observed the retreating figure of Nangongqi and let out a soft sigh. My seven-colored celestial herb. It appears I must seek alternative means. Chapter 18. The alchemist Mo Shui, Nangongqi's lower half resembled a colossal fountain, spraying a foul, viscous liquid wherever he went as he burst out of the auction hall. The grayish-yellow substance, reeking of a noxious stench, splattered in his wake. The esteemed guests in the private boxes fared better, but the cultivators in the main hall were utterly besieged. Many were caught off guard by the deluge from above and were instantly drenched from head to toe. In an instant, the auction hall erupted into pandemonium, filled with the stench, screams, and curses that echoed ceaselessly. Even those who employed magical techniques or cleansing talismans to rid themselves of the filth found the acrid odor clinging to them like a shadow. Even more disheartening was the realization that the descending grayish-yellow liquid appeared to be toxic, possessing an extraordinarily corrosive quality. Many cultivators suffered varying degrees of damage to their hair, skin, and robes, as the source of the pollution departed. The staff of Yubao Zhai began to clean up the entire venue. However, Nangongqi's private box remained untouched, for it contained too many items and emitted an overwhelming odor. The air was thick with a faint, toxic gas. The supervisor of Yubao Zhai had already decided that the entire box would be discarded, previously resolved to seal it permanently. Now, it would be removed from the auction hall entirely and incinerated. As for this auction, it had irrevocably come to an end. With such an incident, no one could maintain their composure and continue bidding as if nothing had happened. One thing was certain: the reputation of the young lord of the Tianyang Marquisate, Nangongqi, along with the entire Marquisate, had been utterly tarnished. It would likely be a long time before they could shake off the label of foul stench. Not to mention, many who had remained unscathed and reveling in the chaos had already recorded the spectacle with the projection stones. Outside, in the city of Aurora, Nangongqi continued his flight, leaving a trail of grayish-yellow rain in his wake. Zhu Tiansong, the chief supervisor of Yubao Zhai, personally brought 1 million top-grade spirit stones to Chun Zhao's private box. Inside, Chun Xiao, Lu Zhe, and Shui Yunqi were laughing and joking as they observed the scene outside. Upon seeing this, Zhu Tiansong's face broke into a wide grin. Although today's auction had been abruptly terminated due to Nangongqi's antics. Thanks to the previous connections between Chun Xiao and Shui Yunqi, Yubao Zhai would still emerge unscathed. The 2 projection stones were a given. The ancient elixir valued at 100 million top-grade spirit stones could have easily fallen into Nangongqi's hands for a mere 100,000 had it not been for Shui Yunqi's intervention to raise the bid. Furthermore, before engaging in bidding with Shui Yunqi, Nangongqi had dared to provoke Chun Xiao, only for his words to be taken up by Chun Zhao's friend, Shui Yunqi. Ultimately, Nangongqi himself confirmed that the ancient elixir worth 100 million was, in fact, a full-fledged poison pill. Yubao Zhai had thus secured a profit without loss. Moreover, Yubao Zhai itself was a victim in this affair, had it not been for Nangongqi's reckless consumption of elixirs. Transforming into a human fountain, the annual grand auction would not have been forced to cease. As for the notion that spirit-refining pills could turn into poison, it was common knowledge that elixirs sealed in ancient times could undergo transformative changes over the years, necessitating further examination to determine their safety for consumption. Nangongqi's self-destructive actions could hardly be blamed on Yubao Zhai. Young Master Chun, here are the 1 million top-grade spirit stones from this auction. Zhu Tiansong said, presenting a storage ring with both hands. Typically, Yubao Zhai would charge a fee of 10% for consigned items, but the 2 projection stones were added last minute and not registered. Moreover, Zhu Tiansong had personally come to curry favor with Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao pushed the storage ring back and replied, "Senior, I desire the seven-colored celestial herb. Let these spirit stones serve as payment for it. The seven-colored celestial herb was a supreme rarity among spirit plants. Exceedingly rare in the world, it was the primary ingredient for crafting top-tier foundation establishment pills and the seven treasure glaze pills. Originally, Chun Xiao had come seeking the seven-colored celestial herb and intended to acquire it for 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Now, purchasing it for the same sum did not stray from the ordained narrative. Zhu Tiansong was momentarily taken aback before stuffing the storage ring back into Chun Xiao's hands. Laughing heartily, it is merely the seven-colored celestial herb. What harm is there in gifting it to young Master Chun? As he spoke, he immediately conveyed a message, instructing a steward to bring the herb over. Chun Xiao, not one to be overly formal, accepted the seven-colored celestial herb and said with a smile, "Should you encounter any matters in Aurora City, feel free to command me." Zhu Tiansong promptly replied, "Indeed, there is a matter. We at Yubao Zhai intend to open another branch in Aurora City." But at this point, Zhu Tiansong hesitated. Aurora City is one of the largest cities in the Northern Realm. In the inner city, rich in spiritual energy and possessing excellent feng shui, had long been occupied by various factions. The cost of establishing a new branch in the inner city was exorbitant. Chun Xiao understood Zhu Tiansong's implication and smiled. "The land deed for the Liu family will be delivered to you shortly." The Liu family had just been purged by the Chen family, and that sizable plot of land had attracted many eyes. Since Zhu Tiansong had broached the subject, Chun Xiao was happy to oblige. Yubao Zhai's business spanned the entire cultivation world, and cultivating relationship with them was mutually beneficial. "Thank you, young Master Chun. We at Yubao Zhai will acquire it at market price," Zhu Tiansong said. But before he could finish, Chun Xiao waved his hand. "It is merely a plot of land. Take it." Senior, Zhu Tiansong understood Chun Xiao's intention, and the two shared a hearty laugh. After some light conversation, Zhu Tiansong left the box, satisfied. Shui Yunqi and Lu Zhe exchanged glances, both registering the same look of confusion. At this moment, they were nearly certain that Chun Xiao had summoned them not for celebration. Just as they were about to inquire, the formation of the box shifted, as if someone were knocking at the door. Chun Xiao gestured for silence and placed the seven-colored celestial herb in the most prominent position before activating the formation. The woman with gray hair, dressed in gray robes and obscured features, entered. Mo Shui instantly spotted the seven-colored celestial herb, momentarily taken aback. Chun Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing Mo Shui. Rising to his feet, he bowed slightly. Junior Chun Xiao pays his respects to Senior Mo Shui. At Chun Xiao's words, Lu Zhe and Shui Yunqi sprang from their seats. Mo Shui. The alchemist Mo Shui. They gazed in astonishment at the gray-clad woman. Mo Shui, a paragon in the cultivation world known for her unparalleled skill in alchemy. She was also one of the aides arranged for Chun Xiao by Yun Ranyun. In the original narrative, Chun Xiao had befriended alchemist Mo Shui through the seven-colored celestial herb, securing her presence in the Chun family for a century of alchemy, which subsequently propelled the family to prosperity. However, in the altered storyline, Nan Gongqi had sought out Mo Shui early on and, during this auction, had used his overwhelming financial power to acquire the seven-colored celestial herb as a gift for her. Mo Shui was cultivated by the heavens for Chun Xiao, naturally possessing a portion of heavenly fortune. The antagonist system had seized that share of divine fortune as well. This moment, Mo Shui observed the trio's reactions. Momentarily stunned, she had come to Aurora City in pursuit of the seven-colored celestial herb, maintain a low profile. Mo Shui had disguised herself in this drab appearance. Yet she had not anticipated being found first by Nan Gongqi and now recognized by this young scion. Chun Xiao. She touched her face, for the first time, doubting her ability to disguise herself. However, her attention was soon captivated by the herb shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly. "I have come for the seven-colored celestial herb. May I inquire if young Master Chun would part with it?" Chapter 19. The guest elder Chun Xiao rose to his full height, gazing earnestly at Mo Shui, and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Senior Mo Shui, if you desire the seven-colored heavenly profound herb, I would be more than willing to oblige. However, I do have one condition." Mo Shui nodded slightly. Speak freely. Chun Shao continued. If you could become a guest elder of the Qin family, I assure you, not only the seven-colored heavenly profound herb, but even rarer spiritual plants and medicines I shall procure for you. Mo Shui was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had intended to refine pills for the Chun family for a century as repayment, yet she did not anticipate Chun Shao would propose such a request. Becoming a guest elder essentially meant joining the Chun family. While it entailed refining pills for the family, it also granted her the privileges of their support. After a brief contemplation, Mo Shui nodded. Very well. However, I can only remain in the Liuli immortal realm for 100 years. After that, I shall take my leave. Chun Shao was not surprised. He had already anticipated this. After a century, the senior would still hold the title of guest elder of the Chun family. Mo Shui's nod was an acceptance of the proposal. Chun Shao promptly presented the seven-colored heavenly profound herb with both hands. That Liu Zhe and Shui Yunqi were left utterly bewildered. It seemed Chun Shao had known all along that Mo Shui was present and in need of the herb. Thus, his initial aim was never the herb itself, but rather the Dan immortal Mo Shui. When did this young man become so cunning? Meanwhile, outside of Aurora City, within a concealed formation, Nangong Qi lay prostrate on the ground, staring blankly in a certain direction. His eyes resembled those of a dead fish, lacking any focus. How could this be happening? At this moment, the water attribute immortal spiritual root had been successfully forged. It was likely the only one of its kind among cultivators. However, it did not conflict with Nangong Qi's own cultivation methods. Instead, it allowed him to achieve a state of harmonious coexistence between water and fire, yin and yang, propelling his cultivation to a breakthrough beyond the Yuan-Ying stage, reaching the early stages of transformation. Yet a new problem arose. When Nangong Qi refrained from using true essence, everything remained tranquil. But once he activated his true essence, whether in practice or combat, his rear became akin to a torrent unleashed from a dam. Gushing uncontrollably, he would transform into a human fountain. The system, too, fell silent, evidently analyzing the situation at hand. However, in recent days, Nangong had repeatedly encountered setbacks at Chun Zhao's hands to protect Nangong Qi. The system had already expended considerable energy, subtly showing signs of regression that IT was unable to deduce where the current issue lay. Could it truly be, as Nangong Qi had surmised, that this was a fortuitous opportunity prepared by the Heavenly Dao for the protagonist, and that anyone else who dared to intervene would face backlash? Yet, this made little sense. Prior to arriving in Aurora City, Nangong Qi had already identified and claimed numerous opportunities originally belonging to Chun Shao under the system's guidance. Was there truly no way for the system to help him escape this predicament? After an indeterminate amount of time, Nangong Qi weakly uttered, "I don't know how much longer I can endure." The system remained silent for a long while before finally responding, "There is one remaining solution. Seize the Deluo sword cauldron." This innate, ordinary spiritual pill was forged by the Deluo sword master in search of a successor. Within the Deluo sword cauldron, not only lies the entire legacy of the Deluo sword master, but also a fragment of his lingering soul. Obtaining the Deluo sword cauldron should allow the host to resolve the backlash caused by the water attribute immortal spiritual root at this juncture. The system had classified Nangong Qi's spraying behavior as a backlash from the water attribute immortal spiritual root. Upon hearing the system's words, Nangong Qi felt a slight sense of relief. The Deluo sword master was a supreme figure renowned throughout the immortal domain. If he could acquire his legacy, then the current humiliation would pale in comparison. In Nangong Qi's eyes, the Deluo sword cauldron was already within his grasp. Although the cauldron was still an opportunity arranged by the Heavenly Dao for Chun Shao. The key to unlocking it was the water attribute immortal spiritual root forged from the innate ordinary spiritual pill. Moreover, Chun Shao remained oblivious to the existence of the Deluo sword cauldron. "Chun Shao, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. In the Chun family, I shall ensure their utter ruin." Nangong Qi had already attributed all of this to Chun Shao. Initially, his intent to deal with Chun Shao stemmed from the latter being the protagonist. As the destined antagonist, he was fated to intercept the protagonist's opportunities and seize his fortune. However, Nan Gongqi had now developed a profound hatred for Qin Shao. In a surge of emotion, Nan Gongqi's true essence involuntarily surged. Then, once again, a gray-yellow fountain erupted from his rear. Nan Gongqi. System. By the way, what has become of Sikong Zhao? Suddenly, Nan Gongqi recalled Sikong Zhao. Why had there been no news thus far? He cautiously retrieved a communication talisman, only to find no messages from Sikong Zhao. In the afternoon, when the auction commenced, he had arranged for Sikong Zhao to infiltrate the Chun family to rescue Xiao Yueqing. After the task was accomplished, they were to regroup here. Yet, at this moment, there was still no sign of him. While Nan Gongqi felt a sense of worry, he also experienced a flicker of relief. Thankfully, Sikong Zhao had not brought Xiao Yueqing along. Otherwise, his image would be. Sikong Zhao must have encountered unforeseen circumstances. The host's immediate priority is to swiftly adjust his state, then enter Yuxiao Mountain to retrieve the Deluo sword cauldron. As for the Qin family, there is no need for the host to be overly concerned. The Empress of Diyu and the 3 major holy lands have long been prepared to strike against the 8 great families. With the Qin family being the first target that time, the host need only employ a few tactics to ensure Chun Fingyang's failure in his tribulation, and the Chun family will inevitably face annihilation. Though Aurora City appears to be a fortress, it has long been infiltrated by the Empress with numerous spies and hidden agents, as for the female lead. The host may rescue her after obtaining the Deluo sword cauldron and restoring his body. In a bid to comfort Nan Gongqi, the system elaborated further. Xiao Yueqing is the destined female lead, endowed with the fortune of the Heavenly Dao, and is also designated as the primary consort for Nan Gongqi by the system. Nan Gongqi let out a slight sigh of relief. His gaze gradually regained clarity, and the hatred within his eyes diminished somewhat. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something. What about Mo Shui? Never mind. I shall forego her. The system fell silent. Mo Shui was the only one who had witnessed Nan Gongqi's entire embarrassing ordeal present. Nan Gongqi likely lacked the courage to even face her. After a considerable period, Nan Gongqi finally mustered the strength to rise, cleanse himself of the filth, and change into a fresh set of clothes. He then exited the concealed formation, staggering toward the direction of Yuxiao Mountain. Presently, Nan Gongqi no longer dared to use his sword, fearing he would transform into a human fountain once more. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more in Nan Gongqi's mind. Chun Shao returned to the Qin family alongside Lu Zhe, Shui Yunqi, and the still gray Mo Shui. Along the way, many were discussing the recent events. It was said that someone had been flying in the sky while simultaneously spraying, nearly causing a rain of filth to descend upon Aurora City. Many had clearly seen that the individual in question was none other than the young lord of the Tianyang Marquise, Nan Gongqi. Shortly thereafter, the happenings at the Yubao Pavilion auction spread throughout the city. Thus, this young lord of the Tianyang Marquise became the focal point of Aurora City, the Chun family. Great elder, I have brought a guest elder for the Qin family. You must come and receive her. Upon entering the main gate, Chun Shao shouted loudly. Qin Jinluo had departed, and Chun Fengyang was in seclusion. As such, the highest-ranking individual in the Qin family was now the great elder, Qin Wenxiu. While perusing alchemical texts in his study, the great elder Qin Wenxiu was taken aback upon hearing Chun Zhao's commotion that a guest elder hold a position of great esteem within the family and enjoys the family support. Given the Chun family's standing in the cultivation world, not just anyone could become a guest elder. Ordinary cultivators, unless they are exceptionally powerful beings at the transformation stage, would not qualify. The Qin family has not had a guest elder in nearly a century. Before leaving, the family head mentioned that Shower had taken on a master. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Wenxiu set aside the alchemical texts and hastened to the front hall. This is, upon seeing the seemingly unremarkable woman in gray attire and gray hair beside Qin Shao, he couldn't help but feel astonished. This is Chun Zhao's master. Qin Shao grinned broadly. This is the Dan immortal Mo Shui. And she is now our Chun family's guest elder, Dan immortal Mo Shui. Upon hearing Chun Zhao's words, Even with Chun Wenchu's composure, he could not help but raise his tone. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Mo Shui. Chun Wenchu was well aware of what the title Dancian Mo Shui represented. Such an extraordinary individual becoming a guest elder of the Chun family. To become a guest elder of the Chun family equated to joining the family. Even the great Yuan immortal dynasty and the three sacred sects had no right to invite a Dancian to join. Mo Shui nodded slightly, acknowledging that she had met a fellow cultivator. Then, with a gentle flick of her sleeve, she dispelled her disguise, revealing a stunning woman clad in a dark green dress, her flowing black hair reminiscent of clouds, and her beauty unparalleled. Chapter 20. I don't eat beef. It truly is Dancian Mo Shui. She is indeed as breathtaking as the legends described. Chun Wenchu felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pie, his entire being engulfed in a daze. Given Dancian Mo Shui's standing in the cultivation world, even the ancestral figure of the Chun family, Chun Fengyang, would have to treat her with utmost respect. Now, she had become a guest elder of the Chun family. Even if Mo Shui were to do nothing at all, simply the knowledge that she was a guest elder would elevate the Chun family's status in the cultivation realm by several tiers. Such is the influence of a Dancian. Noticing that Chun Wenchu was in a stupor, Chun Xiao urged, "Elder, you should swiftly arrange a pill chamber for Elder Mo Shui." Coming back to his senses, Chun Wenchu hurriedly replied, "A pill chamber? Yes, yes, yes. Fellow cultivator, please follow me." Mo Shui cast a glance at Chun Xiao, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her cool eyes, and then she departed with Chun Wenchu. "Disciple, you are simply extraordinary." Yin Ranyan's voice chimed in Chun Xiao's ears. "I thought you were merely using that 3-yin divine water to deal with the destined villain. But it turns out your ultimate goal was Mo Shui." With Nan Gongqi's wealth, Chun Xiao could not hope to compete for the 7-colored heavenly Xian grass. Yet he had, through the 3-yin divine water, tainted the innate anti-spirits pill. This not only caused Nan Gongqi to lose face publicly, but also weakened the villain-S system. Halting the auction and allowing Chun Xiao to procure the 7-colored heavenly Xian grass directly from Zhu Tiansong, further pulling Mo Shui closer to the Chun family. Chun Xiao grinned. "Just look at whose disciple I am." Yin Ranyan chuckled. "Indeed, you are the disciple of the heavenly path. In a couple of days, I shall personally head to Aurora City, and we will join forces to take down the great villain." Lu Zhe and Shui Yunqi also approached Chun Xiao. Liu Zhe stared at Chun Xiao in astonishment. "So, you just brought the esteemed Dancian back to the Chun family like that?" Shui Yunqi added. "You didn't summon us merely for a celebration, did you?" Chun Xiao laughed heartily, throwing an arm around their shoulders. "Of course it's for a celebration. Didn't you notice I've already consolidated my foundation? As for the Dancian elder, it was merely luck, sheer luck. Dancian Mo Shui was, after all, an ally arranged for Chun Xiao by the heavenly path. If she had been in a place beyond his reach, would the villain have been able to snatch her away? If Nan Gongqi had truly pursued Mo Shui elsewhere, Chun Xiao at his current stage would have been powerless to intervene, that he would have had to wait for the tribulation, hoping Mo Shui could refine the immortal pills, and then seize the opportunity later. Let us go, let us go. I've successfully consolidated my foundation and earned 2 million high-grade spirit stones. We should celebrate properly." As he spoke, Chun Xiao dragged the two away from the Chun family. Chun Daqiang followed closely behind, taking small, careful steps as for Mo Shui's affairs. Chun Wenchu would handle them appropriately. Although Chun Xiao was the young master of the Chun family, he was still a junior and had no need to concern himself with such matters. Suddenly, Lu Zhe asked, "By the way, how did you provoke Nan Gongqi?" Nan Gongqi was the son of the Tianyang Marquis, a genius from the royal capital, while Chun Xiao was a dandy from the northern region. They seemed worlds apart. Chun Xiao scoffed. "He came looking for trouble with me." Nan Gongqi was initially a minor antagonist. Under normal circumstances, when Chun Xiao left Aurora City to train, he would clash with Nan Gongqi over some treasure, further igniting conflict between the Chun family and the Tianyang Marquis. At that point, Chun Xiao would have matured and, after a fierce battle, would have made a name for himself in the Great Yu immortal dynasty by stepping on Nan Gongqi's face, vindicating himself. However, now, Nan Gongqi had been selected and bound by the villain system, gaining foreknowledge of these developments. Thus, he took the initiative to come to Aurora City to trouble Chen Xiao, and he had already obtained the treasure that would instigate their conflict. Shui Yunqi furrowed his brows upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Could it be that the one from the royal capital is planning to take action against our cultivation families? Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Shui Yunqi and Lu Zhe exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Iron Bull beef noodles? Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a modest noodle shop. Lu Zhe looked on in surprise. Iron Bull was a type of first-grade spirit beast, famed among cultivators for its tender and flavorful meat, rich in spiritual energy, and was one of the most common edible spirit beasts in the cultivation realm. Yes, indeed. Iron Bull beef noodles. Boss, 3 bowls of beef noodles. And hold the scallions. Chen Xiao called out to the shopkeeper as he entered. The establishment was small, and at that moment, there were no other patrons inside. The owner, a short, dark-skinned man, visibly changed his expression upon seeing the trio enter, but quickly greeted them warmly. Welcome, young masters. The Iron Bull beef noodles will be ready shortly. No scallions, of course. Immediately, the 3 found seat. Chen Xiao whispered, that owner is looking at us oddly. I bet he has added a lot of scallions. Shui Yunqi and Lu Zhe were puzzled. They had no idea Chen Xiao disliked scallions. However, the shopkeeper did seem a bit off. Soon, the owner brought over 3 large bowls of beef noodles and set them down on the rather rustic table. Iron Bull beef noodles. Enjoy, esteemed guests. Lu Zhe leaned in to take a look and found only beef and noodles in the bowl, with no scallions as Chen Xiao had mentioned. That he chuckled, old Chen. You guessed wrong this time. There are no scallions. As Chen Xiao stared at the bowl of beef noodles, his expression gradually turned colder, and then a sneer crept on his lips. I don't eat beef. With that, Chen Xiao abruptly flipped the table, then swung a hand towards the shopkeeper. The owner had not anticipated such a reaction from Chen Xiao. His expression momentarily froze, but soon a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Since you have come to my door, I shall deal with these 3 little nuisances first. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from the seemingly unremarkable man, who appeared to be merely at the peak of foundation establishment. At that moment, he exuded the might of a transformation stage expert. In an instant, Shui Yunqi and Lu Zhe felt the looming threat of death. But before that pressure could fully manifest, the large red dog lying at Chen Zhao's feet lunged forward, pinning the shopkeeper to the ground. The initial wave of transformation stage energy was swiftly suppressed. Chen Zhao's foot had already connected with the owner's face. How dare you serve me beef when I don't eat it? Are you tired of living? Bystanders, seeing the commotion, quickly stepped aside. You don't eat beef? Then why come to a beef noodle shop? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yet Chen Xiao was a notorious figure in Aurora City. With this little master causing a ruckus, no one dared intervene. Moreover, with 2 other formidable allies by his side, this trio was a force to be reckoned with in the northern region of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Lu Zhe and Shui Yunqi were drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, they had almost believed they were going to die here. Chen Xiao was not here for noodles. He was here to settle scores. Shui Yunqi quickly realized the absurdity of the situation. A powerful cultivator at the transformation stage would never disguise themselves as a mere foundation establishment practitioner running a noodle shop on the street. Without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick to the face of the noodle shop owner. I want scallions. Why didn't you put any scallions in? Why no scallions? Lu Zhe, meanwhile, fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Daqiang. Old Chen, where did you find this dog? A transformation stage expert, reduced to being trampled on the ground by this mutt. Chapter 21, viciously kicking the cripple's good leg upon hearing this. Chen Xiao proudly declared his name is Chen Daqiang, that my Chen family is both grand and powerful. Chen Daqiang, what a splendid name. Lu Zhe smirked, muttering, tomorrow I shall find myself a Lu Dazhuang. The Lu family is grand and strong too. Immediately after, Lu Zhe raised his foot and delivered another brutal kick to the noodle shop owner's face. I want to eat noodles. Want to eat noodles. Why are you serving me so much? At that moment, the 3 young rascals were filled with exhilaration, kicking the noodle shop owner's face with even greater fervor. After all, it was the face of a transformation stage expert. This novel experience might not come around again anytime soon. To outsiders, these 3 rascals were clearly abusing their power, using a dog to commit acts of violence against a humble, honest cultivator. One refused to eat beef, another refused noodles, and the last one screamed for scallions. What then were they doing at a beef noodle shop to seek attention? In no time, the noodle shop owner lay on the ground, battered and bruised, barely clinging to life. The bruises were inflicted by Chun Xiao and his companions, while his near-death state was courtesy of the fire Qilin. The small noodle shop was left in tatters, as the three rampaged through it like a whirlwind. "What are you staring at? Hurry and scram," Lu Zhe bellowed upon noticing the onlookers lingering in the distance. Although Chen Xiao, Lu Zhe, and Shui Yunqi had not brought any followers this time, their notorious reputations preceded them. Instantly, the cultivators on the street scattered in a frenzy. Fleeing in terror, satisfied, Lu Zhe continued his assault. "Master, the ground is empty. There's a large spatial teleportation array below." Chun Daqiang's voice echoed in Chun Zhao's mind. As a high-tier divine beast, the fire Qilin possessed a heightened sense of awareness, allowing it to easily locate the crucial spot within the noodle shop. This large teleportation array could transport up to 10,000 individuals at once, according to the Heavenly Dao scrolls, whether in the normal narrative or the altered one. On the day Chun Fengyang faced tribulation, the Chun family was besieged by numerous unknown cultivators. This noodle shop, Iron Bull Beef Noodles, was one of the first places those unknown cultivators appeared. Chun Zhao's expression turned grim. "It's ruined." "Yes, master." At once, the fire Qilin transformed into a streak of flame and plunged into the earth below. Destroying such a teleportation array was the optimal choice as for tampering with it. Today, Chun Xiao intended to uproot all hidden threats within Aurora City while the opponent remained unguarded. Once, twice, perhaps it could be deemed coincidence. However, once all hidden threats in Aurora City were eliminated, even a fool would not dare to use the city's teleportation array again, other than the teleportation array beneath. The noodle shop held no other noteworthy features. After the fire Qilin obliterated the teleportation array, it thoroughly buried the vast space below before resurfacing. Once this was accomplished, the trio departed from the noodle shop, with the fire Qilin, Chun Daqiang, clutching the unconscious noodle shop owner in its jaws, trailing behind. After all, this was a transformation stage expert. It would be a waste to let him go. However, as the three exited the noodle shop, an elderly man clad in coarse robes, hunchbacked and limping, obstructed Chun Xiao's path. He first glanced at the noodle shop owner being carried by the crimson dog before solemnly advising, "Young friend, one should show mercy when possible. Otherwise, calamity will surely come." The old man's voice was hoarse yet resonated with an extraordinary clarity, echoing like a great bell in the ears of the trio. Upon seeing the limping elder, Chun Xiao paused momentarily before smiling and replying, "Old man, why don't you enlighten us on who is truly the calamity for whom?" The elder raised an eyebrow, refraining from further discourse. With a swift motion, he drew forth a hazy sword light aimed directly at Chun Xiao. "Bark! Bark! Bark!" At that instant, as the sword light surged forth, the dog's barks rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that rendered the surrounding air intensely scorching. The gray sword light was obliterated in an instant by the flames that a divine beast. The limping elder's complexion shifted dramatically. In that moment, he finally comprehended how the noodle shop owner, a transformation stage expert, had been subdued by Chun Xiao, that a divine beast was at his side. Buzz! The limping elder's reaction was swift. With a fierce push of his good leg, he propelled himself backward, while simultaneously forming seals with his hands. A nebulous black mist coalesced around him, and within that mist, the silhouette of a massive black python writhed. Divine transformation! In the next instant, the giant python surged forth from the black mist, lunging at Chen Xiao. But by then, the fire Qilin had dropped the noodle shop owner and positioned itself in front of Chen Xiao, opening its jaws wide to swallow the divine transformation whole. This was a high-tier divine beast, yet a divine beast dog. Within the black mist, the limping elder's eyes were filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, laced with confusion. A late-stage transformation expert, he had seen much in his lifetime. Yet he could not fathom what kind of divine beast this dog was. Its overwhelming presence rivaled that of a high-tier divine beast. But a dog, a high-tier divine beast dog? He had never heard of such a thing. Was this a new mutated breed? In the fleeting moment the limping elder was lost in thought, Chen Daqiang had already lunged into the black mist. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the gray mist dispersed. The limping elder found himself toppled to the ground, his chest crushed beneath the enormous weight of the Crimson Dog. I could see that moment. Chen Daqiang seemed imbued with immense strength. No matter how the elder struggled, he could not break free. Fear flickered in the elder's eyes. A peak transformation stage, high-tier divine beast. How could such a creature exist in Aurora City? Even a tribulation stage old monster would stand no chance against this divine beast. You came looking for trouble, and here you are, presenting yourself to me, Chun Shao remarked with a sinister smile, eyeing the limping elder. This elder was a member of the inner sect of the Xintian sect. The noodle shop owner was also affiliated with the sect. In the altered narrative, when Chun Fengyang failed his tribulation and perished. The limping elder had seized the opportunity to strike, killing 5 of the Chun family's transformation stage elders and completely shattering the family's backbone. Now, although those events had yet to transpire, during the grand narrative overhaul, Chun Shao had developed a profound hatred for this limping elder. Initially, he thought it would be challenging to locate the cripple, but unexpectedly, he had delivered himself right to his doorstep. In that case, Chun Shao would not hold back. Regardless of the circumstances, it was time to deliver a beating. Without delay, Chun Shao dashed forward and delivered a brutal kick to the elder's good leg. At that moment, the power of the fire Qilin surged, thoroughly suppressing the elder's true essence. Though he struggled and howled, he could not escape that Liu Zhe, witnessing the scene, chuckled, a cripple. If one leg is lame, how can you call it a true limp? Only when both legs are lame can it be deemed a proper cripple. As he spoke, Liu Zhe retrieved an oversized wolf fawn club, about a yard long and a foot thick, from his storage ring. Old Chun, step aside. He swung the wolf fawn club, aiming it at the elder's good leg. Seeing this, Chun Shao was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! Crack! The wolf fawn club struck the elder's good leg with a resounding thud. Instantly, a piercing scream filled the air as the elder's good leg was crushed beyond recognition. Liu Zhe burst into laughter, reveling in the sight, though he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. The wolf fawn club in his hands was a top-tier magical artifact. That moment, with the elder's power suppressed by the fire Qilin, he could not harness his true essence. Even if his physical body were formidable, it could not withstand the crushing blow of a top-tier magical artifact. Old Liu, let me have a turn too. Upon witnessing the scene, Shui Yunqi seized the wolf fawn club from Liu Zhe and struck once more at the leg. Bang! This blow shattered the leg of the cripple beyond repair. The wretched cries of the cripple echoed through the empty street, lingering in the air for an extended period. The cultivators who had previously been driven from the street shuddered upon hearing the sound, wondering who the unfortunate soul was that had provoked those 3 formidable figures. Fortunately, they had fled in time. Otherwise, they too might have faced dire consequences. Chapter 22, The Mutated Superior Divine Beast. Eternal Hellfire Phoenix. The cripple's good leg was irrevocably ruined, now lying on the ground as he foamed at the mouth. Old Chun, who on earth is this person? Shui Yunqi inquired, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread as he gazed at the fallen figure. The noodle shop owner was merely a cultivator in the early stages of the transformation realm, yet this suddenly appeared cripple was a bona fide late-stage transformation realm expert. In the cultivation world, those in the tribulation stage refrained from acting recklessly to confront the tribulation, while late-stage transformation realm cultivators represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. The heads of the 8 great families and the 3 esteemed sects all possessed this level of cultivation. Chun Shao delivered a kick to the face of the cripple, sneering, "This is Wei Jiao, an elder of the Xintian sect. He has been lurking undercover in my Aurora City, waiting to cause trouble while my ancestor undergoes tribulation." Upon hearing Chun Zhao's words, Wei Jiao's heart sank. It was indeed not a mere coincidence. The Xintian sect's machinations within Aurora City had likely been exposed. Noticing Wei Jiao's reaction, Chun Shao gestured to Chen Daqiang, who promptly stepped forward and stamped his foot on Wei Jiao's face, knocking him unconscious. Liu Zhe was somewhat slow in processing the situation, but he soon grasped the gravity of the matter. So, this is the sacred land of the immortals making a move against our cultivation families? What about our side in Yueching? Shui Yunqi cast a worried glance at Qin Shao, who nodded in affirmation. It is not only the sacred land of the immortals that is involved. There is also the notification to the Danyu cultivation dynasty, that esteemed empress of the Danyu, within the scroll of Heavenly Dao. The altered narrative foretold that after the Chun family's downfall, the Liu family of Yueching and the Shui family of Binglan City would soon follow suit. This was precisely why Qian Shao had summoned Liu Zhe and Shui Yunqi. The three great families of the northern region were akin to the local overlords of the Danyu dynasty. If they did not witness firsthand the schemes laid against the Chun family, they would likely dismiss any assaults upon their doorstep as mere trifles. Thus, Qian Shao had summoned them, guiding them to witness the unfolding events. But fret not, our ancestor is on the verge of transcending the tribulation. These individuals intend to strike during that pivotal moment. As long as the Chun family endures, none shall lay a finger upon your families. Qin Zhao's words were delivered with a nonchalant air. Nevertheless, Shui Yunqi and Liu Zhe could not maintain their composure. Although they were known for their frivolous nature, they were not devoid of awareness. At this moment, they had no desire to reminisce with Qian Shao and promptly departed from Aurora City, utilizing the teleportation array to return to their respective families. After Shui Yunqi and Liu Zhe's departure, Qin Shao returned to the Qin family. Meanwhile, within Aurora City, yet another powerful figure, whose strength was not inferior to Wei Jiu's, remained hidden. However, with Wei Jiu captured, that individual would undoubtedly become more vigilant. Qin Zhao's presence at this juncture was akin to offering himself as a sacrifice in the Chun family's prison. Qin Shao personally cast the noodle shop owner and Wei Jiu into a cell. Within the same confinement, two others were also present: Xiao Yuqing, her eyes blindfolded, and Xikong Zhao, who had come to rescue her at this moment. The four of them were tightly bound by iron chains to a pillar, rendered immobile. Qin Shao looked at Xikong Zhao and clicked his tongue. You dare to intrude upon a prison personally established by an immortal. Should I call you ignorant or audacious? Within the prison, without the exclusive token of the Chun family, anyone entering, regardless of their cultivation level below that of an immortal, would find their powers restricted. Hence, Qin Shao had never been concerned that Xiao Yuqing would be rescued. Qin Shao, Xiao Yuqing began to speak, but was interrupted by the sound of receding footsteps. A bitter sensation welled up in her heart, a feeling known as regret. She had grown up alongside Qin Shao, yet had been swayed by the words of outsiders, leading her to betray both him and the Chun family. As night fell, Qin Shao sat cross-legged upon his bed. Thunder rumbled in his ears as he faced the impending tribulation. Just the previous night, he had confronted the trials of the Heavenly Dao, transforming into a manifestation of his inner demons to battle against 81 demon beasts undergoing transformation tribulations. Although his cultivation had not increased, his combat experience and true fighting abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. In the past, Qin Shao had been merely a sheltered young man, his fighting style akin to street brawling. Now, below him lay a black phoenix undergoing transformation tribulation, a mutated superior divine beast. The eternal hellfire phoenix, a being far more powerful than the fire Qilin. Such an extraordinary divine beast was exceedingly rare. It was said that within the flames of the eternal hellfire phoenix lay the essence of a true hell, a creature that defied the heavens. These beasts had scarce bloodlines, and the process of transcending tribulation was fraught with peril. Even those fortunate enough to succeed would suffer irreparable damage to their Dao, rendering them incapable of immortality or ascension. The phoenix, stretching 10 zhang in length, with crimson feathers and black plumage, now lay prostrated on the ground, trembling and feared. O heavens, the eye of divine punishment! Woe is me, my ancestors spoke the truth. The eternal hellfire phoenix cannot achieve transformation. By the Heavenly Dao, I truly know not what sins I committed in my past life to be reborn as an eternal hellfire phoenix. Yet in this life, I have genuinely performed good deeds. Striving to be a virtuous bird, I beseech the Heavenly Dao for a chance to allow a fragment of my soul to reincarnate. In my next life, I shall be a humble sparrow and never again aspire to be a divine beast. A melodious yet tearful voice echoed in Chun Zhao's ears. He was momentarily taken aback. The eternal Hellfire Phoenix? Master, is this your way of finding me a little brother? Yun Ranran declared proudly. Indeed, this little phoenix is a mutated superior divine beast that appears once in several million years throughout the entire celestial realm. Its combat prowess surpasses that of the fire Qilin. Chun Xiao could not help but swallow hard. It was said that the eternal Hellfire Phoenix was a creature that defied the heavens. Yin Ranran nodded in agreement. In the ancient era, there existed an eternal Hellfire Phoenix that reached the level of an immortal king. Break through to become an immortal emperor, it unleashed the fires of hell, incinerating an entire realm, reducing countless celestial beings to ashes, resulting in its ultimate demise at the hands of the chaos divine punishment. Consequently, this lineage was blacklisted by the Heavenly Dao, prohibited from achieving immortality or longevity. However, now that I am the Heavenly Dao, the tribulations and punishments fall under our purview. Whether or not she succeeds in transcending her tribulation is merely a matter for us to decide. Yun Ranran chuckled mischievously, and Chun Xiao felt a surge of excitement. While the fire Qilin was a formidable divine beast, it was not without its counterparts in the cultivation world. Yet this eternal Hellfire Phoenix before him was likely unique. Even in the realm of immortals, Chun Xiao wished to transform into his inner demons and spar with the little phoenix, but upon seeing her cowering on the ground with her head buried in her wings, waiting for death, he abandoned that idea. Boom! Purple-golden thunder intertwined, forming a colossal hand that descended from the clouds, seizing the little phoenix and retracting into the celestial realm. Chapter 23. The Unparalleled Sword Eye. Whoever is stared at will die. The little phoenix lay amidst the tribulation clouds, staring in astonishment at the young man seated before her. Dressed in a jade-colored brocade robe and adorned with a purple-golden crown, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a worldly prince. Yet in his every gesture, there was a profound pressure emanating from the Heavenly Dao. Why is there someone amidst the tribulation? She pondered aloud. Wait. No. Have I truly succeeded in transcending my tribulation? In the blink of an eye, the little phoenix transformed into a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old maiden, with finely sculpted brows and bright features. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, clad in a fiery red gown. She stood playfully before Chun Xiao. Yet in the next moment, she reverted to her original form, that of a phoenix. How much more comfortable it is to be in the shape of a bird. It was only then that she realized something. Heavens, the Tao of heaven. The little phoenix gazed at Chun Xiao, letting out a piercing scream of disbelief. Unless the Tao of heaven permits it, her kind could never succeed in transcending the tribulation. In the ancestral memories, the ancestors of the eternal Hellfire Phoenix clan had employed countless methods to successfully transform and transcend. There was even an ancestor who sought the protection of the Celestial Emperor. Ultimately, chaos descended upon them, reducing them to ash. But the Tao of heaven, it is a mere youth? Chun Xiao shook his head. I'm not the great Tao of heaven. I am but a disciple of the Tao, a little master of the Tao. Indeed, Chun Xiao is my disciple, came the voice of Yun Ranyan, imbued with the unique pressure of the Tao. The little phoenix immediately prostrated herself on the ground. Are you willing to submit to my disciple and become his bird? Chun Xiao interjected. Wait, become my bird? That sounds rather peculiar. The little phoenix's eyes brightened instantly. I am willing. Feng Zhichu pays respects to the great Tao of heaven and the little master of the Tao. Chun Xiao slightly parted his lips. Feng Zhichu it is, then, that he had initially considered calling her Chun Zhuang. However, Lu Zhe mentioned he was looking for a Lu de Zhuang to take back. The name Zhuang was thus relinquished to him. Furthermore, this little phoenix was female and could transform into a beauty as radiant as a flower. Calling her Chun Zhuang or Feng de Zhuang would not be fitting. Yun Ranyan nodded in satisfaction. She then wielded the power of the Tao to send Feng Zhichu to the Chun family, where she would accompany Chun Chong. Subsequently, with a wave of her hand, the power of the Tao enveloped Chun Xiao, transporting him from the tribulation to an endless expanse of starry sky. Yun Ranyan remained as she always was, donned in a flowing white gown. her hair like clouds, and her delicate face flawless and enchanting. That moment, she sat upon a swing woven from starlight. Disciple, tonight I shall truly impart my mystical arts to you. Upon hearing Yun Ranyan's words, Chun Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since becoming a disciple of the Tao, he had only learned one technique, the Nine Heavens Thunder Decree of Tribulation Control, and had not acquired any mystical arts. The night before, during the Heart Demon Tribulation, he had merely employed the most basic sword technique while battling the Tribulation Beast, as for the Chun family's mystical arts. Prior to this, Chun Xiao had been too lazy to practice, let alone learn any mystical arts. Wu Shuang's sword eyes. In the next moment, Yun Renyin lightly tapped with her delicate hand that a stream of light surged into Chun Zhao's brow. Spreading through his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by a blinding whiteness in the next instant. His gaze sharpened, and two piercing beams of sword light erupted from his eyes, shooting forth over 10 feet. As the sword light dissipated, Chun Zhao's vision returned to normal. These Wushuang sword eyes, Chun Xiao swallowed hard. Yun Renyin nodded. Whoever you glare shall meet their demise. Your gaze is akin to sword light, capable of killing without a trace. Chun Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Master, are there any other mystical arts? Yun Renyan's expression turned stern. One must not be greedy. Once you master the Wushuang sword eyes, I shall teach you more. Now, go and cultivate as she spoke. Yun Renyin waved her sleeve, preparing to send Chun Xiao back to the tribulation. Wait, Chun Xiao hurriedly exclaimed. Master, this is a humble offering from your disciple. As he spoke, Chun Xiao retrieved a feast from his storage ring, laying it before Yun Renyin. Her eyes brightened at the sight. She had previously noticed him packing a banquet into his storage ring, but had not given it much thought, unaware it was intended for her. Well, at least you have a bit of conscience. Although Yun Renyin was the Tao of heaven, she was not above enjoying food and drink. She had long been tempted by the delicious fare of the mortal realm. Yet, she was bound by her Tao state, unable to descend to the mortal realm. Thus, she could only gaze hungrily from afar. Chun Xiao had heard her swallow enviously during mealtime, prompting him to bring a feast this time. Very well, I shall accept this. And you may proceed to cultivate. With a wave of her hand, Yun Renyin sent Chun Xiao away. She then approached the table, savoring the delicacies from the realm of cultivation, indifferent to their spiritual or medicinal properties, relishing only their exquisite flavors in a certain celestial domain. Amidst the myriad realms of the immortal world, the cultivation world, and the mortal realm, countless beasts were undergoing tribulation and transformation at every moment. The targets Chun Xiao chose for his cultivation were among the most formidable of divine beasts. After their tribulation and transformation, they were at least at the divine transformation stage. During his cultivation, Chun Xiao would embody the heart demon and infiltrate the consciousness of these beasts, using the power of his heart demon to suppress their cultivation to match his own level before engaging them in battle. For the tribulation beasts, this was an exceptionally perilous heart demon trial, a true battle of life and death. Thus, they would unleash their utmost power, even exceeding their limits. For Chun Xiao, this was also a trial of life and death. Should the heart demon be vanquished by the tribulation beast, Chun Xiao would not perish, but would profoundly experience the despair and agony preceding death. If Chun Xiao were to venture out now in search of opportunities, the scripted antagonist would undoubtedly lay in wait along his path. It was far better to remain in the tribulation and develop cautiously until he grew sufficiently powerful to confront the destined antagonist head-on. That evening, Chun Xiao officially began to cultivate the first mystical art he had learned from the Tao, the Wushuang sword eyes that, as dawn broke in the east, Nangong Qi, through sheer physical prowess, had sprinted his way to the foot of Yuxiao Mountain. At this moment, gazing upon the majestic mountain range before him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His surprise, the rigorous run had slightly enhanced his physical strength. The super-grade immortal artifact, the Deluo sword cauldron, lay beneath this very mountain. Nangong Qi's eyes sparkled, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his tone. System, there won't be any issues this time. Will there? Upon scanning the area, the system confirmed that no living beings were present near the Deluo sword cauldron. The key to unlocking the Deluo Sword Cauldron was the host's immortal spiritual root. Without the spiritual root, even the destined protagonist could not access the cauldron. Moreover, the destined protagonist would not even find this place. Excellent. Nangong Chi promptly activated a soil escape talisman. In the next moment, a grayish-yellow water column erupted from his rear, and he vanished into the mountain. Chapter 24. Is there a ghost? Guided by the system. Nangong Chi swiftly located the Deluo Sword Cauldron deep underground at the base of Yuxiao Mountain. After changing into a fresh set of robes, he stood solemnly before the cauldron, holding a luminous night pearl that illuminated the imposing vessel. The Deluo Sword Cauldron towered approximately 6 zhang. Its ancient bronze hue gleaming. It featured a single vessel, 2 ears, and 3 legs, embodying the profound principle of Dao giving rise to 1, which in turn birthed 2. Then 3, leading to the myriad beings. This moment, the cauldron exuded a heavy, lifeless aura, indistinguishable from the surrounding stubborn stones. The Deluo Sword Cauldron was buried 300 miles beneath the earth, surrounded by a natural barrier, which explained why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Standing before the cauldron, Nangong Chi murmured, "Were it not for the system's guidance, even if this cauldron were placed before me, I would not recognize it in its current state." The Deluo Sword Cauldron appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable attributes. System, what should I do next? Nangong Chi inhaled deeply, inquiring. The host merely needs to channel their true essence and refine it. Nangong Chi nodded, then placed his hand upon one of the legs of the tripod. With a thunderous roar, the true essence within him surged forth. That very moment, a gray-yellow fountain erupted from behind him. Nangong Chi, system, host, remain calm. As long as you successfully refine the Deluo Sword Tripod and obtain the inheritance of the Deluo Swordmaster, you'll be able to resolve the backlash from your spiritual roots. The system's voice echoed in Nangong Chi's mind, striving to alleviate his embarrassment. With gritted teeth, Nangong Chi accelerated the circulation of his true essence, desperately trying to awaken his water attribute spiritual root. As his true essence flowed, the torrent behind him intensified. Soon, Nangong Chi transformed once more into a colossal humanoid fountain. Yet this time, he remained oblivious, focusing entirely on refining the Deluo Sword Tripod before him. As his true essence poured in, the Deluo Sword Tripod began to tremble slightly, a faint azure radiance enveloping its massive body, reminiscent of a slumbering giant beast slowly awakening in the shadows. In a place devoid of light, Chun Zhao's shadow demon avatar watched with crossed arms. He was not surprised by Nangong Chi's cultivation reaching the god transformation stage. In the altered narrative, it was through the innate anti-spirit pill that Nangong Chi had attained this level. Chun Zhao had merely added a touch of enhancement to the pill without compromising its fundamental properties. Otherwise, the antagonist system, which even the heavens feared, would surely have detected it. Although his master had stated that he could not kill the antagonist before the system's energy was exhausted. Even if he could not slay him, he must ensure that the so-called antagonist system suffered a significant loss. Chun Zhao's shadow demon avatar was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet prior to this, with his modest capabilities, he could not fully control this body to unleash its maximum potential. The shadow demon had just taken form when Chun Zhao refined it. Its memories were a blank slate. Aside from its innate talents, it held no experiential knowledge for Chun Zhao to draw upon. However, in the past few days, Chun Zhao had been honing his skills atop the heavenly tribulation, using the heart demon tribulation to manifest as a late-stage nascent soul shadow demon. Battling against tribulation beasts, after countless trials, he had managed to master this body and explore its capabilities further. More importantly, the shadow demon avatar could also wield the unparalleled sword eyes. It was time. A brilliance ignited in Chun Zhao's eyes. With a flick of his hand, a spiritual stone appeared in his palm. In the next moment, he crushed the stone. With a thunderous explosion, the concealed inverted 5-element killing formation revealed itself. In an instant, 5 beams of light, green, red, white, black, and yellow, shot skyward, intertwining and colliding in midair, creating a massive whirlwind of 5 colors that engulfed Nangong Chi. Not good. Nan Gongqi's expression changed drastically that he had established a preliminary connection with the Luo sword tripod and was at a critical juncture in unsealing it. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of a killing array. Nevertheless, Nan Gongqi reacted swiftly. The moment the inverted five-element killing formation appeared, a large seal materialized above his head, with golden light cascading downward to shield his body. System, what is happening now? Nan Gongqi's voice trembled. How many times had it been since arriving in Aurora City, apart from the initial occasion when he had used Xiao Yuqing to scheme against Chen Xiao, causing him to lose his fiancée, to another, and extracting a bit of fortune from him? Unexpected events had continuously occurred. According to the system's detection, there are no living beings within a 10-mile radius. This formation, the system's words were abruptly interrupted by Nan Gongqi in "Oh, living beings. Then what is that? Could it be a ghost?" In the darkness, Chen Xiao emerged wielding an immortal sword, advancing step by step. His form was shrouded in a haze, rendering his true appearance and cultivation completely obscured. Without any life fluctuations, he was neither a living being nor a human. The system's voice rang out frantically, clearly able to perceive Chen Xiao's shadow demon avatar. Yet at that moment, the shadow demon was merely a silhouette, not alive, nor possessing any human essence. Not a life fluctuation. Could it truly be a ghost? Nan Gongqi's expression grew increasingly ferocious. His true essence surged wildly. The fountain behind him erupted more violently. Above his head, the large seal radiated with an ever-brighter brilliance. The pure golden curtain enveloped Nan Gongqi and the Luo sword tripod entirely. This was undoubtedly a supreme defensive treasure. That was also the very artifact that later became the source of enmity between Chen Xiao and Nan Gongqi, though it had now been preemptively claimed by Nan Gongqi. Crackling sounds echoed through the air, a spine-chilling symphony as the might of the inverted five-element killing formation clashed with the golden seal. In the void, dust and debris flew, and terrifying shockwaves erupted continuously. Were it not for the underground space being a manifestation of the Luo sword tripod's celestial power, it would have surely collapsed long ago. Chen Xiao, sword in hand, continued to approach Nan Gongqi. The terrifying forces swirling around passed through Chen Xiao's body, causing him no harm whatsoever. At this moment, Chen Xiao was merely a shadow, formless and intangible, visible yet untouchable. Suddenly, Nan Gongqi lunged forward, striking at Chen Xiao with an open palm. The power of the God transformation realm was unabashedly concentrated in that blow. Boom! The palm struck the wall behind Chen Xiao with tremendous force, causing the entire cavern to tremble. It really a ghost? At that moment, Nan Gongqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had poured all his strength into that strike, yet the palm imbued with boundless might passed right through the shadowy figure, as if it were nothingness. The system failed to detect any life essence. However, the shadow held an immortal sword in its grasp. With every word the system uttered, Nan Gongqi's complexion grew paler. Chapter 25. Unparalleled sword eyes, staring you to death. Host, focus on refining the Luo sword tripod and do not concern yourself with that entity. Now, the Nine-Dragon Guardian Seal is under the system's control, even if that being wields an immortal weapon. As long as it is not an immortal, cannot harm you in the least. The system's voice resonated in Nan Gongqi's mind, offering him a modicum of reassurance. The Nine-Dragon Guardian Seal was the very seal above Nan Gongqi's head, a supreme defensive treasure, merely a step away from being an immortal artifact. That moment, the system had taken control of the Nine-Dragon Guardian Seal from Nan Gongqi. In an instant, the originally resplendent golden light coalesced, transforming into 9 golden divine dragons that roared fiercely in the void. The five-element whirlwind unleashed by the inverted killing formation was instantly shattered by the 9 golden dragons. The system's takeover unleashed the full power of the Nine-Dragon Guardian Seal. Chen Zhao's pace remained unchanged as he continued to advance toward Nan Gongqi. And a wonder his master had said that it would be difficult to kill Nan Gongqi before the system's energy was exhausted. Unleashing the full power of a supreme defensive treasure was something only a virtual immortal who had surpassed the tribulation could achieve. as Chun Shao stepped into the domain, surrounded by the 9 golden divine dragons. They roared and shrieked, radiating a tangible brilliance that completely sealed off Nangong Chi and the Deluo sword tripod. I could see that moment. The Deluo sword tripod erupted with azure light, and tiny flying swords coalesced at its mouth. The Deluo sword tripod had been activated. Yet, as Chun Shao stepped into the realm of the 9 Dragon Guardian Seal, the golden dragons that could shatter the 5-element killing formation did not impede his advance. The moment he crossed the golden light, the misty sword in his hand became enveloped in a shadowy aura, as if it had become incorporeal. How is this possible? Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, even the system emitted an incredible roar. Chun Shao stood before Nangong Chi, sword in hand. I could see this moment. The shadows that shrouded his face dissipated, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man with long black hair and a flowing beard. His sharp brows and eyes, coupled with his attire of resplendent black and gold, exuded an air of authority. Nangong Chi, I'm deeply grateful for your guidance. This treasure shall be accepted with utmost reverence, he proclaimed, as he brandished his celestial sword, bringing it down towards Nangong Chi's head. It is you, Ing Wuxian. At this instant, Nangong Chi recognized the face before him, the vice master of Xiantian sect, a peak powerhouse of the transformation realm. Ing Wuxian. Moreover, he was the most significant thorn embedded within the heart of Aurora City by Xiantian sect. I could see this moment. Chun Zhao's shadowy doppelganger had merged entirely with the celestial sword in his grasp. The power of the celestial realm cloaked the fluctuations emanating from him. Coupled with the protection of the heavenly path, even the system could not discern the depth of Chun Zhao's cultivation. Yesterday, Chun Shao had intended to confront Ing Wuxian. However, due to Wei Jiu's intervention, Ing Wuxian had already made preparations. Thus, today, Chun Shao disguised himself as Ing Wuxian to trouble Nangong Chi. The shadowy doppelganger possessed not only the ability to transform into shadow, but also the power of transformation itself, a skill Chun Shao had developed during his cultivation amidst the heavenly tribulation. Now, if he could slay Nangong Chi, it would be ideal that if not, he could seize this opportunity to place the blame squarely upon Ing Wuxian, inciting a fierce conflict between Xiantian sect and the Tianyang Marquisate. The luminous sword light erupted from the clouded sword, striking fiercely towards Nangong Chi's head. Yet at that very moment, the 9-dragon celestial shield, which had been hovering above Nangong Chi, descended abruptly, blocking the celestial sword. Boom! The 9-dragon celestial shield was instantly shaken, hurtling backward with immense force, sending ripples of energy radiating outward in all directions, before the terrifying backlash could reach him. Chun Zhao's form transformed into shadow, remaining utterly unperturbed. Following this, he struck again with his sword. Nangong Chi's eyes widened with fury. At this moment, he was mere moments away from refining the Deluo sword cauldron. If only he were granted 3 more breaths. The supreme celestial artifact would belong to him, Nangong Chi. Yet, Chun Zhao's sword was already upon him, forcing Nangong Chi to retreat hastily. Chun Shao sheathed his sword, pinching his nose in disdain. Nangong Chi, do you still remember the agreement between your Xiantian sect and my Tianyang Marquisate? Chun Shao scoffed. An agreement? Very well. If you relinquish this supreme celestial artifact to me, we may continue our pact. He was well aware of their accord, to form an alliance and jointly contend against the 3 major families of the Northern Territory. However, at this moment, the supreme celestial artifact lay before him. Should the real Ing Wuxian arrive, he would likely escalate matters even further. As Chun Zhao's words hung in the air, he did not grant Nangong Chi much time to react. The celestial sword in his hand ignited once more, cleaving downwards. Host, just 3 breaths, the system chimed in. Place your hand upon the Deluo sword cauldron, and after 3 breaths, the system will assist in its refinement. At that instant, the system made another move, endeavoring to aid Nangong Chi in refining the Deluo sword cauldron. Nangong Chi's expression tightened. The 9-dragon celestial shield flew to his front, intercepting Chun Zhao's strike. Simultaneously, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from above Nangong Chi's head, accompanied by an overwhelming sword intent that surged towards Chun Shao. This sword intent could harm shadows. In an instant, Chun Shao assessed the situation. Positioning his celestial sword horizontally, the blinding sword light resembled a celestial highway, blocking Nangong Chi's sword intent. Taking advantage of this moment, Nangong Chi surged toward the Deluo sword cauldron. 3 breaths. Just 3 breaths. As Nangong Chi's hand reached for the Deluo sword cauldron, 2 invisible parallel sword lights sliced through the air, aimed directly at the hand that sought the cauldron. What is this? Was the first thought that crossed Nangong Chi's mind. So fast was the second. The 2 sword lights were incomprehensibly swift, leaving him no time to react. At that critical juncture, a golden divine dragon erupted from the 9-dragon celestial shield, narrowly deflecting the 2 sword lights. Nangong Chi's hand trembled, and before he could exhale in relief, that sense of dread resurfaced. Buzz! 2 more parallel sword lights tore through the air, this time aimed at Nangong Chi's head. Boom! The second golden divine dragon appeared, shielding him from the onslaught of the 2 sword lights. What on earth is this? At this moment, beads of cold sweat adorned Nangong Chi's forehead. He could no longer remain near the Deluo sword cauldron. He fled swiftly into the depths of darkness. The previous 4 sword lights had made Nangong Chi acutely aware of the looming threat of death. The speed of the 9-dragon celestial shield paled in comparison to that of the unknown sword lights. Trying to escape, Chun Shao sneered, his figure melding in a shadow as he pursued Nangong Chi. Simultaneously, his unmatched sword eyes flared, fixating intently upon Nangong Q. At this moment, the Deluo sword cauldron began to tremble violently. Sharply honed sword energy erupted from within the cauldron, awakening it from its dormant state. Chapter 26. I used the Supreme Celestial Artifact as bait to invite all heroes to enter the fray. The Deluo sword cauldron, now fully activated by Nangong Chi, stood on the brink of eruption. The piercing sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, merging with the surrounding mountains and stones. The Xianjing copper mine within Yusha Mountain served as a primary material for forging flying swords, and it was birthed from the very essence of the Deluo sword cauldron. At this moment, the entire vein of Yusha Mountain began to tremble wildly. Countless veins of Xianjing copper were ignited by the sword energy of the Deluo sword cauldron, converging towards this location. Ultimately, they formed a colossal crystal blue great sword, piercing through the mountainside. In that instant, the tumultuous sword energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring skyward along the edge of the crystal blue sword. Nangong Chi stared in astonishment at this spectacle, his mind buzzing. The emergence of a supreme celestial artifact would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Great Yu cultivation dynasty, and even the entire realm of cultivation would quiver. It might even provoke the celestial realm to intervene, sending down celestial beings. At that point, it would be nearly impossible for Nangong Chi to claim this artifact. Just 3 breaths. If only he were granted an additional 3 breaths. The Deluo sword cauldron would become his ultimate treasure. Yet that fleeting 3 breaths had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Ing Wuxian. Nangong Chi seethed inwardly. I shall not let you go unpunished. He promptly employed the earth escape technique, propelling himself towards the ground in a frantic dash. That moment, the entire underground space was saturated with the chilling sword energy, but if he did not flee now, only death awaited him. Chun Zhao's figure had completely melded with the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The sword energy here seemed to possess life, gradually forming a crystal blue 7-layered tower that enveloped the Deluo sword cauldron. Beyond the 7-layered tower, 7 additional layers of sword domains radiated outward, encasing a 30-mile radius. In that moment, centered around Yusha Mountain, the entire area spanning 3,000 miles felt the immense disturbance. Countless cultivators either soared through the skies on their swords or rode magical treasures to investigate. In Aurora City, the Chun residence, Chun Shao stood before the window, gazing towards the eastern horizon. That I used the supreme celestial artifact as bait to invite all heroes into the fray. That I hope you will not disappoint me. Clenching his fists, madness danced in his eyes. Let chaos reign. Chaos is precisely what is needed. The Great Yu cultivation dynasty, in alliance with the 3 sacred grounds, sought to obliterate the Chun family. Thus, Chen Shao dared to topple the entire dynasty. Having discerned the identity of his enemies, Chen Shao would not remain passive, waiting for the day they arrived that he would take the initiative, striking before they could prepare. When dealing with Nangong Qi, it was precisely so. Whether it was the enhanced innate anti-spirits elixir at the auction or the formations and external avatars beneath Yuxiao Mountain, it was Chen Shao who took the initiative to strike and orchestrate the situation. Only after the opponent made their move against him did he retaliate. Such behavior was not characteristic of Chen Shao. He remained a dandy, vengeful to the core, with just a hint of madness. This time he utilized Nangong Qi's hand to ignite the Deluo sword cauldron, turning Aurora City, and by extension, the Great Yu immortal dynasty, into the focal point of the cultivation world. His true target was the individual seated in the royal capital. Be it Nangong Qi or the Xintian sect, anyone who dared to act against the Chun family inevitably had that individual's tacit approval. In the altered narrative, the Chun family faced annihilation, while Nangong Qi, as the destined antagonist, merely caused Chun Fengyang to fail his tribulation. The true destroyers of the Chun family were the three great sacred lands and the Great Yu royal family, the latter being the greatest beneficiary. The old fellow Ing Wuxian finally chose to reveal himself. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. In an instant, he vanished from sight, returning to his tribulation to continue his cultivation. Why can you be called Feng Ji Chu while I am only Chang De Chong? Questioned the fire Qilin, now transformed into a dog, as it gazed at the eternally fiery phoenix that had morphed into a sparrow. The little phoenix fluttered its wings and lightly landed atop the fire Qilin's head, expressing some annoyance. Chen De Chong, the Chen family is both great and strong. This is a name personally bestowed upon you by the little lord of the Heavenly Dao. Are you not pleased? Had I known, I would not have revealed my name to the little lord of the Heavenly Dao, and then I could have been called Chen De Zhuang. The Chun family is both great and robust. Fire Qilin, little phoenix. Also, do not call me old second. Address me as the esteemed second miss. Fire Qilin retracted its head. Faced with the eternally fiery phoenix, it dared not act recklessly, regardless of their strength. The little phoenix's bloodline undeniably overshadowed that of the fire Qilin. Here it comes. Suddenly, the little phoenix took flight. Remember to suppress your cultivation to the initial stage of transformation. Just incapacitate them. Do not kill. Fire Qilin shook its large head, then transformed into the likeness of Nangong Qi, charging towards the approaching figure. Hey, spray water. Don't forget to spray water. The little phoenix also morphed in a human form, becoming an elderly man clad in dark robes with a grim expression. Fire Qilin silently rolled its eyes, reluctantly beginning to spray water. Of course, it was not that Fire Qilin truly resembled Nangong Qi. Rather, it was a minor illusion to confuse the senses. Ing Wuxian, come and meet your end. Fire Qilin's face contorted with ferocity as it rushed towards Ing Wuxian. Simultaneously, an intent akin to sword energy erupted from its head. Ing Wuxian crouched low and cautiously making his way towards Yuxiao Mountain to investigate what had transpired, was a vice leader of the Xintian sect, ostensibly in seclusion to cultivate, yet actually ordered to lie in ambush within Aurora City. Thus, he dared not appear openly at this moment. Upon seeing Nangong Qi approach, Ing Wuxian was first taken aback, then his face twitched violently. He had certainly heard of Nangong Qi's recent misadventures, particularly the embarrassment he faced at the Yubao studio auction yesterday. Flying while reigning in Aurora City, the current Nangong Qi was nothing more than a walking joke. Now, witnessing Nangong Qi's grotesque visage, spraying water as he charged toward him, Ing Wuxian was utterly dismayed. Do not come near. Ing Wuxian was not afraid of Nangong Qi's swordplay. He was merely a cultivator at the initial stage of transformation. However, the sight of Nangong Qi flying and spraying water was genuinely alarming. The physical damage was negligible, yet the psychological damage was profound. Dodging Nangong Qi's attack, Ing Wuxian bellowed angrily, "Young Lord Nangong of the Nangong family, how have I offended you? Why do you come at me with such malice?" "Offended me? Are you truly unaware?" Fire Qilin, disguised as Nangong Qi, retorted fiercely, "Prepare to die." Having encountered Nangong Qi before, Fire Qilin, employing the transformation technique of superior divine beast, embodied Nangong Qi without revealing much flaw. As Ying Wuxian was not well acquainted with Nangong Qi, their encounters had been few. Suddenly, with malicious intent, Fire Qilin directed the water it had been spraying to the front, forming a gray-yellow water sword that struck towards Ying Wuxian. Ying Wuxian was taken aback, rapidly retreating and hastily dodging to the side. Clearly, he had no desire to engage in a full-blown confrontation with this little genius from his ally's family. Often, misunderstandings could be resolved if both parties could calmly sit down and communicate. Just as Ying Wuxian evaded, a tremendous force suddenly struck from behind, pushing him forward. Then the gray-yellow water sword delivered a heavy blow to Ying Wuxian's face, shattering his protective true essence into fragments. Gray and yellow splattered all over him. Stunned, Ying Wuxian let out a furious roar. Nangong Qi, I shall kill you. As the vice leader of the Xiantian sect, one of the three great sacred lands, he had never endured such humiliation. The opponent had clearly wielded that filthy substance as a weapon to insult him. Immediately, he waved his hand, summoning a black flying sword that cleaved the second water sword in twain. At that moment, Ying Wuxian's divine sense had already discerned who was scheming against him. The chief steward of the Tianyang Marquis House, Nangong Ji. Chapter 27. Killing with a borrow blade at this moment, Nangong and Nangong Qi were relentlessly attacking Ying Wuxian from both sides. Especially Nangong Qi, whose spray transformed into a barrage of water swords, incessantly striking Ying Wuxian. While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was maximal. Ying Wuxian was thoroughly provoked, and one could maintain their composure when drenched in an unbearable stench. Moreover, the two divine beasts were silently employing mind-confounding techniques, causing Ying Wuxian's eyes to redden, filled with a desire to tear apart the Nangong Qi before him. It was a crude attempt at sowing discord. Yet it proved effective. Ying Wuxian grew increasingly frenzied. However, at this moment, the nearby cultivators were all captivated by the massive azure soared atop Yuxiao Mountain, paying little heed to the battle unfolding here. Second miss, the power we are currently employing may not suffice to incapacitate him. The two divine beasts communicated discreetly amidst their combat. Feng Zhichu glanced aside, whispering, I was merely jesting. Nangong Ji and Nangong Qi had already converged at that location. The Master-S avatar is also there. As they spoke, the two divine beasts continued to engage while retreating in a valley of Yuxiao Mountain. Nangong Qi was in disarray. He gazed at the colossal azure sword atop the mountain. His eyes filled with unspeakable hatred. He was but a step away from acquiring that extraordinary immortal artifact. Now, that artifact had emerged. It would not be long before the news spread throughout the entire cultivation world, drawing countless powerful beings, even celestial beings, to this locale that time. Even if Nangong Qi were to obtain the Deluo Sword Cauldron, he would become the target of everyone's ire. That was an extraordinary immortal artifact, surpassing the first-grade artifacts. All of this was Ying Wuxian's fault. System, what on earth is happening lately? Where did that Ying Wuxian come from? Nangong Qi, in a fit of rage, communicated with the system in his heart. All along, he had been wary of Chun Xiao, only to find Ying Wuxian emerging unexpectedly. In recent days, Nangong Qi had faced one setback after another. Deep down, his trust in the system had begun to wane. After a lengthy moment, the system emitted a cold, mechanical voice. The narrative has been altered due to the host's intervention, veering into unpredictable territory. Ying Wuxian is not the protagonist, but rather an unpredictable variable. The development of this world does not adhere to a strict plan laid out by the Heavenly Dao. Numerous unforeseen variables still exist, with the host being one of them. The meaning of the system is quite apparent. Variables have encountered variables, propelling circumstances towards an unpredictable trajectory. Nangong Qi fell silent. He slumped to the ground, his form marred by filth on the other side. Nangong Qi sealed his mouth and nose with genuine essence. Standing 3 zhang away from Nangong Qi, he could not hear the dialogue between Nangong Qi and the system. And with a hint of concern, he inquired, Young Marquis, how did you end up in such a predicament? Have you perhaps been poisoned? As he spoke, Nangong Qi cautiously cast a glance at the hem of Nangong Qi's attire, where water continued to drip incessantly. This time, Ningongqi had ventured to Aurora City alone. Sikong Zhao had been subdued by him mid-journey, guided by the system. Yesterday, Ningongqi had caused a tremendous farce at the Imperial Treasure Pavilion auction, which had already spread to the capital of Dayu. Consequently, the chief steward of the Tianyang Marquis, Ningongqi, had hurriedly arrived at Aurora City overnight. Due to the disturbances at Yuxiao Mountain, he had arrived first to investigate, only to encounter Ningongqi. Not far off, the dozen or so guards from the Tianyang Marquis averted their gazes, torn between laughter and restraint. Just moments ago, they had borne witness to their prodigious young marquis, his back resembling a shower. Dashing through the IT was even more ludicrous than the rumor suggested. IT was Ying Wuxian of a Xintian sect. A flicker of hatred crossed Ningongqi's eyes. Had it not been for Ying Wuxian's meddling, the treasures of Yuxiao Mountain would have rightfully been mine. At that moment, Ningongqi was still contemplating the probability of retrieving the Deluo sword cauldron from the underground. However, before he departed, the Deluo sword cauldron had already been enveloped by an endless sword aura, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Moreover, Ningongqi had not even refined a Deluo sword cauldron until the Deluo sword cauldron stabilized. Descending would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Ningongqi's expression froze. Did the young marquis know what lay beneath? Ningongqi nodded. A superior-grade immortal artifact, the Deluo sword cauldron. By now, he had little left to conceal. Ningongqi was taken aback by the phrase superior-grade immortal artifact. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden sword cry erupted from the void that a streak of pitch-black sword light shot forth, directly aimed at Ningongqi. This is bad. Ningongqi reacted swiftly. With a wave of his hand, a fiery sword light cleaved towards the black sword light. Ying Wuxian. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of Ying Wuxian, Ningongqi's scalp prickled. The deeply embedded hatred could no longer be suppressed. With a roar, he sprang to his feet and charged towards Ying Wuxian. Ningongqi intended to follow closely, but was abruptly confronted by a gray-yellow water column surging towards him. Startled, he swiftly sidestepped. That be why the time Ningongqi regained his composure. Ningongqi had already dashed several zhang away, engaging in combat with Ying Wuxian. Indeed, it was Ying Wuxian, connecting this to Ningongqi's earlier words. Ningongqi hesitated no longer. He led a dozen guards from the Tianyang Marquis into the fray. Seeing this, Ying Wuxian deflected Ningongqi's flying sword with a single stroke and turned to flee towards the valley's exit. In a matter of moments, he vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Ningongqi bellowed, "Pursue!" He then rode his flying sword straight out of the valley. Outside the valley, upon spotting Ningongqi, particularly the gray-yellow shower trailing behind him, Ying Wuxian shouted in fury, "You little bastard, so you have other allies!" At this moment, Ningongqi and the guard from the Tianyang Marquis had also emerged from the valley. Following Ying Wuxian were 7 or 8 disciples from the Xintian sect. As both sides converged, they clashed vigorously in their eyes. This battle had been ongoing, never ceasing. As the flying swords clashed, Ningongqi's body trembled, sending him retreating 10 zhang, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The system's voice shrieked in his mind, "Host, something is amiss with Ying Wuxian. He has become even stronger than before." And what of it? Ningongqi wiped the blood from his lips, gazing coldly at the seemingly frenzied Ying Wuxian charging towards him. 9 dragons protecting Heaven's seal. In the next moment, under the system's control, the 9 dragons protecting Heaven's seal reappeared above his head. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Ningongqi. With one hand, he executed the water manipulation technique, causing the liquid behind him to morph into sharp spikes that surged towards Ying Wuxian. Ying Wuxian, now completely deranged, lost all reason at that moment. He possessed but one thought: to eliminate Ningongqi at all costs. Only thus could he cleanse this profound humiliation. Previously, when the fire Qilin had impersonated Ningongqi, it had merely utilized ordinary water mixed with the mud beneath. Adding some pungent herbs had created a mild diversion. Yet now, the water spikes conjured by Ningongqi were genuine filth. Of course, this substance was not purely excrement. Chun Xiao had infused an entire vial of the 3-ene divine water into the primordial anti-spirit pill. merging them into one. This three-ened divine water had entirely integrated into Nangongchi's immortal spiritual root, transforming it into a unique water attribute spiritual root. The three-ened divine water, being the water of utmost een, possessed no toxicity. Its primary function was to cleanse the essence and marrow, purging impurities from within. When the three-ened divine water melded with the spiritual root, it retained its purifying effects. A.S. Nangongchi circulated his genuine essence. The three-ened divine water within the spiritual root flowed throughout his body, aiding in the cleansing process. What he expelled was, in reality, his own impurities. A.S. For when this purification could conclude, it was uncertain to anyone. Normally, such cleansing would be a singular event, expelling internal impurities. Yet Nangongchi underwent incomplete purifications at intervals, with the expelled impurities continuing to proliferate. The battle between the transformation stage powerhouses finally drew the attention of others. That young marquis from Tianyang, Nangongchi. Indeed, it is Nangongchi. I shall never forget him. Yesterday at the Imperial Treasure Pavilion auction, I nearly got drenched by him. Nearly drenched? I think not. Silence. Who is the adversary facing Nangongchi? He seems somewhat familiar. It is Ing Wuxian, the vice master of the Xintian sect. A deep voice resonated, clarifying everyone's confusion. The vice master of Xintian sect? Did he not announce his seclusion 3 months ago? Why has he come to Aurora City? Due to the disturbances at Yusha Mountain, but a multitude of cultivators had gathered around this moment. Nangongchi's party of 19 battled against Ing Wuxian and his 8 disciples, clashing fiercely. The battle between transformation stage powerhouses shook the entire Yusha Mountain. Both sides were blinded by rage. Nangongchi was not Ing Wuxian's match, yet he remained encircled by endless water spikes, preventing Ing Wuxian from approaching. Moreover, with the assistance of Nangongji, who was also at the transformation stage, they fought evenly for a time. Observing the scene, the surrounding cultivators hastily distanced themselves, fearing the fallout. This fight lacks intensity. They've been at it for ages without a single casualty, Chun Xiao muttered. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Whoosh! 2 parallel invisible sword lights pierced through the void, heading straight for Nangongji. What is that? Nangongji, a transformation stage powerhouse, immediately sensed the chilling intent locking onto him. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying sword to shield himself. Clang! After the muffled sound of collision, Nangongji's figure trembled, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. He had not even caught a glimpse of what had attacked him. He vaguely sensed that it must have been 2 beams of sword light, 2 incredibly sharp rays capable of piercing through his very being. In that brief moment of daze, 2 more invisible sword lights surged toward him. This moment, Nangongji had no time to react. With a soft sound, his body was instantly pierced by these 2 unseen sword lights. The aura emanating from Nangongji plummeted, clearly gravely injured. Not good. Be careful. Nangongji suddenly recalled the eerie, formless sword energy upon witnessing this. He hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The bloodthirsty Ing Wuxian seized upon Nangongji's vulnerability without hesitation. He slashed with his sword, unleashing a black sword light that stretched for 100 zhong, slicing through the void. The entire space was shrouded in darkness, as though all surrounding light had been devoured by this inky black sword light. In that instant, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon dimmed. No. Nangongji let out a mournful cry. Helplessly watching as Nangongji was engulfed by this strike, leaving not a trace behind. Ing Wuxian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Nangongji would offer no resistance and perish beneath his sword. If he must die, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, Ing Wuxian turned to pursue Nangongji. With Nangongji gone, Nangongji and the others were no match for him. The black sword light transformed into a colossal shadow in the void, brimming with inexhaustible sharpness, directly cleaving through Nangongji's water shield. It then struck heavily against the 9 Dragons' guardian seal. With a resounding boom, the black sword shadow shattered, the immense recoil causing Ing Wuxian to stagger back several dozen steps in midair, while Nangongji crashed heavily to the ground. Had it not been for the 9 Dragons' guardian seal unleashing its full power under the system's guidance, Ing Wuxian's strike would have surely been enough to slay Nangongqi. An exceptional defensive artifact. Ing Wuxian was taken aback initially. Then a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. He immediately lunged forward, accompanied by the black sword light, breaking through the layers of obstruction and heading straight for Nangongqi. Young Lord, run. The guards of the Tianyang Marquis mansion changed their expressions drastically. They fiercely positioned themselves in front of Nangongqi, desperately blocking Ing Wuxian. Nangongqi struggled to rise from the ground, a face filled with resentment as he glared at Ing Wuxian before turning to flee. Suddenly, a silver-long shuttle appeared beneath his feet. In the next moment, Nangongqi transformed into a streak of silver light, splashing through the water and vanished from sight. The exceptional flying artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle, chase. Ing Wuxian's heart trembled. Nangongqi possessed not one, but two exceptional artifacts, both rare life-saving treasures, since he had already made an enemy of Nangongqi. He resolved to take no prisoners and to seize the opportunity for murder and plunder. With this thought, he raised the black sword light and pursued the direction where Nangongqi had disappeared. In a fleeting moment, Nangongqi had met his demise. Nangongqi had fled, and Ing Wuxian was in hot pursuit. The guards of the Tianyang Marquis mansion exchanged glances with the disciples of the Xintian sect. Kill, avenge the chief steward. Suddenly, that muffled voice resounded once more, and the guards of the Tianyang Marquis mansion charged at the disciples of the Xintian sect again. The chaos erupted anew. Chun Xiao observed the direction in which Nangongqi had departed. Murmuring, "No wonder Master said that with the protection of the system, I cannot kill Nangongqi, an exceptional defensive artifact and an exceptional flying artifact. Under the system's control, they unleash their power to the fullest. At my current level, I truly cannot harm him. Master, ride me to chase. My speed is unmatched." Chen Dazhuang transformed back in his fire Qilin form, looking at Chun Xiao with an eager expression. Feng Zhichu, still in her youthful form, blinked her sparkling eyes and said with hopeful anticipation, "Master, ride me, my speed surpasses his. Both of you, don't create more trouble if I were to ride on two divine beasts. I would become the center of attention. There would be no point in chasing after Nangongqi and Ing Wuxian. With both divine beasts, Chen Xiao would instantly become the target of all." In the next instant, Chun Zhao's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, disappearing from sight. Chapter 29. The appearance of the celestial artifact. Winds and clouds rise under the system's control, the exceptional flying artifact. The cloud-piercing shuttle reached its utmost speed, almost vanishing like a silver thread into the vast sky. Although Ing Wuxian was also swift, he ultimately could not catch up with Nangongqi's trail. Standing amidst the mountains, he gazed in the direction Nangongqi had vanished, his expression darkening. At this moment, Ing Wuxian had regained his composure, yet he still could not fathom why Nangongqi had chosen to attack him. The chief steward of the Tianyang Marquis mansion, Nangongqi, lay dead at his hands, and enmity had been forged. Nangongqi was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. The Tianyang Marquis would not let this go unpunished. The Qin family had become irrelevant now. Ing Wuxian raised his gaze toward the main peak of Yusha Mountain, where colossal azure soared into the sky. Pointing heavenward, the chilling and icy sword energy was gradually evolving into a sword domain, enveloping the main peak of Yusha Mountain. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators surrounded the giant sword, yet they could not even enter the nascent sword domain. A celestial artifact, that giant sword, if not a celestial artifact, is certainly related to one. Ing Wuxian's eyes gleamed. Meanwhile, Chun Xiao also gazed in the direction Nangongqi had fled, unable to suppress a chuckle. The destined great villain. I think it would be more fitting to call him the escape artist instead. Such an ability to flee is truly beyond my capabilities, with the exceptional flying artifact. The cloud-piercing shuttle, coupled with an exceptional defensive artifact, the Nine Dragons Guardian Seal, and with both artifacts enhanced by the system, their power was maximized, akin to a rabbit clad in a turtle's shell, able to evade and defend. However, if I cannot kill Nangongqi, can I not deal with Ing Wuxian? In the next moment, Chun Xiao suddenly made his move. The celestial sword mist transformed into a vast, white river of swords. slicing toward Ying Wuxian. The surging sword light roared, resembling a heavenly river descending from the skies, intent on cleaving the very fabric of this world. Ying Wuxian's expression shifted drastically. His flying sword slipped from his grasp. The black sword light extending for 100 zhong, attempting to counter the white river of swords. But at that very moment, Ying Wuxian's expression changed again. Behind him, two chilling auras had locked onto his back. Swish! Two invisible sword lights tore through the air, striking Ying Wuxian with a forceful blow that, in a panic, Ying Wuxian hurriedly activated his defensive artifact. Yet in the preceding moment, all his attention had been focused on the front. He had no time to react. With a soft sound, the two sword lights pierced through Ying Wuxian's body simultaneously. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In a daze, he recalled Nangongji from moments prior. It seemed that before his death, Nangongji had also fallen victim to some kind of underhanded scheme that was it. Ying Wuxian's realization struck him like lightning. Someone had been manipulating events from the shadows, causing him to confront Nangongji. The Nangongji he had encountered earlier was not the true one. Ying Wuxian let out an enraged roar. The black sword light surged, instantly blocking the terrifying strike before him. Ying Wuxian was a peak transformation realm cultivator, a full realm above Chun Zhao's shadow demon transformation. After deflecting that strike, Ying Wuxian did not linger and turned to flee. Throughout it all, he had not seen who was attacking him. That was the most terrifying aspect, especially those two invisible sword lights, completely unpreventable. Yet, just as Ying Wuxian's body had not yet fled 10 zhong, he was suddenly hit by a wave of scorching heat approaching him. The fire Qilin. Ying Wuxian's eyes widened in horror as he finally laid eyes on his opponent. The deep fear flickered in his gaze. Before him stood a fire Qilin, a divine beast on par with peak transformation realm cultivators. Even at the pinnacle of his power, Ying Wuxian is not a match for such exalted divine beasts. Moreover, he has already suffered severe injuries at this moment. The voice that escaped Ying Wuxian's lips was rendered utterly powerless. Ensnared by the immense force of the fire Qilin, unable to resonate even a fraction, with a thunderous crash, the fire Qilin descended with a mighty stomp. Ying Wuxian's body contorted precariously in the void, narrowly evading this lethal strike 3 times. Yet before he could exhale in relief, a second, far more terrifying aura had already locked on him. In that instant, Ying Wuxian felt as though a shroud had been drawn over his eyes. His spiritual connections severed, and his senses dulled. He found himself ensnared in an endless abyss of despair. The overwhelming force surged from all directions, shattering the defensive artifact he had just conjured. In the next moment, Ying Wuxian was enveloped in darkness, oblivion consuming him. Go. At that moment, Chun Xiao sensed an approaching presence. He immediately summoned the 2 divine beasts, transforming into a shadow that vanished from sight. Qin Daqiang reverted to his form as a red-haired dog, seizing the motionless Ying Wuxian from the ground and darting towards Chun Zhao's direction. Feng Zhichu morphed into a small sparrow of black and crimson hues, comfortably nesting atop Chun Daqiang's head. A moment later, 7 blood-soaked disciples from the Xintian sect arrived at the scene. The dozen or so guard from the Tianyang Mark residence had been utterly annihilated by them. These 7 were the elite disciples of the Xintian sect. Not mere guards from the Tianyang Mark residence could stand against them. The remnants of battle revealed traces of fire element spells. Furthermore, there were the marks of the Vice Sect Master's sword. Should we continue the pursuit? The 7 were uncertain at this point. They had lost track of Ying Wuxian and Nangong Q, and no need to pursue. The Vice Sect Master is a peak-stage nascent soul realm powerhouse within the confines of Aurora City. Unless Chen Fengyang personally intervenes, no one can contend with the Vice Sect Master. Let us first report the situation here to the Sect Master. The enormous sword that abruptly emerged from the mountainside is no trivial matter. It is likely a celestial artifact. With a firm resolve, the 7 decided. They had come to Aurora City alongside Ying Wuxian to confront the Chen family. However, given the current circumstances, their focus had shifted away from the Chen family. If it truly is a celestial artifact, the Xintian sect must seize the opportunity. Chun Xiao, accompanied by the 2 divine beasts, silently returned to the Chun family. casting Ying Wuxian into the forbidden prison. He chuckled. In just a few short days, I have captured 4 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. The glint of pride flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes as he regarded the 4 captives within the prison. Among them, the owner of the beef noodle shop was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Wei Jiao was at the late stage. Kong Zhao and Ying Wuxian stood at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. Should he manage to subjugate these 4, the strength of the Qin family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, particularly with Ying Wuxian. Once subdued, he could be sent back to the Xintian sect as an insider. Subjugating them should not prove overly difficult. The 2 divine beasts possess a wealth of enslavement techniques within their minds. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Chun family was exceptionally tense. The main peak of Yuxiao Mountain lay a mere 500 miles from Aurora City, practically at the Chun family's doorstep. Consequently, the 5 elder nascent soul realm members of the Chun family soared into the skies, heading towards Yuxiao Mountain's main peak to assess the situation. They gazed upon the colossal sword, which had risen from the earth and was now gradually hovering above Yuxiao Mountain's peak. The expression on the eldest elder Chun Wenxiu's face turned grim at this moment. The entirety of Yuxiao Mountain summit had been sealed off by a domain composed of 99 layers of sword qi, preventing even him from approaching. Suddenly, a vast consciousness emanated from the crystalline blue giant sword, manifesting as ripples that swiftly spread outward, centered upon Yuxiao Mountain's peak, within a radius of 3,000 miles. All cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above felt the surge of this formidable intent. Imbued with a chilling sword energy that, in an instant, the area surrounding Yuxiao Mountain erupted into commotion. A supreme celestial artifact, the supreme celestial artifact, the Daluo sword cauldron. Chen Wenxiu's face turned pale, and he began to tremble. Were it merely an ordinary celestial artifact making its appearance, the Chun family would still rise to the occasion to contest for it. However, a supreme celestial artifact should not exist in the realm of cultivation. If a cultivator were to stealthily take possession of this artifact, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for them. Conversely, if discovered, it would bring about catastrophic consequences, rendering them the target of all 1,000 miles away from Yuxiao Mountain. Nangong Qi's expression darkened to an extreme. Why would the Daluo sword cauldron actively expose its existence? Host, the master of the Daluo sword cauldron, the Daluo sword sovereign, has not perished. He retains a fragment of his soul hidden within the Daluo sword cauldron. This behavior indicates that the Daluo sword sovereign is seeking a successor. Striving for a chance at rebirth, Host still has the opportunity to reclaim the Daluo sword cauldron. Chapter 30. My son Chen Xiao, possessing the aura of an immortal emperor in the Diyu cultivation dynasty. The royal capital, Imperial City. The Empress of Diyu, Yao Qi, donned in a robe of snowy white, sat regally upon the dragon throne. At this moment, her cold and ethereal gaze was fixated upon the northern horizon. The supreme celestial artifact, the Daluo sword cauldron. The Empress's brow furrowed deeply, her eyes brimming with agitation. How could such an object appear within the territory of my Diyu dynasty in the next instant? The Empress rose and stepped forth, vanishing from the palace. Meanwhile, the 3 great sacred sects of the Diyu cultivation dynasty, Xintian sect, Xingshan Hage, and Sanxing sword sect, swiftly sealed their mountain gates. The 3 sect masters remained silent for an extended period before reluctantly making their way towards the northern Yuxiao Mountain. Among the 8 great cultivation families besides the Chun family, the other 7 families had summoned all their disciples back home, forbidding them from approaching Yuxiao Mountain. The supreme celestial artifact is capable of inciting a battle among the immortals. Such an object should not exist in the realm of cultivation, nor should it be an opportunity for cultivators. Nevertheless, the news of the emergence of the supreme celestial artifact, the Daluo sword cauldron, spread with astonishing speed throughout the entire Diyu cultivation dynasty, reaching across the entire Liuli cultivation world. Countless cultivators set forth towards Yuxiao Mountain. The world of cultivation has never lacked for desperate individuals. They are not disciples of great families, lacking the abundant resources and innate talents. Thus they must fight against the heavens for their lives. Snatching at the jaws of fate, they knowingly embark upon perilous endeavors. By noon, Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered around Yuxia Mountain, many of whom were formidable beings at the tribulation transcending stage. Though they faced their tribulations with uncertainty, the prospect of obtaining the Daluo sword cauldron might grant them a glimmer of hope. At this time, numerous individuals were attempting to breach the 99 layers of sword domain, yet they were all rebuffed in the Chen family. An atmosphere of unprecedented tension enveloped the household. Chun Junluo had returned from the extreme North Demon Suppression Pass. Yiguan, the city lord of Aurora City, along with various power holders from the city, had also convened at the Chun family. Over 20 individuals paced anxiously in the Chun family's main hall. What shall we do? What shall we do? How could the supreme celestial artifact appear in Yuxia Mountain? Chun family head, you must devise a plan. If all else fails, we should relocate Aurora City. Yiguan looked towards Chun Junluo, his voice trembling. The appearance of the supreme celestial artifact at Yuxia Mountain places the entire Aurora City at a precarious precipice. T1T be long before immortals descend upon us. By then, the entire Aurora City, perhaps even the entirety of the Diu cultivation dynasty, could be obliterated without a trace. Chun Junluo's face was taut, his eyes filled with gravity. Just then, a slightly hoarse voice rang out. Chun Xiao strolled into the main hall, yawning and appearing somewhat fatigued. He had spent the night cultivating amidst the tribulations, and indeed felt somewhat weary. However, upon hearing of his father's return from the extreme North Demon Suppression Pass, he rushed over. Xiao, you and the elder go to the Taijin cultivation realm to find your mother. Chun Junluo instructed as soon as he saw Qin Xiao, while the elder, Chen Wenxiu, had already approached Qin Xiao. Chun Xiao waved his hand. Father, City Lord Yi, and esteemed uncles, you need not fret. The emergence of the supreme celestial artifact, the Daluo sword cauldron, is to seek a successor. Would it truly allow immortals to ignite a battle among them? Upon hearing Chun Zhao's words, everyone in the hall was momentarily taken aback. Qin Junluo opened his mouth, about to speak, when Chun Zhao's voice echoed in his mind. Father, my master will arrive tomorrow, with my master present. Nothing will happen to Aurora City. Hearing Chun Xiao mention his master once more, Chun Junluo's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately transmitted a thought. Shower, who exactly is your master? Tell you, Father, I hail from the Xianqin Empire. Yin Ranyan's voice resonated in Chun Zhao's ears. Chun Xiao licked his lips and conveyed to Qin Junluo, my master said, she is from the Xianqin Empire. The Xianqin Empire? Upon hearing these 4 words, Chun Junluo's body trembled, his pupils dilating in an instant. The Xianqin Empire, one of the 3 sovereigns of the Eastern Wilderness, standing alongside the Xianchu Empire and the Xianhan Empire. The Liuli immortal realm lies within the borders of the Xianqin Empire. The Eastern Wilderness is one of the largest 5 directions of the entire immortal domain. The Xianqin Empire is a colossal entity of great significance throughout the immortal domain. Chun Junluo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him. Yet his voice still trembled as he addressed the crowd. Rest assured, everyone, Aurora City will be safe. Now, please take your leave. Yiguan and the others wished to inquire further, but, upon seeing that he had issued a dismissal, reluctantly departed. After everyone had left, only Chun Junluo, Qin Xiao, and the Grand Elder Chun Wenxi remained. Chun Junluo finally spoke. Shower, is it true that your master is an immortal from the Xianqin Empire? Upon hearing Chun Junluo's words, Chen Wenxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Xiao. The Xianqin Empire? That is a ruler of the immortal realm, surpassing the realm of cultivation. Chun Xiao nodded and then unleashed his cultivation, revealing his peak foundation establishment stage. After 2 nights of fierce battle against tribulation beasts, his cultivation had leaped from the initial stage of foundation establishment to its pinnacle, feeling the fluctuations of Chun Zhao's cultivation. Chun Junluo and Chun Wenxiu exchanged glances in astonishment. Just 2 days prior, Chun Xiao was merely at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Now he had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Moreover, there was a subtle trend towards forming a core. Furthermore, the true essence circulating within Qin Xiao was as smooth as a mighty river, indicating a foundation that could not have simply been acquired through pills or sudden enlightenment. Even if he had become a disciple of an immortal, This was still too exaggerated. A genius. Even across the entire eastern wilderness, there was no one who could ascend from the third layer of chi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in just 2 days. This was simply monstrous. In that moment, Chun Junluo and Chun Wenshu were left speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Chen Xiao yawned and said, "Father, you may rest easy. I'm going back to sleep now. By the way, do not touch the 5 individuals locked in the forbidden prison. I still have use for them." As he spoke, Chen Xiao let out a long yawn and staggered away to in the hall. Only Chen Junluo and Chun Wenshu remained, staring at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, Chun Junluo burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Truly, he is my son. Chun Junluo, a rascal indeed, but certainly not a fool. My son, Chun Xiao, possesses the bearing of an immortal emperor." In a flash, he recalled Chun Zhao's words before leaving. "By the way, who else is locked in the forbidden prison?" Chen Wenshu blinked and said, "Previously, a new prisoner named Xiao Yuqing was brought in. Shall we go take a look?" Chun Junluo nodded. "Let us proceed to the forbidden prison." Chapter 31. The Empress Who Moves Mountains. Driven by curiosity, Chun Junluo and Chen Wenshu made their way to the family's forbidden prison, eager to discover whom Chun Xiao had locked away. Just as they were halfway there, Chun Junluo abruptly halted, gazing up at the roof of the pavilion, his brow slightly furrowing. There stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in a flowing azure dress, her hair billowing like clouds, with eyes like paintings, gazing towards the east in the direction of Yuxiao Mountain. This was the core of the Chun family's domain, and the pavilion where the woman stood was the largest and finest alchemy chamber in the family. Chen Junluo felt a twinge of familiarity with her visage, but could not quite place it. He thus quietly asked Chen Wenshu, "Grand Elder, who is this lady?" Chen Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, then patted his head and chuckled. "This is our family's new guest elder, the alchemy immortal Mo Shui." Chen Junluo's eyes widened in disbelief. "The alchemy immortal Mo Shui? A guest elder?" Chun Wenshu nodded, his eyes gleaming with joy. It was Xiao who invited her back. Chun Junluo, still bewildered, mused, "Xiao, does the Chen family have another Xiao?" Chun Wenshu replied, "It is your son." Chun Xiao could see that moment. Mo Shui atop the roof noticed the arrival of Chun Junluo and Chun Wenshu. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully descended and offered a slight bow to Chun Junluo. "Greetings, patriarch of the Chen family." Only then did Chun Junluo truly confirm that the woman before him was indeed the legendary alchemy immortal Mo Shui. He hurriedly returned the gesture. "Greetings, esteemed friend." Yet within, he was astonished beyond measure. What on earth had his son done? He had left the family just yesterday morning and returned this morning. Why did it feel as though everything had changed in just one day? His son had leaped from the third layer of chi refinement to the initial stage of foundation establishment, then to its peak. Furthermore, the legendary alchemy immortal Mo Shui, who could concoct immortal pills within the realm of cultivation, had been brought back by his own son as a guest elder of the family. Moreover, it seemed that several significant figures had been locked away in the family's forbidden prison. He had left the family for merely a day, not a year or even 10 years. How could it suddenly feel as though the Chun family had become unfamiliar? Even the legendary alchemy immortal Mo Shui had become a guest elder of the family. In that moment, Chun Junluo felt utterly dazed. He instinctively remarked, "Esteemed friend, it seems that Xiao has locked away some remarkable individuals in the forbidden prison. Shall we go take a look?" Chun Wenshu replied. Mo Shui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, "Very well. There are rumors that the Chun family's forbidden prison was crafted by immortals. I am quite curious." Moreover, she too wished to see what kind of individuals Chun Xiao had imprisoned inside. Without further ado, Mo Shui disregarded the commotion at Yuxiao Mountain and followed Chen Junluo and Chun Wenshu towards the forbidden prison. As they approached, Chen Junluo, noticing Mo Shui's calm demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "Esteemed friend, aren't you concerned about the emergence of the super-grade immortal artifact?" Mo Shui's voice was light and untroubled. "The emergence of a super-grade immortal artifact has caused quite a stir, but it is merely to seek a successor. If immortals dare to fight here, they are simply courting death." Chun Junluo and Chun Wenxiu exchanged glances, realizing that her words echoed those of Chun Xiao. Consequently, both of them prudently fell silent. Before long, the trio arrived at the forbidden prison. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary prison. However, deep within the forbidden prison lay an exceptionally strange power capable of suppressing the cultivation of those who enter. Any cultivator beneath the immortal level, upon stepping inside, would have their powers suppressed to that of an ordinary person. Once locked within the cells of the forbidden prison, escape became impossible. Even more peculiarly, this power seemed to possess intelligence, accurately distinguishing between friend and foe. Hence, the Chun family's forbidden prison was never fortified. Throughout history, the Chun family had not imprisoned many individuals within. Most had willingly walked into its trap. As Mo Shui entered the forbidden prison with Chun Junluo and Chun Wenxiu, she felt no suppression. Soon, the three arrived at the cell where Xiao Yuqing was previously held. Within the cell, 5 individuals were shackled, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. That is Sikong Zhao, Ying Wuxian. In an instant, both Chun Junluo and Chun Wenxiu's pupils trembled. Even Mo Shui could not help but raise an eyebrow. Ying Wuxian and Sikong Zhao, 2 formidable figures at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Regardless of their status or strength, they stood at the apex of the cultivation hierarchy of the Diu dynasty. Now, however, they had become prisoners of the Chun family. The other 3 individuals, aside from the blindfolded Xiao Yuqing, were also strong cultivators of the transformation god stage, one at the initial stage and the other at the late stage, in the late stages of the transformation realm. Formidable experts are as elusive as a dragon's tail, rarely seen in everyday life. Yet now, within the confines of the Chun family's forbidden prison, 3 such individuals have been captured at once. Among them, 2 stand at the pinnacle of the late transformation realm. One is the deputy sect leader of the Xintian sect, a revered celestial realm, while the other is the foremost sword cultivator of the Diu immortal dynasty. Chun Junluo gently prodded Chun Wenxiu's arm, inquiring softly, "Elder, please tell me honestly, how long have I been away from the family? Why has everything changed upon my return?" Chun Wenxiu appeared equally perplexed, stammering, "But it has only been a day." However, he soon jolted with realization. "Master, how should we deal with these individuals? Ying Wuxian, Sikong Zhao, and another named Wei Jiao. Their identities are of great significance. Any misstep could bring trouble to the Chun family." Chun Junluo scoffed. "How to deal with them? Did Xiao not say that he has use for these 5? Do you not ponder where Xiao captured them?" A sense of unease gripped Chun Junluo, his expression darkening. Sikong Zhao had accompanied Nangong Qi to Aurora City, only to be repelled by an incarnation of their ancestor. But what of Ying Wuxian, Wei Jiao, and the other? The Chun family was utterly oblivious to their origins. Particularly concerning was Ying Wuxian, who had announced his seclusion 3 months prior to breach the tribulation, yet now appeared in Aurora City. "If our ancestor fails to transcend the tribulation," Chun Wenxiu murmured. Taking a deep breath, Chun Junluo coldly replied, "Let us proceed as if we have seen nothing." Suddenly, his tone became buoyant again. "Truly, my son is remarkable, for powerful experts of the transformation realm have now become Xiao's prisoners." Ha ha ha! In that moment, Chun Junluo's spirits soared. My son has proven his worth. The proud father walks with vigor. Chun Wenxiu could only smile ruefully. O Shui did not hasten to depart. She regarded Xiao Yuqing with contemplation. Chun Wenxiu felt a stir in his heart and tentatively spoke. "Daoist friend." Mo Shui turned to face him, her expression earnest as she requested, "When you slay that woman, leave one of her eyes for me." Chun Wenxiu. Boom! As the 3 exited the forbidden prison, a cataclysmic roar erupted from outside the city. A white figure emerged, wielding a golden seal. Radiating with a resplendent, multicolored light, the seal shook the very peak of Yusha Mountain. It was the Diu Empress, Yao Qi. What is she doing? At that moment, the summit of Yusha Mountain erupted with a thunderous sound. The mountain, along with the 99 layers of the sword domain, began to tremble. The very body of Yusha Mountain revealed ghastly cracks. This was the mountain and river seal of the Diu immortal dynasty. She was relocating the mountain. Suddenly, a tribulation period cultivator screamed in terror. "Relocating the mountain. uprooting the entire Yusha mountain summit along with the Daluo sword cauldron. With the power of Empress Yaoqi alone, such a feat was impossible. Yet, the mountain and river seal in her possession could manipulate the earth's veins. Harnessing the power of the earth, she aimed to enact a monumental upheaval. At this moment, the Empress clenched her teeth, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. She intended to cast the Daluo sword cauldron and the peak of Yusha Mountain out of the Diyu immortal dynasty. Even if the Daluo sword cauldron emerged to seek a successor, it must not remain within her dynasty. With the existence of the top-tier immortal artifact and the 99 layers of sword domain, whoever ultimately claimed the Daluo sword cauldron would transform Yusha Mountain into an unprecedented sacred ground for swordsmanship, a place destined to elude imperial control. The Diyu imperial authority would inevitably face oppression, even to the point of oblivion. To the extreme north of the Diyu, beyond the demon suppression pass, lay the realm of the demon race. She aimed to cast the Daluo sword cauldron into their hands. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the majestic mountain shook violently, as if attempting to rise from the ground. However, the Daluo sword cauldron was ultimately a top-tier immortal artifact. How could a mere emperor of the cultivation world shake it? Even with the power of the earth, it was insufficient, just a fraction more. The blood at the corner of the Empress's mouth flowed more freely, her face paling. And at that very moment, 3 towering figures soared through the air, standing beside the Empress. Boom! 3 immense currents of true essence surged into the mountain and river seal. Instantly, the summit of Yusha Mountain began to rise slowly from the ground. It's done. The Empress's eyes brightened. Suddenly, in the high heavens, a verdant mist coalesced. A gigantic, furry paw emerged from the clouds, forming a green palm print that descended heavily towards the Empress. Chapter 32. A life sacrifice for Chun Fengyang's fate, the Northern Demon Emperor. The expressions of the Empress and the 3 Sacred Land leaders shifted dramatically to AT this moment. The 4 combined their utmost efforts to barely lift the peak of Yusha Mountain, exposing just a fraction of the buried Daluo sword cauldron. Yet, in this critical moment, the Demon Emperor, lurking in the north, made his move. The palm fell, not with speed, but as if a mountain descended from the heavens, carrying a cataclysmic force. The overwhelming pressure felt tangible, causing the earth to quake and Yusha Mountain to shudder violently. Crack! The mountain and river seal, suspended above the Empress's head, emitted a sound of strained. It began to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across the entire seal. The dazzling, multicolored brilliance gradually dimmed. The mountain and river seal, already burdened by the weight of the top-tier immortal artifact and the 99 layers of sword domain, could bear no more under the terrifying pressure of the Demon Emperor. At last it reached its limit. Damn it! The Empress roared in frustration. With no other choice, she raised her hand and struck towards the palm print in the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, as if the very heavens had momentarily blanked out. The Demon Emperor's palm print and the Empress's mountain and river seal shattered simultaneously. That instant, the power of the earth dissipated, and the rising summit of Yusha Mountain, along with the Daluo sword cauldron, crashed heavily back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yusha Mountain crumbled, stones flying in every direction. Only at this moment did the surrounding cultivators awaken from their stupor and flee in panic. The Empress hovered in the void, blood spilling from her lips. With her hair disheveled, she fixed her gaze upon the clouds above. Within the verdant clouds, alongside the Northern Demon Emperor, coiled a colossal dragon stretching 1,000 jaws. Ha! You wish to divert calamity and use this to harm the Demon Kingdom. How could I allow it? Yaoqi, we shall meet again. The Demon Emperor's triumphant laughter echoed, and he vanished into the northern skies atop the green clouds. Puffed! The Empress spat out a mouthful of blood. Abruptly, she turned to face the fleeing cultivators from Yusha Mountain. The demon race is invading. Why do you remain unmoved? Her voice, like ice, brimmed with a chilling murderous intent. And the Chun family. The Chun family guards the demon suppression pass. Why did you allow the Demon Emperor to enter? The Empress turned her gaze towards Aurora City, her voice laced with accusation. Your Majesty, Chan Junluo's voice resonated softly. Were it not for the sons of the Chun family, who have guarded the demon suppression pass for generations, today the Northern Demon Emperor would have not only shattered the mountain and river seal, but would have led the demon army to massacre the entire northern realm of Dayu. On the walls of Aurora City, Chun Junluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, meeting the Empress's gaze with calm resolve. His meaning was clear. The Northern Demon Emperor's arrival could not be halted at the Demon Suppression Pass, nor would they attempt to do so. However, should the demon army seek to invade, they would not yield an inch. Moreover, the Daluo Sword Cauldron is an opportunity for all cultivators. May I inquire where your majesty intends to send it? The Empress stood suspended in the void, gazing at Qin Junluo for an extended moment before sweeping her sleeve and departing. As Qin Junluo watched her retreating figure, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Had he not witnessed the deputy master of the Xiantian sect reduced to a prisoner, he might have truly dared to confront the demon emperor. The Qin family had always resisted control, but never harbored treasonous intentions. However, Ying Wuxian had infiltrated the Aurora City with two formidable beings in the transformation realm. While such an incursion might have been tolerable at another time, it was particularly ill-timed with their ancestral elder on the verge of transcending. In the next moment, Chun Junluo turned his attention to the master of the Xiantian sect, Ying Wudi, who happened to be observing him as well, a faintly mocking smile glinting in his eyes. Soon after, he departed alongside the other two masters. Watching their figures vanish, a slow smile crept across Chun Junluo's lips. Go ahead and laugh. One day, you shall weep. Chun Junluo understood the nature of Ying Wudi's amusement, merely that he had planted a few spies within Aurora City. Yet he remained unaware that the most significant of these, Ying Wuxian, had already been removed by Chun Xiao. Regarding Wei Jio and the matters of the Iron Beef Noodle House, all affairs in Aurora City, great and small, were entirely managed by Ying Wuxian, thus remaining unknown to the Xiantian sect. Presently, with the emergence of the Dao Sword Cauldron, all eyes were drawn to this exquisite celestial artifact in the Imperial Palace of Dayu. Within the Imperial Study, Empress Yaoqi sat upon the dragon throne, her expression cold and silent. Beside her were the masters of the three great sects and the four prominent lords of Dayu. The Empress, possessing extraordinary talent and vision, had been diligently reforming the court since her ascension. The three great sects had long been subdued under her rule, and their masters were appointed as the three state preceptors of the Dayu dynasty. Your Majesty need not worry. Ying Wudi spoke solemnly. In no matter who obtains the Dao Sword Cauldron, it will ultimately fall into the hands of the immortals. This is also an opportunity for our Dayu dynasty to soar to new heights. The Empress regarded Ying Wudi, gesturing for him to continue to seize the Dao Sword Cauldron. Aurora City is key. If we can capture Aurora City, we can leverage it to seek collaboration with the immortals. Before the immortals descend, no one can rashly enter Yuxiao Mountain. Ying Wudi's words were resolute. If the immortals wished to gain the upper hand and acquire the Dao Sword Cauldron, they would have to ally with the Dayu dynasty. By then, even if Yuxiao Mountain transformed into a sacred realm of swordsmanship, it would still belong to the Dayu dynasty. The Empress pressed her lips together, her gaze flickering with contemplation. After a moment, she raised her head. Then let it be as you say. However, to take Aurora City, we must eliminate the Chun family. Yet the Chun family wields considerable power in the northern territories, guarding the demon suppression pass for many years. Beyond the reach of imperial authority, eliminate the Chun family before the arrival of the immortals will prove quite challenging. All along, the Empress had been waiting for the moment when Chun Fengyang would fail his tribulation and perish. Only with Chun Fengyang's death would the royal family dare to take action against the Chun family. Chun Fengyang, on the brink of his tribulation, would not act lightly, but once he did, it would undoubtedly be a desperate gamble. Perhaps even a one-for-many exchange. Your Majesty. At that moment, Lord Nangguang Su stepped forward, declaring, once Chun Fengyang is dead, the Chun family will pose no threat. I have a plan that could bring about the premature arrival of Chun Fengyang's tribulation. All eyes in the Imperial Study turned to Lord Nangguang. I have confirmed that Chun Fengyang has not left Aurora City. He remains within the Chun family. If another tribulation bearer undergoes their tribulation near the Chun family, It will inevitably trigger Chun Fengyang's tribulation early. Upon hearing Lord Nangguang's words, everyone gasped. When the tribulation descends, if a second tribulation stage cultivator intrudes, regardless of whether their own tribulation has arrived, it will trigger both simultaneously. At that moment, the dual tribulations would amplify the tribulation's power exponentially. Yet to exchange the life of a tribulation stage cultivator for Chun Fengyang's life, even those burdened with deep-seated grievances would hesitate to do so. To perish beneath the tribulation is to have one's soul scattered, to be utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash. Throughout the celestial realm, no one would willingly gamble their own life and path to immortality for another's. Noting the Empress's furrowed brow, Lord Nangguang could not help but smile bitterly. A tribulation stage cultivator won't suffice. But what of a scattered immortal? Scattered immortals are those whose physical forms are destroyed during their tribulation. Yet they escape with their primordial spirit to cultivate anew. Theoretically, scattered immortals have not failed their tribulation, but have yet to complete it. Thus, every century, the tribulation reoccurs, growing stronger each time until it ultimately strikes down the scattered immortal. The tribulation faced by scattered immortals is akin to that of tribulation stage cultivators, capable of triggering an early arrival of the latter's tribulation. However, in the realm of cultivation, the number of scattered immortals is exceedingly rare. Escaping with one's primordial spirit beneath the tribulation is far more challenging than successfully undergoing the tribulation. In the past, the ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Yuan, did not perish during the tribulation, but became a scattered immortal. Now, with the third scattered immortal tribulation approaching, he held no confidence in overcoming this trial to use oneself as a tribulation to claim Chun Fengyang's life was, indeed, the decision of the ancestor. Chapter 33. The Emergence of the Chaotic Reversal Elixir. The descent of chaotic heavenly punishment. As Chun Shao opened his eyes, he was startled to find two enlarged faces looming before him. He jumped up, exclaiming, "Father, Great Elder, what are you doing?" Rubbing his eyes, he realized it was already afternoon, with the sun yet to set. Chun Junluo cleared his throat, casually broaching a topic. "What do you plan to do with those individuals in the forbidden prison?" Chun Zhao's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. In just 2 days, he had progressed from the third layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Even if Chun Shao claimed to have taken a celestial master as his teacher, Chun Junluo remained uneasy, fearing he might truly be possessed by another as a father. He was acutely aware of his son's character. Throughout his upbringing, Chun Junluo had employed various methods to encourage him to cultivate. Yet Chun Shao had always remained indifferent. However, in the past 2 days he had suddenly changed his ways, not only practicing through the night, but also advancing remarkably. More importantly, Chun Shao had even captured 3 beings in the transformation realm. At this moment, Qin Junluo had confirmed that aside from Sikong Zhao, whom he had delivered to them, the other 3 in the forbidden prison were brought back by Qin Shao himself, thus taking advantage of Chun Zhao's deep slumber. Chun Junluo had carefully examined him alongside Chun Wenxiu and Mo Shui, ensuring that Chun Zhao's spirit was stable, his aura normal, and without any abnormalities. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fully at ease, Chun Shao scratched his head. "I'll handle it shortly." Just then Mo Shui suddenly interjected, "Wait until you kill Xiao Yuqing. Leave one of her eyes for me." Chun Shao nodded, "All right," regardless of how Xiao Yuqing was in the past. The moment she allied herself with Nangong Qi and assisted him in scheming against Chun Shao and the Chun family, she had already become a dead person in Qin Zhao's eyes. Chun Junluo was not surprised to hear that Chun Shao intended to kill Xiao Yuqing. After all, she was the one whom Chun Shao had personally thrown into the forbidden prison. The 4 powerful beings of the transformation stage were said to have been dealt with by Chun Shao. But in truth, they were handed over to 2 divine beasts. These 2 divine creatures possessed ancestral memories and were well-versed in countless methods, one of which was the art of enslavement. However, no matter how sophisticated the enslavement technique, it would inevitably leave a traceable flaw, easily discerned by others. Yet, with the aid of the Heavenly Dao's power above the tribulation, Qin Shao eradicated any signs of the enslavement. Only then did he release Ing Wuxian. "Wei Jiao, who had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and Wei Shi, the owner of the Iron Bull Beef Noodle Restaurant, were both taken by Chen Xiao in plain sight. However, the capture of Ing Wuxian remained a secret known only to Chen Junluo, Chen Wenxiu, and Mo Shui. Naturally, Chen Junluo and Chen Wenxiu would not disclose this information, and Mo Shui, upon leaving the Chen family's forbidden prison, had sworn a heavenly oath not to divulge what she had witnessed inside. After resolving all of this, Chen Xiao returned to the heavenly tribulation to continue his cultivation, and one knew that, recently, the frequency of the heart demon tribulation during the transformation of demonic beasts had dramatically increased. Disciple, stop cultivating. Just as Chen Xiao was about to embody his heart demon and delve into the consciousness of a demonic beast, he was halted by Yun Ranyan. Your Chaos Anti-Spirit Pill has arrived. Chaos Anti-Spirit Pill. Upon hearing these 5 words, Chen Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. He swiftly appeared at the location of Yun Ranyan, which was also the realm of the Heavenly Dao. The Chaos Anti-Spirit Pill could reconstruct spiritual roots. Forging the legendary strongest spiritual root, the Chaos Spiritual Root. Indeed, Yun Ranyan nodded. Once your spiritual root is reforged into the Chaos Spiritual Root, you will naturally be able to break through into the Golden Core stage. Once you reach the Golden Core stage, you will be able to control the 100-year tribulation of scattered immortals that in the Foundation Establishment stage. Chen Xiao controlled the tribulation of demonic beast transformations and the emergence of spiritual entities. In the Golden Core stage, he would command the life and death tribulation of scattered immortals that occurs once every 100 years. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, Chen Xiao would be able to oversee the tribulation faced by cultivators ascending to immortality. By that time, Chan Fingyang's heavenly tribulation could be effortlessly endured. Master will send you there. But remember, that individual is a reincarnated immortal emperor. The reason for his reincarnation is that he has discovered the method and divine materials to forge the Chaos Anti-Spirit Pill to reconstruct his own Chaos Spiritual Root. Therefore, it would be best not to use the heart demon tribulation against him. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's initial eagerness was abruptly doused with cold water. But I really want to have a duel with the reincarnated immortal emperor. Chen Xiao muttered softly. Yun Ranyan sighed lightly, his flawless immortal emperor reincarnation. If you were to fight him now, it would only result in your utter defeat, shattering your confidence, and casting a shadow over your path of cultivation. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the realm of Taijin's cultivation, at Guhangshan, dark clouds roared and thunder rolled. The youth clad in a white robe stood beside a cauldron taller than a person. Gazing skyward, the Chaos Anti-Spirit Pill truly deserved its reputation as a divine artifact that defies the heavens. It had just been refined, and the heavenly punishment had already arrived, drawn by its scent. However, this cauldron of mine is a first-grade immortal artifact. A mere pill tribulation cannot breach the defenses of a first-grade immortal artifact. Seeing the heavenly tribulation descend, the white-robed youth remained unperturbed, even wearing a faint smile. Above the heavenly tribulation, Chen Xiao was slightly displeased. A first-grade immortal artifact? Why isn't it a transcendent-grade artifact? Do you think transcendent-grade artifacts grow on trees? Yun Ranyan replied. However, Yang Tian indeed possesses a transcendent-grade artifact, but it resides with his immortal emperor true self. Yang Tian? Upon hearing Yun Ranyan utter the name of the youth below, Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed. This isn't the Taijin cultivation realm, is it? Yun Ranyan confirmed. Indeed, it is the Taijin cultivation realm, and the Yang Tian below is the very person you had in mind. Yang Tian, a disciple of the esteemed Qingyun sect, the foremost immortal sect in the Taijin cultivation realm, had reached the late stage of the transformation realm at the tender age of 18, earning the title of the greatest genius in the cultivation world. In that instant, Chen Zhao's expression grew exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that Yang Tian was a reincarnated immortal emperor. Chen Zhao's mother, Yi Fengyan, was the legitimate daughter of the head of the foremost cultivation family, the Yi family, in the Taijin cultivation realm. This departure from the Chen family, returning to the Taijin realm, was to confront the Qingyun sect. The Yi family and the Qingyun sect were mortal enemies. For 3,000 years, These two colossal entities had battled across the Taijin cultivation realm. Their hatred for one another deeply ingrained. If Yang Tian were indeed a reincarnated immortal emperor, then the Yi family would undoubtedly be unable to contend with the Qin Yun sect. And no wonder Master said that they would inevitably cross paths in the future. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. A reincarnated immortal emperor. Is it all for the sake of forging a chaos spiritual root? Chen Xiao licked his lips. In the next moment, the tribulation clouds suddenly turned purple. Strikes of purple lightning erupted from the clouds. Boom! In an instant, the purple lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain. What the hell? Chaos, heavenly punishment. Yang Tian cried out in alarm, abandoning his cauldron and elixirs. Turning to flee, Chen Xiao, having cultivated the 9 heavens thunder decree and mastered the 9 great tribulations, commanded the 4-9 lightning tribulation, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the 9-9 rebirth tribulation, the 10 directions annihilation tribulation, the 1,000 crushed demons tribulation, the 10,000 tribulations of refinement, the reincarnation great tribulation, the heavenly man's 5 declines, and the chaos heavenly punishment. The chaos heavenly punishment was the most formidable among these 9 great tribulations. Signifying annihilation, it was astonishing that the chaos anti-spirit pill would provoke the chaos heavenly punishment. 8,000 miles away, Yang Tian's eyes glazed over, haunted by lingering fear. Had it not been for the teleportation talisman on him as a life-saving card, he would have certainly perished in the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. After enduring countless hardships to reincarnate into the cultivation realm and finally gathering the divine materials to refine the chaos anti-spirit pill, he never anticipated that, at the very moment the pill was completed, it would summon the chaos heavenly punishment. That chaos anti-spirit pill had consumed more than 60% of his treasures from his time as an immortal emperor. Once the chaos heavenly punishment descended, everything turned to dust, not to mention a first-grade immortal artifact. Even innate treasures would be reduced to rubble. Truly, it is best not to meddle with legendary items. Damn it, chaos heavenly punishment. Why am I so unlucky? Until that moment, Yang Tian's heart still trembled. However, I still have some materials left. If the chaos anti-spirit pill is off-limits, then I shall refine an innate anti-spirit pill to forge an immortal spiritual root. Damn it, my first-grade immortal artifact cauldron. Blood trickled from the corner of Yang Tian's mouth. The primordial spirit imprint within the immortal artifact cauldron had already been destroyed. Katigu Hungshan, beneath the cover of the chaos heavenly punishment. A colossal hand woven from purple lightning descended from the clouds, seizing the first-grade immortal artifact cauldron along with the chaos anti-spirit pill within it, erasing the primordial spirit imprint in the process. Chapter 34. Chaos Spiritual Root, Golden Core Completion. Chen Xiao, merrily carrying the cauldron, returned to the realm of the Heavenly Dao. Yun Ranyan gazed at him in astonishment. Disciple, how did you bring back his cauldron as well? Chen Xiao placed the cauldron in the void, wiping away non-existent sweat, and chuckled. After all, it is a first-grade immortal artifact cauldron. I couldn't just let it be destroyed. Yun Ranyan scratched her head. Ah, that's true. A first-grade immortal artifact cauldron indeed cannot withstand the chaos heavenly punishment. Disciple, you weren't thinking of striking down Yang Tian as well, were you? Chen Xiao nodded. Unfortunately, he fled too swiftly. The teleportation talisman instantly moved Yang Tian 8,000 miles away. He is not a tribulation passer. Once he has escaped the range of the heavenly tribulation, there is nothing I can do. Yun Ranyan patted Chen Xiao's shoulder. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When he undergoes tribulation to ascend to immortality, won't he be at your mercy? Ah, right. Chen Xiao struck his palm. If I truly cannot defeat him, then I shall ambush him on the path to his inevitable success. I refuse to believe he will never undergo tribulation to ascend to immortality. In a moment of mutual gaze, one representing the heavenly path and the other the lesser heavenly path, both bore sinister smiles upon their faces. Ah, my disciple, I shall impart to you another profound sword technique. Once you have reforged your chaotic spiritual root and ascended to the golden core stage, you may begin your cultivation. As she spoke, Yin Renyin lightly tapped her finger on Chun Zhao's forehead. In an instant, an unfathomable thought surged into Chun Zhao's consciousness, intertwining seamlessly with his memories. Very well, you shall cultivate here while I venture to the mortal realm. I will seek you out tomorrow. With those words, Yin Ranyin's form gradually faded until she vanished completely. Qin Shao hastily gathered his thoughts, dispelling distractions, and sat cross-legged in the void, cultivating within the realm of the heavenly path. Here he need not worry about the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The energy within Qin Shao remained perpetually abundant. Most importantly, as a disciple of the heavenly path, within this domain, Qin Shao embodied the lesser heavenly path. He could comprehend any technique or divine ability in an instant. With a flick of his hand, a purplish pill appeared, the Chaos Reversal Pill. This miraculous elixir could reshape one's spiritual root into a chaotic one. Without hesitation, Qin Shao swallowed the pill whole. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated within Qin Zhao's body as his mutated lightning spiritual root became enveloped in waves of purple energy. This energy struck like a colossal hammer, relentlessly forging his spiritual root. Gradually, a faint purple light began to shimmer across his body, forming a cocoon of light that enveloped him entirely. In the next moment, the power of the heavenly path surged wildly into Qin Shao. Bolstered by this energy, the reforging of his spiritual root commenced at an astonishing pace. Merely half an hour passed before, boom, the purple cocoon shattered, and Qin Zhao's eyes flew open, two flickers of purple mist darting across his gaze. It is done. Joy surged within Qin Zhao's eyes. In the following instant, the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Sutra erupted into motion. An endless torrent of true essence flowed through his meridians, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Gathering within his dantian, crack, crack, waves of overwhelming lightning intertwined as his dantian underwent a transformation of epic proportions. A small, dark speck emerged at the core of his dantian, gradually growing until at last a purple golden core manifested within. Encasing this golden core were 9 bolts of lightning, which Qin Shao recognized as the 9 great tribulations under the heavenly path. The 4-9 lightning tribulation, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the 9-9 reincarnation tribulation, the 10 directions annihilation tribulation, the 1,000 crushed devil tribulation, the 10,000 tribulations of world refinement, the great reincarnation tribulation, the 5 declines of heaven and man, and the chaos heavenly punishment. Qin Shao was left speechless. The tribulations had become his divine abilities, with the capacity to summon these 9 tribulations without undergoing them himself. Currently at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, he could only wield the weakest 4-9 lightning tribulation. Yet it was more than sufficient. After careful examination of the 9 tribulations surrounding his Golden Core, he concluded that the 4-9 lightning tribulation was indeed a tribulation. The thought of wielding the tribulation against foes sent shivers of excitement through him. My master also imparted a profound sword technique before departing. With a flicker of thought, Qin Shao attempted to activate the true word sword technique. Buzz! In the next instant, a resonating hum filled his mind. Advance, soldiers, battle, all, array line, forward. 9 gleaming golden characters appeared in his consciousness. The true word sword technique commanded the sword with truth. Qin Shao gulped. I must find a tribulation beast to practice this true word sword technique. In the following moment, Qin Zhao's form vanished from the realm of the heavenly path. Boom! Beneath the tribulation, a divine beast, 100 feet long, resembling a lion yet clad in scales, stood atop a mountain peak. Its pale azure eyes fixated intently upon the gathering storm clouds above. This lower-tier divine beast was the azure-eyed swan and eye. Over the past 2 days, Qin Shao had challenged this beast thrice. Yet even when its cultivation was suppressed to match his own level, he remained no match for it. Whether in combat experience or the utilization of divine abilities, Qin Zhao's true self could not compete against these ancient beasts that had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. The primary reason being that Qin Shao possessed too few divine abilities. He primarily relied on basic sword techniques, resulting in a solid foundational skill set, but little else. Now he faced the lower-tier divine beast for the 4th time. Within his consciousness, the azure-eyed swan and eye let out a low growl and lunged at Chen Xiao. Within the realm of the heart demon, both entities were of equal standing, corresponding to the initial stage of the golden core. Chen Xiao transformed into a dark-clad swordsman, his gaze icy as he regarded the divine beast before him. Previously, he had battled the lower-tier divine beast for 300 rounds with his basic sword technique, only to ultimately face defeat. Advance, Chen Xiao commanded sharply. A brilliant sword light shot skyward, exploding above the azure-eyed Swan-Ni's head and splitting into 9 beams of light. The advanced sword technique allowed for the bifurcation of sword light. Each split beam possessed the same power as the original strike. At the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, Chen Xiao could produce 9 beams of sword light, akin to 9 versions of himself, striking simultaneously. Furthermore, each beam could even unleash distinct sword techniques. At that moment, the 9 beams of sword light surged forth with terrifying momentum from all directions, cleaving towards the azure-eyed Swan-Ni. The beast sensed impending danger, but remained undeterred. Continuing its charge toward Chen Xiao, the 9 beams struck the azure-eyed Swan-Ni with tremendous force, leaving 9 deep gashes visible to the bone across its body. To golden-tinged blood sprayed across the air. Heart Demon, the azure-eyed Swan-Ni roared in fury, its expression twisted, yet it pressed on relentlessly toward Chen Xiao. It was clear that the beast was not lost within the Heart Demon tribulation. It knew it was undergoing the Heart Demon trial. This was precisely Chen Xiao's intent. For a tribulation beast to understand it was undergoing a Heart Demon trial, it must defeat its Heart Demon to succeed in transcending. Only thus could the tribulation beast unleash its full combat potential. Go, Chen Xiao commanded, and 3 beams of sword light ignited around him. Enveloped by these beams, Chen Xiao vanished in an instant. The advanced sword technique propelled his speed to unprecedented levels. The azure-eyed Swan-Ni could barely react before it collided with the ground, causing the entire realm of consciousness to tremble violently. Weapon. Chen Xiao stood suspended in the void, and with the utterance of the word weapon, a silver sword light materialized, transforming into a humanoid figure as sharp as a blade. The sword soldier. The moment the sword soldier emerged, it charged toward the azure-eyed Swan-Ni. The divine beast struggled to rise from the ground, only to see this diminutive figure rushing toward it. Enraged, it opened its maw wide to bite down. The sword soldier offered no resistance, allowing itself to be consumed by the azure-eyed Swan-Ni. Buzz! But in the next instant, a colossal sword light erupted from within the beast's belly, cleaving its massive form in twain before vanishing into thin air. Following this, the azure-eyed Swan-Ni's consciousness began to crumble piece by piece. Indeed, this true word sword technique surpassed the unmatched sword eye. Once, Chen Xiao, wielding the unparalleled sword eye, engaged in a fierce battle with a lower divine beast of the same realm for 300 rounds. Ultimately, he faced defeat. However, this time, he dispatched the azure-eyed Swan-Ni with merely 3 strikes. The enhancement in his cultivation to the Golden Core stage, coupled with the possession of a chaos spiritual root, contributed significantly to his newfound prowess, which had geometrically increased compared to before. It can be asserted that only with the chaos spiritual root did Chen Xiao truly acquire the qualifications to become a disciple of the heavenly path. In the next moment, Chen Xiao snapped his fingers, and the power of the heavenly path surged forth. He emerged from the grip of inner demons, regaining control over the heavenly tribulation. The azure-eyed Swan-Ni, previously vanquished by the inner demons, was restored in an instant. Ultimately, the tribulation clouds dispersed, and the azure-eyed Swan-Ni successfully transcended, transforming into human form. In these past few days, any divine beasts or monsters chosen by Chen Xiao as trial targets, regardless of victory or defeat, all succeeded in overcoming their tribulations, serving as Chen Xiao's recompense. This very moment, the news of the emergence of the supreme immortal artifact, the Deluo Sword Cauldron, had already spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation and beyond into the vast Eastern Wilderness world. Overnight, the entire Eastern Wilderness world began to tremble. Countless cultivators flocked to Yuxiao Mountain. This truly the Deluo Sword Cauldron, the fated artifact of a legendary Deluo Sword Sovereign. A figure clad in azure stood at the foot of Yuxiao Mountain, This was a middle-aged man, whose every gesture exuded an air of natural authority. He did not even conceal his aura. An immortal. An immortal from the eastern wilderness world had finally descended upon the cultivation realm. This immortal pondered for a moment, murmuring, in broad daylight, the empress of the Dao dynasty performed a feat of great strength, yet did not suffer the backlash of a Deluo sword cauldron. With a soft exclamation, the immortal extended his hand, grasping towards the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. The tremendous force of heaven and earth converged, forming a colossal hand that reached into the 99 layers of the sword domain. Seizing the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain, he intended to take the main peak, along with the Deluo sword cauldron and the 99 layers of the sword domain, for himself. But in that very instant, a hum resonated. The previously dim sword domain suddenly illuminated. 99 sword shadows surged into the sky, hurtling towards the immortal in a lethal assault. Not good. The immortal's eyes widened in shock, filled with dread. Yet he had no time to react. The 99 sword shadows twisted violently in the void, and that formidable immortal was instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Then, tranquility returned to Yuxiao Mountain. In an instant, all the cultivators nearby were left in stunned silence. They had yet to comprehend what had just transpired. An immortal had descended, aiming to emulate the Empress and seize the Deluo sword cauldron, only to be annihilated. A tribulation stage cultivator murmured, "So, this Deluo sword cauldron is our opportunity as cultivators. Immortals are not to be trifled with. To provoke them is to invite certain death." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, particularly among the factions surrounding Aurora City and Yuxiao Mountain. At the very least, there would be no immortal battles here. Boom! Just as the shock of the immortal's demise began to wear off, the elemental energy surrounding Yuxiao Mountain began to tremble violently. Converging towards the main peak, a massive golden tablet slowly materialized in the void, hovering above Yuxiao Mountain. The golden tablet extended for 100 miles, radiating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire night sky. From the tablet erupted a tremendous force, compelling the cultivators within Yuxiao Mountain to retreat instantly. No-one was permitted to approach the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. Those who defied this command would face death. The golden tablet shimmered, inscribing 2 lines of bold characters, each word imbued with boundless murderous intent. The Empress of Dao. When imposing presence, a tribulation stage cultivator scoffed. "I am not a cultivator of the Dao dynasty. Why should I heed your command?" As he spoke, the tribulation stage cultivator coldly laughed, summoning a beam of sword light and charging towards the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the colossal golden tablet, akin to a slumbering giant beast revealing its claws. The attacking tribulation stage cultivator's expression changed drastically, and he retreated obediently. An immortal artifact. Does the Dao cultivation dynasty possess such a treasure? At this moment, all present around Yuxiao Mountain fell into silence. They realized one crucial fact. The royal family of the Dao dynasty had likely formed an alliance with a certain immortal power from the eastern wilderness world. At this moment, the golden tablet did not descend upon Yuxiao Mountain, but rather hovered in the air, forming a barrier that obstructed others from approaching the main peak. This night was destined to be sleepless. At the foot of Yuxiao Mountain, Ancestor, Nan Gongqi looked at the elder before him, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow. The elder was none other than the ancestor of the Nan Gong family. Nan Gongying ate tea this moment. Nan Gongqi's heart brimmed with resentment. He could have defied fate to assist his ancestor in overcoming this tribulation. All he needed to do was suppress Chan Xiao and seize enough of the heavenly path's fortune from him. With that, he could exchange for treasures in the system's shop to help Nan Gongyuan reconstruct his body, freeing him from the state of a loose immortal. There was no need for Nan Gongyuan to sacrifice himself this time. Sensing Nan Gongqi's emotions, Nan Gongyuan gently patted his shoulder and smiled. To have escaped the heavenly tribulation with a sliver of my primordial spirit and to cultivate as a loose immortal is already a battle against fate. To clear obstacles for the family and for His Majesty is a death worthy of honor. My life will not have been in vain. Now, Let us send Chen Fengyang on his way. Nan Gongqi bit his lip and then communicated with the system. System, is there any way to preserve a fragment of my ancestor's soul? Yes, but it requires 3,000 points, but he currently has less than 500 points. However, if the host can defeat Chen Xiao openly and honorably in front of all, the system can grant the host an additional 5,000 points. Nan Gongqi was taken aback. Is that true? If the host fails, then all current points will be reset to 0. Very well. Nan Gongqi did not hesitate, readily agreeing. Ancestor, please wait a moment. He hastily called out to Nan Gongyuan. Early the next morning, Chen Xiao was awakened by an excited voice. Shower, shower, your master has arrived. Hurry to the front hall. The voice of Chen Junluo brimmed with immense joy as it resonated in Chen Xiao's mind. Chen Xiao yawned and then rose to freshen up. Moments later, he arrived at the front hall of the Chen family. Master, in the reception room, several individuals were seated, yet there was no sign of Yun Ranyan. At the head of the table sat a youth clad in splendid attire, his features striking and demeanor casual yet charming. He was savoring a pastry, taking small bites. Chen Xiao paused for a moment, then hastened to the side of the youth, bowing respectfully. Disciple Chen Xiao, humbly greeting my master. Chapter 36. Born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year at this time. In the reception hall, there were Chen family's head Chen Junluo, the grand elder Chen Wenxiu, and the second elder Chen Wenye accompanying him. Initially, the three were somewhat incredulous that the youth before them was the master that Chen Xiao had spoken of. He was so different from their imagined immortal, who would be ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. Moreover, the youth had already consumed 3 plates of pastries in just a short time after arriving at the Chen family. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Yun Ranyan's eyes sparkled with joy. Rise! Chen Xiao straightened up and, filled with curiosity, asked, Master, why have you changed so much? Yun Ranyan stuffed another piece of pastry in her mouth and mumbled. Dressing as a girl is quite inconvenient. It attracts some rather foolish flies. This way is much better. Chen Junluo, Chen Wenxiu, Chen Wenye. Dressing as a girl is quite inconvenient. So, this is still a young girl? Chen Xiao suddenly understood that he then turned to introduce the other 3 in the reception hall. Father, Grand Elder, Second Elder, this is my master, Yun Ranyan. Chen Junluo, a stern expression, forcing out a faint smile. Miss Yun, you are most courteous. Initially, upon hearing that Chen Zhao's master had arrived, Chen Junlu was overjoyed. However, upon seeing her in person, he was rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that Chen Zhao's master was so remarkably youthful. Although it is known that in the realm of immortality, there exist methods to maintain one's appearance, with many cultivators deliberately preserving a youthful visage. Such semblance is merely superficial. The essence of youthfulness cannot be feigned. Observing the young girl before him, Chen Junlu almost believed that Chen Xiao had procured a playmate for himself. Moreover, what struck him as even more astonishing was the fact that she was a girl. Chen Junlu felt his mind racing, struggling to comprehend the situation. Noticing the expressions of those present, Chen Xiao made no attempt to clarify. He addressed Chen Junlu. Father, I shall take my master to my place now. As he spoke, he took Yun Ranran's hand and headed towards a small courtyard. The second elder, Chen Wenye, watched the two depart and murmured, Is she truly Xiao's master, my lord? Chen Wenxiu chuckled. Is there any doubt? Both of us possess the cultivation of the transformation god realm. Have we not discerned the truth of Miss Yun? Chen Wenxiu's words jolted Chen Junlu and Chen Wenye into realization. Even Chen Junlu, in the late stage of the transformation god realm, failed to see through Yun Ranran's facade. Chen Wenye suddenly understood. Indeed, who other than an immortal from the eastern wilderness could possess such abilities? Chen Wenxiu pondered aloud. The Empress has employed a celestial artifact to seal the peak of Yuxiao Mountain, likely seeking a powerful ally from the eastern wilderness. The next step will undoubtedly be to strike at our Chen family and seize Aurora City. Yet, she could never anticipate that our Chen family also has formidable backing. At that moment, the 3 individuals in the reception hall exchanged knowing smiles. It seems your father does not quite believe that I am your master, remarked Yun Ranran in Chen Zhao's small courtyard, having finished the last morsel of pastry and licking her lips with lingering delight. Chen Xiao, smiling beside her, replied, Who could blame him for doubting, given your youthful appearance? Anyone would be incredulous. But I am indeed your age, Yun Ranran insisted. Chen Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. We are the same age. Yun Ranran nodded. We were born on the same day, in the same month. At the exact hour. Hence, I chose you to be the protagonist of the Heavenly Dao. Noticing Chen Xiao's puzzled expression, Yun Ranran elaborated. Originally, the Heavenly Dao was merely a concept, formless and intangible, impartial and objective, governing the operations of all things in the world. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Heavenly Dao took on human form. Namely, my father 17 years ago, after he and a being brought me into existence, he departed for another realm. And I succeeded him as the new Heavenly Dao, albeit temporarily as an apprentice. But a sudden insight struck Chen Zhao's mind. Could the manifestation of the Heavenly Dao be linked to the antagonist system? Yin Ranran nodded. Indeed, but it is not merely the antagonist system. Systems have already proliferated across various realms. These systems disrupt the balance of heaven and earth and interfere with the operation of the Heavenly Dao. Ordinary individuals must toil endlessly to achieve their accomplishments. Yet with the assistance of systems, one can simply sign in or undertake trivial tasks to attain success. Take you, for example, as the protagonist chosen by me. Your recent surge in cultivation was achieved through your relentless efforts during the tribulation. Recalling the harrowing moments of being torn apart and devoured by the tribulation beasts, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Yin Ranran continued, if the Heavenly Dao does not manifest, it will inevitably be consumed by the systems, leading to the ruin of the entire world. Even if the Heavenly Dao takes form, should that system reach a certain level of maturity, it could also devour the Heavenly Dao. Chen Zhao's expression shifted. Does that mean the system possesses the capability to threaten the Heavenly Dao? Yun Ranran nodded. Thus, my dear disciple, you must protect me. Chen Xiao nodded earnestly. Furthermore, my dear disciple, being the protagonist of the Heavenly Dao does not render you invincible. One must remain vigilant, for even the slightest lapse could lead to becoming a pawn for others, Yun Ranran cautioned. Chen Xiao acknowledged, I understand, I end the altered narrative within the Heavenly Dao scroll. Chen Zhao's fate was indeed quite tragic. The plot orchestrated by the Heavenly Dao merely depicts an idealized trajectory that I end this realm. Countless uncertainties abound, with systems being just one of them to truly grow and become the authentic protagonist of the Heavenly Dao. Chen Xiao knew he must strive with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the eastern gate of the city, as if some heavy object had fallen. Chen Xiao, on that day at the Liu family's estate, when you conspired against me, I found it utterly unacceptable. Today I shall seal my cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm. Do you dare to face me in a fair and just duel? Nengongqi's voice resonated through the array, swiftly echoing across the entire Aurora city. I could see that moment, 3 miles beyond the eastern gate. A massive arena appeared. Nengongqi stood with arms crossed, commanding the stormy skies. Within Aurora City, a wave of commotion ensued as many rushed out to witness the spectacle. Nengongqi, the young lord of the Tianyang Marquisate, the one who rides his sword through the air, showering insults. As this statement was uttered, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Over the past few days, Nengongqi had become the source of amusement for the entire Aurora City. Even with the emergence of a top-tier celestial artifact, Nengongqi's name continued to dominate the gossip. Hearing the malicious taunts, Nengongqi pressed his lips together tightly. Nangong lurking in the shadows, did not reveal himself. Yet his face was etched with concern. Chen Zhao's voice rang out. What benefits do I gain from a fair duel with you? Should you win, 100 million top-grade spirit stones shall be yours. As soon as the words left his lips, the onlookers who had been mocking fell silent, stunned. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The Tianyang Marquisate was indeed wealthy. Top-grade spirit stones were measured in hundreds of millions. Some began to shift restlessly, contemplating whether to side with Nengongqi. However, the looming presence of Yuxiao Mountain, with its golden giant plaque radiating brilliance, deterred their intentions. First, you shall provide me with 100 million top-grade spirit stones as a deposit. Upon your victory, grant me 1 billion. Otherwise, our discussion is moot. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, the crowd gasped collectively. This Qin Shao was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. Yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Without external assistance, even if Nangongqi sealed his cultivation, Qin Shao would undoubtedly be no match for him. Acknowledging the certainty of defeat, it was wiser to secure sufficient spirit stones. After all, he would not suffer any loss. Chapter 37. The turtle-shelled rabbit naturally. Many were keenly awaiting Nangongqi's response. Previously, he had extravagantly wagered 10 million top-grade spirit stones to challenge Qin Shao, only to suffer a humiliating retreat. One believed that Qin Shao could defeat Nangongqi, who was in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and one of the top talents in the Diyu dynasty. All. It appeared that Nangongqi had been outmaneuvered by Qin Shao. Qin Shao was deemed a complete wastrel, indifferent to his reputation at this moment. However, Nangongqi's countenance darkened. More spirit stones. Moreover, he was demanding 100 million top-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Did he take him for a fool? What if I refuse to pay? Nangongqi's voice dripped with iciness, as cold as the winter frost. And then there was silence. Qin Shao could hardly be bothered to engage further. He had no intention of fighting someone who wouldn't even pay. From his small kitchen, he retrieved a beautifully arranged platter of pastries. "Master, you must try this. It's delectable." Yun Ranran quickly swallowed the candied fruit in her mouth, reached for the pastries, and said, "Disciple, are you truly not going to respond to him?" Qin Shao shrugged. "If I could kill him, I would certainly go for it. Why bother engaging with this turtle-shelled rabbit? Winning or losing brings no advantage." Yun Ranran frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before stating earnestly, "Indeed, after eating candied fruit, pastries lose their sweetness." Qin Shao nodded in agreement. He then poured a pot of tea and placed it before Yun Ranran. "First, have a cup of spirit tea to cleanse your palate." After waiting for an eternity, seeing that Qin Shao truly ignored him, Nangongqi spoke again, this time with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Qin Shao, I shall grant you the time it takes to burn an incense stick. If you do not emerge after that, I will go to the Qin family and block their door. If any member of the Qin family dares to show their face, I will strike them down until no one from the Qin family has the courage to step outside. Of course, I would not mind if the esteemed Qin Fengyang himself chose to confront me in battle." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped both inside and outside of Aurora City. To utter such a declaration indicated that Nangongqi harbored immense hatred towards Qin Shao. Some even began to speculate that Nangongqi's humiliation at the auction in the Yubao Pavilion was orchestrated by Qin Shao behind the scenes. However, blocking the Qin family's door was no trivial matter. Even if Nangongqi's father, the Tianyang Marquis Nangongsu, were to arrive in person, it would still be futile. The Qin family is one of the 8 revered cultivation families of the Diyu Immortal Dynasty, a prestigious sect within the realm of cultivation. Such a statement was undoubtedly a blatant provocation against the Qin family. Should the Qin family choose to remain silent, it would only invite scorn. Especially now, with the emergence of divine artifacts pushing Aurora City into the spotlight. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Nangongqi, revealing his early-stage transformation into divinity without restraint. This time, however, he did not unleash torrents of water behind him, indicating some form of precaution had been taken. Transformation into divinity. Nangongqi had actually reached this stage before turning 50 in the entire cultivation world. A transformation into divinity at such a young age marked him as one of the most exceptional geniuses. Perhaps he truly possessed the strength to blockade the Qin family. It seemed that Nangongqi's challenge to Qin Shao was not merely for his own sake, but likely had the influence of the Empress behind it. "Oh dear, the young Marquis of Tianyang has made his move. Let us see how Qin Shao, or rather the Qin family, will respond. This time, the Qin family may indeed suffer a significant loss. Qin Shao is merely a debauched youth, and is certainly no match for Nangongqi. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, if the young Marquis truly goes to block the Qin family's door, I am curious to see whether the older generation of the Qin family will shamelessly intervene or if the younger generation will handle the situation." At that moment, the murmurs grew louder, clearly indicating that these were individuals aligned with Nangongqi or the Empress, deliberately steering public opinion to corner the Qin family into a predicament. Suddenly, a man clad in red with fiery long hair and a commanding demeanor, emerged from the city gate. His long red hair flowed like flames, and his light golden eyes fixated intently on Nangongqi atop the stage. I am Chun Daqiang, of the Chun family, strong and formidable. Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The peak transformation of divinity emanated from Chun Daqiang without concealment on the stage. Nangongqi's complexion turned pale, retreating 3 steps in shock as he gazed incredulously at Chun Daqiang. Is this a member of the Chun family? The Chun family harbors such a formidable expert. System, who is this person? Which member of the Chun family is he? Nangongqi hastily called out to the system. After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded. This is a character outside the established narrative. To investigate his background, the host must expend 500 points. Nangongqi grumbled. Points again. What I lack most right now are points. However, he was not surprised to encounter a character outside the narrative. The so-called plot had crumbled completely the moment the Deluo sword cauldron appeared. In the original narrative, Qin Shao had discreetly taken the Deluo sword cauldron without anyone noticing. Nangongqi had shared this same thought. Yet now, the emergence of the Deluo sword cauldron had thoroughly disrupted the trajectory of the future. The system's attempts to reorganize the narrative required substantial points and energy. Nangongqi pondered. Chen Daqiang suddenly smiled, but young Nangong, Daqiang, am not here to contend with you, but rather to confront your backing. Without giving Nangongqi time to think, Chen Daqiang unleashed a punch toward the concealed area. In an instant, the air above erupted with a scorching heat, akin to heavenly fire descending upon the earth. Oh no! Nangongqi's expression shifted dramatically. That direction was where Nangong Yuan was located. Humph! Nangong Yuan snorted coldly. The so-called loose immortal who had survived 2 tribulations posed no threat to a cultivator at the transformation stage. He waved his sleeve, summoning a violent force that manifested as a colossal whirlwind to meet Chun Daqiang's attack. The collision of their powers reverberated through the air with a thunderous roar. Chun Daqiang narrowed his eyes, deducing that the opponent was a loose immortal, one who had passed tribulations but remained below the celestial realm. He quickly realized the purpose of his presence. This fellow was likely here to undergo tribulation within Aurora City. Did he not understand how many tribulation stage cultivators were currently present in the city? Should these cultivators' tribulations be triggered, it could very well spell doom for the entire Aurora City. Chun Daqiang licked his lips, a murderous intent blossoming in his gaze. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's voice echoed within Chun Daqiang's mind. Come back, do not harm that loose immortal. Upon hearing that the opponent was a loose immortal, Chun Shao felt exhilarated. He had just taken over matters concerning the loose immortal tribulation and was eager to find a loose immortal to hone his skills against. Yet, after searching throughout the night during the tribulation, he had found no loose immortals willing to undergo tribulation. The number of loose immortals was exceedingly scarce. Little did he expect that one would present themselves today. Seemingly connected to the Tianyang Marquis' lineage, you've willingly come to provoke the Tianyang Marquis. Do not blame me for what follows. Chapter 38. Golden Core Stage. Were you not at the Foundation Establishment stage? Upon hearing Chun Zhao's words, Chun Daqiang showed no hesitation and turned to flee. To demonstrate that he was not retreating out of fear, a trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Such a formidable backing. I am no match. As he spoke, he hastily retreated back into Aurora City. Nangong Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, but he remained silent, continuing to conceal himself as if he had never appeared. Yet in that fleeting moment, everyone had heard Chun Daqiang's roar, a loose immortal. No wonder Nangongqi dared to proclaim he would block the Chun family's door. It turns out he has a loose immortal by his side. Loose immortals are considered the pinnacle of strength within the cultivation world. However, being a loose immortal is a dead end. They cannot ascend to immortality or achieve longevity, as long as they remain alive. They will be incessantly struck by lightning until they are ultimately vanquished. Qin Shao had already exited Aurora City and arrived before the square stage, the shower. Chun Jumla's expression shifted as he prepared to chase after him, only to be suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming yet gentle pressure that arose. Fear not, for I am here. Yun Ranyan's voice remained clear and resonant, instantly calming the previously agitated Chun Junlu and others. Standing beneath the stage, Chen Xiao gazed upward at Nangong Qi. Come, let's fight. Nangong Qi paused, casting a skeptical glance at Chen Xiao. He then heard Chen Zhao's cold chuckle. You have a loose immortal by your side. What if they are on the verge of undergoing tribulation? I fear not your blockade of the Chen family, but rather your loose immortal attempting to undergo tribulation within the city. Do you have any idea how many tribulation stage cultivators are currently in Aurora City? Chun Zhao's words served as a warning to all present. Henceforth, should anyone undergo tribulation within Aurora City, it would be attributed to Nangong Qi and his associates. The surrounding cultivators changed their expressions upon hearing this. However, after contemplating, they felt Qin Zhao's caution was somewhat exaggerated, allowing a loose immortal to undergo tribulation within a city. If anyone attempted such a reckless act, they would instantly become the enemy of all. At that moment, Aurora City was not solely populated by cultivators of the Diyu dynasty. Nangong Yuan remained expressionless. If he could obtain a superior-grade divine artifact, what did it matter if he became the enemy of all? Nangong Qi uttered no more words, simply beckoning Chun Xiao with a finger. Let us battle. The humiliation you bestowed upon me that day shall be avenged today. However, Chun Xiao took a step back. First, seal your cultivation, for I cannot dare to ascend the stage against a cultivator at the transformation stage. Moreover, I am not at ease with you sealing me. I would prefer another to undertake the task. Nangong Qi furrowed his brows and surveyed his surroundings, only to find a throng of onlookers. I shall do it that moment. A melodious female voice resonated, a woman clad in white appeared, treading upon the void. Her figure was graceful, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura of icy elegance. The features of her brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of Shui Yunqi. Shui Yunju. Nangong Qi's pupils constricted. Shui Yunju, the foremost prodigy of the Shui family in the Northern Territories, ranked among the top 10 extraordinary talents of the entire Diyu immortal cultivation dynasty. Merely 28 years of age. She had reached the transformation realm. Before acquiring the system, Nangong Qi had been nowhere near her caliber. Furthermore, Shui Yunju was the elder sister of Shui Yunqi, a close friend of Chun Xiao, sister Yunju. Chun Xiao greeted Shui Yunju with a nod. She acknowledged him with a slight inclination of her head before turning her gaze to Nangong Qi. Why Shui family possesses the 8 sealing techniques, capable of sealing an immortal cultivator's power for a duration of 2 hours. Are you bold enough to accept my seal? Young lord, Nangong Qi subtly lifted his chin, exclaiming, why should I not? In this instance, to preserve the legacy of his ancestors, Nangong Qi was willing to pay any price. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to vanquish Qin Xiao before the eyes of the crowd and claim the 5,000 points reward from the system. Naturally, Nangong Qi trusted in Shui Yunju's character. He addressed her. I trouble you, Miss Shui, to seal my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Chun Xiao opened his mouth. Wait a moment. But Nangong Qi's eyes flashed with disdain. Ignoring him entirely, Shui Yunju had already commenced her incantation. Her hands formed seals, and she suddenly radiated resplendent rays of light. In the next instant, the 8 seals of opening, rest, birth, injury, halt, view, death, and shock erupted simultaneously, releasing brilliant luminescence that enveloped Nangong Qi. Before long, his cultivation plummeted from the transformation realm to the foundation establishment stage. Shui Yunju nodded. It is done. She then turned to Qin Xiao. What were you about to say? Chun Xiao shrugged. It's nothing. As he spoke, he leaped onto the arena. Nangong Qi smirked, a wicked grin gracing his lips. Qin Xiao, you finally have the courage to confront me. Chun Xiao frowned. Did no one inform you that your smile is rather repulsive? You resemble a grand villain. Nangong Qi retorted, less chatter. Let us commence the Akati this moment. His eyes brimmed with fervent combat spirit. Akati long last. The day had arrived for a fair and square battle with Chun Xiao. Am I labeled a villain? Indeed. I embrace that role. Buzz. In that instant, the arena beneath them emitted a radiant spectrum of colors. The void above the platform was sealed, creating a realm of its own. This arena was, in fact, a genuine celestial artifact, the Tianwu Arena. Once the contest commenced, it would be ensconced within an immortal-level formation. Unless a victor emerged, the formation would not dissipate. Outsiders could not interfere in this battle. It could be said that within the Tianwu arena, everything was equitable and just, impervious to any external influence. Otherwise, one would suffer the backlash of the Tianwu arena. Chen Xiao sighed, then unleashed his cultivation, revealing his initial stage of Golden Core without reservation. Nan Gongqi was taken aback. Golden Core? Weren't you at the Foundation establishment stage? He recalled that during their last encounter at the Lu family, Chen Xiao had still been at the Foundation establishment stage. Merely 2 days had passed, and he had already broken through. Chen Xiao raised his hands. Do you think I cannot cultivate? Nan Gongqi replied. On the city walls, Chen Junluo, Chen Wenxiu, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, he was at the Foundation establishment stage yesterday. How has he ascended to the Golden Core stage today? What kind of master did he apprentice under? As they spoke, Chen Junluo and the others surreptitiously glanced toward a somewhat slender figure. The cultivators within Aurora City were equally astounded. Golden Core? In their memories, Chen Xiao had always been at the third layer of qi refinement. That was achieved when Chen Junluo forcibly initiated him at the age of 8. When did he reach the Golden Core stage? Why was no one informed? On the arena, Chen Xiao shrugged, somewhat helplessly stating, I intended to inform you, but you did not afford me the opportunity. Nan Gongqi quickly regained his composure, casting a sardonic glance at Chen Xiao. And what of the Golden Core? Merely a ways to the Golden Core stage. He ceased his idle chatter, invoking the sword technique in his hand that a streak of azure sword light, imbued with overwhelming sword intent, slashed toward Chen Xiao. Even at the Foundation establishment stage, Nan Gongqi possessed the strength to slay an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. Such was the nature of genius. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Activating the Xingzi sword technique, 3 beams of sword light ignited around him, and he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Nan Gongqi. I am curious to see what you have concealed that obstructs the flow. As he spoke, Chen Xiao raised a hand, once more employing the Xingzi sword technique. The brilliant sword light cleaved through the void, scarcely granting Nan Gongqi the opportunity to react. That strike landed squarely upon his posterior. Whoosh! In the next instant, a golden divine dragon erupted from Nan Gongqi's rear, intercepting the blow. Chen Xiao stood momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The 9 Dragons Guardian Seal. Have you lodged the 9 Dragons Guardian Seal within your... Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the surrounding cultivators erupted in a clamor. What is happening? The 9 Dragons Guardian Seal? That is a legendary supreme defensive celestial artifact. Nan Gongqi has lodged a supreme artifact within his... No wonder he is not spewing water. To be precise. The water that would have been expelled was absorbed by the 9 Dragons Guardian Seal. However, what had just transpired? Did anyone witness Chen Xiao's movement? Such speed, my divine consciousness could scarcely keep pace. Nan Gongqi's face turned a deep shade of crimson dye, with his secret exposed by Chen Xiao. Nan Gongqi was on the verge of madness, but he had no time to ponder how Chen Xiao was aware of the 9 Dragons Guardian Seal's existence, let alone consider how he had achieved such swiftness. The flying sword in his hand exploded forth. One sword strike swept through, a torrent of sword light cascading like a rushing river, surging toward Chen Xiao. In an instant, innumerable rivers of swords converged, akin to the myriad streams merging into the ocean. The entire arena transformed into a vast ocean of swords. Chen Xiao unleashed the Xingzi sword technique in rapid succession, soaring into the air. The next moment he bellowed, Nangong Tortoise, behold my immortal sword thunder technique. Boom! As the words left his lips, accompanied by a thunderous roar, for bolts of heavenly thunder descended, striking toward Nan Gongqi. Nan Gongqi's expression shifted dramatically. He could already sense the destructive power emanating from those 4 bolts of thunder. Instantly, he activated the 9 Dragons Guardian Seal, manifesting 4 golden divine dragons to ward off the heavenly thunder, while he himself sought refuge elsewhere. However, those 4 bolts of heavenly thunder seemed to possess sentience, deftly circumventing the 4 golden dragons and directly striking Nan Gongqi. How could this be? Nan Gongqi had no time to react before his body was flung away. In that moment, his eyes were filled with terror and confusion. No. What kind of thunder technique can curve? Chen Xiao scoffed. This is no ordinary heavenly thunder. It is a tribulation thunder. The primary distinction between tribulation thunder and ordinary heavenly thunder is that tribulation thunder locks onto its target. There is no escape. Only confrontation. There must be a reckoning between Nan Gongqi and the tribulation thunder. Chapter 39. Transformation Realm High Dog versus Nine Dragons Guardian Seal. In that instant, the ocean of sword energy that had filled the arena vanished entirely. Nan Gongqi struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at Chen Xiao with uncertainty. What kind of thunder technique is this? At this moment, the defensive garment upon him lay tattered and torn, rendering him utterly disheveled. Even though it was a superior defensive garment, Nan Gongqi, with his current cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, could not evoke its rightful power. Chen Xiao flashed a grin. Did I not mention it? Immortal Sword Thunder Technique. As the last word fell, a thunderous roar echoed once more. 4 bolts of celestial lightning instantaneously descended from the void above. Nan Gongqi's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, he sought refuge to the side. Yet the 4 bolts of tribulation lightning relentlessly pursued him, locking onto his presence. In that perilous moment, 9 golden divine dragons suddenly surged forth behind Nan Gongqi, swirling around him. With a resounding boom, the 4 bolts of thunder were thwarted by the 9 divine dragons. Nan Gongqi stood his ground, unwavering. However, his countenance portrayed an extreme pallor. Seeing this, Chen Xiao erupted in a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What an impressive young lord of the Nan Gong family! To be able to wield an exquisite defensive artifact with mere foundational cultivation and unleash its full power." Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the onlookers surrounding the arena turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Nan Gongqi. The 9 golden dragon shadows danced around him, resembling true celestial dragons of the 9 heavens. Indeed, it was a supreme defensive artifact, the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal, a legendary treasure, merely a hair's breadth away from an immortal artifact. Yet what on earth was Nan Gongqi harboring? How could it, with foundational cultivation, command the might of such a treasure? He could not even unleash the full power of a superior grade robe, yet he wielded a supreme artifact. In an instant, murmurs arose among the crowd of spectators. Nan Gongqi's expression was momentarily stunned, that he had not anticipated that so many would recognize the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal. Subconsciously, he cast a glance towards the edge of the arena. There, his eyes locked onto a man with a sinister demeanor, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. Ing Wuxian. In that fleeting moment, Nan Gongqi's pupils constricted sharply. He could never forget how his childhood caretaker, Nan Gongqi, had been slain by Ing Wuxian's sword. "I will make you pay with your life." Nan Gongqi growled in a low, guttural roar. In apparent response to Nan Gongqi's fury, Ing Wuxian made a gesture across his throat. Boom! At that moment, thunder roared once more. Bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the void, striking towards Nan Gongqi with ferocity. This time, Nan Gongqi chose not to evade. He allowed the system to channel the power of the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal to withstand the onslaught of the lightning. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqi brandished his flying sword, advancing step by step towards Chen Xiao. His pace was unhurried, yet with each step, his aura intensified. Standing nearby, Shui Yunju furrowed her brow slightly. The celestial grade divine ability, Reverse Dragon 8 Steps, creates an invincible domain within 8 steps. Shui Yunju murmured to herself. This was a divine ability she had encountered in an ancient tome, yet she had never expected to witness it manifest in reality. The Reverse Dragon 8 Steps had indeed been exchanged by Nan Gongqi from the system's marketplace. Provided he possessed sufficient points, the system could bestow upon him anything he desired. The means to acquire points lay solely with Chen Xiao. By suppressing Chen Xiao and seizing his fortune, Nan Gongqi could convert into points. This time, should he defeat Chen Xiao, or even slay him, he would gain 5,000 points from the system. 5,000 points could alleviate all worries at this juncture. With the Reverse Dragon 8 Steps already taking the 4th step, a faint dragon shadow emerged beside Nan Gongqi. exuding a subtle pressure beneath the golden, divine dragons of the 9 dragons protecting the heaven seal. D. Nan Gongqi slashed with his sword. The strike was like a dragon unleashed. The faint dragon shadow erupted with a thunderous roar, surging forth alongside Nan Gongqi's sword, claws bared. Simultaneously, Nan Gongqi quickened his steps. The final 4 steps of the reverse dragon 8 steps were already taken. Chun Xiao, what does it matter if you are at the golden core stage? Today, I shall slay you. Nan Gongqi's form resembled a dragon as he defied the heavens. Advancing towards Chun Xiao, his sword struck first, overlapping with his previous strike. The twin swords combined, both aimed at Chun Xiao that instant. Chun Xiao felt the air around him turn thick and viscous, as though he were sinking into a quagmire, making movement exceedingly difficult. Fight! In a moment the twin swords loomed overhead. Chun Xiao let out a long, piercing cry. Buzz! The flying sword in his hand erupted with unparalleled brilliance. The gathered tribulation lightning converged, descending from the heavens. Riding the lightning's wrath, it surged forth, claws bared like a dragon. This strike was indistinguishable from Nan Gongqi's sword unleashed through the reverse dragon 8 steps. The sword art of combat could evolve all sword techniques in existence. Yet, Chun Xiao's sword was forged from the essence of the tribulation. It brimmed with the cataclysmic might of annihilation. Simultaneously, Chun Xiao unleashed a second strike, mirroring Nan Gongqi's second sword. In that moment, the golden core within Chun Xiao had been summoned to its utmost potential. His vast true essence flowed like a myriad of stars, boundless and infinite. His sword was swifter than Nan Gongqi's. In an instant, 4 sword lights clashed in the void. Radiant brilliance exploded upon the arena. Many cultivators with lower cultivation could not help but turn away. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Nan Gongqi stood resolutely at the center of the arena, unyielding. Chun Xiao's sword in midair, suspended 10 feet above the ground. 9 golden divine dragons danced around him, rising and falling. Chun Xiao, are you but a coward fleeing? Nan Gongqi lifted his gaze, laced with derision. Chun Xiao smirked in return. Turtle Chi, so you would don a turtle shell and challenge me to a fair duel? Nan Gongqi replied, his demeanor unflinching. How is this not a fair fight? The 9 dragons protecting the heaven seal is my innate artifact, and my ability to wield it is my own skill. If you're unconvinced, keep your grievances to yourself. After all, the system is mine. The system channeling the 9 dragons protecting the heaven seal is akin to a portion of my own strength. Even the Tianwu Arena does not consider my actions cheating. Nan Gongqi felt entirely justified in his actions. Chun Xiao chuckled. Very well, so this is how we shall play it. Chun Daqiang, come forth. Upon hearing the name, Chun Daqiang, both Nan Gongqi and the surrounding cultivators were taken aback. That wasn't he the peak powerhouse who had just clashed head-on with the incarnation of a scattering immortal? Yet now, Chun Xiao and Nan Gongqi were upon the Tianwu Arena. Once the formation of the Tianwu platform was activated, no matter how powerful, even an immortal would be powerless until a victor was determined. Outsiders could not interfere. You. Nan Gongqi barely uttered the word you when he witnessed Chun Daqiang transform into a blazing firelight, instantaneously ascending to the Tianwu Arena. What is happening? At that moment, not just Nan Gongqi, but even the other powerful figures nearby were left dumbfounded on the city walls. The members of the Chun family exchanged bewildered glances. Chun Daqiang. Someone had inquired about his sudden emergence. When did the Chun family acquire such a character? However, the name Chun Daqiang was indeed impressive. The Chun family was both vast and formidable. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. How did Chun Daqiang ascend to the Tianwu Arena? Chun Daqiang approached Chun Zhao's side, whispering fiercely, Master, I have arrived. In the next instant, flames flickered, and Chun Daqiang transformed into a large red-furred dog. Isn't this the dog that Xiao has been leading around for the past few days? Chun Wenxiu exclaimed in astonishment. So, it turns out this is a high-level dog of the transformation realm. It became clear that Chun Daqiang was Zhao's pet. Chun Xiao raised his chin slightly. What a coincidence. You possess a supreme defensive artifact, and I have a divine beast of the transformation realm. My true identity, after all, is a beastmaster. This is my beast companion. The surrounding individuals exclaimed in realization. So that's it. A beastmaster. No wonder the Chun family felt at ease, allowing Chun Xiao to ascend to the Tianwu arena. They arranged for him a high-level dog of the transformation realm, none other than the formidable Chun Daqiang, who had just withstood the scattering immortal. However, it seemed there was no issue with this. After all, it was Nan Gongqi who had first revealed the supreme defensive artifact. As a beastmaster, Qin Xiao merely summoned his battle companion. Nonetheless, a dog, and a peak dog of the transformation realm at that. Did such spirit beasts truly exist in the realm of cultivation? Daqiang, go! Bite him, Qin Xiao commanded. With a roar, Qin Daqiang ignited in crimson flames, radiating intense heat as he lunged towards Nan Gongqi. Chapter 40. Qin Zhao's Bird. Cheer, be cautious. This dog possesses formidable power. Do not underestimate him. The voice of Nangong Yuan echoed in Nan Gongqi's ears. Moments ago, he had exchanged blows with Qin Daqiang. His vital energy roiled, and he had yet to recover. At this moment, Nan Gongqi could hardly muster a response. He merely perceived a flash of fire before him. As if a colossal mountain were crashing toward him, not a sweet taste surged in Nan Gongqi's throat, and his body was propelled backward, violently colliding with the protective barrier of the Tianwu arena, before sliding down its shimmering surface, piece by piece. How could this be happening? Nan Gongqi's eyes widened in disbelief, a profound fear creeping into his gaze. That last strike. Had it not been for the 9 dragons protecting Heaven's seal shielding him, he would have been utterly obliterated. Yet Qin Daqiang's true form was that of a high-ranking divine beast, the fire Qilin, whose strength was terrifyingly immense. Though he could not temporarily breach the defenses of the 9 dragons protecting Heaven's seal, the backlash from the impact was still enough to severely injure Nan Gongqi. His heart trembled. Even when facing Yuuxian that day, he had never encountered such overwhelming pressure, an oppressive force of death. Caution, host. This divine beast power exceeds the threshold of transformation. Divine beast. This creature is actually a divine beast. Nan Gongqi's complexion changed drastically. How could a divine beast become a cultivator's spirit beast? However, before he could fully process this thought, Qin Daqiang's assault descended once more. It was yet another simple lunge and stomp. That violent force bore down on him like a mountain, inducing a suffocating despair within Nan Gongqi. Under the system's guidance, the 9 dragons protecting Heaven's seal unleashed its entire might. 9 golden dragon silhouettes materialized, frantically resisting Qin Daqiang's onslaught. Qin Daqiang's attacks resembled a tempest. Nan Gongqi's mental reflexes could scarcely keep pace with the ferocity of his movements. He could only remain rooted to the spot, passively enduring the blows under the system's protection. In that moment, Nan Gongqi felt like a small boat amidst a storm, perilously close to capsizing in the raging tempest. System, Celestial Sword, slay Qin Xiao. Suddenly, Nan Gongqi roared within his heart. Yes, he possessed the Celestial Sword. It was originally an opportunity belonging to Qin Xiao, which Nan Gongqi had seized ahead of time under the system's guidance. This Celestial Sword became one of Nan Gongqi's trump cards. Even during his confrontation with Yuuxian, he had refrained from revealing it. Yet now, faced with the terrifying divine beast that was Qin Daqiang, he had no choice but to unveil it with the Celestial Sword. He aimed to compel this divine beast to return and protect Qin Xiao. The system remained silent. However, the Celestial Sword had already been drawn. A blinding radiance erupted in the void, imbued with overwhelming killing intent. As it sliced toward Qin Xiao, the Celestial Sword. Outside the arena, among the onlooking cultivators, there were those who recognized its significance. The very moment the Celestial Sword emerged, some were quick to identify it. Who could have imagined that Nan Gongqi possessed a Celestial Sword? Moreover, judging by the stance of this strike, it was indeed a true manifestation of the sword's power. How did he manage this? While enduring blows, activating a superior defensive treasure, and wielding the Celestial Sword simultaneously. Is Nan Gongqi some sort of monster? Were it not for the Tianwu arena, I would have thought he harbored another soul within him. Upon the city wall, the Chun family members also changed countenance. Yet when they observed Yun Ranyan remaining composed, they regained their calm. The fire Qilin, upon witnessing the Celestial Sword, displayed a slight change in expression. Then, with a mighty swipe, it struck Nan Gongqi's face. A golden dragon silhouette intervened, blocking the blow. However, the overwhelming force still sent Nan Gongqi flying. Chun Xiao stood suspended in the air, facing the oncoming sword strike without flinching. Just as the celestial sword was about to descend, a red figure appeared abruptly, interposing itself before Chun Xiao. It was a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18, with exquisite features. Skin as fair as snow, and hair flowing like clouds. Her slender figure was adorned in a flowing red dress that danced in the wind. Everyone's astonishment. The girl extended a delicate, pale hand and deftly caught the fierce descending sword. "How are you here on the Tianwu Arena?" At this moment, Nan Gongyuan could no longer remain composed. He leapt forward, intending to rush onto the arena, but was halted by the barrier beyond it. Feng Zhichu suddenly flicked her hand, sending the celestial sword flying toward Nan Gongqi. With a muffled thud, the defenses of the 9 dragons protecting Heaven Seal were instantaneously pierced by the sharp celestial sword. Nan Gongqi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for the 9 dragons protecting Heaven Seal, dissipating 90% of the sword's power, he would have surely been slain by that strike. Feng Zhichu cast a glance at Nan Gongyuan, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Because I am young Master Chen Zhao's bird." As she spoke, a flash of fire enveloped her, and all present beheld in astonishment as the exquisite beauty transformed into a sparrow. No larger than a fist, with a black and red plumage. The little creature flapped its tiny wings and cautiously landed on Chun Zhao's shoulder. Chun Xiao extended a hand, gently tapping the little sparrow's head. "As a beast tamer, it is only reasonable to have a bird with me." Feng Zhichu tilted her head back, nuzzling Chun Zhao's fingers, and chirped joyfully. Exactly. All around, the spectators were left dumbfounded, catching a celestial sword with one hand and effortlessly breaching the defenses of the 9 dragons protecting Heaven Seal. Are we certain this is merely a bird? Meanwhile, the formation of the Tianwu Arena began to gradually dissipate, evidently recognizing Chun Zhao's victory. Nan Gongqi's complexion turned ashen. Upon raising his gaze, he met the murderous intent in Chun Zhao's eyes, and his heart sank. System, cloud-piercing shuttle. In an instant, a beam of light illuminated Nan Gongqi, and he vanished from his spot. What was that? It seemed to be a superior flying treasure. No, how could Nan Gongqi possess so many treasures? Countless cultivators gazed in the direction of Nan Gongqi's departure, their eyes filled with avarice. Not only did Nan Gongqi carry superior treasures, but he also possessed countless spirit stones. Without hesitation, several individuals stealthily departed from Aurora City, pursuing the direction in which Nan Gongqi had fled. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. Well then, now the entire immortal realm knows that Nan Gongqi is simply a walking treasure trove. If he gets lost, I cannot be blamed. In the next moment, the shadow beneath Chun Zhao's feet suddenly lightened. Ahem. Subsequently, Chun Xiao cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Are there any other friends present who wish to challenge me?" Chun Xiao, it is better to seize the day than to wait. Let us settle this today to avoid future troubles. Upon hearing these words, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. They glanced at the bird perched on Chun Zhao's shoulder. Then at the dog he was holding, which had a celestial sword clutched in its mouth. Are we mad or foolish enough to engage you in a duel? Chapter 41. Capture Nan Gongqi. After Nan Gongyuan's retreat, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the Tianwu Arena remained prominently situated outside the eastern gate of Aurora City, unclaimed by anyone. Inside and outside Aurora City, numerous cultivators began to discuss the earlier extraordinary battle. Though the fight had been extraordinarily intense and spectacular, the reality was it truly a fair one-on-one duel? Not in the slightest. It was evidently a display of 2 exceptional individuals flaunting their external aids on the arena. Especially Nan Gongqi. His cultivation had been sealed to the foundation establishment stage by the 8 gates sealing divine technique, yet he could simultaneously activate a superior defensive treasure and wield a celestial sword. Unleashing their full potential. Is this the capability of a cultivator? Anyone who witnessed that battle would surely find it hard to believe. Not to mention, at the end, even severely injured, Nangong Qi could still activate a superior flying treasure to escape. There was undoubtedly a significant secret hidden within Nangong Qi. As for Chen Xiao, he had summoned two peak divine beasts of transformation, one of which had caught the celestial sword with bare hands while in human form. A single counterattack had pierced through the defenses of the superior protective treasure. Chun family, Chen Junluo and the Grand Elder, along with others, arrived at the entrance of Chun Zhao's small courtyard. Chen Junluo immediately spotted Chen Daqiang basking in the sun, lying on the ground. Overcome with emotion, he hurriedly approached. "Senior, I've already arranged a room for you." Cha Qiang raised his eyes to Chen Junluo and grumbled in a deep voice. "Ah, it is the young master. No need. I am merely the master's dog. Guarding the door for the master is my duty." He chuckled. "To be a watchdog for the Heavenly Dao and its disciples is a privilege that many living beings covet. You two-legged creature shall not think of usurping the position of this Qilin watchdog." Chen Junluo and Chen Wenshu exchanged glances. How could a dignified peak spirit beast of the transformation god realm enjoy being a mere dog for someone? Even though Chen Xiao had already subdued him, it seemed too demeaning. "All right, you all refrain from entering for now. The two masters inside have other matters to attend to," Chen Junluo realized, then bowed to Chen Daqiang. "In that case, we shall take our leave for now." It was only at this moment that the rest of the Chen family understood that Chen Daqiang must have been a gift from Chen Zhao's master. "In Chen Zhao's small courtyard that you've worked hard, disciple." "Well done." Yin Renyin pressed Chen Xiao down onto a chair, beaming as she kneaded his shoulders. Chen Zhao's body stiffened momentarily, and he hesitantly said, "Master, isn't this inappropriate?" Yin Renyin chuckled heartily and then sat down opposite him. At this moment, Nangong Qi's celestial sword lay on the table before them. Yin Renyin picked up the sword and sensed it slightly. It seemed that the system had fallen into slumber. Suddenly, Yin Renyin's eyes lit up. Chen Xiao exclaimed in delight, "I shall go capture Nangong Qi immediately." Chen Zhao's shadow demon avatar had long since followed Nangong Qi. On the Tianwu arena, Chen Xiao had revealed Chen Daqiang and Feng Zhichu. These two divine beasts were not Chen Zhao's trump cards, but rather a display of strength to intimidate others. Chen Zhao's true trump card was a shadow demon avatar, a natural rogue best suited for lurking in the shadows and stirring up chaos. North of Aurora City, across a stretch of 8,000 miles. The power of the cloud-piercing shuttle suddenly vanished. Nangong Qi fell from midair, crashing painfully to the ground. The cloud-piercing shuttle landed beside him. Fortunately, he had not flown too high. Otherwise, this fall could have been fatal. At this moment, not even 2 hours had passed, and Nangong Qi remained at the Foundation establishment stage of cultivation. System. Nangong Qi's face turned pale as he desperately called for the system in his heart. Yet, there was no response. It was only at this moment that he suddenly recalled the system's warning before this battle. If he failed to challenge Chen Xiao, the system would fall into slumber. Blood trickled from the corner of Nangong Qi's mouth. His eyes filled with crimson veins. The method to awaken the system should be through the Heavenly Dao's luck. Thankfully, he remembered what the system had told him regarding the so-called plot. As long as he continued to seize Chen Zhao's opportunities and capture the Heavenly Dao's luck, he could awaken the system again. Chen Xiao. He repeatedly murmured Chen Zhao's name. "What are you calling your father for?" At that moment, a voice, as if from a demon, echoed in Nangong Qi's ears. His expression changed dramatically as he suddenly looked up, only to see Chen Zhao's face, filled with malice, staring back at him. Nangong Qi involuntarily shivered. He wanted to make a move, but at this moment, he was heavily injured and only possessed the cultivation of the Foundation establishment stage. He could hardly muster the strength to retaliate, let alone even move. What terrified Nangong Qi even more was that the fluctuations emanating from Chen Xiao were already at the late nascent soul stage. What on earth was happening? Chen Xiao chuckled. "Rest assured, I shall make proper use of your identity to exact a fierce revenge on the Xiantiangong." As he spoke, Chen Zhao's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming another Nangong Qi. Nangong Qi stared dumbfounded at Chen Zhao's visage, which now mirrored his own, as a terrifying thought surged in his mind. "It wasn't Wuxian, it was you. The person beneath Yuxiao Mountain yesterday was you." With a cough, overwhelmed with emotion, Nan Gongqi spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun Xiao produced a silencing talisman and struck it upon Nan Gongqi, then stowed him away in a Qianquan bag. Without blinding his senses at this moment, the sound of piercing air filled the surroundings. Nearly 100 cultivators had arrived, surrounding the Nan Gongqi transformed by Chun Xiao. Kill and seize treasures. No need for pleasantries, a voice thundered. Dozens of sword lights cascaded from the sky, aimed directly at Chun Xiao. Haha, a bunch of cowardly rats, only daring to take advantage of numbers. Chun Xiao laughed heartily, with a flick of his hand. The flying sword that originally belonged to Nan Gongqi appeared in his grasp. In the next instant, the sword art of the Dao character was unleashed. A vast and vigorous sword intent erupted from him. Soaring towards the heavens, that was the very sword intent that Nan Gongqi had used against Chun Xiao earlier. One sword strike unleashed sent the foremost cultivator flying. Simultaneously, Chun Xiao's cultivation was fully revealed. He had indeed broken through the 8 doors of the God Sealing technique and restored his nascent soul stage. A mere nascent soul stage? Kill! The celestial sword had already been taken away by a dog, and the cloud-piercing shuttle lay fallen beside him. On Ingong, she remained only a 9 Dragon Guardian seal. These individuals were utterly unafraid. After enduring trials through the heavenly tribulation for so long, it was indeed time to test their results. A murderous intent enveloped Chun Xiao's gaze as he spotted the members of Zhentiangong. The Zhentiangong was the arch-nemesis of the Chun family. These Zhentiangong members had been brought by Ing Wuxian. In the next instant, Chun Xiao stepped forward, standing before the disciples of Zhentiangong. Chapter 42, Stirring the Winds and Clouds. Most of the cultivators present had employed concealment techniques or talismans to hide their figures and auras. After all, no one would brazenly engage in murder and theft, especially when targeting the young lord of the Tianyang Marquis of the Dao dynasty. The Zhentiangong members, however, did not conceal themselves. Currently, Zhuantiangong and the Tianyang Marquis remained allies, both serving as the left and right arms of the empress. This time, Ing Wuxian had brought the disciples of Zhentiangong to rescue Nan Gongqi. Naturally, Ing Wuxian had not brought the Zhentiangong disciples lurking within Aurora City. Nan Gongqi glanced at Ing Wuxian, then stepped into the reverse dragon 8 steps, resembling a divine dragon traversing the void. With each step he took, his aura intensified. The original reverse dragon 8 steps was not a sword technique, but Nan Gongqi was a sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. With the system's assistance, he had fused the reverse dragon 8 steps with sword intent. Thus, Chun Xiao could effortlessly transform into Nan Gongqi's reverse dragon 8 steps using the Dao character's sword technique. Young lord, quickly escape. We will hold him off. A disciple of Zhentiangong rushed forward. However, before he could finish speaking, a dazzling sword beam sliced through the air, sending the disciple's head flying into the sky. Immediately, Nan Gongqi executed the reverse dragon 8 steps in rapid succession. With each step down, a sword-like dragon shadow appeared in the void. Nan Gongqi resembled a frenzied tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, ruthlessly slashing. The disciples of Zhuantiangong had their attention focused on the group of pursuing cultivators behind Ning Gongqi. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. With the Zhuantiangong members not here to rescue Nan Gongqi, why was Nan Gongqi attacking the disciples of Zhuantiangong? Nan Gongqi, what are you doing? After a moment, the disciples of Zhuantiangong finally reacted. As they shouted in anger, they summoned their flying swords to retaliate. Naturally, it was to avenge their chief steward. Nan Gongqi's voice resonated like a demonic echo from the depths of hell. His eyes were blood red, and he erupted with overwhelming hatred. Ing Wuxian, I may not be able to kill you for now, but none of your companions shall escape. Nan Gongqi, Ing Wuxian shouted in fury, what time is it now? And you still care about these personal grievances? Personal grievances? Nan Gongqi erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. You have slain none other than the chief steward of the Tianyang Marquis. At the sound of this furious roar, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment. The chief steward of the Tianyang Marquis? Nan Gongji, he was indeed an unwavering confidant of Marquis Nan Gongsu, regarded as the second in command of the estate. To think he had been killed by Ing Wuxian just yesterday, There had indeed been a confrontation between the Tianyang Marquisite's people and Ing Wuxian at the foot of Yuxiao Mountain. Some recalled the battle that had transpired there in the morning. But at that time, all attention was captivated by the emergence of the supreme artifact, the Deluo Sword Cauldron. Moreover, the foot of Yuxiao Mountain had erupted into several skirmishes, which had diverted focus. Nevertheless, the death of Nangongji, a formidable being of the transformation realm, was no trifling matter. It could very well ignite a conflict between the Tianyang Marquisate and the Xintian sect. In that fleeting moment, 3 more disciples of the Xintian sect fell to Nangongji's blade. If that is the case, let the slaughter commence. Ing Wuxian's expression darkened. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through the air. The disciples of the Xintian sect, upon hearing his words, ceased holding back and aimed to strike down Nangongji with lethal intent. Not be deceived. The Xintian sect is merely putting on a show. Their target is none other than Nangongji. He is a veritable treasure trove. With that, the onlookers who had previously been spectators now surged into the fray. Humph! Ing Wuxian sneered coldly, with a flick of his wrist. A black sword river surged through the void. 3 nascent soul cultivators were instantly reduced to ash. The black sword river rang out in the air. Invaders shall perish. Ing Wuxian's voice was icy and resolute. You dare slay my disciples, roared a furious transformation realm powerhouse in the heat of the moment. He charged past the Black Sword River and lunged directly at the Xintian sect cultivators, though he could not contend with Ing Wuxian. Avenging his own disciples by slaying a few Xintian sect members was well within his grasp. Invaders shall perish. Who do you think you are? The other cultivators retorted mockingly, unconcerned with Ing Wuxian's threats. Chaos erupted as the battlefield descended into turmoil. Nangongji executed the reverse dragon 8 steps, deftly navigating through the throngs. The cultivators could hardly graze the hem of his robe, and from beginning to end, his target remained unequivocally the disciples of the Xintian sect. Ing Wuxian's countenance darkened to a near-drenched shade. He watched as his fellow disciples fell one after another, whether by direct attack or collateral damage. And he immediately entered a frenzy of slaughter. Anyone who dared obstruct him, save for the Xintian sect disciples, was to be met with merciless wrath. In an instant, the bloodlust consumed everyone present. A torrential rain of blood fell, and nascent soul cultivators scattered in all directions. Nangongji, perish! Another transformation realm powerhouse from the Xintian sect finally seized upon a flaw in the reverse Dragon 8 steps. He closed in on Nangongji, wielding a treasure hammer that expanded to the size of a mountain, aiming to crush him. Nangongji belongs to me. At the same moment, 5 additional transformation realm powerhouses capitalized on the opportunity, surrounding Nangongji from all sides, sealing off his escape routes. At this juncture, Nangongji found himself in a perilous predicament, with no retreat available. Even if I must die, I will take one down with me. Nangongji bellowed in despair. In that instant, 9 faint golden dragon shadows materialized around him, only to extinguish in an instant. It appeared that he was too drained to summon the 9 dragons' guardian seal. This truly was the opportune moment to eliminate him. Simultaneously, over 10 nascent soul cultivators charged forth. Who dares harm my kin? Just then, a thunderous clap resounded. A vast pressure descended from the heavens. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as 3 transformation realm cultivators were sent reeling, blood spewing forth, scattered immortal. The faces of the cultivators surrounding Nangongji shifted dramatically. Nangonyuan had finally arrived. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Nangongji swiftly extricated himself from the danger. Ancestor, his voice brimmed with gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Quickly slay Ing Wuxian. He is the one who killed my chief steward. Moreover, had it not been for Ing Wuxian's interference, I would have already subdued the Deluo Sword Cauldron. Nangongji's words tumbled out in a hurried rush, leaving those nearby momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Deluo Sword Cauldron was unearthed by Nangongji? No wonder a conflict had erupted between him and Ing Wuxian. Ing Wuxian thought, I will bear the blame for slaying Nangongji, but what of the interference preventing you from seizing the Deluo Sword Cauldron? Yet it seemed all of this orchestrated by the master of his master. Although Ing Wuxian was subservient to Qin Daqiang, many matters remained unknown to him that at this moment, Ing Wuxian had come to encircle and slay Nan Gongqi under Qin Daqiang's command, oblivious to the other schemes at play. All of you, stand down. I can't consider today's events as if they never occurred. Nan Gongyuan stood in the void, his voice frigid. Simultaneously, a tempestuous surge of true essence descended, enveloping Nan Gongqi. Chapter 43. The boundless storms lie within my grasp. Nan Gongyuan. At this juncture, Ing Wuxian suddenly interjected. Today, we of the Xintian sacred sect are here to rescue Nan Gongqi, but you dare to bite back, demanding retribution for the countless disciples slain in our holy ground. How shall we settle this score? The Xintian sect, despite aligning with the Empress, remained one of the three great sacred sects of the Diyu cultivation dynasty, its authority beyond reproach. If this matter were to be swept aside merely due to a single word from Nan Gongyuan, then the Xintian sect would never again hold its head high within the realm of cultivation. So, he is Nan Gongyuan. Many recalled the tales of the Tianyang Marquis from 300 years ago, believed to have perished beneath the heavenly tribulations. Yet here he stood, having escaped with his nascent spirit and attained the status of a scattered immortal. A flicker of apprehension crossed the gazes of those observing Nan Gongyuan. The intimidation of a scattered immortal was indeed formidable. Just as everyone began to contemplate retreat, someone murmured, "The Deluo sword cauldron. It emerged because of Nan Gongqi. Had it not been for Ing Wuxian, Nan Gongqi would have obtained the Deluo sword cauldron." The moment these words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Nan Gongyuan furrowed his brow, displeasure evident as he cast a glance at Nan Gongqi. Such vital information had been kept under wraps by Nan Gongqi until now, only to be disclosed in front of a gathered multitude. Was this not merely seeking trouble? Nan Gongyuan felt a sense of unease, but could not pinpoint its source. In that instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense once more. At this moment, the gazes directed at Nan Gongqi shifted from avarice to resolute determination, with the ability to wield a top-tier defensive artifact at his foundation stage. Nan Gongqi could also unleash the full might of a celestial artifact. Perhaps he truly possessed a means to acquire the supreme artifact, the Deluo sword cauldron. He is but a scattered immortal. With so many of us, do we still fear a single scattered immortal? Let us slay Nan Gongyuan, seize Nan Gongqi, and obtain the supreme artifact. Kill. Suddenly, a somewhat androgynous voice, seemingly deliberately roughened, bellowed. Then, it was unclear who struck first. In an instant, all present cultivators surged toward Nan Gongyuan, that if they were to eliminate Nan Gongyuan, then the now weakened Nan Gongqi would be theirs for the taking. As for whether the goose would be boiled or roasted, they would deal with that after they had taken it down. In a heartbeat, a deluge of flying swords and artifacts, resplendent with every hue, blotted out the sky and rained chaos upon the scene. At this juncture, the number of cultivators who had rushed over exceeded 500 and continued to swell. Nan Gongyan's expression shifted dramatically. With a single hand, he summoned a green long spear that materialized in his grasp. Concurrently, a violent whirlwind surged around him that he swept the spear horizontally, intertwining the spear's brilliance with the tempest, generating a terrifying force of tearing. In an instant, a nascent soul cultivator at the forefront was cleaved in two by the strike. Ing Wuxian, are you not coming to assist? You and I are both subjects of the Emperor. At this juncture, we must prioritize the greater good and set aside personal grievances. Nan Gongyuan's voice was laced with desperation. He could not afford to perish, at least not for now. Nan Gongyuan arrived at Aurora City with the intention of perishing alongside Qin Fengyang. Ing Wuxian scoffed coldly. He retreated several miles back to the Tianyang Marquis mansion. The first to instigate personal grievances, the faces of other members of the Xintian sect were similarly etched with chilling smiles. The greater picture? It is your Tianyang Marquis mansion that first disregarded the broader implications. Within the Qingquan bag, the true Nan Gongqi listened to the commotion outside, his eyes reddened. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He understood that this incident would not only lead to a bitter feud between the Tianyang Marquis mansion and the Xintian sect, but would also render the Tianyang Marquis mansion a target for all. At this moment, Nan Gongqi was filled with both regret and resentment. He harbored hatred for Chen Xiao, regret for having exposed himself too early, confronting Chen Xiao before he had fully developed his wings. If he were granted another chance, he would surely act with cunning, remaining concealed in the shadows, and absolutely avoid a head-on clash with Chen Xiao. But now, it was too late for any words. The system had fallen into slumber, and he had become a prisoner in chains, endangering even his own ancestral lineage. Sure, you must leave first. At that moment, Nangong Yuan's voice rang out. Only when you are safe can I escape. With a single thrust, Nangong Yuan dispatched a Yuanying stage cultivator. He turned to face Nangong Qi. At this juncture, Nangong Qi appeared pale, his form swaying precariously, as if only a breath remained. Yet he steadfastly stood back-to-back with Nangong Yuan, shielding him from attacks coming from behind. Elder, hold on a moment longer. I will break through the 8 gates of God's sealing technique. At that point, these foul fish and rotten shrimp will pose no threat. The roar of Nangong Qi erupted, refusing to budge. Break through the 8 gates of God's sealing technique? You no longer have that opportunity. Before Nangong Qi could finish speaking, several beams of sword light surged forth. Observing this, Nangong Yuan wielded a spear to fend off the attacks. Simultaneously, 3 powerful cultivators of the God transformation stage closed in, launching a surprise assault. Bang! Nangong Yuan's countenance paled slightly. Do not engage. Survival is paramount. He roared, completely abandoning restraint. In an instant, violent winds howled through the void, concealing a multitude of ominous spear shadows within. With each spear shadow that descended, a cultivator met their demise. The 3 late-stage God transformation cultivators who had just ambushed Nangong Yuan were grievously injured and forced to retreat. Suddenly, the void trembled, a brown figure descended from the heavens, a chilling sword light enveloping both Nangong Yuan and Nangong Qi. Simultaneously, this figure extended a hand, reaching for Nangong Qi, a tribulation stage cultivator. Nangong Yuan's expression drastically changed. In the realm of God transformation cultivators, he felt little threat, unless faced with monsters like Qin Daqiang or Feng Jichu. However, a tribulation stage cultivator possessed the strength to threaten even scattered immortals. Typically, tribulation stage cultivators refrain from action, fearing injury to their physical bodies, which might hinder their tribulation. But now, if they could capture Nangong Qi, there was a chance to acquire a superlative immortal artifact. With such an artifact, what fear would there be of tribulation? The tribulation stage cultivator finally made their move. Nangong Yuan swept his spear horizontally, deflecting the swift sword strike. At the same time, he seized Nangong Qi and hurled him towards the crowd. Nangong Qi has escaped. Pursue! The cultivators present brightened at this sight. Having slipped from Nangong Yuan's protection, Nangong Qi was now akin to a lamb stripped bare. Immediately, dozens of cultivators broke away from the fray, rushing towards the direction where Nangong Qi had vanished. Death! Observing this, Nangong Yuan swept his spear once more. The tempest and spear light merged flawlessly, creating a massive azure arc that cleaved towards the group of cultivators. The terrifying force of tearing swept through the void, slicing all in its path in an instant. The air was filled with screams and wails, severed limbs, and disemboweled bodies scattered everywhere. This expanse of void transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Enough. If this continues, it will be excessive. Chen Xiao turned expressionlessly to glance back. Then his form suddenly vanished into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Nangong Yuan's massacre had been sufficient to leave that empress in a state of turmoil. Such a scene of human slaughter was not unfamiliar to Chen Xiao. He had witnessed it in the heavenly scrolls, occurring within the Chun family. In a tranquil courtyard, Yun Renyan gazed at Chen Xiao, her eyes gleaming. Did you bring him back? Chen Xiao nodded. I brought him back. But master, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Thus, I have temporarily placed Nangong Qi in the forbidden prison. Once Nangong Yuan overcomes his scattered immortal tribulation, we shall deal with Nangong Qi then. Previously, that system was lively and could assist Nangong Qi in controlling immortal artifacts. Suddenly, it has fallen to slumber. In any case, exercising caution is prudent. Chapter 44. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Yin Ranyan looked at Chen Xiao, her expression perplexed. Chen Xiao elaborated, "It is too easy. I do not trust the destiny of the great villain, nor that villain system, to possess such limited capabilities. It is best to remain cautious." Chen Xiao feared that the villain system might feign slumber, dulling his vigilance, and then deliver a fatal blow out of course. Yin Ranyan remarked that the villain system held the ability to threaten the heavenly path. He was even more worried it might exploit the opportunity to harm Yin Ranyan. Yin Ranyan scratched her head, suggesting that there was no need for such anxiety. If that system lost its host, it would be rendered powerless. The crux of the matter was that after the two of them teamed up, the villain system had been unable to siphon off the heavenly fortune from him, while he continuously suppressed the villain, depleting the system's strength. Even if the villain system had not indeed fallen into slumber, it posed little threat. Essentially, the current situation was that the awakened villain was encountering the awakened protagonist and was aware of the villain's awakening. Therefore, whenever Nangong Qi set an ambush in the plot, preparing to plot against Chen Xiao, he was, in fact, ensnared in Chen Xiao's trap. In other words, Chen Xiao had anticipated Nangong Qi's anticipations. Hearing Yin Ranyan's explanation, Chen Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Yet he still refrained from taking action against Nangong Qi, instead confining him in the Chun family's forbidden prison and assigning Feng Zhichu to guard him personally. 8,000 miles north of Aurora City, a once serene landscape of green mountains and clear waters was now drenched in blood. The ground was littered with severed limbs and the corpses of cultivators. The members of the Tianyang Marquis mansion had long since arrived and joined the fray. This bloody battle had persisted for nearly half an hour. Nangong Yuan's long hair was disheveled, and the once azure spear in his hand had turned crimson. His gaze radiated a murderous intent, resembling a colossal mountain towering over the earth. In an instant, the winds rose and the spear fell. The tribulation stage cultivator's eyes widened in horror, fixated on Nangong Yuan. That single thrust had shattered his primordial spirit. At this moment, the bloodthirsty cultivators finally felt fear. This was the might of a scattered immortal, above immortals, below tribulation. Nangong Qi has already escaped. There is no meaning in continuing to fight here. Retreat. The surviving cultivators began to contemplate withdrawal. They cast one last glance at Nangong Yuan, imprinting his visage in their memories before turning to leave the dynasty, the Tianyang Marquis mansion. "We have forged a deep enmity." Nangong Yuan, spear in hand, silently allowed their departure. Old Marquis. It was not until the last person had left that the cultivators of the Tianyang Marquis mansion relaxed and gathered around Nangong Yuan, their faces filled with concern. This moment, Nangong Yuan's complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He had single-handedly battled hundreds of cultivators, among whom were not lacking tribulation stage experts. Even for a scattered immortal, he had reached his limit. Nangong Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke in a low voice. "Remember, the Xintian sect is not to be trusted." The cultivators of the Tianyang Marquis mansion shuddered in unison before nodding solemnly. By this time, the members of the Xintian sect had long retreated. They neither struck while the iron was hot nor offered assistance, adopting a stance of watching from the sidelines. "The Chen family is already aware of my existence and will likely move Chun Fengyang ahead of time. I can wait no longer." As he spoke, Nangong Yuan entrusted his long spear to a companion beside him. Without waiting for others to utter a word, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening towards the direction of Aurora City. The cultivators of the Tianyang Marquis wore expressions of sorrow as they collectively bowed in the direction from which Nangong Yuan departed. At this moment, Nangong Yuan was already ensnared in tribulation. Yet he firmly suppressed and sealed his aura, preventing the heavenly tribulation from descending upon him. Should he fail to maintain this restraint or deliberately release his energy, the tribulation would inevitably arrive. And one could have anticipated that a loose immortal would possess such audacity to undergo tribulation within the confines of a cultivator city. Furthermore, within this city, there existed more than one formidable being in the tribulation stage. Even if the Chun family considered this possibility, they were hindered by Chun Fengyang's seclusion. Awakening him would require time. Thus, when the ominous clouds of tribulation gathered above the Chen residence, everyone was caught off guard. I could see this moment. Those cultivators who had just battled Nangong Yuan were still en route. However, Nangong Yuan's identity had swiftly disseminated through certain channels of the Chun family. In this instant, all were aware that the loose immortal undergoing tribulation within Aurora City was none other than the ancestral figure of the Tianyang Marquis, Nangong Qi. Thunder rumbled as lightning intertwined, emitting a series of roars. The tribulation, not far from the Chun residence, within an elegant tea house, a tribulation stage cultivator's face turned ashen. What audacity! He truly possessed great courage to undergo tribulation here. Tianyang Marquis. I shall remember you. As he spoke, this tribulation stage cultivator immediately summoned his sword light and fled desperately beyond the reach of the tribulation. Yet in the next moment, his form abruptly plummeted to the ground. Dense tribulation energy surged from above his head, converging into the gathering storm clouds that, in an instant, the originally localized clouds of tribulation, which spanned 100 miles, were amplified, spreading to a radius of 300 miles. The tribulation stage cultivator sat on the ground, his complexion pale, utterly unprepared for the impending tribulation, being only in the early stages of tribulation. Boom! In the next moment, another round of thunder echoed, within a radius of 300 miles. 3 tribulation stage cultivators found themselves engulfed as the vast clouds of tribulation rapidly expanded to cover 1,000 miles. A significant portion of Aurora City was now shrouded in the shadow of tribulation. Farther away, tribulation stage cultivators had already begun their frantic escape the moment Nangong Yuan's clouds gathered. Ultimately, this loose immortal's tribulation affected 7 tribulation stage cultivators, with the colossal clouds of tribulation now enveloping an area of 3,000 miles. At this moment, the Chen family was plunged into a profound silence. One anticipated that Nangong Yuan would be so reckless as to undergo tribulation within Aurora City. Moreover, he chose the very doorstep of the Chun family as the site for his tribulation. Was he intent on perishing alongside the ancestral figure, or seeking the destruction of the entire Chun family and Aurora City? Chun Junluo's body trembled. Quickly, escort the younger generation away from the Chun residence. Elders, accompany me to protect our ancestor. Ancestor Chen Fengyang is the pillar of the Chun family. The Empress dares not act against the Chun family precisely because of Chen Fengyang's presence. Now, the long-deceased Nangong Yuan has suddenly resurrected as a loose immortal and chosen to undergo tribulation at the Chun family's threshold, clearly aiming for Chen Fengyang's life. Should Chen Fengyang perish, the Chen family would undoubtedly cease to exist. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Chun family. In Chen Zhao's small courtyard, he gazed up at the ominous clouds of tribulation overhead, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Master, should we not allow our ancestor to take advantage of this opportunity to pass through the tribulation? Yun Ranjing shook her head, stating that an abnormal tribulation, even if successfully navigated, would bring more harm than benefit. The tribulation stage is, in fact, a process of accumulation, laying the foundation for future ascension. If the tribulation descends prematurely, the cultivator's preparations will be insufficient. Even if they eventually ascend, they will suffer from innate deficiencies that at this moment. Chen Fengyang's tribulation remained undisturbed. Although Chen Xiao did not yet possess control over the tribulation of cultivators, Yun Ranjing was present. The Heavenly Dao was here, and a mere loose immortal sought to scheme against Chen Fengyang. Chen Zhao's understanding dawned. Then, in a swift motion, he leapt into the clouds of tribulation, with Yun Ranjing appearing beside him. Master, Chen Xiao was taken aback, asking how she was there. Yun Ranjing chuckled. I am now immortal with a true physical form, allowing me to manifest amidst the heavenly tribulation. Do you not believe me? Feel for yourself. As she spoke, she took Chen Zhao's hand and pressed it against her cheek. Chapter 45. The heavenly punishment descends at this moment. Yun Ranjing had reverted to her youthful appearance. Chen Xiao felt a warm sensation beneath his fingertips. Almost instinctively, he could not help but gently pinch. Yun Ranjing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Chen Zhao's. Embarrassed, Chen Xiao cleared his throat and also retracted his hand. Master, have you changed your body? Chen Xiao attempted to divert the conversation. No. Yun Ranjing replied, shaking her head. Did I not tell you? My father was the previous incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, and I was born from my mother within the realm of the Heavenly Dao. I am the balance of all things, governing the operation of the world. Now, by harnessing your fortune, I have temporarily detached from the realm of the Heavenly Dao, becoming a true living being. Yet, I remain fundamentally the same. I have not changed bodies. Chen Xiao understood. Yun Ranjing continued. Now, we must deal with that loose immortal below and the great antagonist. Chen Xiao looked down at Nangang Yuan, who had given up resistance and was calmly awaiting death. Did he think it would be so easy to die? It would not be that simple. In the next instant, Chen Xiao clenched his fist. Boom! The originally pitch-black clouds of tribulation shuddered violently. Then, at a visibly rapid pace, they transformed into a blood-red hue that a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened within the clouds of tribulation, coldly fixating on Nangang Yuan. Heaven, the heavenly punishment. In an instant, Nangang Yuan's countenance changed drastically that a profound fear arose from the depths of his soul. Heavenly punishment, the wrath of the heavens. When the heavenly punishment descends, it would not claim only Nangang Yuan's life, but would extend its calamity to his bloodline. All of Nangang Yuan's descendants, kin, and relatives would be affected. Years ago, the immortal king of the eternal Hellfire Phoenix clan, in pursuit of ascension, refined a portion of the immortal realm, provoking the descent of heavenly punishment. Ultimately, that immortal king was obliterated beneath the chaos of heavenly punishment. And the eternal Hellfire Phoenix clan suffered the repercussions. This clan would forever be unable to take physical form, nor could they achieve immortality. At this moment, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Nangang Yuan's eyes. Why had his mere act of undergoing tribulation within the city summoned heavenly punishment? However, throughout history, no loose immortal had ever attempted to undergo tribulation within a city, particularly not in a major city like Aurora City, which housed millions of cultivators, including those in the tribulation stage. Originally, Nangang Yuan's demise beneath the heavenly tribulation would have brought closure. The Tianyang Marquis would face hostility and become the target of scorn. Yet, with the Empress's protection and the favor of immortals, it would all be worth it. However, with the heavenly punishment looming, Nangang Yuan would perish, and the Nangang clan would equally face calamity. One could foresee that following this incident, enemies of the Nangang clan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, they would cloak their actions under the guise of enacting justice. Should the Empress dare shield the Nangang clan, it would be tantamount to defying the heavens. Some would even usurp the banner of purging the tyrants to rebel against the Empress. Contemplating such consequences, terror flooded Nangang Yuan's visage. Indeed, heaven possesses eyes. It would not permit Nangang Yuan to wreak havoc upon the world. The Heavenly Dao reigns above, and I pay my respects to the malefactor. At this moment, numerous cultivators within the city had already knelt upon the ground, reverently worshipping the cold, indifferent eyes of heavenly punishment within the storm clouds. What are you all doing? Hurry and flee. Do you all wish for death? This is heavenly punishment, a presence more terrifying than heavenly tribulation. In an instant, countless cultivators wielding flying swords and magical artifacts frantically fled beyond the celestial punishment. A heavenly tribulation, rare for hundreds of thousands of years, loomed ominously, leaving everyone in uncertainty about what would unfold at this moment. The tribulation had fully transformed into divine retribution, locking its sights upon Nangang Yuan. In an instant, the 7 cultivators who had been unjustly afflicted felt a sudden lightness envelop them, as the impending sense of tribulation dissipated in a heartbeat. Yet, immediately thereafter, their bodies began to undergo a metamorphosis. The true essence within them dissipated, transforming into a purer form of celestial energy, with streams of celestial light swirling around their forms. Have I transcended the tribulation? One cultivator exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, a fleeting expression of ecstasy crossing his face. Yet, almost instantaneously, he erupted in furious curses. Nangang Yuan, I curse your ancestors. He had only just entered the tribulation stage, and he had yet to commence the accumulation necessary for ascension. Under such circumstances, even if he were to attain immortality, he would be inherently deficient, destined to remain perpetually trapped in the lowest realm of virtual immortality. In that moment, these newly ascended cultivators hurled invectives at Nangong Yuan. However, before long, 7 beams of celestial light descended, and the 7 individuals vanished simultaneously. T. The Chen residence. Shower. Where has Shower gone? Elder Chenwu burst into Chun Zhao's courtyard, turning the entire place upside down in search of him. Yet finding no trace of Chun Xiao, his mind teetered on the brink of insanity. Chun Daqiang, leaning at the entrance, glanced up at the eye of divine punishment in the sky before shifting his gaze to the increasingly frantic Chun Wenya. I say, second uncle, do you not find that eye in the sky rather familiar? Yet, such matters were not something Chun Daqiang would casually voice. Second uncle, the master has already left with the eldest master. He gently reminded, unable to bear seeing Chun Wenya's growing distress. Chun Wenya gasped, and in an instant, a look of relief washed over his face. He is left. That's good. That's good. As long as Shower is here. The Chun family shall not perish. With that, he staggered towards the retreat of Chun. As the heavenly tribulation approached, they still held a glimmer of hope. However, the divine punishment. Nangong Yuan was not the only one who felt despair. The Chen family was equally hopeless. Who could predict whether this divine punishment would extend its reach to the Chun family, who were so close at hand? Above the tribulation clouds, 7 figures trembled before the youthful boy and girl. Their minds clouded with confusion. This is wrong. How could there be mortals amidst divine punishment? From this moment forth, you 7 shall serve as the guardians of the Chun family, Yin Renyin declared, standing with hands clasped behind her back. Her voice cold and authoritative. The 7 stood wide-eyed, stammering, to the Dao of heaven. Indeed, Yin Renyin replied with a slight nod. With a thud, the 7 virtual immortals simultaneously knelt before Yin Renyin and Chun Xiao. Offering reverent worship, they recognized the other young man as well. Chun Xiao, the eye of divine punishment they had just seen, was unmistakably his. So, Chun Xiao presided over the divine punishment when the world was happening. What was the true nature of the Chun family? Chun Xiao paid no heed to the 7 at this moment. The divine punishment had locked onto Nangong Yuan, an overwhelming pressure rendering him completely immobile. Indeed, the system had not slumbered. It had retained a contingency plan. Chun Xiao glanced towards the family's forbidden prison. Inside the prison, Nangong Qi was engaged in dialogue with the system. System, did you feign sleep to deliberately lead me into Chun Zhao's grasp? Indeed, I suspected the protagonist had awakened to the plot, hence always staying one step ahead of you. This time, I took the opportunity to approach Chun Xiao and investigate the situation. I refrained from informing the host to prevent any clues from being revealed while being captured by Chun Xiao. Rest assured, the Chun family's forbidden prison cannot contain us. I still possess a final ounce of energy, sufficient to confront Chun Xiao. Once his guard is down, I could deliver a fatal blow. The system's voice brimmed with confidence. But this does not seem to be the Chun family's forbidden prison. Are we not in the heavens? Nangong Qi surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of confusion, he was gripped by a chilling dread. Chapter 46. The splitting of the system surrounding them were crimson swirling clouds in every direction, with thunder rumbling incessantly. System, Nangong Qi called within. Yet at this moment his mind was devoid of sound. Unable to hear the system's voice, in Chun Zhao's grasp was a luminous orb. Above the divine punishment, the forces of the Dao of heaven surged. The system, now weakened to its limits, could no longer stir chaos. Yin Renyin leaned closer. Yes, this is indeed the system. Disciple, you are simply remarkable. You captured a living system at your first attempt. Chun Xiao paused. A living system, but I sense no vitality emanating from it. Yin Renyin lightly tapped Chun Zhao's forehead. Do not be so pedantic. It's a metaphor. Chun Xiao grinned. Then how shall we deal with this system? Shall we simply destroy it? The system emitted a faint glow, desperately striving to connect with the outside world. However, they were above the divine punishment, where the swirling crimson lightning sealed the entire space-time. It turned out that the Tao of Heaven had taken form and had located the destined protagonist. Ultimately, the system had no choice but to concede defeat, realizing where it had faltered. The Tao of Heaven had personally intervened. The system had leaked the script to the destined antagonist, while the Tao of Heaven, in turn, had handed the script to Chun Xiao. Or put it another way, it had fallen into its own trap. Suddenly, the system brightened, initiating its self-destruct sequence. Yet in the next moment, Yun Ranyin extended a delicate, jade-like finger, lightly tapping through the void. The self-destruction process of the system came to an abrupt halt. Having finally caught you, how could I allow you to self-destruct? Yun Ranyin approached, gesturing again. The fist-sized orb of light, akin to a luminous sphere, instantaneously dispersed into countless glimmering specks, enveloping Chun Xiao and Yun Ranyin in a breathtaking spectacle. These specks appeared chaotic, yet they were intricately connected by finer threads, rotating slowly along a fixed trajectory. Yun Ranyin tilted her head back, peering through the glimmers at the core of the system. The construction of this system was indeed intricate. Although it was not life itself, it was infinitely close to it. She wondered who had devised such a creation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yun Ranyin reached out, grasping a particularly radiant speck from the multitude. This is the system's storage space. My goodness, 98 billion high-grade spirit stones. 98 billion high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, Chun Xiao was taken aback, realizing just how wealthy Nangong Qi truly was. He had not anticipated such a staggering amount. 98 billion high-grade spirit stones. Even if one were to sell the entire Chun family, they could not amass such a fortune. This was an astronomical windfall. Yun Ranyin casually tossed the storage space to Chun Xiao, then resumed her examination of the other specks. Chun Xiao took hold of the storage space, conducting a brief inspection. The high-grade spirit stones were densely packed, forming a towering mountain. I could see this moment. Chun Xiao melded with the divine punishment, also entering a state of the heavenly path, allowing him to clearly discern the quantity of these spirit stones. 98,867,332,222 high-grade spirit stones. I've struck it rich. Chun Xiao's face radiated joy as he stowed the system's storage space away. Seeing this, Yun Ranyin quickly advised, Disciple, you should extract the items within. Otherwise, when a new system descends, it will immediately seize this system space. Chun Xiao's expression shifted slightly at her words. There are other systems? Yun Ranyin nodded. The systems are rampant, seeking hosts everywhere. This current antagonist system is merely a basic one. A wave of destined antagonists bound to new systems is approaching. I ask you, Disciple, are you afraid? Chun Xiao shook his head. With Master here, what is there to fear? After a pause, he added, Master, rest assured, I will protect you. As he spoke, he hastily retrieved all the spirit stones from the system space and stuffed them into the first-grade celestial artifact, the Great Wilderness Furnace, which he had obtained from Yang Tian. Fortunately, the last time, aided by the chaotic heavenly punishment, he had snatched this treasure from Yang Tian's grasp. Otherwise, Chun Xiao would truly have lacked anything capable of containing such a multitude of spirit stones. At this moment, Chun Xiao finally began to realize certain truths. For instance, the Heavenly Dao cultivates the destined protagonists, likely to counter these invading systems. Meanwhile, the binding of the system to villains serves to eliminate obstacles posed by the protagonists chosen by the Heavenly Dao. Upon hearing this, Yun Ranyin's beautiful eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Very well. Let us, as master and disciple, work hand in hand to capture these systems and discover their weaknesses. As she spoke, Yun Ranyin waved her small hand, and a myriad of luminous specks coalesced into a small rune that entered Chun Xiao's brow. Chun Xiao's heart quivered. He felt as though his soul had undergone some transformation, yet it also seemed unchanged. Master, he gazed curiously at Yun Ranyin. Yun Ranyin replied, I have refined the system's thought processes. Based on its vulnerabilities, I have devised a small divine ability to bestow upon you, enabling you to hear the conversations between the system and its host. Chun Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment that I can hear the dialogue between the system and its host. Yun Ranyin explained, the system can shield itself from the Heavenly Dao, and often I cannot sense its presence. This time, Had it not been for the villain's active interference, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to locate him. It is not the villain's trouble that we fear, but rather his lurking in the shadows. For the system to upgrade, it must usurp your fortune. Hence, the host selected by the system will inevitably appear around you or those related to your fortune. Chun Xiao understood. Back at the Liu family, he could immediately deduce that Nangong Qi was the fated villain bound to the system, because Nangong Qi harbored a fierce hostility toward Chun Xiao even before making an appearance. This instilled in Chun Xiao the illusion that one of them must perish. However, if the villain were more discreet, uncovering him would not be so simple. These villains, equipped with the villain system, become formidable once they mature. Presenting even Yun Ranyin, a representative of the Heavenly Dao, with considerable challenges. Now, with this newfound ability, you'll be able to hear their exchanges whenever a system or villain is within a 10-mile radius. Yin Ranyin had also discovered some vulnerabilities within the system after dismantling it. She had then created a divine ability akin to mind reading, using the system itself as a guide, and imparted it to Chun Xiao. All right, my disciple. It seems the others have mostly fled. It is time to deal with the ancestors of the villains. Very well. Chun Xiao promptly focused his mind, prepared to administer the heavenly punishment. Previously, he had intentionally slowed the speed of the heavenly punishment's condensation, keeping Nangong Yuan in place, while allowing other cultivators within the area of punishment to escape. Although Chun Xiao was known as a debauched youth, indulging in idleness and mischief deep within his heart, he adhered to a certain line he would never cross. Otherwise, Yun Ranyin would not have chosen him as the protagonist of the Heavenly Dao to nurture. In the next moment, a scarlet heavenly punishment descended with a ferocious might. The vast and terrifying pressure felt as though a tangible world was crashing down from another void. Chapter 47. What meaning is there in killing without striking the heart? Seeing this, Yun Ranyin was taken aback. Disciple, are you intent on destroying Aurora City? Chun Xiao grinned widely. If Aurora City isn't destroyed, how shall we continue to trouble that empress? Whoever instigated the heavenly punishment must bear the responsibility. Whether it be Xintian sect or Nangong Yuan, they are merely the pawns of the great Yu Empress. The true threat to the Chun family is the Empress Yao Qi of the great Yu dynasty. Moreover, I have recently acquired a staggering fortune, sufficient to rebuild Aurora City. If the Chun family were to oversee its reconstruction, the city would truly bear the Chun name. With a resounding boom, as Chun Zhao's words fell, the heavenly punishment rained down. Nangong Yuan didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of the heavenly punishment. The violent force of the heavenly punishment rapidly spread, resembling a rolling tidal wave with the power to annihilate everything, sweeping across the entirety of Aurora City. In an instant, this vast city, spanning 8,000 miles, was reduced to ruins. The Chun family bore the brunt of it, turning into mere rubble. Only the secluded area of Chun Fengyang remained intact, shielded by an immortal level formation that repelled the violent energies of the heavenly punishment. This immortal formation, naturally, was left behind by Yun Ranyin. When putting on a show, one must do it thoroughly. Inside the immortal formation, Chun Fengyang remained undisturbed, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. In Chun Fengyang's secluded space, Mo Shui curiously examined the immortal level formation, unable to suppress her admiration. Your Chun family is truly profound and extraordinary. This is an immortal formation of the first grade, a rare sight even in the eastern wilderness. Only forces of genuine magnitude possess such a formation. Who would have thought your Chun family had one? The elders of the Chun family exchanged glances, and Chun Junluo appeared utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? An immortal formation? A first-grade immortal formation. When did the Chun family acquire such a formation? How was I unaware of this? No, I only left the family for a single day. Just one day. What on earth happened in that time? Why has the Chun family seemingly acquired everything in just one day? Not only Chun Junluo, but also Chun Wenxiu, Chun Wenye, and several other elders were equally perplexed. They had all prepared themselves to sacrifice for their ancestor. Yet unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, an immortal level formation appeared above their heads. At that moment, the fire Qilin transformed into a large red dog. Chen Daqiang lazily snorted, I told you. Chen Daqiang, our Chun family is both grand and powerful. Chun Junluo and the elders responded. Indeed, Mo Shui gazed at Chen Daqiang, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she exclaimed, your true form is the upper-tier divine beast, the fire Qilin. Chen Daqiang casually nodded, that's right. Chen Junluo and the elders were taken aback. They had already begun to suspect Chen Daqiang's identity and even guessed he might be a divine beast. However, who would have thought he was an upper-tier divine beast? Does such a being even exist in the realm of cultivation? At this moment, the Chun family members found themselves at a loss for words to describe their feelings, overwhelmed with shock and numbness. Mo Shui glanced at the first great immortal formation above and then at Chen Daqiang. This made sense. A superpower possessing a first great immortal formation certainly had the right to have a fire Qilin as its guardian. Thankfully, she had agreed to Chun Xiao's terms, ensuring that even if she departed from the realm of cultivation after 100 years, she would still be an honorary elder of the Chun family. This transaction was undoubtedly a lucrative one. The members of the Chun family continued to exchange bewildered glances. So, the Chun family has become a superpower. How come we were unaware of it? Chen Daqiang observed the expressions of Chun Junluo and the elders, and a playful glimmer sparked in his eyes. Gentlemen, have you noticed that small red bird perched on the tree? Upon hearing this, they looked up in confusion. Indeed, in a nearby tree branch, a small sparrow with black and red feathers was looking around curiously. That one is an extraordinary divine beast. Do not be deceived by her size. When provoked, she can contend against immortals. Chun Junluo, esteemed elders. At this moment, even Mo Shui fell silent. The upper-tier divine beasts were within her comprehension. Yet the existence of a transcendent divine beast, willingly transforming into a mere sparrow, was beyond her grasp. Even the most esteemed celestial factions in the eastern wilderness lacked such capabilities. What, then, was the true nature of the Chun family? However, observing their astonished and bewildered expressions, it seemed as though this matter was utterly unrelated to them. Could it be a fleeting image of that young man flashed through Mo Shui's mind? The heavenly punishment descended in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Aurora City, one of the 3 major cities in the northern region of the Diyu Immortal Dynasty, was reduced to a desolate ruin. Even those areas untouched by the clouds of heavenly retribution suffered catastrophic destruction. The very instigator of all this, Nangong Yuan, was obliterated to the last trace. The cultivators who had fled in panic from Aurora City returned with vacant expressions, witnessing nothing but devastation. Chun Xiao, how could you be atop the heavenly punishment? How could you be atop the heavenly punishment? Nangong Qi gazed at Chun Xiao, her lips trembling, her eyes brimming with terror, standing at the apex of the heavenly punishment, wielding it and commanding all. This surpassed Nangong Qi's understanding entirely. Had she known Chun Xiao was such a monster, she would have never dared to oppose him. Chun Xiao regarded Nangong Qi with a grin. Did your system not inform you? I'm the destined protagonist. Since I'm the protagonist, what is amiss in presiding over heavenly punishment and controlling tribulations? Nangong Qi, aghast, stammered incredulously. You know of the system's existence? Chun Xiao replied with a knowing smirk. Of course, do you have anything else to say, as a parting word from the destined arch-villain? Nangong Qi carefully replied, Spare my life? Chun Xiao retorted, Surely, as the destined arch-villain, you should possess a bit of fortitude? Nangong Qi fell silent. I end the original fate decreed by the Heavenly Dao. Neither you nor your family face annihilation. At most, you would have served as a stepping stone for my ascent, tarnishing a bit of your reputation. Your ultimate fate would have been to ascend to immortality, living freely and unrestrained. Why, then, would you choose to oppose me? Nangong Qi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, But the system told me I would ultimately perish by your hand. Our Nangong clan would be eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Chun Xiao responded with a casual, Oh, you were deceived by the system that I end the original fate. Our conflict was merely over a treasure, the 9 Dragons Guardian Seal. I had no reason to annihilate your entire family over such a trivial matter. Moreover, with the Chun family intact and my ancestor having successfully ascended, what motive would I have to eradicate you completely? With Chun Fengyang's ascension, the Empress would no longer dare to act against the Chun family. The crisis surrounding the Chun family had dissipated entirely. Throughout this ordeal, the only one who suffered misfortune was the Xintian sect, which had been reduced to a third-rate faction by Chun Zhao's own hands. However, now that you have boarded the system's pirate ship, not only will you die, but the Nangong clan shall also face annihilation. In the next moment, a flash of killing intent gleamed in Chen Zhao's eyes. Nangong Qi had long since taken matters in her own hands. Nangong Yuan, with his sinister intent, sought to perish alongside his ancestors through heavenly tribulation. Thus, Chen Xiao would not let this transgression go unpunished. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall leave no survivors. You have already resolved to kill me. So why continue this futile conversation? Nangong Qi gritted her teeth in frustration. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, stating that to kill was to strike at the heart. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve? After all, they were atop heavenly punishment, and there was no escape for her. Nangong Qi. Chapter 48. The Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Ultimately, amidst her unwillingness and despair, Nangong Qi was sent to meet her ancestors by a strike of heavenly punishment. The last vestiges of heavenly retribution subsequently dissipated. The bright sunlight once again illuminated the earth, rendering the ruins before them all the more striking. At this moment, countless cultivators stared blankly at the devastated Aurora City. The grandeur of this great city from days past was still vividly etched in their memories. No one had anticipated that Aurora City would not be destroyed in the final battle for the Deluo Sword Cauldron, but rather by heavenly punishment. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over everyone's hearts, grateful for having survived such a calamity. Thankfully, the heavens had shown mercy. In the final moments, the tribulations of 8 individuals had transformed into a punishment aimed solely at Nangong Yuan. Otherwise, a scattered immortal and 7 tribulation-stage cultivators undergoing tribulation within Aurora City would have turned the entire place into a hell on earth. Countless lives would have perished, although Aurora City was ultimately destroyed by heavenly punishment. During the buildup of that power, it granted others the chance to flee. Moreover, the punishment targeted only Nangong Yuan. With his demise, the heavenly punishment dissipated, and Aurora City was no more. Suddenly, a voice filled with anguish reverberated. Nangong Yuan, I curse your ancestors. How dare you undergo tribulation within Aurora City? Chen Xiao stumbled to the ruins of Aurora City, shouting in fury, I, Chen Xiao, will never coexist with your Nangong clan. Yun Ranyan reverted to her youthful form. Following closely behind Chen Xiao, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she listened to his hoarse shouts, nearly digging a hole into the ground with her toes, as if to excavate an entire Aurora City. The city lord of Aurora, Yi Guan, snapped back to attention. His gaze turned icy. This matter could not simply be swept under the rug. Today, Nangong Yuan had dared to brazenly undergo tribulation within the cultivation city. In the future, the Nangong clan might commit even more heinous acts. Yi Guan was the lord of Aurora City, a place he had poured his heart and soul into. Initially, he had become the city's lord as a pawn to restrain the Qin family. But after a millennium of development, the Yi family had integrated into Aurora City. At this moment, Yi Guan felt a surge of resentment toward the Empress. Were it not for her directive, Nangong Yuan would not have dared to undergo tribulation within Aurora City. What loyalty did I, Yi Guan, owe to such a ruler? Had the heavens not intervened, transforming tribulation into punishment, I too might have perished in this great calamity. Yes, the Tianyang Marquis must provide us with an explanation. The various factions within Aurora City were now filled with a thirst for vengeance. Though Aurora City had been destroyed by heavenly punishment, no one could blame the heavens. The true culprit was still Nangong Yuan, who had summoned heavenly tribulation within the city. At that moment, the cultivators who had previously pursued Nangong Qi returned. Their faces bore cold smiles and murderous intent. Nangong Yuan is dead. Then let the Tianyang Marquis repay the debts you owe. Although those slain cultivators had been killed while engaging in nefarious deeds, a grudge had been formed. More importantly, With heavenly punishment descending, it affected bloodlines. Nangong Yuan's tribulation within a major cultivation city had triggered the descent of heavenly punishment. Now, anyone could justifiably strike at the Tianyang marquee in the name of justice that, of course, many now gaze toward the eastern peak of Yuxiao Mountain, where the enormous golden proclamation continued to shimmer with intense golden light. Trapping the sword domain released by the Deluo sword cauldron within a realm of emptiness, laden with irony. Chun Shao lowered his head, sensing the emotions of the surrounding cultivators, a slight smile curling at his lips. Excellent. That empress has now become the target of public ire. Although Aurora City had been destroyed, it was merely the surface structures that had succumbed to the shock waves of heavenly punishment. The foundation of the city remained intact. The cultivators of Aurora City had already begun to spontaneously rebuild. Being cultivators, they possessed the ability to traverse the skies and earth, and with a bit of magical prowess, they could restore some of the buildings. In the Chun family, aside from the closed-off sanctum of Chun Fengyang, the forbidden prison remained intact. This moment, the once ruined Chun family had begun to restore itself. Upon returning to the Chun family, Chun Shao and Yun Ranyan were immediately surrounded by Chun Junluo and the elders of the Chun family. We are immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Otherwise, our Chun family would surely have faced calamity. Chun Junluo and the others bowed deeply to Yun Ranyan, that the first-grade immortal array, the exalted divine beast, the fire Qilin, alongside an even more extravagant transcendent divine beast, are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of Chun Shao. The only plausible explanation lies with Yun Ranran, this enigmatic maiden hailing from the Xianqin Empire. It's nothing much, just a trivial matter. Yun Ranran waved her hand dismissively, a gentle force lifting several individuals effortlessly. Chun Shao interjected, "Father, perhaps you should refer to her as Miss Yun. Both my master and I are of the same age, and you've made us sound quite aged." Chun Junluo was momentarily taken aback by this remark, exchanging bewildered glances with the elders present. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. "Wait, the same age as you?" Chun Junluo exclaimed in disbelief. Yun Ranran nodded. "We were born on the same day, at the same hour, which is why I took him as my disciple." In an instant, Chun Junluo and the elders of the Chun clan began to question their own existence on the surface. Chun Zhao's master appeared to be merely a child, brimming with youthful vigor and unrestrained enthusiasm. Yet it was indeed true. She was just a child, 17 years of age. She was considered a mere youth, not only in the eastern wasteland, but even within the realm of cultivation. What, then, was the true nature of Chun Zhao's master? Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar emanated from the eastern peak of Yuxiao Mountain. The colossal celestial artifact, the Golden List, trembled with a thunderous sound. Subsequently, an immensely authoritative voice resonated from the Golden List. The head of the Chun family, Chun Junluo, unparalleled in valor, has earned the trust of the northern frontier, combating the demon race and achieving unparalleled merit. Today, I hereby confer upon Chun Junluo the title of Duke of the northern town of Diu, hereditary and unchanging. Additionally, I bestow upon him the Northern Territory Seal, to eternally secure the northern frontier. In the next instant, radiant beams of light erupted from the Golden List. A grand seal, shimmering with a faint golden glow, emerged from the list, transforming into a streak of light that soared into Aurora City. Before finally hovering before Chun Junluo, in that moment, Chun Junluo's expression grew exceedingly grim, that a calamity had been set in motion. Previously, Nangong Yuan had wreaked havoc outside the city, slaughtering hundreds of cultivators, and later, he had invoked the heavenly tribulation within Aurora City, attracting divine retribution. These two events had thrust the Empress into a precarious position. Even if she had celestial beings as her backing, she would not dare to set foot on Yuxiao Mountain to vie for the Deluo sword cauldron. Thus, she had orchestrated this turmoil, redirecting it towards the Chun family, the Duke of Northern Town of Diu, hereditary and unchanging. Most crucially, the Northern Territory Seal, it possessed the same capabilities as the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, allowing control over all the Earth's veins in the northern frontier of the Diu cultivation dynasty. With Chun Junluo wielding this grand seal, He could indeed move mountains and seize the Deluo sword cauldron. What a cunning strategy, drawing calamity eastward while retreating to advance. The Empress was indeed a formidable opponent. However, Chun Xiao gazed at the Grand Seal with a mischievous grin. Isn't she afraid that we might just toss the Deluo sword cauldron into her royal capital? Initially, Chun Junluo's countenance had been exceedingly grim, but upon hearing Chun Zhao's words, his eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Chapter 49. Ding! The God-level system activated. The golden celestial list transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing from Yuxiao Mountain, the blockade had been lifted. Aurora City lay in ruins. All the malevolent beings concealed within the city, as well as the various schemes left by the Empress, had turned to ashes, ceasing to exist. Fortunately, the Empress had entrusted the Northern Territory Seal to Chun Junluo, granting him a hereditary title of Duke of Northern Town, thereby placing the Chun family in the eye of the storm, utilizing others as tools for her own ends. At this moment, within the Great Yu Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study, the Duke of Tianyang, Nangong Su, lay collapsed upon the ground, his pale face etched with despair. He had never anticipated that Nangong Yuan's tribulation within Aurora City would provoke the descent of divine retribution. Regardless of whether Chun Fengyang had perished, the Nangong clan was effectively doomed. From this day forth, any descendant of Nangong Yuan would face tribulations of a magnitude tenfold, or even 100-fold, compared to ordinary cultivators, virtually extinguishing their path to immortality. Divine retribution served as a punishment from the heavens for sentient beings, as well as a warning to the world. The death of the individual involved would not sufficiently terrify everyone. True deterrence could only be achieved by endangering their bloodlines and future generations, instilling fear among cultivators and preventing them from acting recklessly. Yao Qi regarded Nangong Su in silence for a long while before heaved a deep sigh. My loyal minister, you should take the Nangong clan and depart from the royal capital. With such an incident transpiring, I can no longer protect you. Nangong Su knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply to the Empress. I accept the decree. Just as he staggered to his feet, preparing to leave the imperial study, the Empress's voice rang out once more. The calamity of divine retribution may not be insurmountable. Perhaps merits can dissolve it. In the Taijin cultivation realm, the Yi family possesses treasures of merit. Nangong Su's figure trembled, yet he did not turn back, departing the palace with urgency. The Empress fell in a silence. The divine retribution faced by Nangong Yuan had caught her off guard. Had the retribution not arrived, even if Nangong Yuan had triggered the tribulation and destroyed the entire Aurora City, she and the celestial beings supporting her would have naturally safeguarded the Nangong clan. However, with the arrival of divine retribution, the heavens acted to eradicate the Nangong clan. Should anyone seize the opportunity under the pretext of purging the court, attempting to overthrow the imperial authority of the Great Yu cultivation dynasty, that would present a true dilemma. Thus, the Empress decisively severed ties with the Tianyang Duke's lineage. Yao Qi rose, casting her gaze towards the northern horizon. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, I wonder if Chun Fengyang is still alive to tea this moment. Celestial beings had already descended upon the Liuli cultivation realm. However, aside from the one that had perished the previous night, no celestial being dared to act recklessly. The Deluo sword cauldron had emerged to find its successor. Any celestial being that touched it would meet with certain death. Now, the unparalleled prodigies from the eastern wasteland and other realms of the celestial domain had converged upon the Liuli cultivation realm, vying for the Deluo sword cauldron. In comparison, the once exalted celestial beings had become mere background figures. The Empress had anticipated this, which was why she had sought every means to eliminate the Chun family and reclaim Aurora City. Aurora City, situated beside Yuxiao Mountain, held immense geographical significance. Not only did it house a large teleportation array, but it also concealed spiritual veins underground, with the spiritual veins of Aurora City as a foundation. Various formations could be laid out, granting a significant advantage. Possessing Aurora City would mean having the ability to advance or retreat, to attack or defend. I will be why gifting the Northern Territory Seal to Chun Junluo. The Empress could allow the prodigies from the eastern wasteland to approach the Chun family without needing to intervene herself. this very moment, within the outer city of the great royal capital. In a certain corner, a youth clad in extravagant garments, with a peculiar countenance, was pressing a woman beneath him, engaging in some indescribable act. The woman beneath him, possessing exquisite beauty, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "You wretched woman, weren't you aloof and noble? Didn't you look down upon me? And yet, today, you have fallen into my grasp." The youth's voice echoed with a sinister laughter. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the villainous god-level system. With this system, as long as you spend money, you can grow stronger. Who goes there?" The youth gasped in shock. Trembling violently, he hastily stood, fumbling to dress himself as he fled in a panic. "The system has isolated external detection. The host need not be alarmed and can continue with the previously interrupted actions. Am I out of my mind to continue?" The youth bolted, glancing around frantically in the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The youth's body froze, coming to an abrupt halt. Yi Quan, am destined to be the villain of this world, ultimately perishing at the hands of Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao. He. The youth named Yi Quan emitted a series of peculiar chuckles, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Yi Quan was the youngest son of Yi Guan, the lord of Aurora City, and was equally notorious as a flamboyant sire within the confines of Aurora City. Yi Quan and Chun Xiao were arch-rivals, each unable to tolerate the other. 3 years prior, they had engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in a violent altercation. Ultimately, Yi Guan had dispatched Yi Quan to the main Yi family in the royal capital, effectively relinquishing all ties to him. Now, upon hearing the name Chun Xiao once more, Yi Quan trembled uncontrollably. In Aurora City, he was the cherished young lord, adored by many. Despite his lackluster cultivation talent, he was showered with flattery and praise from all. Yet in the royal capital, Yi Quan was nothing. The members of the main Yi family looked down upon him, and even among the minor cultivators of the capital, he was regarded as a mere joke. The villainous godly wealth system, what use is that to me? Can it truly assist me in rewriting my fate and eliminating Chun Xiao? Yi Quan gritted his teeth, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Yi Quan and Chun Xiao were roughly equal in cultivation, both at the qi refining stage. However, Chun Xiao was indolent and disinterested in cultivation, while Yi Quan was genuinely inept. Ding! System task initiated. Task 1. Within 12 hours. The host must expend 10 million high-grade spirit stones to attain the initial stage of foundation establishment. Task 2. Return to Aurora City, infiltrate the city, and seize the opportunity to rescue the fated heroine, Xiao Yueqing, who is imprisoned by Chun Xiao. Task reward. A 9th-grade immortal sword. Flying fish. Task 3. Seize Chun Xiao's opportunities, suppress his arrogance, and extract the heavenly fortune from him. For each time Chun Xiao is suppressed, the host will receive a certain number of system points. Note: the host must exercise caution when confronting Chun Xiao. The system advises that the host should temporarily avoid direct conflict with Chun Xiao and instead lurk nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Quan meticulously absorbed this information. 10 million high-grade spirit stones within 12 hours. No, where would I acquire such wealth? Before Yi Quan could finish his thought, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a peculiar space. Within, countless high-grade spirit stones were densely packed, precisely totaling 10 million. Yi Quan's eyes immediately brightened. He suddenly turned and raced back in the direction he had come from. That moment, the girl had awakened. Huddled in a corner, clutching her clothes and weeping. Yi Quan. Upon seeing Yi Quan return, the girl's eyes ignited with overwhelming hatred. Yet Yi Quan remained unfazed, abruptly gesturing that a deluge of high-grade spirit stones cascaded down like a small mountain, nearly burying the girl. She was left in shock, utterly stunned. Han Ming Yao, if you are willing to be my woman, all these spirit stones shall be yours. Yi Quan's voice rang out with reckless abandon. System: purchasing a woman for 1 million high-grade spirit stones counts toward the task. Right? System: affirmative. Chapter 50. The arrival of the immortal the Nangong clan swiftly departed the royal capital of the Great Xia during the night. In the darkness, flying magical artifacts vanished one after another. The Nangong clan indeed departed the capital of Diu under the cover of night. Today, we shall act on behalf of the heavens. Countless figures lurked in the shadows, trailing the flying artifacts of the Nangong clan. However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura surged forth within the capital. The golden immortal list that had vanished from Yusha Mountain slowly ascended, illuminating the previously dark night in a golden hue. Those cultivators poised to strike against the Nangong clan instantly withdrew. That I may be powerless to protect the Nangong clan, but at least I can ensure your safe departure from the capital. The Empress stood atop the city walls, hands clasped behind her back, watching the Nangong clan depart. Upon the flying magical artifact, Nangong Su's eldest son, Nangong Ju, cast a glance back at the receding royal capital, his eyes flashing with reluctance. "Father, are we truly leaving like this?" Nangong Su sighed. "If it weren't for the heavenly punishment, the Empress would surely have safeguarded us. But now, with the heavenly punishment looming, she too is powerless. We must seek refuge in the Taijin immortal realm. Perhaps there lies a means to avert our misfortune." Merit, though uncertain of the Empress's words, Nangong Su was unwilling to relinquish even the faintest glimmer of hope. "Father, I wish to go to Yusha Mountain." Nangong Ju's tone was resolute. If he could obtain the Deluo sword cauldron, it would surely dissolve our clan's calamity. Nangong Su's expression shifted, reprimanding him. "Nonsense! A supreme immortal artifact is beyond our grasp. It is an object that even the Empress dares not covet, viewing it as a source of trouble." Yet Nangong Ju shook his head. The emergence of the Deluo sword cauldron is clearly in search of a successor. If that is the case, why shouldn't I be that successor? More importantly, Nangong Ju also sought to go to Aurora City to take revenge on the Chun family. Their clan's current plight stems from the Chun family. If not for them, how would our ancestor have ventured to Aurora City to undergo tribulation, thereby attracting heavenly punishment? Thus, at this moment, the entire Nangong clan harbored the deepest animosity toward the Chun family. However, neither Nangong Ju nor Nangong Su contemplated another matter. Had it not been for Nangong Yuan's decision to confront the Chun family during his tribulation, how would he have provoked the heavenly punishment? In truth, human nature often reveals itself in such ways. Some individuals will never consider their own faults, attributing all external causes to others. Gazing at Nangong Ju, Nangong Su finally spoke slowly. "Remember to be cautious. Also, your younger brother remains missing. If possible, bring him along to the Taijin immortal realm." Nangong Ju nodded earnestly. Then, with a leap, he detached himself from the flying magical artifact, vanishing into the vast, dark night, due to Chun Zhao's machinations. All that remained of Aurora City was a landscape of destruction, reduced to ruins. Yet the Chun family's residence had miraculously risen from the ashes, swiftly restoring its former grandeur. At this juncture, many gazed toward the Chun family with an expression laden with significance. With the Northern Territory's mountain and river seal, would not the Deluo sword cauldron be as good as in their pocket? Someone remarked seemingly without intent. The Empress's remarkable feat of uprooting mountains was witnessed by all. The main peak of Yusha Mountain, along with the Deluo sword cauldron, had been forcibly uprooted by the Empress using the power of the Earth's veins. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the Northern Demon Emperor, the Deluo sword cauldron would likely have been claimed by the Great Yu Empress, and now, the Chun family possessed an artifact that could similarly uproot mountains. Not only that, but the mountain and river seal had the spiritual veins beneath Aurora City as its foundation, unleashing greater power than the Empress herself. This had undoubtedly thrust the Chun family into the spotlight, making them the target of public ire. Thus, as night fell, formidable consciousnesses began to sweep over the Chun family without restraint. This was an unabashed provocation. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort resonated. The gates of the Chun family swung open, and a figure clad in azure emerged. Oh Shue's gaze was frosty as she surveyed the void above. "If you seek trouble, come forth openly. Do not skulk in the shadows like a rat." That was the alchemist Mo Shue. How could she be in the Chun family? The moment Mo Shue appeared, all were taken aback. She was a legendary figure capable of concocting elixirs in the realm of cultivation. "I am an elder guest of the Chun family. Why should I not appear here?" Mo Shue's tone was frigid, laced with a hint of pride. Mo Shui believed that aligning herself with Chun Shao and becoming an elder guest of the Chun family was the wisest decision of her life. Just that afternoon, the once mighty divine beast, the fire Qilin, had willingly released its treasures, allowing Mo Shui to select several precious medicinal herbs. The value of these herbs far exceeded that of the seven-colored heavenly profound grass. As an alchemist, Mo Shui felt that this was the happiest time of her life. Thus, upon sensing the probing consciousnesses scanning the Chun family, Mo Shui was the first to step forward, the elder guest of the Chun family. Upon hearing Mo Shui's declaration, the surrounding cultivators erupted in astonishment. Mo Shui held an unparalleled status in the realm of cultivation. Even those celestial beings descending from the eastern wilderness would treat her with utmost respect. Now, this extraordinary and transcendent immortal had actually become an elder guest of the Chun family. How on earth had the Chun family achieved this? In the Chun household, Chun Junluo and Chun Wenshu exchanged glances, astonished and pleasantly surprised by the revelation before them. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating on how to announce Mo Shui's status as a guest elder of the Chun family without inciting her disdain. Mo Shui, the alchemist, was known for her aloof and ethereal demeanor, disdaining any attempts to exploit her influence. However, to their astonishment, she had boldly declared her affiliation with the Chun family. "It's all because of Shao." Chun Wenshu murmured, "What on earth has he done?" Chun Junluo could only shake his head with a wry smile, feeling utterly bewildered at that very moment. Mo Shui appeared, standing regally before the entrance of the Chun residence. The surrounding cultivators dared not act recklessly. Retreating hastily as Mo Shui turned, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. A man clad in white robes, emanating a radiant aura, approached, seemingly treading upon the void that he hovered above. Peering down at Mo Shui, "Are you the audacious one who dares to call herself an alchemist?" His voice was detached, yet it carried an air of unbridled dominance. "Perfect. I have been in search of a female servant in the realm of cultivation, and you shall suffice that." As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to seize Mo Shui. The oppressive aura of a celestial being enveloped the vicinity, rendering the cultivators within Aurora City motionless, like flies trapped in amber. Their thoughts frozen to that moment. A cold sneer emanated from the Chun family. A delicate, fair hand rose gracefully, gently swatting at the space where the white-robed man stood. With a resonating thud, the void split open, revealing a gaping black abyss. The once formidable celestial figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. All eyes were incredulous as they beheld the Chun family, as if witnessing some catastrophic beast. The celestial presence that had threatened them moments ago dissipated like a mere illusion, popping out of existence. The once imposing rift in the sky began to mend before their very eyes, leaving no evidence that anything had transpired. Mo Shui maintained her composure, slightly lifting her chin, and walked back into the Chun residence with an air of pride. "You wish to claim me as your servant? You ought to consider where you are. The Chun family, which possesses a top-tier celestial formation. The Chun family that treats high-ranking divine beasts like mere dogs and lesser divine beasts like birds. How dare a mere celestial being act so brazenly here?" With a thought, the notion of tearing the void asunder surged through the air. Within Aurora City, other celestial beings observed, yet they remained restrained, refraining from making any rash moves. None could have anticipated that the Chun family harbored celestial beings among them, particularly one capable of rending the void with bare hands. In the world of cultivation, ascenders face tribulations to achieve the status of void celestial. Beyond that lies true celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial, upper celestial, golden celestial, mysterious celestial, saint celestial, and supreme celestial. Ascending further lead to celestial monarchs, celestial kings, and celestial emperors. Golden celestials comprehend the laws of the void, able to tear it asunder and traverse freely. Achieving the rank of golden celestial signifies entry into the ranks of nobility within the eastern wilderness, marking one as a superior celestial being. "You seek to contend for the Deluo sword cauldron. I shall remain uninvolved." A clear, youthful voice suddenly resonated. "But should any celestial dare to act recklessly here, Do not blame me for being ungracious. A dismissive scoff followed. So, you're the support of the Chen family? Yin Ranyin sat in the courtyard of Chen Zhao's residence, engrossed in devouring a braised porkcock. Occasionally, she would extend a small hand, lightly tapping the void above, creating vibrations that echoed like spoken words, as, "Oh, be it. If cultivators come to assault the Chen family, I shall not interfere, should celestial beings dare to approach. For every one that arrives, I shall banish one." And indeed, the earlier celestial being had not perished. He had merely been exiled into the endless chaos of space-time by Yun Ranyin. Yet, in the eyes of the world, he was as good as dead. In that case, allow me to experience the full extent of your capabilities. The earlier voice echoed again, accompanied by an overwhelming celestial aura. In an instant, the void above the Chun residence shattered like a mirror, fragments cascading down like razor-sharp blades, cleaving everything in their path. "This is troublesome," Yun Ranyin muttered, her brow furrowing slightly. The attacker was undeniably a golden celestial, and a peak one at that, intent on annihilating the Chun family with the shards of shattered space. With a greasy little hand, Yin Renyin pointed a finger at the rift above it. In the next moment, an invisible ripple spread forth, instantly mending the fractured void. The descending fragments vanished without a trace. "How is this possible? You are not a golden celestial." The golden celestial's expression shifted dramatically, just as he became aware of a terrifying force of suction emanating from behind him. The space behind him had, unbeknownst to him, split open into a dark chasm. The chaos of space-time. "No, this is not mere chaos. It is the chaos of time and space. Spare me." His plea for mercy was abruptly cut short as he was engulfed by the tumultuous currents of space-time. The rift then vanished entirely. The chaos of time and space differs from spatial chaos. A golden celestial who masters space might escape from the former, but once ensnared in the latter, it signifies eternal exile. "Who else wishes to test their luck?" Yun Renyin inquired. Her cheeks puffed adorably, her voice slightly muffled. The celestial beings in and around Aurora City fell silent, that a peak golden celestial had not even had the chance to retaliate before being cast into the chaos of space-time. Just who was this formidable figure backing the Chun family? Within the Chen residence, everyone had grown numb. Over the past few days, they'd been shaken too many times. Even if Chun Xiao were to reveal that Yun Ranyin was, in fact, the celestial Qin emperor, they would accept it with composure. "Esteemed one, if we cultivators were to act and seize the Chun family, would you truly refrain from intervening?" A sudden voice, that of a young woman, pierced the air. The girl in a fiery red dress lifted her gaze towards the Chen residence, her attire radiating a fierce glow that stood out vibrantly against the dark night. Yun Ranyin merely responded with a nonchalant hum, continuing to gnaw on her pork hock. "Then I hope, esteemed one, that your words hold weight. The Linglong sword sect challenges the Chun family. The Linglong sword sect, albeit a modest sect within the celestial Qin empire, remained a dominant force capable of overshadowing many celestial sanctuaries in the realm of cultivation. The Eastern Wilderness was a realm of celestial beings, yet cultivators also existed. Most celestial beings, save for a few born as such, ascended through diligent cultivation, ultimately transforming from mortal to celestial. Even the progeny of celestial emperors were no exception. As the red-clad female cultivator, Feng Biu, spoke, a beam of sword light ignited beside her, propelling her towards the Chun family. Her peak transformation realm prowess was unleashed without reservation, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the pinnacle transformation cultivators in the realm. With a single sword strike, the freshly constructed Chun residence began to tremble violently. All present held their breath, eyes fixated on the Chun estate. This was merely a test, a probe to ascertain whether the powerful figure residing within truly intended to remain uninvolved in the conflicts among cultivators. Chun family. Chen Dezhuang pays his respects to the esteemed one. The Chen family is grand and robust. How could I, the head of the Chen family, be challenged by mere rabble? You must first pass through me. In the next moment, a delicate and charming voice resounded. Feng Zhichu appeared in the void, adorned in a flowing red gown, confronting Feng Buyu in silence. The surrounding cultivators heard Feng Zhichu's self-introduction. They were momentarily taken aback. Chen Dezhuang, A dainty young girl with such a name? The Chen family, large and robust. The members of the Chen family could only twitch their faces in disbelief. First came Chen Dechong, and now Chen Dezhuang. Indeed, the Chen family is truly formidable in every sense. At this moment, two crimson figures had already collided mid-air, in the instant of their engagement. Feng Ji-Chu raised an eyebrow. An entity of the demon race? Feng Buyu's expression shifted. Yet it mattered little. In a swift motion, Feng Ji-Chu reached out, seizing Feng Buyu by the neck, and propelled her body violently towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater was created upon impact. Feng Ji-Chu hoisted Feng Buyu and ascended once more into the sky, only to plunge down again. Chapter 52. The sword domain of all heavens. Boom! 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 With each resounding explosion, a significant portion of Aurora City trembled. Before the Chun family's gate lay a great pit, a diameter of roughly 1 li, plunging down several dozen zhang. Feng Buyu lay sprawled at the bottom of the pit, her vacant eyes occasionally flickering with confusion. This girl, named Chen Dezhuang, not only discerned her true demon form, but rendered her utterly powerless to retaliate. At this moment, Feng Buyu's body was likely riddled with broken bones, immobilized at the pit's base. Feng Ji-Chu gracefully descended beside her, cheerfully remarking, "My master is in need of a maid. And you appear to be quite suitable," as she spoke. Feng Ji-Chu grasped one of Feng Buyu's ankles, dragging her step by step from the pit. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Feng Buyu had merely been sent out to probe the Chun family's strength. Yet unexpectedly, a mere girl from the Chen family had incapacitated her without offering a chance to fight back. The Chen family is indeed a den of hidden talents. Even without the intervention of immortals, ordinary cultivators are powerless against this family. And oh wonder the empress of the Diyu dynasty deemed it fit to bestow the Mountain River seal upon the Chen family. Let us depart for Yuxiao Mountain and seek our fortune. Perhaps the Deluo sword cauldron will choose me as its heir. Many had already abandoned the notion of confronting the Chun family any further. Even the intervention of golden immortals had proven futile. The cultivators of the Eastern Desolation, unable to contend with a mere girl from the Chen family, would only invite humiliation by continuing to engage with them. At this moment, the golden list sealing Yuxiao Mountain had been lifted by the Empress. The Deluo sword cauldron was of utmost importance. The Mountain River seal and the spiritual veins of Aurora City were matters for the immortals to contend with after acquiring the Deluo sword cauldron. Though it was the dead of night, the summit of Yuxiao Mountain shone brightly, as if it were day. Thousands of cultivators gathered here, completely surrounding the peak. However, contrary to expectations, there was no fierce battle taking place. All cultivators maintained a relatively safe distance, their eyes fixed intently upon the layered and intimidating sword domain before them. What was the situation? Unknown. The sword domain continued to evolve, originally consisting of 99 layers. It had now transformed into 364 layers, with the formation of the 365th layer imminent. Not long ago, someone had attempted to enter beneath Yuxiao Mountain, where the Deluo sword cauldron resided, but was thwarted by these sword domains. To obtain the Deluo sword cauldron. These sword domains were pivotal. The surrounding cultivators engaged in fervent discussion, quickly elucidating the current circumstances. It was clear to all that the emergence of an extraordinary immortal artifact was not a tranquil affair, merely waiting for others to seize it. Such a peerless treasure as the Deluo sword cauldron possessed sentience. It actively sought out a successor rather than passively awaiting competition. In everyone's view, the conditions for the Deluo sword cauldron to select its heir were inexorably linked to these sword domains. Finally, as the sun began to rise, heralding another dawn, the 365th layer of the sword domain took shape. A colossal surge of sword energy shot into the sky. Atop the summit of Yuxiao Mountain, a great sword formed of Xinjing copper erupted with a resounding sword cry. Within this cry resonated an overwhelming intent akin to a sword. The 365 layers of the sword domain of all heavens have been completed. Anyone beneath the immortal realm who could traverse through the 365 layers of the sword domain would qualify to inherit the Deluo sword cauldron. The vast intent, imbued with profound sword energy, rapidly spread forth. The cultivators surrounding the summit of Yusha Mountain erupted into an uproar. Oh, that was it. This was the trial for the Deluo Sword Cauldron to select its successor. One must traverse through the 365 layers of the sword domain of all heavens. Any cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, could attempt the trial. This meant that the ability to obtain the Deluo Sword Cauldron was unrelated to specific cultivation levels. It solely depended on one's talent in the sword path. With this revelation, one cultivator suddenly proclaimed, "Then I shall venture through the 365 layers of the sword domain of all heavens." He summoned a beam of sword light and charged into the sword domain before him. Prior to the complete formation of the sword domain of all heavens, no one could approach it. Any who dared would be repelled. Yet at this moment, the cultivator managed to enter the sword domain effortlessly. Moments later, he emerged disheveled, his garments torn to shreds, as if he had been violently expelled. What transpired? What lay within the sword domain? In an instant, a throng of cultivators surrounded him. The cultivator shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide with terror. There's someone, a person wielding a flying sword. It's utterly insane. I couldn't withstand even a single move against him. Moreover, within the sword domain, aside from swords and sword techniques, no other divine abilities or treasures could be utilized. This cultivator was not a sword practitioner, which is why he faced swift defeat and was cast out. In that instant, silence fell among the crowd. The Deluo Sword Cauldron was seeking a successor for the legendary Deluo Sword Sovereign of Ur. Thus, its target was unmistakably clear: sword practitioners. Only sword practitioners had the possibility of traversing through the 365 layers of the sword domain of all heavens to reach the Deluo Sword Cauldron. In the distance, Chun Xiao's shadowy doppelganger concealed itself in the darkness, quietly observing the unfolding 365 layers of the sword domain of all heavens. Nangong Qi was dead. His celestial spiritual root had been stripped by Chun Xiao using the power of divine retribution. After undergoing a cleansing process, it had been restored to its original form and infused into the body of the shadowy doppelganger. Furthermore, the experiences, memories, and lifelong learnings of Nangong Qi, along with the divine abilities acquired from the system, had been refined and integrated into the shadowy doppelganger by Chun Xiao through divine retribution. The current shadowy doppelganger was akin to another Nangong Qi, capable of transformation and concealment in the unseen. The shadowy doppelganger was ideally suited for subterfuge or instigating chaos. Chun Xiao was resolute in his quest to acquire the Deluo Sword Cauldron. Moreover, with the infusion of the celestial spiritual root left behind by the Deluo Sword Sovereign, the chances of obtaining the Deluo Sword Cauldron were significantly heightened. However, the current reality was that the existence of the Deluo Sword Cauldron had become common knowledge, as long as the individual who claimed it was not a cultivator from the Eastern Desolation. They would inevitably become the target of collective ire. Given this, Chun Xiao was unperturbed by the prospect of allowing the Nangong family to take the heat for him at this moment. An increasing number of cultivators stepped into the sword domain, accepting its trial. Among them were powerful sword practitioners. Yet even these cultivators could only breach a dozen layers before being expelled. Why sword intent has actually strengthened. One sword practitioner, recognized in the cultivation world as a sword saint for his comprehension of sword intent, exclaimed in astonishment upon being ejected from the sword domain. This sword domain served not only as a trial for the Deluo Sword Cauldron's selection of a successor, but also as an exceptional testing ground for swordsmanship. Upon hearing these words, those who were once hesitant cast aside their final doubts and eagerly ventured into the sword domain, but a slight smile curled at the corners of Chun Xiao's mouth. He had long been aware of these developments. Presently, everything was unfolding according to his grand design. Chun Xiao harbored an ambition to transform the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain into the foremost sanctuary of swordsmanship within the realms of the immortal cultivation world and even the eastern wasteland. The Empress had already yielded, entrusting the great seal of mountains and rivers to Chun Junluo, who was further bestowed the title of Marquis of the North, a hereditary position. To others, this appeared to thrust the Chun family into the spotlight. Yet, only Chun Xiao understood that the Heavenly Dao resided within the Chun family. What did they have to fear? Chapter 53. The emergence of the second fated antagonist. Contemplating this, Qin Shao scratched his head. However, with a master at his side, what could it matter if I brazenly seized the Luo sword cauldron? But then he shook his head. No, I must not allow my master to intervene frequently. Should the system detect her presence, it would spell disaster. Just as Qin Zhao's shadowy incarnation was lost in thought, a radiant beam of multicolored light swept across from above. That it was an ostentatiously splendid top-tier flying magic artifact. Simultaneously, a somewhat familiar voice reached Qin Zhao's ears. System. Little did Qin Zhao know, I have already expended spirit stones to enlist the services of the foremost assassin organization in the cultivation realm, the Wang Building, to hunt down the cultivators of the Chun family. Is it not true that by suppressing the Chun family, I can seize Qin Zhao's fortune? Excellent work, host. By undermining the Chun family, one naturally siphons off Qin Zhao's destiny. However, merely hunting the Chun family's cultivators is far from sufficient. It is imperative to seize Qin Zhao's opportunities and rob those closest to him. Dan Immortal Mo Shui has already become a guest elder of the Qin family. The host must devise ways to bring her under your influence. Very well. Money can make the world go round. As long as I keep showering her with spirit stones, surely Dan Immortal Mo Shui will be tempted. As the voice gradually receded, Qin Zhao's shadowy incarnation transformed into a dark silhouette, trailing closely behind the flying magic artifact. He had recognized the voice from earlier. It belonged to Yi Quan, the youngest son of the Lord of Aurora City, Yi Guan. This was the fated antagonist and his malevolent system. Indeed, I can hear the dialogue between the antagonist and the system. Hearing this conversation, Qin Zhao felt a flicker of unease within him. Little did he expect that the second fated antagonist would turn out to be none other than himself. Qin Zhao felt a tinge of distress. It seemed he could not deal with Yi Quan in the same manner as he had with Nangong Qi. Qin Zhao's approach towards Nangong Qi had been one of utmost humiliation. Not only for Nangong Qi, but for an extended period, the Nangong clan would become a source of ridicule within the cultivation world. However, the Lord of Aurora City, Yi Guan, shared a favorable relationship with the Chun family. Over the years, Yi Guan had resolved numerous troubles stemming from the royal capital for the Chun family. In fact, when a conflict arose between Qin Zhao and his son Yi Quan, Yi Guan had promptly sent his son away from Aurora City. For now, I shall observe and see what course Yi Guan chooses. Should Yi Guan indeed disregard their past camaraderie and side with Yi Quan against the Chun family, Qin Zhao would not hesitate to see a change in leadership at Aurora City. Throughout the journey, Yi Quan had been conferring with the system on strategies to deal with Qin Zhao. The system had gleaned ample lessons from its predecessor, maximizing the concept of survival. In essence, it advised Yi Quan to remain hidden and simply bombard the Chun family and Qin Zhao with spirit stones. A system for wealthy individuals, spending spirit stones to grow stronger. Even Qin Zhao found himself envious. Yet, isn't this just a clear case of being a fool with money from the previous system space? Qin Zhao had acquired nearly 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. If utilized wisely, he might just lure even more spirit stones from Yi Quan. Thus, Qin Zhao's true form departed from the Qin family, making his way towards the Lord's estate. The news of the emergence of the 365 layers of the Celestial Sword domain rapidly spread throughout the celestial realms. An increasing number of cultivators flocked towards Yushao Mountain. The nearby Aurora City was a veritable melting pot, bustling with activity. This vast city, spanning 8,000 miles, had already undergone preliminary reconstruction. A flamboyant, flying magic artifact soared above Aurora City, leaving behind a dazzling trail of colors. Eventually, it came to a steady halt before the grand entrance of the Yi family estate. "Father, I have returned." At this moment, Yi Quan's eyes gleamed with formidable confidence. Over the past few days, with the help of the system, his cultivation had surged from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage. Furthermore, he had received numerous top-tier artifacts as rewards from the system. The exquisite flying magic artifact he was currently aboard was among them. For cultivators to elevate their prowess, they typically undergo rigorous trials and tribulations, investing countless efforts to acquire opportunities and treasures. One must contend with fate itself, risking their lives at every turn. Yet Yi Quan, with mere expenditure of spirit stones, effortlessly enhanced his cultivation and acquired treasures that ordinary cultivators could only dream of, gazing at the system's marketplace, filled with even more powerful celestial artifacts, elixirs, and even the legendary innate treasures. Yi Quan's mouth watered with desire. However, simply spending spirit stones would not suffice to obtain these celestial artifacts and elixirs. He must contend with Chen Xiao to be, why plundering Chen Zhao's fortune. He could convert it into points. Thus, Yi Quan was eager to return to Aurora City. Now a golden core cultivator, he was returning and styled as a prodigal son. He had no intention of being discreet. He yearned for every cultivator in Aurora City to know that he, Yi Quan, had ascended to the golden core stage. Yi Guan, observing Yi Quan's unabashed display of golden core cultivation, was taken aback. How did you also reach the golden core stage? Yi Quan, momentarily stunned, wondered if there were others who had also attained such a level. Host, the individual your father refers to is likely Chen Xiao. Recently, Chen Zhao's cultivation has also reached the golden core stage. Yi Quan scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering his eyes as, oh, what if Chen Xiao is the protagonist? The cultivation he has painstakingly achieved. I can simply acquire by spending spirit stones. Yi Guan shook his head slightly. No, since you have returned, you should stay at home and refrain from wandering about. The entire cultivation world, especially the Liuli cultivation realms Diyu dynasty, is currently tumultuous, with an influx of powerful figures from the eastern wasteland that I genuinely fear that my son might stir up trouble and invite calamity. Who are these individuals? Yi Guan inquired, noticing 7 women trailing behind Yi Quan. Yi Quan grinned with pride. These are all my confidants, future partners. Yi Guan's eyes twitched with disbelief. As a formidable being of the transformation stage, he could easily discern the true nature of these women. Apart from one seemingly aloof girl, the rest exuded a chaotic aura, evidently courtesans from the pleasure quarters. However, considering his son's character, this seemed quite fitting. By the way, Father, could you arrange for me to meet the Chun family's guest elder? Dan Immortal Mo Shui. Suddenly, Yi Quan leaned closer to Yi Guan, whispering his request. The system had assigned Yi Quan 3 tasks: to spend spirit stones, rescue the fated female protagonist, Xiao Yueqing, and seize Chen Zhao's fortune. To rob Chen Xiao of his fortune, one must not only suppress the Chun family and Chen Xiao himself, but also abduct those around him. Dan Immortal Mo Shui was the system's first target. As for rescuing Xiao Yueqing, the system indicated that she was imprisoned in the Chun family's forbidden prison. Yi Quan, having yet to deduce a plan to rescue her, decided to start with Dan Immortal Mo Shui. If he could sway Mo Shui to his side and have her infiltrate the Chun family, rescuing Xiao Yueqing would not be impossible. Upon hearing Yi Quan's words and reflecting on his son's character, Yi Guan's expression darkened. Enough. Do not speak of this again. Someone escort the young master to the back courtyard to rest. Yi Quan dared to set his sights on Dan Immortal Mo Shui. Did he wish to court death? While the Chen family might be formidable, the influence of Dan Immortal Mo Shui alone could obliterate the Yi family. Uncle Yi, since Brother Yi Quan wishes to meet Elder Mo Shui, I will make the necessary arrangements. At that moment, Chen Xiao emerged from outside, warmly approaching Yi Quan. After 3 years apart, Brother Yi, you have indeed become even more dashing. Chapter 54. The rewards of the freebie system. The residents of the city lord had just undergone a meticulous renovation. Yet the array formations had not yet been re-established. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao strode inside with an air of familiarity. He enthusiastically draped his arm over Yi Quan's shoulder, making it seem as though they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Isn't she just the Dan Immortal Mo Shui? I once traded a 7-colored heavenly mystic grass for her promise to become an elder guest of the Chen family. Since Brother Yi wishes to meet Mo Shui, I shall make the arrangements. Uncle Yi, it has been 3 years since I last saw Brother Yi Quan. We must catch up properly this time. As he spoke, Chen Xiao continued to guide Yi Quan toward the door. Yi Quan opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a wry smile, refraining from intervening. Oh well. After all, he is still a child. In the past, it was merely playful scuffles, harmless in nature. It brings me joy to see Chen Xiao and Yi Quan getting along. Little did he know, at that moment, Yi Guan's body was tense, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. He had come to a clear realization of his own identity, bound by the antagonist's wealthy system. He was destined to oppose Chen Xiao. Yet now, being embraced so warmly by Chen Xiao left him feeling a twinge of guilt. System, what should I do now? Once, Yi Quan had been a frivolous wastrel, merely living off his family's resources. Now, he found himself in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. Rest assured, host, since the destined protagonist has sought you out, we shall go with the flow. If the host can seize the Dan immortal Mo Shui before the protagonist, you will be able to capture more of the Heavenly Dao's fortune. Thus, the host can exchange points for that innate sword body pill. Refining the innate sword body. With the innate sword body, the host will acquire the Grand Luo sword cauldron outside the city. That Grand Luo sword cauldron is the most vital opportunity for the protagonist in the early stages. If obtained, the host can seize over 30% of the protagonist's fortune. Translated into points, the host can trade for even more precious treasures from the points mall. Furthermore, if the host secures Dan immortal Mo Shui, using her as an insider, you may even rescue Xiao Yueqing. By saving Xiao Yueqing, the host will be rewarded with a 9th rank immortal sword. Flying fish. The system's voice echoed, painting a vivid picture of prospects for Yi Quan. Filled with temptation, Yi Quan, who had previously been somewhat distracted, immediately regained his focus. His gaze towards Chen Xiao sparkled with newfound determination. Him. Chen Xiao was not merely a person, but a key to unlock a treasure trove. Excellent, excellent. While Yi Quan maintained a composed facade, inwardly he reveled with glee. I shall not only claim Chen Zhao's fortune, but also ensure his utter demise. My father had aided the Chen family greatly. Yet he still perished at Chen Zhao's hands. I will defy fate and bring about the Chen family's ruin. With this thought in mind, Yi Quan threw his arm around Chen Zhao's shoulder. Let us go. It's been 3 years since we last met. We truly must have a good gathering. As they stepped out of the city lord's residence, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow upon overhearing Yi Quan's conversation with the system. This system is quite adept at sowing discord, rather reminiscent of demonic cultivators having dealt with a system and a destined antagonist atop the heavenly punishment. Chen Xiao was privy to a certain truth. The system was deceiving its host. He had witnessed the ordained script of the Heavenly Dao. Not only was Nangong Qi still alive, but this Yi Quan was too. Their conflicts with Chen Xiao were trivial at best, hardly warranting the label of antagonist. The notion of annihilating the City Lord's Yi family was utterly absurd. The City Lord's Yi family held deep-rooted connections with the foremost family of the Taijin immortal realm, and Chen Zhao's mother, Yi Fengyan, was the eldest daughter of the Yi family. In fact, within the original narrative laid out by the Heavenly Dao. With Chen Zhao's assistance, Yi Guan had defeated the head of the Yi family in the Great Yu Kingdom. Taking his place, it became clear that this antagonist system was truly deserving of its title. It thrived on manipulation. Chen Zhao's shadowy doppelganger had silently returned to the Chen family. In the courtyard, Yun Ranran, dressed in male attire, sat on a swing, engrossed in a sketchbook. Master. Chen Xiao approached her, softly calling out. Yun Ranran looked up, curiosity evident in her eyes. Chen Xiao recounted the conversation he had overheard between Yi Quan and the system, concluding, Master, I deliberately let Mo Shui align with Yi Quan. It shouldn't affect anything if I allow him to rescue Xiao Yueqing, right? Yin Ranran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Chen Xiao, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. So, my disciple wishes to reap the rewards of the system without cost. Chen Xiao scratched his head, feeling that the term freebie was somewhat inappropriate. Yes, I intend to seize the reward from Yi Quan once he obtains them. Of course, I cannot be overt about it. However, I possess a remarkable doppelganger. Once my shadowy form appears, the system won't even be able to discern what it truly is. Yun Ranran nodded. That's not an issue. With your master here, rest assured. Whatever fortune has been siphoned from you, I can restore in kind. As for the fortune that has been lost, a cunning smile graced Yun Ranran's face. Once I tamper with your fortune just a bit, I assure you that the antagonist system will face a backlash of fortune. Yin Ranran descended from the realm of the Heavenly Dao with this very purpose. Under the Heavenly Dao's jurisdiction, she could neither see nor contend with the system. However, Now that she possessed a corporeal form, she could take action against it. Especially after dismantling the previous system, she had already devised preliminary methods to confront it. Suddenly, Yun Ranran spoke with solemnity. But remember this, everything can be sacrificed, except for the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron. Chun Xiao nodded earnestly. The antagonist system had already indicated that the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron was crucial to Chun Xiao's early opportunities, that a supreme immortal artifact wielded the power to annihilate the heavens. Such a treasure must be firmly grasped in one's own hands. Moreover, beneath the Yuxia mountain, Chen Xiao had witnessed Nangong Qi's system assisting her in refining the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron in mere moments. By the way, Master, this antagonist system is called the Godly Wealth System. It can enhance cultivation merely by spending spirit stones. Currently, Yi Quan has reached the late stage of the Golden Core, a solid achievement equivalent to his painstaking self-cultivation. Yun Ranran paused, her brows knitting slightly. Enhancing cultivation through spirit stones poses quite a challenge. However, it is of little concern. Irrespective of how he elevates his power, he will never be your match in recent days. Chun Xiao had been battling the tribulation beast atop the heavenly punishment. His cultivation was genuinely hard-earned. At this moment, his combat prowess was sufficient to defeat mid-tier divine beasts of the same level. Chun Xiao's shadowy doppelganger was merely a hair's breadth away from the God Transformation Realm. Even if Yi Quan achieved the God Transformation Realm, Chun Xiao could still dispatch him with a single strike. Should he transcend the tribulation and ascend to immortality, that would be even better. The heavenly tribulation was the domain of his little master of the Heavenly Dao. Had Yi Quan not sought trouble with him, attempting to usurp Chun Xiao's fortune, he would have simply awaited him atop the heavenly punishment. After all, Chen Xiao was not far from the nascent soul stage. Disciple, you may proceed that I shall seek out Mo Shui. Chapter 55. The arrival of Nangong Qi. Due to the intimidation posed by Yun Ranyan and the maneuverings of Feng Zhichu, the current state of Aurora City remains surprisingly tranquil. Furthermore, an increasing number of extraordinary prodigies have begun to flock to Aurora City. Even if celestial beings of the golden immortal rank were to descend at this moment, a conflict would be unlikely to ensue. A true battle would only erupt once the ultimate ownership of the Deluo Sword Cauldron is conclusively established. Although the Deluo Sword Cauldron is in search of a successor, the celestial beings of the immortal realm are indifferent to such matters. Should the chosen successor fail to command the respect of the masses, these immortals would reluctantly seek to replace them. The Deluo Sword Cauldron's chosen successor represents an ideal, while the celestial beings gathered here embody the harsh realities of existence. The Donglin Pavilion, the largest tavern in Aurora City, which has recently been rebuilt and is now operating normally. Yi Quan gazes at the azure-clad woman before him, disbelief flickering across his face. Has Chun Xiao truly managed to summon the legendary pill Immortal Mo Shui, despite having mentally rehearsed countless strategies to win over Mo Shui? Encountering her in person inevitably stirs a sense of nervousness within him. That Mo Shui is a breathtaking beauty, a rare gem within the realm of cultivation. Yi Quan, undeniably a lecher, is resolute. He must have her. The pill Immortal Mo Shui shall be mine. Yi Quan fervently chants this mantra within his mind. Mo Shui regards Yi Quan with a slight furrow of her brow and inquires, I heard from young Master Chun that you possess the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Yi Quan is momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his features. 9-leaf-100 spirit root? What kind of entity is that? Is it a type of spiritual root for cultivators? Yet he suspects that Chun Xiao must have used this so-called 9-leaf-100 spirit root to lure Mo Shui out. Host, the 9-leaf-100 spirit root is a kind of celestial herb that a specimen can be found within the system's marketplace. However, the current points you possess are insufficient to exchange for it. Upon hearing this, Yi Quan's eyes darted about. He then smiled and replied, the 9-leaf-100 spirit root does indeed exist. However, it requires Miss Mo Shui to accompany me to retrieve it, as it is a celestial herb. Is that so? Mo Shui's expression shifts slightly, for she had merely mentioned the herb casually, intending to play along with Chun Xiao, but she did not expect Yi Quan, who appeared to be a frivolous wastrel, to accurately declare that the 9-leaf-100 spirit root is indeed a celestial herb. The 9-leaf-100 spirit root only grows in high-level realms such as the eastern wilderness and is non-existent in the realm of cultivation. Mo Shui could not help but glance at Chen Xiao, who wore an inscrutable expression but subtly nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, the system's voice echoed in Yi Quan's mind. Host, Mo Shui's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability stands at 6%. Once it reaches 80%, you will have successfully won her over. It is evident that the 9-leaf-100 spirit root is something Mo Shui desperately desires. Such an easy boost. Surely there must be a catch. Yi Quan gazed at Mo Shui's ethereal visage, his heart ablaze with excitement. Yet he could not resist asking another question. Favorability represents the emotional leakage exhibited by the target towards the host. Quantified through the system's data analysis, the system's perception is infallible. The system's tone conveyed a sense of confidence. Favorability cannot be fabricated. Chun Zhao's eyes flickered with surprise as he observed Mo Shui. She remained composed, gazing at Yi Quan without much emotional fluctuation, clearly indicating that all of this was orchestrated by Yun Ranyan in the shadows. Yun Ranyan could allow Chen Xiao to overhear the dialogue between the system and the host. Thus, she could also engineer a favorable impression for Mo Shui towards Yi Quan. Yi Quan nodded. The 9-leaf-100 spirit root requires 9-colored soil to thrive. Unfortunately, such soil is not available in the realm of cultivation. Over the past 3 years, I have traversed the myriad realms of the immortal domain and fortuitously discovered both the 9-colored soil and the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. However, the 9-leaf-100 spirit root is sealed within a hidden domain, and it necessitates Miss Mo Shui's personal presence to retrieve it. Yi Quan recited the lines provided by the system word for word. This revelation. Mo Shui's eyes sparkled with interest. Yi Quan's familiarity with the 9-leaf-100 spirit root clearly indicated that he had indeed encountered and studied this celestial herb. The 9-leaf-100 spirit root, along with the 7-colored celestial herb, are what she ardently yearns to possess. Of course, among Fire Qilin Chun Daqiang's treasures lies a specimen of the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. In an instant, Mo Shui sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming with determination. Very well, I shall accompany you to retrieve the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Ding! Mo Shui's favorability towards the host has significantly increased, now reaching 20%. Yi Quan's face broke into a smile as he responded, Miss Mo Shui, please. As he gestured for her to proceed, they departed from the Donglin Pavilion together. Young Master Chun, come along. This will be an opportunity for you to witness the marvels of celestial herbs. Yi Quan did not forget to invite Chen Xiao. The system had indicated that he should seize Chun Zhao's companions in his presence to garner more fortune from him. Chen Xiao nodded, smiling. It is indeed a fortunate chance to witness the legendary celestial herbs. As they spoke, his mind was preoccupied with another line of thought that it appears that this system is not a true sentient being. Although it possesses vast knowledge and insight, it lacks the capacity for independent thought that it resembles more of a... Chun Xiao furrowed his brow, diligently searching his mind before muttering to himself, a predetermined operational trajectory. Everything follows a bizarrely set course that, if Yi Quan were a bit more astute, utilizing the system as a tool while taking the lead himself, he would have long ascended to greatness. Alas, he treats the system like a deity, obeying its every command without exercising his own critical thinking. However, given that Yi Quan is inherently a wastrel, such behavior is hardly surprising that a magnificent flying artifact swiftly soared towards the outskirts of the city. At this juncture, more and more prodigies were descending upon Aurora City. In comparison, Yi Quan's exquisite flying artifact did not stand out as much. Within the flying artifact, Yi Quan, armed with the knowledge and dialogue provided by the system regarding various herbs, found himself increasingly in sync with Mo Shui, especially in discussing the properties of different spiritual and celestial herbs. He spoke with great authority. Mo Shui's favorability towards Yi Quan continued to rise, while Chen Zhao's presence was completely overlooked by the two. Ultimately, ding! Congratulations, host. Mo Shui's favorability has reached 80%. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won over the pill immortal Mo Shui. The host gains 13,445 points. The innate sword body pill requires 10,000 points. The 9-leaf 100 spirit root requires 3,200 points. Yi Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exchange, he hesitated not for a moment, directly securing both treasures. This is what I have gained. A smile flickered across Chen Zhao's lips. Then, boom! A resounding explosion erupted. The exquisite flying artifact, racing through the skies, was suddenly jolted, crashing violently into the ground. What just happened? Yi Kuan's expression paled. In the next instant, a frenzied and menacing voice rang out. Chen Xiao, I have finally found you. Nangong Qi, the shadow demon incarnation, seemed to have risen from the depths of hell. Bellowing die. In the blink of an eye, 9 divine dragons descended from the void above, crashing down heavily upon the already damaged, exquisite flying artifact. The 9 dragon guardian seal, Nangong Qi. Yi Kuan's complexion turned ashen. Having just returned from the royal capital, he was well aware of Nangong Qi's illustrious name, one of the top 10 extraordinary prodigies of the younger generation in the great Xia royal capital. The 9 dragon guardian seal had nearly become a symbol of Nangong Qi's identity. Chapter 56. Lost before it could even warm up. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded as Yi Kuan's flying artifact was forcefully driven underground by the overwhelming impact of the 9 dragon guardian seal. Originally a defensive artifact, Chen Xiao had developed additional functionalities for it during the tribulation. The 9 dragon guardian seal not only could unleash 9 dragon shadows for defense, but could also transform those shadows into divine powers for attack. In other words, this exquisite treasure is fundamentally an artifact that embodies both offense and defense. Once I find the time, I shall request Chen Daqiang to refine it once more. Who knows, it might even be transformed into a genuine celestial instrument. When that moment arrives, the calamity of the artifact will befall Chen Xiao during the heavenly tribulation, and there will be ample opportunities for maneuvering this moment. The 9 golden dragon shadows released by the 9 dragons protecting Heaven Seal resembled 9 sharp blades of sword energy, relentlessly striking against Yi Kuan's flying artifact. What is happening? Where did this Nangong Qi emerge from, and why is he attacking me? Yi Kuan was somewhat flustered. No. Nangong Qi should already be dead. Otherwise, my system would not have mentioned this. Instinctively, he fell silent. Nangong Qi was the last system's chosen destined villain. As long as Nangong Qi remains alive, the previous system cannot be extinguished, and thus, this affluent system will not descend into this world. Such matters are beyond what the system would divulge to Yi Kuan. Otherwise, with Yi Kuan's timid and apprehensive nature, he would undoubtedly not dare to continue opposing Chen Xiao, keeping a safe distance at all costs. To entice Yi Kuan into contending against Chen Xiao, the system has significantly increased the rewards for points. Why is it impossible for Nangong Qi to be alive? Yi Kuan instinctively pressed for answers. Because of the heavenly punishment, the system casually provided an excuse. Why Yi Kuan suddenly understood. Nangong Qi is akin to a mobile treasury, possessing not only an abundance of high-grade spirit stones, but also exceptional artifacts and celestial instruments. Once he appears before others, he will undoubtedly be pursued by those seeking to uphold justice. At this moment, the system interface was filled with question marks. Under the system's detection, the person outside was indeed Nangong Qi without a doubt. The same life force, the same fluctuations of spiritual energy, indistinguishable from Nangong Qi. But how could Nangong Qi, who was supposed to be dead, appear here? Boom! Another strike. The brilliant sword light shattered the defenses of the flying artifact. Chen Xiao. The voice of Nangong Qi erupted in a furious roar. Die. In the next instant, the sword light, resembling a celestial river, pierced through the heavens, enveloping the entire flying artifact within its grasp. It turned out he had come seeking Chen Xiao. Yi Kuan's eyes glazed over, staring blankly at the sword light that transcended the heavens. That moment, Chen Xiao, seated beside Yi Kuan, suddenly sprang into action, throwing Yi Kuan aside. Then, with a leap, he maneuvered the sword light in another direction. Mo Shui cast a glance at Chen Xiao, her lips curling slightly. She then raised her palm and struck towards Nangong Qi. The immensely powerful palm force left a slender shadow of her hand in the void. Nangong Qi's sword light was instantly shattered by Mo Shui's strike. So formidable. Chun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although that previous strike was not his full strength as the Shadow Demon, it still unleashed 80% of its power. Yet he did not expect it to be obliterated by Mo Shui in a single blow. But soon he regained his composure, retaliating with a sword strike aimed at the close-at-hand Yi Quan. Your target is Chun Zhao. Why are you attacking me? Yi Quan exclaimed in frustration. Anything associated with Chun Zhao is certainly not good news. The cold voice of Nangongqi echoed, at this moment. The distance between Yi Quan and Nangongqi was alarmingly close. The system had already controlled the defensive artifact, erecting a barrier of light. However, Nangongqi's sword light was exceedingly swift. Before the full strength of that defensive barrier could be unleashed, the incredibly sharp strike was already upon them. Boom! The defensive barrier shattered into countless specks of light. Subsequently, the magical attire and storage ring on Yi Quan's body exploded under that one strike, in an instant, a multitude of treasures, resplendent and radiating formidable spiritual energy, scattered across the void. Throughout the journey to Aurora City, Yi Quan had frantically purchased countless rare treasures to fulfill his spending mission. Fortunately, this area was far from Yusha Mountain and Aurora City, devoid of any cultivators. Otherwise, who knows how many would have rushed to seize these items, so many treasures. Upon witnessing the treasures raining down, Nangongqi was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a wave of his hand, a furious surge of true essence swept through the void. The treasures were all drawn into Nangongqi's artifact of exclusion, including the innate sword body elixir and the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Mo Shui was captivated by the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Although she had already acquired one from Chen Daqiang, more celestial herbs are always welcome. Immediately, Mo Shui reached out toward the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Stop! Stop! That is my treasure! Yi Quan yelled, his voice hoarse and tinged with despair. However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. Mo Shui's target was precisely the 9-leaf-100 spirit root, which Yi Quan had promised her. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao's shadow demon form was gathering all the treasures floating in the void. Damn, this is the affluence system. Fortunately, his storage ring was destroyed. Otherwise, who could have guessed how wealthy this fellow truly is? Chun Zhao showed no signs of halting, in the span of mere moments. Even before the treasures had touched the ground, he had collected them all out of course. He pretended to contend with Mo Shui over the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. But upon realizing he could not win, he eventually relinquished his efforts. Nangongqi, I have finally found you. Just then, an exceedingly cold voice resonated. A black sword light sliced through the void, aimed directly at Nangongqi, none other than the deputy leader of the Xintian sect. Ing Wuxian, long time no see. However, I've already secured enough benefits, so I shall not play with you for the time being. As he spoke, the cloud-piercing shuttle beneath Nangongqi erupted with dazzling brilliance, causing him to vanish from that vicinity. Trying to escape? Ing Wuxian sneered, the flying sword beneath him unleashing a torrent of black sword light, pursuing closely behind. Below, Yi Quan stood dazed, his gaze hollow as he watched Nangongqi depart. My treasures, just like that, are all gone. Yi Quan's eyes brimmed with confusion, that he had yet to comprehend how this had transpired. Why did Nangongqi suddenly appear? And why had his storage ring exploded? All his treasures vanished into thin air, especially the innate sword body elixir. He had just exchanged 1,000 points for it from the system shop, and before he could even warm it, it was gone. Nangongqi. Yi Quan let out a series of desperate roars. I will not let this go with you. Who will you not let go? Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in Yi Quan's ear. In the next instant, a sharp sword light pierced through the air, aiming directly at Yi Quan's head. Who? This time, not only Yi Quan, but even Chun Zhao and Mo Shui were startled. Ing Wuxian's appearance had been prearranged, but the arrival of a third party completely caught them off guard. Mo Shui reacted swiftly. With a single palm, she channeled her immense power to strike against the incoming sword light. Boom! The second palm imprint landed in the void, shattering the terrifying sword light. Truly worthy of the Dan immortal. Mo Shui. That voice resonated once more, and then a faint figure flickered in the void before vanishing from sight. Who was that person? Mo Shui frowned slightly. Chen Xiao gazed in that direction for a considerable time before finally speaking. If I am not mistaken, that person should be the heir of the Tianyang Marquis, Nangong Ju. Though the Nangong clan of Tianyang Marquis has relocated from the Diyu royal capital, the empress has yet to strip Nangong Su of his title. He remains one of the 4 marquises of the Diyu dynasty. Nangong Ju is still the heir of Tianyang Marquis. Moreover, Nangong Ju is one of the most extraordinary talents in the contemporary realm of the Diyu cultivation dynasty, destined for ascension that I did not expect that a member of the Nangong clan would dare venture into the northern borders. It seems they're seeking a swift demise. Chen Xiao, harnessing the power of the Heavenly Dao, fused with the memories of Nangong Qi, could naturally recognize Nangong Ju. The emergence of Nangong Ju was both unexpected and yet entirely within reason. T present, the Nangong clan faced the judgment of divine punishment. Subjected to the enmity of all beings, that it was only natural that they would seek ways to mitigate or resist this divine retribution. The Deluo sword cauldron represented their glimmer of hope. Mo Shue's brow relaxed slightly, and she ceased to be troubled by the matter of Nangong Ju. Instead, she turned to Yi Quan. What you mentioned, the 9-leaf-100 spirit root, is meant for me. Yi Quan, having just escaped from a near-death experience, was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing Mo Shue's words, he hurriedly replied, Of course. If Miss Mo Shue needs the 9-leaf-100 spirit root, please take it. Ding! As Yi Quan's words fell, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host. The favorability of the alchemist Mo Shue toward the host has reached 99%. 99%. Yi Quan was momentarily taken aback. Why not a full 100? I have clearly given her the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. After system analysis, it was deduced that the reduction in favorability was likely due to the host having deceived Mo Shue earlier, leading to a 1% decrease. Yi Quan conceded. Indeed, I did claim to bring Mo Shue out of the city to retrieve the 9-leaf-100 spirit root. In the end, my storage ring was shattered, and the 9-leaf-100 spirit root just appeared by itself. Yet had I not deceived Mo Shue, how could I have garnered her favor to obtain the 9-leaf-100 spirit root? Where, then, is my innate sword body pill? Suddenly, Yi Quan recalled the treasures snatched away by Nangong Qi. Other items were inconsequential. They could be purchased with spirit stones. However, that innate sword body pill was a different matter. It cost a staggering 10,000 points. And just like that, it was gone before he could even warm it up. At this moment, the system remained silent, unable to analyze how events had unfolded in such a manner. Host need not despair. Within the system's marketplace, there are even more extraordinary treasures. Currently, the host has successfully won over MOXUB while leveraging her assistance. He can rescue the fated protagonist, Xiao Yuqing. If Xiao Yuqing is rescued, the host will not only receive the system's reward of the 9-rank Immortal Sword, Flying Fish, but also a bonus of 50,000 points. At that moment, not only was Yi Quan excited, but Chen Zhao's heart also ignited with fervor. The system, indeed, was a marvelous entity. Miss Mo Shue, now that we have obtained the 9-leaf-100 spirit root, shall we return? At this juncture, Yi Quan completely disregarded Chen Xiao, as his objectives had already been fulfilled. Mo Shue pondered briefly before posing a soul-searching question. What about the other 9-leaf-100 spirit root? Yi Quan replied, Chapter 57, Innate Divine Ability Replication. Upon Chen Zhao's return to the Chen family, Mo Shue had already arrived at this moment. She was closely following Yun Ranran, earnestly inquiring about the knowledge of alchemy. Yun Ranran welcomed all questions and responded to each without hesitation. Oh, you are back. Chen Xiao observed Mo Shue, momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Shue cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao, replying coolly, I merely assisted you in your charade. I did not truly sell myself to him. It was just a single 9-leaf-100 spirit root. Chen Xiao shrugged. Yet you still sold yourself to me for a mere 7-colored celestial Xian grass. Oh, and by the way, Mo Shue continued, as for Yi Quan's plan to rescue Xiao Yuqing, you should consider how to proceed. Chen Xiao nodded, indicating his understanding. At this moment, Yun Ranran interjected, You should head back now. My disciple and I have some matters to discuss. Though reluctant, Mo Shue still bowed to Yun Ranran and departed from Chen Zhao's courtyard. Once Mo Shue had left, Chen Xiao scratched his head, pondering the ease with which he had dealt with the fated antagonist. Everything had proceeded too smoothly. Could there be a hidden scheme? The false fortune that Yun Ranran had bestowed upon Chen Xiao had already been retracted by the system. If Yun Ranran were to employ just a few of her methods, she could induce a backlash of divine fortune upon the system, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Yet, Chen Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that everything was unfolding too conveniently. Although this was largely attributed to Yun Ranran's exploitation of the previous antagonist system, which allowed her to discover the system's vulnerabilities and listen in on Yi Quan's conversations with the system. Yun Ranran pursed her lips, affirming, "It is indeed too smooth that I suspect that the so-called godly rich system is merely a test subject, designed to probe you. The true fated antagonist may well be someone else. Let's hold off on acting against Yi Quan for now, that we should aim to extract more benefits from him." Chen Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, especially since Nangong Qi had fallen so swiftly, just moments after confronting Chen Xiao. She had met her demise. Perhaps this godly rich system and the chosen Yi Quan were here to test Chen Xiao. The allure of the items within the system's marketplace was simply too great. In the next instant, Chen Xiao's shadow stirred slightly, leaping from the ground to take on his form. Immediately, the shadow demon transformed its hand, revealing a pill that shimmered with radiant light. "Master, this is the innate sword body pill. Please check if there are any issues." Chen Xiao presented the innate sword body pill to Yun Ranran. After receiving it, Yun Ranran utilized the power of the Heavenly Dao to scan it briefly. This is indeed a genuine innate sword body pill, and it has only recently been refined. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Only recently refined. Yun Ranran nodded, stating that the system's items did not simply appear out of thin air. There must be a substantial organization or some other force backing it. Chen Xiao also nodded in agreement. The system was not a living entity, yet it seemed imbued with intelligence, indicating that the forces behind it were likely extraordinarily powerful. Yun Ranran's father, having departed the previous generation of the Heavenly Dao, had likely gone to investigate the forces behind the system. "Master, may I consume this pill?" Chen Xiao licked his lips. Yun Ranran blinked, reminding him that the tribulation had even better offerings. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, suggesting, "Then let the shadow demon consume it." "Exactly, that is what I meant." Yun Ranran agreed. "Your shadow demon incarnation is not a living being in the traditional sense. It possesses boundless potential for evolution that at this stage, it would be wise to devour more spiritual pills or heavenly materials." The current shadow demon incarnation had already fused with Nangong Qi's celestial roots. Yun Ranran was eager to see what would occur when the shadow demon consumed the innate sword body pill and achieved the innate sword body. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao's shadow demon incarnation swallowed the innate sword body pill. Buzz! In an instant, resplendent sword energy erupted from the shadow demon incarnation, piercing towards the heavens in that fleeting moment. The courtyard was awash with rampant sword energy, as the shadow demon's form was fervently transformed by the fierce sword aura. Yun Ranran waved her hand, sealing the void within the courtyard completely. Time passed, though it was indeterminate how long had transpired. Suddenly, the shadow demon incarnation opened its eyes, and two beams of sword energy shot forth from its gaze. As if it had awakened a pair of unparalleled sword eyes. It worked. In the next moment, both Chen Xiao and the shadow demon incarnation exhaled in relief. It seemed as though only a brief moment had passed. Yet in reality, Yun Ranran had accelerated the flow of time around the shadow demon incarnation tenfold using her Heavenly Dao methods. The shadow demon incarnation stood upright, its sword energy retracting. "Disciple, how do you feel?" Yun Ranran's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Zhao's external incarnation. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment, then uncertainly remarked, "The shadow demon incarnation does indeed seem to have condensed into the innate sword body. Yet it also feels as though..." As he spoke, Chen Zhao's tone grew increasingly uncertain. "It feels as though it has acquired a new innate divine ability, one that seemingly has no relation to the sword path." Yun Ranran was momentarily taken aback. Gain an innate divine ability unrelated to the sword path after consuming the innate sword body pill, even as the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao. She couldn't help but be astonished. The shadow taking on a living form and transforming into a demon was an anomaly of the world in this realm. It was truly a unique existence. Thus, when the shadow demon took shape, Yun Ranran had sensed it immediately, summoning Chun Xiao forth. Chun Xiao nodded slightly, noting that this innate divine ability resembled the dueling sword technique. Replication. However, the dueling sword technique could only evolve sword techniques. While the shadow demon's innate divine ability of replication could replicate all others' abilities, including techniques and even cultivation methods, Yun Ranran furrowed her brows slightly. She scrutinized the shadow demon's manifestation with great care before reaching out to tap Chun Xiao's head. "Have you broken through to the transformation god realm?" Chun Xiao exclaimed. Ah, had he truly broken through? He observed his external manifestation closely. Indeed, he had achieved the transformation god realm. Yun Ranran's frown eased, realizing that the relationship with the innate sword body pill was minimal. Rather, it was the innate talents acquired after the shadow demon's breakthrough. I thought so. How could consuming the innate sword body pill awaken a talent unrelated to the sword? Chun Xiao also came to a realization. The shadow demon's manifestation was not his true self, merely an external incarnation. Thus, for a moment, he could not comprehend how this sudden additional talent had come about. He even failed to notice that the shadow demon's manifestation had already broken through. The transformation god realm. The achievement of the shadow demon's manifestation in the transformation god realm would greatly benefit Chun Xiao's true form. At the very least, he had already experienced the realms of Yuan Ying and transformation god in advance through the shadow demon's manifestation. Chun Xiao's true self would face no bottlenecks in breaking through to Yuan Ying or transformation god. This was the true purpose of an external incarnation, to assist in cultivation. By the way, my disciple, you have been battling the tribulation beast day in and day out. Although you have achieved commendable results, you can now take a break. Above the tribulation, you cannot sense the threat of death. It is time for you to undergo true life and death trials. Go and challenge the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain. While above the tribulation, Chun Xiao engaged in life and death struggles with the beasts. However, he felt no pressure or mortality. He was entirely oblivious to the threat of death. And no matter how many times he died, he could resurrect above the tribulation. Yun Ranran looked at Chun Xiao. Her tone serious. "Disciple, I can help you resolve the threats posed by immortals. However, I will not intervene against cultivators of the same level and generation as you." Chun Xiao nodded earnestly. "If I die at the hands of cultivator, it would be a reflection of my lack of skill and a disservice to your teachings. Master, as a disciple of the Tao, I shall never bring shame upon you." Although Chun Xiao's true self was only at the golden core stage, he possessed an external incarnation of the transformation god realm. Yun Ranran then smiled brightly. "All right, disciple, you must first prepare a delicious meal for me. I want that braised pork from last time." Chun Xiao did not immediately head to Yuxia Mountain, but instead entered seclusion for 7 days, calming his mind and diligently cultivating. Only after elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage did he prepare to challenge the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain. "Ah, Brother Yi Quan, what brings you here?" Chun Xiao emerged from seclusion to find Yi Quan seated in his front hall, sipping tea. While Yi Quan stammered, "I came to find Elder Mo Shui for the past 7 days." Yi Quan had been seeking Mo Shui, hoping to discuss a plan to rescue Xiao Yueqing. However, Mo Shui had entered seclusion, using the 7-colored heavenly mysterious grass and 9-leaf-100 spirit root to concoct pills. Yi Quan had come every day for 7 days without success. However, in recent days, Yi Quan had refrained from spending spirit stones extravagantly. The current Aurora City was rife with various people. Nangon Chi had become a target due to his ostentatious expenditures, regarded by the public as a walking treasury. Thus, during Chun Xiao's seclusion, Yi Quan's cultivation remained at the initial stage of the golden core, with little progress. Chun Xiao laughed heartily. "Elder Mo Shui is in seclusion. If Brother Yi Quan has matters to discuss, just speak with me." He patted his chest, exuding an air of bravado. While Yi Quan's eyes flickered, and he ultimately replied dejectedly, "In that case, I shall take my leave." Yi Quan had come to the Chen family not only to find ways to rescue Xiao Yueqing, but also to complete the last 1% of his favorability with Mo Shui. If he could reach 100%, perhaps he could win her heart. Yet, he was vexed to find Mo Shui in seclusion. As for Qin Xiao, what could he possibly discuss with him? Qin Xiao watched Yi Quan's departing figure. Listening to his muttered thoughts, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes, in recent days, Chen Zhao's shadow, demon manifestation, had roamed Aurora City, eliminating numerous assassins from the Wuang Tower. These individuals have been hired by Yi Quan to deal with the Qin family. First, I will head to Yuxiao Mountain. Chen Xiao reined in his thoughts, summoning a beam of sword light and soaring toward the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. As he arrived at Yuxiao Mountain, Qin Xiao noticed, to his surprise, that a formation had appeared around it. This was a celestial-level grand formation, shimmering with celestial light, sealing off the entire main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. Qin Xiao circled the formation and discovered a gap to the south. Beside the gap stood a massive archway. Those wishing to enter the celestial sword domain must pay a fee of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 58. Joyfully gaining a lifetime's journey through spatial turbulence outside the gap in the formation. A long queue had formed, and more cultivators gathered from all directions to join the line, dutifully submitting spirit stones to enter Yuxiao Mountain. What is going on? Qin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, descending from mid-air to the front of the line. Hey kid, go to the back of the line. No matter who you are or what your status is, if you wish to enter the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain and challenge the celestial sword domain, you must queue and pay the spirit stones. Upon seeing Qin Xiao descend directly to the front of the line at the formation's gap, a seemingly ordinary man, displaying a hint of impatience, spoke up to shoo him away. The surrounding cultivators had long since grown accustomed to this. This formation had appeared the previous night. Cultivators from powerful factions in the eastern wilderness had attempted to force their way in, but were compelled to line up and pay spirit stones like everyone else. It was evident that this formation had been jointly established by various forces from the eastern wilderness and the entire immortal domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao sneered. I have to pay spirit stones to enter my own mountain? Your own mountain? The other cultivators present could not help but scrutinize him from head to toe upon hearing Qin Xiao's words. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, Are you that Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao nodded. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted around him. These cultivators. The Qin family was merely a joke. Were it not for the terrifying figure capable of exiling golden immortals residing within the Qin family, they would have crushed the Qin family with ease long ago. Yuxiao Mountain may have once belonged to the Qin family, but that was no longer the case, even if you are Qin Xiao, the son of that so-called North Guarding Marquis. You must still go to the back of the line and pay to enter. The man guarding the formation's gap suddenly exuded a tremendous, imposing aura. The pressure of an immortal was unapologetically unleashed, bearing down on Qin Xiao. This pressure was so formidable that it was not merely a means of driving him away. It was intent to obliterate. An immortal could crush a cultivator to death merely by relying on their immortal might. But just as this immortal's aura manifested, a massive rift suddenly tore open behind him. Endless spatial turbulence, with its terrifying suction power, instantaneously engulfed the immortal. Almost simultaneously, the spatial crack vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. The surrounding cultivators waiting to pay their spirit stones were momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Qin Xiao scratched his head, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. When I arrived, my master told me that if a cultivator of my generation were to kill me, it would be a reflection of my lack of skill. But if any immortal dared to act against me, they would be blessed with a lifetime's journey through spatial turbulence, a lifetime's journey through spatial turbulence. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators around them twitched their eyelids. The individual capable of exiling golden immortals was actually Qin Zhao's master. No wonder the rumored Qin Xiao, once thought to be a good-for-nothing, suddenly seemed so formidable that to be able to exile a golden immortal with a mere gesture. He must be at least a holy immortal, even to the point of divine transcendence. And in the very next moment, an event unfolded that left everyone utterly astounded. In Qin Zhao's hand appeared square. Imposing seal, radiating a mystical azure light, depicting the intricate interweaving of mountains and rivers. It was none other than the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers, overseer of the northern geomantic energies, belonging to the Great Yu Immortal Empire. Boom! A surge of brilliance erupted from the Great Seal, causing the entire Yuxian Mountain to tremble. The geomantic energies lurking beneath Yuxian Mountain began to convulse violently. Crack! Crack! Subsequently, the celestial array enveloping the peak of Yuxian Mountain revealed terrifying fissures. What is happening? At that instant, the countenances of all present changed dramatically. Chun Xiao had actually activated the Great Seal, unleashing the power of the mountain's geomantic energies to dismantle this celestial formation. But how could this be possible? A celestial array is not something that the mere geomantic energies of the immortal realm can dismantle. Although this celestial array was indeed formed in conjunction with the geomantic energies of Yuxian Mountain, it was utterly inconceivable. Chun Xiao paid no heed to the horrified expressions of the other cultivators surrounding him. The Great Seal in his grasp radiated increasing might. A celestial artifact. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. This Great Seal had transformed into a celestial artifact. The mountain and river surveying seal used by the Empress when she moved mountains was merely a top-tier magical treasure. How could this northern Great Seal be a celestial artifact? If the Great Seal were indeed a celestial artifact, the awakened geomantic energies would unleash an even more formidable power. Geomantic energies are, at their essence, crystallizations of the forces of heaven and earth. The power of geomantic energies stirred by a top-tier magical treasure is fundamentally different from that stirred by a celestial artifact. Take this moment. The forces of heaven and earth began to converge wildly. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from beneath Yuxian Mountain. An image of a colossal crimson beast soared into the sky, erupting with a series of roars that was the divine beast Qilin. How could geomantic energies possibly condense the image of the divine beast Qilin? Whether celestial beings or cultivators, upon witnessing this scene, they were once again left in utter disbelief. They had seen geomantic energies transform into dragon veins, manifesting dragon images soaring into the heavens. Yet they had never heard of geomantic energies condensing the image of a fire Qilin. Could it be that the geomantic energies here had undergone some form of mutation? Hidden among the crowd, Chun Daqiang wore a smug expression. Chun Daqiang was an exceedingly rare divine beast artifact refiner. This northern Great Seal had been crafted into a celestial artifact using his own Qilin blood. Moreover, the Chun family was safeguarded by the heavenly path, and the tribulations of the celestial artifact had not even descended before dissipating on the spot. Furthermore, this Great Seal of mountains and rivers was not an ordinary celestial artifact, but one enhanced by the heavenly path. At this moment, it appeared as though Chun Xiao was wielding the Great Seal, when in truth it was the fire Qilin, Chun Daqiang, who was in control. The image of the fire Qilin in the air radiated beams of celestial light, its terrifying power instantly shaking the celestial array. Boom! Moments later, the immensely formidable celestial array exploded in an instant, dissipating into countless specks of light. After completing this feat, Chun Xiao waved his hand, and the Great Seal transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from sight. The emergence of the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron was a fortuitous opportunity for all sword cultivators. But what right do you establish barriers here? To collect 10,000 top-tier spirit stones? Do you have any idea how many people's paths to the sword this would sever? Chun Zhao's voice rang out clearly, echoing throughout the venue. Today, I, Chun Xiao, in my capacity as the heir of the Northern Duke of the Great Yu Immortal Empire, on behalf of His Majesty, have dismantled this barrier. Some came to Yuxian Mountain to vie for the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron, hoping to become the inheritor of this extraordinary celestial artifact. Yet more cultivators arrived, seeking to refine their sword paths within the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain released by the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron. Even if they ultimately did not obtain the Grand Luo Sword Cauldron, the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain would still be an opportunity for all. However, now there were those who had set up barriers here. 10,000 top-tier spirit stones was no small sum in the realm of cultivation. It was enough to deter over 90% of sword cultivators. The majority in the cultivation realm are the ordinary cultivators at the lower echelons. Naturally, such actions would surely offend many and breed resentment. Thus, Chen Shao invoked the authority of the Empress, boldly. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder resounded in the void. A colossal sword shadow descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Chen Zhao's head. This sword shadow was refined to perfection, its sword intent erupting, embodying an immensely powerful sword cultivator. Chen Shao raised his gaze towards the newcomer in the sky to the youth. Golden Core Stage, Chapter 59, The Path of the Sword. Lifting light as heavy, crafting ingeniously, Chen Shao slightly arched an eyebrow. Then, with a wave of his hand, a beam of sword light burst forth from his fingertips, colliding with the sword shadow. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated through the void. The youth had already descended from the air. He looked at Chen Shao, a wickedly charming smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, you actually managed to withstand my strike. This youth appeared to be of similar age to Chen Shao, both around 17 or 18 years old, and both were at the pinnacle of the late Golden Core Stage. That he was Li Yang, the unparalleled genius of the 10,000 Sword Palace. Young Master Li Yang has also arrived here. The moment they laid eyes on this youth, everyone's expression changed. The 10,000 Sword Palace, a renowned sword sect in the Eastern Wilds, among the forces that had collaborated to establish the Celestial Array to seal Yuxia Mountain's peak, was the 10,000 Sword Palace. And this young Master Li Yang was indeed the pride of the 10,000 Sword Palace. At merely 18 years of age, he had already reached the late Golden Core Stage. Most importantly, he had once slain a late nascent soul cultivator with his late Golden Core Stage prowess. The slain nascent soul cultivator was no ordinary cultivator, but a peerless genius from a prominent sect. This time, young Master Li Yang had already entered the main peak of Yuxia Mountain. However, before he could step into the celestial sword domain, he discovered that the formation had been broken. Thus, young Master Li Yang descended from the main peak of Yuxia Mountain to investigate what had transpired, just in time to hear Chen Zhao's impassioned declaration. Young Master Li Yang regarded Chen Shao, his expression gradually turning icy. However, you dare to disrupt this formation, and that is a grave sin. Your life is forfeit. Even the so-called Empress cannot save you. As he spoke, young Master Li Yang launched another attack. Sword light, like snow, filled the void. Many did not even have time to comprehend how he had made his move before they were engulfed in a dense flurry of sword light. Witnessing this situation, expressions of schadenfreude appeared on the faces of the cultivators present. Chen Shao was about to face dire consequences. Just moments ago, he had claimed that celestial beings could not harm him, but being struck down by a peer cultivator would simply be a testament to his lack of skill. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, young Master Li Yang arrived. He was none other than young Master Li Yang, a peerless genius who had challenged and slain a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Although he shared the same cultivation realm as Chen Shao, crushing Chen Shao would be no different from squashing an ant. Ultimately, he was merely a novice in the cultivation world, lacking worldly experience. Alas, once Chen Shao was slain by young Master Li Yang, the formation here would likely need to be re-established. Do you think that after Chen Zhao's death, his master would dare to use his authority to bully young Master Li Yang and have him exiled? Exile young Master Li Yang? Young Master Li Yang's master is a transcendent being. If Chen Zhao's so-called master dared to act against young Master Li Yang, it would be a true death wish. Exiling a golden immortal, a transcendent being could certainly accomplish that. At this moment, young Master Li Yang unleashed a sword strike. In the void, sword light erupted. Within this single strike, countless sword paths were manifested. Though he had only unleashed one strike, it was as if he had cleaved through a myriad of swords. The densely packed sword light surrounded Chen Shao from all sides. He could see this moment. Chen Shao also moved. He softly uttered a single word. The all-character sword technique. In the next instant, Chen Shao swung his sword. It was but a singular strike, plain and unadorned, devoid of any flourish. Yet the might of this strike was so immense that it was almost unfathomable. As the sword was unleashed, mountains and rivers paled, the sun and moon dimmed. In the realm of heaven and earth, there existed but this one sword. The all-character sword technique, amplified tenfold, with a resounding boom. As Chen Shao unleashed his sword, the myriad of sword lights in the sky dimmed, swiftly shattering inch by inch. Such formidable power! The complexion of young Master Li Yang changed dramatically. Yet his reflexes were remarkably swift. As Chun Xiao struck, young Master Liang promptly evaded to the side. Faced with that terrifying blow from Chun Xiao, he lacked even the courage to confront it head-on. With a thunderous crash, the ground bore a massive sword scar, 100 zhang wide and stretching 10 li, cleaving through Yuxiao Mountain. Young Master Liang stood beside the colossal scar, his gaze vacant, his face ashen. In that moment, he could distinctly sense how narrowly he had escaped death. Had he not dodged in time, that single strike from Chun Xiao would have surely claimed his life. At this moment, Chun Xiao stood amidst the mountains and forests, wielding a top-grade flying sword. The wind rustled through his garments, creating a haunting melody. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the sword scar below, rendered speechless for an extended period. A single strike spanning over 10 li. Was this truly the might of a golden core cultivator? And young Master Liang, seemingly, had been defeated. How could the exalted young Master Liang be bested by a mere bumpkin from the realm of cultivation? Such disbelief coursed through the crowd. Young Master Liang glared at Chun Xiao, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. What you wield is no true swordsmanship. It is a mere brute force. You are blaspheming the very essence of the sword. Such raw power would be better suited to an axe or a hammer. After a brief moment, young Master Liang regained his composure, meticulously reflecting on Chun Xiao's earlier strike. Yet, he discovered that the seemingly overwhelming force was devoid of any technical finesse. It was sheer brute strength overpowering wisdom. This was hardly swordsmanship. Chun Xiao regarded young Master Liang with a bemused smile and remarked, "It appears that you, the so-called young master of the 10,000 Swords Palace, have yet to master the true path of the sword." Young Master Li Yang's brows knitted together. "What are you implying?" Chun Xiao replied coolly, "Has your master never taught you the principles of lifting the light as heavy, and the art of subtlety?" Young Master Li Yang's expression shifted. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the sword in Chun Xiao's hand. It was a top-grade flying sword, 3 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wing. Yet in that fleeting moment, it had unleashed a power akin to a torrential flood, carving a scar 100 zhang wide and 10 zhang deep. Stretching over 10 L, in that instant, confusion enveloped young Master Li Yang's visage. Chun Xiao approached, gently patting his shoulder before striding toward the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. At that moment, young Master Li Yang stood frozen like a statue, his mind replaying the scene of Chun Xiao's strike and his words. The other cultivators around them were utterly bewildered. Their understanding of the sword path had not reached young Master Li Yang's level, and thus they could not grasp Chun Xiao's meaning. "I understand now. I comprehend," young Master Liang suddenly exclaimed after a brief pause, lifting the light as heavy, the art of subtlety. This is the essence of the sword path. At that moment, his body trembled with realization. Chun Xiao. Where is Chun Xiao? However, by then, Chun Xiao had long since vanished from sight, having ascended to the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain. Has the formation dissipated? Do we still need to pay 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter? Someone timidly inquired. Chun Xiao has destroyed the formation, yet those queuing do not dare to enter hastily, with the formation gone. What is there to fear? Let us proceed. At once, a few bold individuals ventured into the vicinity of Yuxiao Mountain's peak. Meanwhile, Chun Xiao had already entered the realm of the Celestial Sword. Chapter 60. I stand at the pinnacle. My sword makes all mountains small. Is this truly the realm of the Celestial Sword? Chun Xiao found himself on an empty expanse of land, with the sun, moon, and stars above, and an endless wilderness beneath his feet. Resembling a tangible world, at the center of this realm stood a man in white, clad in flowing robes, his long hair dancing in the wind. He wielded a 3-foot azure blade, radiating an aura of sword energy. Yet, the man's face was shrouded in a veil of light, obscuring his features, sword intent. Chun Xiao squinted slightly. In that instant, he could keenly perceive that this figure was neither a living being nor a puppet, but an embodiment of sword intent, strikingly similar to his own sword technique of the weapon character. However, in comparison, Chun Xiao's technique was even more exquisite and agile, a pure manifestation of divine skill that did not rely on sword intent. The sword intent manifestation attacked the moment it sensed Chun Zhao's presence. The long sword in its grasp unleashed a torrent of sword light, cleaving through the void toward Chen Xiao from several li away. This strike was grand and magnificent, seemingly encompassing a complete sword path. Though it did not inflict any harm upon Chen Zhao's true form, it penetrated deep into his soul. The Sword Heart Inquisition. Chen Zhao's spirit trembled. This scene was all too familiar to him. During the tribulation, when he transformed into his inner demon, he had experienced something similar, directly entering the sea of consciousness of the beast. However, while his purpose in entering the beast consciousness was to battle and temper himself, this sword's entry was a test of Chen Zhao's sword path. Only those who practiced the sword path, the so-called sword cultivators, were qualified to traverse the 365 layers of the realm of the celestial sword. Non-sword cultivators could not pass this initial trial. Chen Xiao had cultivated the sword path during the tribulation, and Yin Ranyin had purposefully guided him toward becoming a sword cultivator. Whether it was the peerless sword eyes or the true word sword technique, both were supreme sword skills that at this moment. Under the scrutiny of the sword heart, a massive sword light ignited around Chen Xiao. The ferocious sword intent emanated from him, making him resemble a human-shaped flying sword standing resolutely within the first layer of the realm of the celestial sword. Boom! Moments later, the first layer of the realm of the celestial sword collapsed, giving way to the second layer. The second layer presented a starkly different environment from the first. Here lay an endless expanse of ocean. Chen Xiao, riding his sword, hovered above the surface of the sea. Of course, the notion of riding the sword was never about enlarging the flying sword and standing upon it. Rather, it involved controlling the sword through one's qi, allowing the sword light to swirl around his body to create the effect of soaring above the S-E-N-I. In the center of the ocean stood another white figure, an embodiment of sword intent. However, this time, Chen Xiao could distinctly sense that this sword intent manifestation exuded a wave of cultivation power, at the peak of the golden core stage, mirroring Chen Zhao's own cultivation level. Defeat me, and you may enter the third layer of the realm of the celestial sword. Are you prepared? The voice of the sword intent manifestation was cold and devoid of any warmth. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. With a flick of his finger, the immortal sword mist appeared in his hand. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent surged forth from him. Taking a step forward, a dragon-shaped sword shadow materialized beneath his feet. Reverse Dragon's 8 steps. No, to be precise, it should now be called Sword Dragon's 8 steps. The figure across the way slightly nodded. Then, with a sudden leap, he propelled himself forward. The vast ocean beneath him erupted violently, as if monstrous waves surged forth like swords slicing through the heavens, assaulting Chen Xiao. Water, though beneficial to all things and without contention, can, when condensed to its utmost essence, transform into a harbinger of dread. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unfazed. With each step of the sword dragon's 8 steps, he moved with a deliberate grace. With every stride, the sword intent emanating from him intensified, solidifying the dragon-shaped sword image beneath his feet. Boom, boom, boom. As Chen Xiao advanced, each wave striving to breach the sky was ruthlessly crushed underfoot. After 8 steps, a colossal sword-shaped divine dragon, stretching 100 zhang, coiled around Chen Xiao, emitting resounding roars that resonated like dragon songs or the clang of swords. With a single stroke, Chen Xiao unleashed his sword, activating the all-character sword technique. The 100 zhang divine dragon, infused with overwhelming sword energy, surged toward the manifestation of sword intent before him. Light as a feather yet profoundly powerful, it embodied the pinnacle of strength. Under this terrifying force, the monstrous waves below were utterly shattered, the seawater retracting and splitting apart as it cascaded to either side. Good. The sword intent manifestation opposite him suddenly brightened, exclaiming 3 good words before being reduced to ashes beneath Chen Xiao's fearsome sword energy. In the next moment, the second layer of the celestial sword domain began to collapse. Following that, an intense wave of heat surged forth as the third layer of the sword domain was unfurled. In this crimson world, a tumultuous lake of magma churned below. The white-clad sword intent manifestation stood above the magma lake, gazing at Chen Xiao. Oh, you need a moment to rest. Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. Not yet. Proceed. The sword intent manifestation and Chen Xiao were both at the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage. However, in terms of true combat power, they paled in comparison to the tribulation beasts, particularly the divine beasts encountered during the heavenly tribulation. During such trials, Chen Xiao had battled the tribulation beasts while suppressing their cultivation levels to match his own through the heart demon tribulation. The beasts undergoing tribulation were predominantly at the nascent soul stage or even the transformation stage. More critically, each time, those beasts fought with all their might against Chen Xiao in the realm of tribulation. He felt no threat of death. Yet, for the tribulation beasts, failure meant death. Under the looming threat of demise, they unleashed powers far beyond their usual capabilities. Thus, Chen Xiao's true combat strength was currently far greater than one might anticipate. In contrast, the sword intent manifestation within the celestial sword domain was merely a trial. Its strength and the techniques it employed at each layer were predetermined. For Chen Xiao, it posed no real threat. The sword intent manifestation wielded swords forged from lava. 18 massive swords of molten rock, radiating scorching waves, surged toward Chen Xiao with lethal intent. This time, Chen Xiao did not employ the Sword Dragon's 8 steps or the all-character sword technique. Instead, he activated the unmatched Sword Eye. In that instant, the power of the unmatched sword eye was unleashed to its fullest extent. Buzz, 2 parallel beams of sword light, nearly disregarding the distance of space, instantly pierced through the body of the sword intent manifestation. With a sigh, the sword intent manifestation gradually dissipated. Little one, you've taken a wrong turn. Your goal is not to rush through the trials, but to refine your sword path through the sword intent here. While you have condensed sword intent, your own sword path remains undefined. Though the sword intent manifestation had already vanished, its voice echoed in Chen Xiao's ears. Warm yet imbued with a touch of earthly reality, Chen Xiao sighed in resignation. However, this level of sword intent holds no benefit for me. I must ascend to higher tiers to encounter stronger sword intent in order to truly hone my skills. He shook his head slightly. His master was none other than the Dao of Heaven. Though Yun Renyan appeared not to teach him directly, her every word and deed served as an implicit education. Especially during the heavenly tribulation, the omnipresent power of the Dao was akin to guiding Chen Xiao as every action in wielding his divine abilities, allowing him to comprehend sword intent. Before long, Chen Xiao traversed through 10 layers of the sword domain. Except for the first layer's interrogation of the sword heart, the subsequent 9 layers represented water, fire, metal, wood, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Now at the 11th layer of the celestial sword domain, the layout resembled that of the first layer, a vast, desolate wilderness. The sword intent manifestation, clad in white, regarded Chen Xiao with a placid gaze. You have greatly disappointed me. With a soft sigh, the sword intent manifestation's voice was laced with disappointment. Chen Xiao paused, taken aback. Disappointed you? The sword intent manifestation continued. The 9 swords of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang were meant to aid you in seeking your sword path and refining your sword intent. Yet, you shattered each layer with a single sword. This holds no value for your cultivation. Thus, in the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain, you're destined to go no further to 8T this moment. The sword intent manifestation, now filled with sentience, once regarded Chen Xiao with admiration, but now its gaze was evidently skeptical. Chen Xiao merely responded with an "oh," nodding. Then let us continue. Refining the sword path? No. Chen Xiao's sole purpose for being here was to seize the Deluo sword cauldron. Originally, he had planned to disguise himself as Nangong Qi to acquire the Deluo sword cauldron and further incite the downfall of the Nangong clan. However, he had previously tested this disguise and found that his external incarnation could not enter the celestial sword domain. After all, as a transcendent immortal artifact surpassing the first-grade immortal tools, the Deluo sword cauldron would undoubtedly discern the difference between his true self and the external incarnation. Thus, Chen Xiao came in person. Of course, his external incarnation still roamed, posing as Nangong Qi, drawing enmity, and had already rendezvoused with Nangongju. The sword intent manifestation ceased to speak further. A flying sword in its hand glimmered, emitting a beam of sword light toward Chun Shao. That a grand and majestic sword intent surged forth, reminiscent of towering mountains piercing the clouds. Boom! In that instant, the earth trembled. Chun Shao stood firm, gazing upward at the fearsome sword. No wonder my master has been reluctant to impart more divine abilities to me. The unmatched sword eye and the true word sword technique are sufficient. The unmatched sword eye not only allows him to wield invisible sword light, striking unseen foes, but also enables Chun Shao to perceive all sword paths in existence. Meanwhile, the fighting character sword technique empowers him to manifest the sword paths he observes with a light exclamation. Fighting character sword technique. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted around him. Subsequently, Chun Shao swung his sword, as if a colossal mountain had risen from the earth, soaring into the sky. Once again, he unleashed the same sword technique. Mountain-dwelling sword intent piercing the clouds. Boom! It was as if two great mountains collided in the void, producing a deafening roar. The sword intent manifestation's eyes widened. How could you wield this sword? His gaze was filled with disbelief. But that is not all, Chun Shao grinned. The fighting character sword technique evolved once more. The mountain-like sword intent not only remained but grew even denser. Mountain-dwelling sword intent, sunset over cloud peaks. Boom! In an instant, a blinding golden-red light burst forth, resembling the twilight sun casting its glow upon the clouds atop the mountains, igniting a dazzling afterglow. Good, good, good! I underestimated you. I thought you were merely an ordinary sword path genius. Yet you are truly a remarkable prodigy. Receive my sword. Mountain-dwelling sword intent, clouds flying over Jade Emperor. With a thunderous roar, the sword in hand transformed into a manifestation of sword intent, delivering 3 successive slashes. Between each stroke, layers of energy intertwined and accumulated. Ultimately, it reached an apex of sword intent, akin to a celestial dome soaring above the heavens, and the earth descended fiercely upon Chun Shao. The resounding clash reverberated through the sword domain. Both combatants wielded their abilities with ease, their light swords exhibiting a weight comparable to that of mountains. In their violent exchange, the two swords had clashed countless times. The sword intent of the mountain abode, the solitary crane returning to the lonely peak. Once more, the sword intent took form and struck that a chill, desolate aura emanated from him, as if painting a vivid scroll. The setting sun, the lonely peak, and the wild crane, suddenly, the image shattered, evolving into an ultimate strike. What a move, the solitary crane returning to the lonely peak. Chun Zhao's figure retreated slightly. Then he unleashed the mist light sword once again. The wind comes without mountains. Boom! The originally heavy sword intent transformed into a frenzied whirlwind. Yet, concealed within this tempest were the shadows of a terrifying mountain, colliding with the solitary crane strike. However, this was not the end. At that moment, the duo sword technique was pushed to its zenith. Chun Shao let out a long, resounding cry. The evening glow over the distant cloud peak, the clouds flying past the Jade Emperor. The wind comes without mountains. The solitary crane has returned to the lonely peak. The peaks pierce through the scattered clouds. The setting sun howls over the lonely peak. Boom! In an instant, the evening glow over the cloud peak. The clouds soaring past the Jade Emperor. The wind comes without mountains. The solitary crane returning to the lonely peak. The peaks piercing through the cloud scenery. And finally, the solitary wind howling at the sun. 6 swords were unleashed in succession. 6 swords merged into one. A vast and profound sword intent erupted from Chun Shao, ultimately evolving into the 7th sword. As the 7th sword manifested, the sword of transformed intent shattered like decayed wood. Bang! At last, the manifestation of sword intent was broken. The flying sword in hand dissolved into specks of luminous light. What is the name of this sword? The transformed sword intent stood still, gazing at Chun Shao, murmuring the question. The sword intent of the mountain abode is the first sword intent comprehended by the great Luo sword sovereign before achieving enlightenment. Under this sword intent, there exist 6 divine abilities. which were the 6 swords Chun Xiao had just executed. Yet, unexpectedly, Chun Xiao had utilized this foundation to evolve the 7th sword. Chun Xiao lowered his brow in contemplation. He carefully recalled the mindset he had when he unleashed the 7th sword. Suddenly, a surge of heroic spirit rose within him. The multitude of mountains is small. This sword shall be named the multitude of mountains is small. The sword intent of the mountain abode wields the might of towering mountains, using force as a sword to suppress others. Thus, the 7th sword, Chun Xiao, manifested leaps beyond the mountains, returning to the essence of humanity. I stand atop the pinnacle, and with one sword, render the multitude of mountains insignificant. The transformed sword intent nodded slightly. What a brilliant move! The multitude of mountains is small. Immediately, its form, along with the entirety of the 11th layer of the sword domain, began to disintegrate. Chapter 61. Wasn't this supposed to be something one could learn at a glance? As the 11th layer of the sword domain crumbled, the 12th layer remained an expanse of desolation. However, within this layer, Chun Xiao no longer beheld the form of the transformed sword intent. Howl! Just as Chun Xiao was taken aback, a resounding wolf howl echoed. Soon after, a vast horde of dark wolves surged from all directions, encircling Chun Xiao. The trial of the 12th layer of the sword domain commenced. 50 peak golden core black wind wolves, alongside a concealed early-stage nascent soul wolf king. The voice of the transformed sword intent resonated. Good luck. Chun Xiao's eyelid twitched violently. Facing the black wind wolves, he had battled countless wolf demons that had reached the transformation stage and undergone tribulations. At that moment, the 50 black wind wolves, along with the wolf demon hidden among them, pounced toward Chun Xiao. A sanguine aura enveloped the black wind wolves. Though there were only 50, their sprinting conjured a chilling black tempest, akin to the might of 1,000 troops. In the blink of an eye, the black wind wolves had closed in. Stay, Chun Xiao commanded sharply. Instantly, the sword light in his grasp erupted, splitting into 6. 9 beams of sword light, infused with a chilling intent to kill, slashed toward the black wind wolves that in that fleeting moment. The mountain abode sword intent he had just comprehended through the duo sword technique activated instantaneously. 6 sword techniques were unleashed simultaneously before coalescing in the void to form the 7th sword. Boom! Following a tremor that shook the ground, the hidden nascent soul wolf king within the pack was obliterated in an instant. Obliterated? Chun Xiao's eyelid twitched violently. Having just grasped the weighty yet light state with the GS sword technique, the celestial sword domain promptly gifted him the mountain abode sword intent. IT must be said. Utilizing the weighty yet light essence to invoke the mountain abode sword intent indeed complemented each other, unleashing a more formidable force. Yet, this mountain abode sword intent was not Chun Xiao's own. He had already comprehended sword intent while training amidst the heavenly tribulations, yet had yet to determine his own sword path. Sword intent and sword path are intricate concepts, deeply intertwined not only with combat, but also with Chun Xiao's life experiences and his understanding of nature. Thus, Chun Xiao was not in a rush to define his sword path. The 50-peak golden core black wind wolves might pose a challenge to other sword cultivators of the same level. But for Chun Xiao, who had battled against demon beasts during heavenly tribulations, it was no difficulty at all that in fact, his understanding of demon beasts surpassed that of the beasts themselves, that IT was almost like slicing through vegetables. The 50 black wind wolves were swiftly vanquished by Chun Xiao. As he progressed through to the 20th layer, he faced various formidable demon beasts in different environments. In the 20th layer, a peak golden core lower divine beast awaited him. This too posed no challenge for Chun Xiao. Having already defeated numerous lower divine beasts during his heavenly tribulations, he swiftly overcame the beast without exerting much effort. Following this, Chun Xiao chose not to challenge the 21st layer. He understood that in the 21st celestial sword domain, he would confront the transformed sword intent. Now, having traversed through 20 layers of the celestial sword domain, his true essence was nearly depleted, and he felt somewhat fatigued in body and mind. Hence, he opted to withdraw from the celestial sword domain. Emerging, Chun Xiao had returned. The moment he materialized, dozens of consciousnesses locked onto him. Chun Xiao paused, bewildered. How could he have surpassed the 20th layer of the celestial sword domain? The young master of the 10,000 Swords Palace, Li Yong, had only managed to conquer the first 9 layers in one breath. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Chun Zhao's brow arched slightly. Beside the entrance to the celestial sword domain stood a stone tablet, inscribed densely with names. Behind each name was the number of layers they had conquered. The celestial sword domain had been open for 8 days. Many sword cultivators arriving from the eastern wilderness or other realms had already reached nearly 100 layers. Thus, 20 layers did not stand out on the tablet, boasting thousands of names. However, Chun Xiao, on his first attempt, had managed to reach the 20th layer in one go. That was indeed astonishing. Among others, the one who had ventured the farthest during their first attempt was also Li Yong from the 10,000 Swords Palace, who reached the 9th layer before failing at the 10th. No one else had ever achieved what Chun Xiao did by reaching the 20th layer on their first attempt. Chun Xiao. The moment Li Yong spotted Chun Xiao, he approached eagerly. "Dare you battle with me?" Chun Xiao yawned. "Battle? Really?" Li Yong smirked coldly. "What afraid?" Chun Xiao shrugged. "Right here," Li Yong retorted. "What else?" The vicinity of the main peak of Yuxiao Mountain had long been cleared to prevent unforeseen incidents. The surrounding hills and forests had been leveled. Everything that could conceal or evade consciousness detection had been flattened, ensuring that all could observe the situation around the celestial sword domain at a glance. Chun Xiao nodded, beckoning Li Yong with a finger. "Then you make the first move." Li Yong was taken aback. "Aren't you going to rest a bit?" He could discern that at this moment, Chun Xiao appeared exceedingly fatigued. After all, to navigate through 20 levels of the celestial sword domain in one breath was an immense drain on a cultivator's stamina. Young Master Li Yong had been overwhelmed by the sheer exertion in the first 9 levels, which ultimately led to his defeat against the manifestation of sword intent on the 10th level. Chun Xiao shook his head, indicating he did not require assistance. Young Master Li Yong licked his lips. In light of this, he would not hold back. As he spoke, he stepped forward and struck at Chun Xiao with his sword. This strike was imbued with a searing heat, reminiscent of the volcanic aura found in the 3rd level of the celestial sword domain. It was evident that young Master Li Yong had resolved to pursue the path of the fire sword. This determination had significantly bolstered his strength, granting him the confidence to challenge Chun Xiao once more. Or perhaps he did not truly believe he could best Chun Xiao, considering the latter had just traversed all 20 levels of the celestial sword domain. He merely wished to gauge how much distance remained between himself and Chun Xiao at that moment. Young Master Li Yang's sword strike bore an uncanny resemblance to the 18 blazing sword shadows unleashed by the manifestation of sword intent over the magma lake in the 3rd level. It similarly materialized 18 colossal swords of fire, encircling Chun Xiao. A glimmer of sword light flickered in Chun Xiao's eyes. Instantly, he thrust his sword into the void. The mountain-dwelling sword intent, peak-piercing cloud scene. With a thunderous roar, young Master Li Yang's 18 fiery swords were obliterated in an instant, and he himself was sent hurtling away by the force of the impact. How could this be possible? In the next moment, young Master Li Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Peak-piercing cloud scene. In the 11th level of the celestial sword domain, he had fallen to this very sword strike. Yet to his astonishment, Chun Xiao had also executed the peak-piercing cloud scene from the mountain-dwelling sword intent. Not only young Master Li Yong, but also the cultivators who had surmounted the 11th level of the celestial sword domain were left dumbfounded. "How did you learn this sword technique?" Young Master Li Yang's voice trembled. Chun Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Isn't it something one can learn just by taking a glance?" Young Master Li Yong and the others present reacted with incredulity, their expressions filled with skepticism. For those around, mastering the sword techniques within the celestial sword domain was not an auspicious sign. The ultimate goal of traversing the celestial sword domain was to gain the recognition of the Deluo sword cauldron and seize this extraordinary celestial artifact, becoming the successor of the legendary Deluo sword sovereign, who had once shaken the immortal domain 100,000 years ago. The mountain-dwelling sword intent, along with the 6 sword techniques beneath it, was evidently the comprehension of swordsmanship attained by the Deluo sword sovereign in his time. Thus, Chun Zhao's realization of the mountain-dwelling sword intent and mastery of its 6 sword techniques implied that his chances of obtaining the Deluo sword cauldron far surpassed those of other cultivators. The gazes of the cultivators present shifted as they regarded Chun. A number of them could not help but reveal glimmers of murderous intent in their eyes, sensing the hostility surrounding him. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Regardless, the Chun family was currently at the center of a storm. Numerous individuals harbored ill intentions towards the Chun family, while Yun Ranyan could deter immediate threats. There was no shortage of individuals in the immortal domain who were unafraid of death. Qin Shao could foresee that, sooner or later, formidable immortals would descend, orchestrating a scheme to surround and eliminate Yun Ranyan, subsequently crushing the Chun family like ants. After all, it was an extraordinary celestial artifact, the very life-bound celestial tool of the renowned Deluo Sword Sovereign. Who could resist such temptation? Furthermore, with the great Yu Empress viewing the Chun family as a thorn in her side, even if no one made a move against them, she would certainly stir up turmoil, seeking every possible means to place the Chun family in jeopardy. The issuance of the Mountain River Seal was merely her first step. Chun Shao believed that the Empress would undoubtedly have further actions planned. Moreover, Chun Shao sought to seize this opportunity for the Chun family's rebirth. His ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring the Deluo Sword Cauldron. He aspired to establish a vast sanctuary of swordsmanship grounded in the 365 levels of the celestial sword domain. The so-called antagonist system was far from easy to contend with. Even the heavenly path tread cautiously, compelled to take human form and retreat from this realm, allowing his daughter to succeed him as the new heavenly path. Thus, Chun Shao believed that, relying solely on himself, he would be incapable of confronting the system and the fated antagonists it had spawned. Only by establishing an immortal force could he hope to challenge the system. Furthermore, to foster his own growth, he needed to engage in conflict. Now, he would use himself as bait to draw the world as strongest to him, experiencing true life and death. It was through this crucible that he could genuinely evolve. Therefore, when confronted with young Master Li Yang's provocation, Chun Shao hesitated not for a moment. He immediately revealed the mountain-dwelling sword intent. Almost instantaneously, he sensed the chilling, murderous intent surrounding him. With a calm glance around, he swallowed a pill and sat cross-legged on the ground, resuming his cultivation. In the distance, Nangong Ju, clad in black attire, gazed intently at Qin Shao. That Qin Shao? He queried of Nangong Qi, who nodded slightly. Elder brother, be cautious. This Qin Shao is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Nangong Ju acknowledged with a nod. Suddenly, he inquired, by the way, what exactly is the relationship between you and Ying Wuxian? The Zhuanyingong and our Tianyang Marquis House are allies. Nangong Qi's expression darkened ominously. Elder brother, the Deluo Sword Cauldron was originally a treasure belonging to our Nangong clan. Had it not been for Ying Wuxian's sudden interference, I would have already refined it. Nangong Ju's countenance shifted. What? Nangong Qi continued. On that day, I acquired a primordial anti-spiral elixir at the Yubao auction, which enabled me to forge an immortal spiritual root and break through to the transformation god realm. That primordial anti-spiral elixir was the key to unlocking the Deluo Sword Cauldron. Subsequently, guided by the spiritual root, I descended beneath Yuxiao Mountain and discovered the existence of the Deluo Sword Cauldron. Just as I was about to refine it, Ying Wuxian suddenly appeared and interrupted me. Now, due to his interference, I have completely lost the qualification to enter the celestial sword domain. Additionally, the chief steward was killed by Ying Wuxian. Nangong Qi's words contained 9 truths and 1 fabrication. Nangong Ju's expression shifted once more. So, the sudden emergence of the Deluo Sword Cauldron truly stems from your actions. This rumor had reached Nangong Ju upon his arrival, yet he had initially dismissed it. Now, hearing Nangong Qi's account, he was compelled to believe. Recalling earlier, when Nangong Qi had caused a scene in public, it seemed it had indeed been due to the primordial anti-spiral elixir. If that were the case, the Zhuanyingong had truly jeopardized the fortune of the Nangong clan. Nangong Qi nodded. Had I obtained the Deluo Sword Cauldron, our ancestors would not have perished. Nangong Ju's expression darkened further. You mentioned that you lost your qualification to enter the celestial sword domain. Nangong Qi sighed in resignation. The emergence of a Deluo Sword Cauldron is to seek a successor. I failed just before achieving success. His voice was laden with disappointment. Nangong Ju clenched his fists, his lips pressed tightly together. The flames of hatred ignited in his eyes, had it not been for Ing Wuxian and the Xuantiangong's unwarranted interference. The Deluo sword cauldron would have been refined by Nangong Qi, becoming the treasure of the Nangong clan. Consequently, Nangong Yuan would not have needed to risk crossing the tribulation in Aurora City, nor would he have attracted heavenly retribution. Thus, the true instigator of this calamity was Ing Wuxian. Given the current misfortunes faced by the Nangong clan, the likelihood of overcoming this tribulation was exceedingly slim. It might be better to go mad one last time before death, dragging old enemies down with him. The Xuantiangong, having dared to provoke the Nangong clan, would undoubtedly pay the price. Originally, Nangong Ju harbored a flicker of hope regarding the acquisition of the Deluo sword cauldron. However, upon learning that he must first traverse the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain to seize it, his aspirations were utterly extinguished. Though formidable, being one of the top 3 prodigies in the capital of the Diyu Kingdom, he was not solely a swordsman. During the initial trial of sword heart interrogation, he was promptly expelled. Nangong Qi fervently nodded in agreement. By the way, elder brother, I have heard that the unparalleled genius from the Xintian sect, the little disciple of the sect master, Ing Wuqing, has also arrived at Yuxiao Mountain. That a glimmer of chilling malice flashed in Nangong Qi's eyes. In the Book of Heavenly Path, that Ing Wuqing had used the Chun family as a testing ground, annihilating the entire Chun clan and slaughtering countless young elites from their ranks. Although such events had not transpired, Chen Xiao would undoubtedly not spare this individual. Presently, the greatest adversary of the Xintian sect was, without a doubt, the Nangong clan. With a weapon readily at hand, Chen Xiao naturally would not soil his own hands. Ing Wuqing, a trace of cold amusement flickered in Nangong Ju's gaze, since he had come. There was no turning back. Chapter 63. Rescuing Xiao Yueqing. Chen Zhao's courtyard had already become a forbidden zone for the Chen family. Except for Chen Xiao, Imo, Shui, and the cook, no other members were allowed to approach. Chen Daqiang had transformed into a large red-haired dog, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Xiao found Yun Ranyan seated at the stone table in the center, enjoying a meal. Disciple, how are your gains this time? Yun Ranyan greeted him before inquiring. Chen Xiao scratched his head. It was all right. Through the Duzi sword technique, I comprehended the sword intent of mountain dwelling and learned the 6 divine techniques. Subsequently grasping the 7th, the sword intent of mountain dwelling, along with its 6 derived sword techniques, although exceedingly powerful, had not yet reached the celestial level. However, the 7th technique he had evolved from this foundation. One sword makes all mountains small, had indeed attained celestial status. Yun Ranyan nodded approvingly. Very good. Within the 365 layers of the celestial sword domain, there are a total of 36 sword intents. Once you fully comprehend these 36 sword intents, you will earn the Deluo sword cauldron's recognition. Ordinary swordsmen must grasp all 36 sword intents to pass through the celestial sword domain. These 36 sword intents were, in essence, the key to unlocking the Deluo sword cauldron. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. By the way, Master, does the Nangong clan truly have no chance? Although the heavenly punishment that befell Nangong Yuan was instigated by Chen Xiao himself, he had indeed reached the conditions for divine retribution during his tribulation in Aurora City, triggering the heavenly calamity from multiple cultivators. Yun Ranyan swallowed the pastry in her mouth and hesitantly replied, Not at all. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature, and under the heavenly path, there remains a glimmer of hope. How could the Nangong clan be entirely extinguished due to the actions of a single individual? At most, the members of that clan will find it significantly more challenging to undergo tribulation in the future, and their chances of ascending to immortality will diminish. Otherwise, it would fail to serve as a warning. Heavenly punishment serves as a punishment for the transgressor while simultaneously acting as a caution to others. Should the Nangong clan abandon their pursuit of cultivation and choose to become mortals, the heavenly punishment would have little effect on them. Chen Xiao nodded slightly that, of course, there is another method to alleviate the impact of heavenly punishment. Suddenly, Yin Renyin spoke again. Merit. If the Nangong clan is willing to unite their strength to perform good deeds and accumulate merit, with merit protecting them, they may also evade the punishment. Chen Xiao recalled Nangong Ju's grim visage, vowing to bring down the Xintian sect, making it highly improbable for him to accumulate merit. Chen Xiao had no intention of sparing the Nangong clan. Nangong Yuan's tribulation in Aurora City had invoked divine retribution, and they would undoubtedly attribute this to the Chun family. In the final moment, the members of that clan would certainly choose to perish alongside the Chun family. In fact, Nangong Ju's initial purpose for coming here was likely this. However, Chen Xiao had managed to divert Nangong Ju's focus. Eradicate the roots. One must scatter the eggs. Even the eternal Hellfire Phoenix clan had encountered Chen Xiao and alleviated their heavenly punishment. The Nangong clan might not be an exception. The most direct threat was the system. All right, disciple, focus on comprehending the sword intent of mountain dwelling. The sword path of the Deluo sword sovereign is considered the strongest in the celestial realm, and the sword intent of mountain dwelling will greatly benefit you at this stage. Also, I have already instructed Mo Shui to transfer Xiao Yueqing to a regular prison cell. It won't be long before she is rescued by the second destined villain. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have come here, primarily, to confront those chaotic systems. Chen Xiao nodded, but then expressed his worries. However, Master, you must be sure to conceal yourself well. You cannot allow those villainous systems to detect your presence. Currently, Chen Xiao's upper hand in the struggle against the systems was fundamentally due to the Heavenly Path's awareness of the system's existence and its alliance with the chosen protagonist. Yet the systems remained oblivious to the Heavenly Path's knowledge of them. They might have already realized it, but they could never fathom that the Heavenly Path would personally intervene. Yun Renyan smiled. Rest assured, this Heavenly Path holds a significant status in the celestial realm. This time, I have come here with the identity of the Heavenly Path. The identity of the Heavenly Path. Chen Xiao immediately recalled that Yun Renyan was the daughter of the previous Heavenly Path and a being of extraordinary significance. Thus, he laid aside all his concerns and began to practice the sword intent of mountain dwelling in the courtyard. Yun Renyan beckoned, and in an instant, a faint aura of the Heavenly Path converged from all directions, enveloping Chen Xiao. In that moment, he entered a state of forgetting both self and surroundings, achieving a transcendental state. Aurora City. City Lord's mansion, Yi family. Yi Quan wore a sullen expression, pacing back and forth in his room. What on earth were those assassins from the Wuong building doing? After so many days, they had yet to kill a single member of the Chun family. According to the system's rules, as long as Yi Quan consumed the spirit stones provided by the system to kill a member of the Chun family, he would earn reward points from the system. Suddenly, Yi Quan's expression shifted. With a flick of his hand, a communication talisman appeared in his palm. Xiao Yueqing has been transferred to a regular Tianhao prison cell within the Chen family. Mo Shui's voice emanated from the talisman. In the next instant, the communication talisman disintegrated into ashes. Yi Quan's heart raced. The anger that had previously consumed him was swiftly replaced by excitement. Good, good, good. Though the Chen family's Tianhao prison cell is heavily guarded, I am more familiar with it than my own home. Excitement glimmered in Yi Quan's eyes. His familiarity with the Chun family's Tianhao prison cell did not stem from a close relationship with them. On the contrary, whenever conflicts arose between him and Chen Xiao during childhood, Chen Xiao would imprison him in the Tianhao prison cell, subsequently notifying the city lord, Yi Guan, to pay for his release. Throughout his life, Yi Quan had been confined in the Chun family's Tianhao prison cell at least 100 times. At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on the humiliation. As long as he rescued Xiao Yueqing, he would receive system rewards, 50,000 points and a 9th grade immortal sword. Flying fish. The host still had 300 points remaining. The system suggested that the host spend 250 points to purchase a concealment talisman. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Yi Quan's mind. All right, purchase confirmed. The items in the system all were indeed valuable. The concealment talisman not only allowed for invisibility, but also concealed all fluctuations of one's presence. Below the immortal level, no one could see through the concealment talisman. Tonight we act. Having purchased the concealment talisman, Yi Quan forcibly suppressed his excitement. However, he couldn't help but feel frustrated that Mo Shui, despite her affection for him reaching 99, was unwilling to meet him or personally assist in rescuing Xiao Yueqing. If Imo Shui were to intervene, there would be no need for him to take action. Yet the fact that Imo Shui's affection for him remained at 99 made him wonder if she was jealous. Once I rescue Xiao Yueqing, I must find a way to meet her and properly woo her. Chapter 64. The unranked immortal artifact, the indestructible sword armor. As night fell, the Qin family was enveloped in a profound silence. An imperceptible figure stealthily infiltrated the inner courtyard of the Chun residence. System, will the immortal residing in the Chun family truly refrain from intervening? Yi Quan silently implored the system, "It should not. Given that you are the son of the Lord of Aurora City, and your father has cordial ties with the Qin family." The system's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Earlier that afternoon, Yi Quan and the system had devised a meticulous plan to rescue Xiao Yueqing, who was imprisoned in the Tianzi cell. However, after an entire afternoon of hushed deliberation, a variable dawned upon Yi Quan's mind: the unparalleled powerhouse stationed within the Qin family. Capable of exiling golden immortals, in that moment, the system fell silent. The primary concern for the system had always been the fateful protagonist, Qin Xiao. Ultimately, the system expended Yi Quan's last 50 points of merit. After thorough analysis, it concluded that the immortal had come for the Deluo sword cauldron and would not concern itself with Xiao Yueqing's trivial predicament. Furthermore, with the alchemist Mo Shui mediating, the probability of Yi Quan successfully rescuing Xiao Yueqing's sword to over 90%. Even in the event of failure, Yi Quan's identity would shield him from repercussions. Presently, the myriad of family factions in Aurora City had largely pledged allegiance to the immortal from the eastern wilderness, establishing their foothold within the city. During the 7 days of Chun Zhao seclusion, 3 factions of immortal forces had approached Yi Quan, all of which he had declined. Yi Quan remained steadfastly loyal to the Qin family. As Yi Quan, the second son of Yi Quan, even in the face of failure today, the Qin family would not bring him to account. Now, Yi Quan activated a concealment talisman, silently infiltrating the Qin estate. Along this path, it seemed as though he had been deliberately guided. Encountering no obstructions, that he smoothly arrived at the entrance of the Tianzi cell. Was it truly this effortless? Gazing at the familiar cell door before him, Yi Quan could scarcely believe his eyes. The system detected the lingering aura left by alchemist Mo Shui. This must be her arrangement. The system's assertion instantly quelled Yi Quan's doubts. Alchemist Mo Shui, whose favorability towards him had reached 99. His initial objective in courting Mo Shui was to leverage her assistance in rescuing Xiao Yueqing. At that moment, Yi Quan cast aside his skepticism and effortlessly entered the Tianzi cell. Deep within the cell, he beheld the unconscious form of Xiao Yueqing. That truly Xiao Yueqing? Yi Quan first inquired of the system. The system scanned and confirmed it was indeed Xiao Yueqing. Yet her destiny as the fated protagonist had dwindled to less than 30%. Less than 30%. Yi Quan furrowed his brow, perplexed by this development, that he refrained from stepping into the cell immediately to rescue Xiao Yueqing, as her potential to become the fated protagonist hinged on Chun Zhao's disposition towards her. Xiao Yueqing had betrayed Qin Xiao, hence her diminished fortune. Nevertheless, 30% of protagonist luck was sufficient for the current host. Standing before the cell door, Yi Quan gazed at the unconscious Xiao Yueqing, lost in contemplation. Just then, a cool voice reached his ears. "You must act swiftly. I cannot delay for long." Yi Quan's spirit jolted. Upon hearing Mo Shui's voice, he hesitated no longer and hurried into the cell. That he swiftly placed Xiao Yueqing into a spatial pouch capable of containing living beings. Then, without further ado, Yi Quan departed the Tianzi cell. Meanwhile, 3 shadowy figures watched intently as Yi Quan retreated. Mo Shui turned to her companions Yun Ranyin and Qin Xiao, questioning, why allow him to rescue Xiao Yueqing? Mo Shui had harbored thoughts of Xiao Yueqing for quite some time. Naturally, we have our intentions, Qin Xiao replied, rubbing his hands together. Master, shall we pursue him? Initially, Yun Ranyin had not intended for Qin Xiao to partake in tonight's affair. However, Qin Xiao had mastered the mountain resident's sword intent within a single afternoon. Among the 6 divine abilities derived from the mountain resident's sword intent, including his own comprehension of one sword amongst the mountains, he had achieved a state of perfection. This was closely tied to Chun Zhao's chaotic spiritual root and the celestial power summoned by Yun Renyan. The chaotic spiritual root endowed Chun Zhao with unparalleled comprehension, while the celestial power kept him in a perpetual state of enlightenment. The combination of these factors made grasping the mountain resident's sword intent a trivial matter. Yun Renyan casually tossed a pill scripture to Mo Shui, instructing, "You stay here." Mo Shui had initially wanted to join the fray, but upon seeing the scripture in her hands, her eyes widened with excitement. Clutching the scripture, she nodded vigorously. "You all go ahead. I'll remain here." Subsequently, Mo Shui gleefully returned to her alchemy chamber with the scripture in hand while Yiquan utilized the concealment talisman he had exchanged in the system's marketplace to depart the Chun residence without a sound. He did not return to the Lord's Manor. Upon leaving the Chun family, he boarded a flying magical artifact and swiftly departed Aurora City. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and rescuing the fated protagonist. Xiao Yuqing. Reward granted. 9-rank Immortal Sword, Flying Fish, and 50,000 system points. The Flying Fish, a 9-rank Immortal Sword. 50,000 points, finally in hand. Yiquan's voice trembled with excitement as his hands quivered, producing a snow-white flying sword. The Flying Fish, as its name implies, glided through the void like a fish. This treasure was one that could not be purchased even with wealth. Yiquan swallowed hard. In recent days, he had wished to procure immortal artifacts. But regardless of how many spirit stones he possessed, none could be bought in the realm of cultivation. No one would sell immortal artifacts in the eastern wilderness. Acquiring immortal artifacts required the expenditure of immortal crystals. At this stage, the godly well system could only provide Yiquan with high-grade spirit stones. Unable to supply immortal crystals for now, what Yiquan needed to continuously complete tasks and seize Chun Zhao's fortune to unlock the immortal crystal function. Presently, with 50,000 points at his disposal, the system suggested that he spend 49,999 points to purchase the unranked immortal artifact, the indestructible sword armor. The indestructible sword armor. An unranked immortal artifact. 49,999 points seems rather exorbitant, doesn't it? Nangongqi expressed some hesitation. Moreover, what on earth is an unranked immortal artifact? No rank at all. Host, the indestructible sword armor is a growth-type immortal artifact. As long as the host comprehends sword intent and nourishes it with their own, the indestructible sword armor will possess limitless potential. This indestructible sword armor is, at present, the most cost-effective immortal artifact in the system's marketplace. A growth-type immortal artifact nourished by sword intent, leading to infinite possibilities? Yiquan's heart raced. Purchase it! Buzz! In the next moment, a silver beam of light appeared before him. The 9-rank Immortal Sword, Flying Fish. And the unranked Immortal Artifact, Indestructible Sword Armor. Refine. System, help me refine these two immortal artifacts. Yiquan shouted with exhilaration. Boom! At the instant Yiquan uttered those words, a colossal beam of sword light descended from the heavens, instantly engulfing his flying magical artifact. With a deafening crash, the artifact was obliterated, causing a commotion. This locale was not far from Aurora City. Nearby cultivators heard the noise, but did not come to investigate. In the vicinity of Aurora City, especially near Yuxia Mountain, a multitude of cultivators had gathered that it was inevitable that old grudges would resurface. In the past week or so, countless conflict had erupted, not merely over the Deluo sword cauldron, but purely due to old enmities. Initially, some would approach to watch the spectacle, but gradually, individuals realized that they could also encounter their own enemies while spectating. Thus, what began as a duel between two quickly escalated into a chaotic melee. What on earth is happening? The flying magical artifact has already been shattered by that sword strike. Yiquan lay amidst the wreckage of the flying artifact, his gaze filled with confusion. Warning, Nangongqi is approaching. Yiquan, damn it, why is it Nangongqi again? I haven't provoked him nor offended him. Why is this guy fixated on me? Nangongqi, I haven't wronged you, have I? Yiquan let out a furious roar. Nangongqi descended from the heavens, wielding his sword to strike at Yiquan. I have warned you. Those who associate with Chun Xiao are not good people. I have observed you for quite some time these past few days. And you have been frequently visiting the Chun family, clearly a friend of Chun Xiao. Alongside Shui Yunqi and Lu Zhe, you are all cut from the same cloth. Yi Quan, I have awaited your emergence from the city for a long time. And today you have finally chosen to step out. Yi Quan, Chapter 65, The Division of High and Low, and the Decision of Life and Death at AKT that moment. A dazzling brilliance erupted from Yi Quan, illuminating the air as he blocked Nangong Chi's onslaught with a sword strike of his own. The ninth-tier celestial sword, Flying Fish, hovered before Yi Quan, animated and alive, resembling a true giant fish, transforming into a koan in the sea. Soaring as a pung in the sky, the vast and immense sword intent nearly illuminated half the void. The system had intervened. The celestial sword Flying Fish was originally an item from the system's shop, requiring no refinement from Yi Quan for its full power to be unleashed. Simultaneously, the godly wealth system buzzed within Yi Quan's mind, crackling with a cacophony of sounds before ultimately revealing an astonishing revelation: the presence of the villain plot system. The villain plot system had not perished, but rather had betrayed and begun to harvest other systems. What did you say? What villain plot system? Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Quan was seized by a chilling sensation. Could it be that other systems existed in this world? The godly wealth system remained silent, having drawn conclusions from various data analyses. The sword energy emanating from the celestial sword Flying Fish grew even more formidable. Its power had reached its zenith. However, the godly wealth system was not versed in swordsmanship. It could only passively amplify the sword's sharpness, speed, and strength to their utmost limits. Any ordinary cultivator or typical virtual immortal would be crushed by this celestial sword. Yet, it faced none other than Nangong Chi. With a swift motion, Nangong Chi executed the reverse dragon 8 steps, his form resembling a true divine dragon gliding through the void. The sword in his hand radiated with countless stars, transforming the surrounding area into an expansive, starry sky. Reverse Dragon 8 Steps, Celestial Sword of the Stars. The system gasped in astonishment. The Reverse Dragon 8 Steps was a divine ability from the villain plot system shop. While the Celestial Sword of the Stars, originally a chance belonging to Qin Xiao, had been seized by Nangong Chi ahead of time. At this moment, the combination of Reverse Dragon 8 Steps and Celestial Sword of the Stars was akin to a true divine dragon soaring through an infinite cosmos. The godly wealth system's celestial sword Flying Fish could not stir even a ripple within this sword domain-like starry expanse. The power of the celestial sword of the stars had been fully activated. Nangong Chi, though merely at the transformation realm, evidently could not achieve this alone. Thus, the only possibility remained: the system bound to Nangong Chi. Faintly, the system, through Yi Quan's eyes, discerned the 9 golden dragon shadows surrounding Nangong Chi. These were clearly the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal. Similarly, this was a chance that originally belonged to Chun Xiao, now claimed by Nangong Chi. At that moment, the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal was also in a fully activated state. The celestial sword Flying Fish struck Nangong Chi repeatedly, yet all blows were thwarted by the 9 golden dragon shadows. Though the 9 dragons protecting the Heaven Seal was merely an exceptional defensive treasure, in its fully activated state, coupled with the celestial sword of the stars, it effortlessly repelled the system's assault. At this juncture, the system's frustration boiled over. Why had it chosen Yi Quan, this useless host? For so many days, Yi Quan had done nothing but squander money. He was nothing but a good-for-nothing, devoid of any cultivation talent or comprehension. Had Yi Quan been a genius capable of grasping sword intent, the system could have utilized the celestial sword Flying Fish to channel the host's sword intent. Yet Yi Quan was utterly inept. Apart from indulging in feasting and merriment, he showed no diligence whatsoever. Even his willingness to pursue the alchemist Mo Shui and agree to rescue Xiao Yuqing stemmed solely from the fact that both were extraordinary beauties. With a mighty swing, Nangong Chi's sword struck forth like a soaring dragon, instantly sending the celestial sword Flying Fish careening away. Indestructible sword armor. The system called upon another celestial artifact. Just then, a second figure suddenly appeared, seizing the indestructible sword armor and vanishing swiftly. It was Nangong Ju. Yi Quan recognized the figure and gasped in surprise. Go. The system, disregarding everything else, activated a second flying artifact, attempting to whisk Yi Quan away from the scene. However, Nan Gongqi's celestial sword descended once more. This time, the Qinquan bag hanging at Yi Quan's waist was cleaved in two, causing Xiao Yuqing within to tumble to the ground. Yet the system was beyond concern. The exceptional flying artifact had already engaged, tearing through the void to facilitate their escape. What a pity. Nan Gongqi gazed at Yi Quan's retreating figure. Choosing not to pursue T that moment, Chun Xiao appeared behind Nan Gongqi, grinning mischievously as he spoke. Master, has it succeeded? Before him, Nan Gongqi was none other than Yun Ranyan in disguise. Yun Ranyan had prepared for this day during the dismantling of the previous system, deliberately leaving behind the essence of the villain plot system. At this moment, she intentionally revealed this essence to mislead the godly wealth system into believing that the previous system had not been destroyed, but had instead betrayed. This was to obscure the arrival of the Heavenly Dao and the awakening of the protagonist. A smile graced Yun Ranyan's face. As the master personally intervened, success was inevitable. Moreover, she had successfully infused more false luck into the godly wealth system. When the godly wealth system utilized this portion of luck to upgrade itself, it would inevitably fall under Yun Ranyan's control. Did you obtain the indestructible sword armor? Yun Ranyan turned her gaze to the side. Nan Gongju flew back, holding the dazzling, indestructible sword armor in his hands. This Nan Gongju was, in fact, the shadowy embodiment of Chun Xiao. Indestructible sword armor. Yun Ranyan beckoned, and the armor soared in her grasp. Subsequently, she caressed the celestial armor, erasing all traces of the system's imprint upon it. 1,000 miles away, Yi Quan, still in a desperate flight, suddenly heard a muffled groan emanating from the system within his mind. What is happening? Yi Quan inquired hastily. The imprints of the system on the indestructible celestial armor and the celestial sword flying fish have been erased. The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. IT promptly activated the exceptional flying artifact, continuing to flee into the distance without daring to pause. You mentioned that other systems exist? Yi Quan pondered for a moment before asking. Indeed, the host of the previous system was Nan Gongqi, who, after plundering considerable protagonist luck alongside his system, opted for betrayal. Yi Quan exclaimed, so we still have an organization. The system fell silent, tacitly acknowledging. Focus on completing your tasks. Suppress the protagonist, and seize the protagonist's luck point one day. You will replace them, becoming the protagonist and ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Yi Quan merely replied with an O, choosing not to speak further. For now, lay low and develop your strength. Do not provoke Nan Gongqiu. As for Qin Xiao, Yi Quan inquired once more. Do not reveal yourself until you reach the transformation realm. Once you attain the transformation realm and comprehend sword intent, the system will assist you in obtaining the great Luo sword cauldron. That time, no protagonist, no Nan Gongqi, will stand a chance against you. Yi Quan ceased his questions. The events of that night had been fraught with peril. He had nearly believed he would perish there. Yet, the system had miraculously facilitated his escape, evading Nan Gongqi's pursuit. Most importantly, the exceptional flying artifact he now occupied was something Yi Quan had never seen before. This revelation led him to a profound truth. The system could preserve his life. Furthermore, Yi Quan's mind began to churn with new thoughts. The previous system and its host had both betrayed. Did that mean he could do the same? As the saying goes, if you cannot beat them, join them. Of course, the one he would join was not Qin Xiao, but rather Nan Gongqi. For now, the host could continue to spend spirit stones to hire assassins to eliminate the Chun family disciples. He could even attempt to assassinate Chun Xiao. Yi Quan nodded, not rejecting the proposal. Utilizing spirit stones to hire an assassin was, at this stage, the most prudent method available. IT would not only fulfill the task of consuming spirit stones, but also suppress Qin Xiao's fortune. The indestructible sword armor and the celestial sword flying fish were refined by Yun Ranran and returned to Chun Xiao. Master, can't the system detect your presence? Chun Xiao asked, donning the indestructible sword armor immediately. You're doing well, my disciple, for you have helped your master capture a living system. As she spoke, Yun Ranran seized the true body of Chun Xiao. In an instant, they departed from their location and returned to the Chun family. I have familiarized myself with certain structures of the previous system through disassembly and can, using the power of the Heavenly Dao, simulate the system's fluctuations to conceal my own Heavenly Dao aura. Thus, the recent wealthy system could only perceive the fluctuations emanating from me, not the Heavenly Dao aura. Had it been before, Yun Ranran would never have dared to appear before the system. When Nangong Qi and that villainous plot system were present, Yun Ranran could only hide within the Chun family, concealing her existence behind Chun Zhao's protagonist aura. However, now she felt a sense of freedom, especially since she had employed methods to integrate false Heavenly Dao fortune into the system. Yin Ranran even believed she had the opportunity to truly incite the system to hunt down other systems that, of course, the current situation was still far from sufficient. They needed to wait until the wealthy system and the destined villain, Yi Quan, once again targeted Chun Xiao to proceed with their plans. Given the present circumstances, Yi Quan and the wealthy system had clearly become timid. For now, they would likely remain in hiding, afraid to act against Chun Xiao after 2 failed attempts, both thwarted by Nangong Qi. At least until Yi Quan possessed the strength to contend with Nangong Qi, he would not act again. Naturally, if they could endure until the tribulation period and directly ascend to immortality, that would be most advantageous. The heavenly tribulation was Chun Zhao's domain that time. He and Yun Ranran could simply wait for their targets atop the tribulation. Currently, Chun Xiao was but a step away from mastering the Ascension Tribulation in the nascent soul stage, while Yi Quan remained in the Golden Core stage, far from crossing the tribulation. Upon hearing Yun Ranran's words, Chun Xiao felt a profound sense of relief. That moment, he had completely refined the indestructible sword armor and donned this unranked celestial artifact. Instantly, a snow-white robe enveloped him, enhancing his ethereal aura. Can this indestructible sword armor actually evolve sword intent? A look of astonishment appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Moments ago, he had attempted to activate the mountain-dwelling sword intent. In an instant, the mountain-dwelling sword intent fused seamlessly with the indestructible sword armor, unleashing an even more formidable combat strength. Fortunately, Yi Quan is a good-for-nothing. Despite possessing abundant resources from the system, he is unlikely to achieve anything significant. Chun Xiao shook his head. To call Yi Quan worthless was not to imply his aptitude was lacking, but rather that he had never possessed the heart of a true warrior, merely a debauched scion living off the system's resources. Yun Ranran sat on a swing, holding a plate of pastries, eating as she spoke. "All right, my disciple, it's time for you to set out." Chun Xiao nodded. By the way, master, aside from the system, do I have any other enemies? Yun Ranran's hand holding the pastries paused slightly, her expression becoming somewhat uneasy. "Disciple, now is not the time to ask such questions. Your task at present is to focus on enhancing yourself and thoroughly exploiting the system." Chun Xiao gazed deeply at Yun Ranran, who seemed somewhat guilty, and quickly lowered her head. Observing her demeanor, Chun Xiao understood many things. The system was likely not their only adversary. With that, Chun Xiao leaped away from Aurora City Dado and disciple. Hold off on breaking through to the nascent soul stage for now. Seek an opportunity to challenge the Golden Core rankings in the immortal domain. It will greatly benefit you. Understood, Master. Chun Xiao had arrived. At the summit of Yuxiao Mountain, the gathered cultivators parted to make way for him upon his arrival. This moment, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Many cultivators openly harbored malice towards Chun Xiao. A youth clad in a crimson long robe, with fiery red hair, stood before Chun Xiao. "If you wish to enter the celestial sword domain, you must first pass through me." The red-haired youth wielded a heavy sword of crimson hue, standing like a volcano poised to erupt at the entrance to the celestial sword domain. Another challenger, Chun Xiao, descended from the sky. The youth before him was also at the Golden Core stage. Yet his aura was far more formidable than that of the previous encounter with young Master Liang. Clearly, he too was a peerless talent from the Eastern Wilderness or other realms of the immortal domain. From the Beiyuan region, I am Qi Shankong of the Qi Mountain family. Today, we shall determine our strengths and settle our fates. The heavy sword in Qi Shankong's hand, measuring 5 feet in length and 2 palms in width, began to radiate intense flames as he spoke. Qi Shankong of Beiyuan, the foremost Golden Core cultivator of the Qi Mountain family, He is also the number 1037th on the Immortal Domain Golden Core rankings. Upon hearing Qi Shankong's name, the surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. The Golden Core rankings of the Immortal Domain included cultivators from countless vast worlds beyond just the 5 great realms of Eastern Wilderness. Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plain, and Central Continent. Numerous other worlds, such as the Lioli and Taijin realms, were also included. The Golden Core rankings encompassed the entire Immortal Domain, cataloging all Golden Core cultivators. The sheer number of Golden Core cultivators was beyond counting. Yet only 1,080 were recorded on the rankings. Every individual listed was a true prodigy of unparalleled talent. The young Master Liang, who had previously battled Chen Xiao, had not even qualified to touch the Golden Core rankings. Chen Xiao regarded the youth before him, who appeared to be of similar age, and nodded slightly. The Golden Core rankings of the Immortal Domain, you say, before my departure, Master advised me not to rush my breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, but to try challenging the Golden Core rankings. Am I correct in assuming that if I defeat you, I will ascend the Golden Core rankings? Chen Xiao seemed to be speaking to himself, yet it appeared he was addressing Qi Shankong. Since the latter had uttered words of determining strengths and settling fates, it indicated his intent to kill. Naturally, Chen Xiao would not use the term defeat. Qi Shankong smirked slightly, raising his fire-colored heavy sword. You have already walked the path of death. Come forth to meet your end. Boom! In the next moment, crimson flames erupted around Qi Shankong. He lifted his heavy sword high and swung it fiercely toward Chen Xiao. In an instant, Qi Shankong transformed into a volcano on the verge of eruption, unleashing violent waves of energy that spread in all directions. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing this, hurriedly scattered in flight, and one had anticipated that Qi Shankong would strike without warning at the entrance to the Celestial Sword Domain. Chen Xiao was startled as well. He had expected Qi Shankong to suggest a battle at the Tianwu Arena by the eastern gate of Aurora City. However, Chen Xiao's reaction was swift, the celestial sword in his hand. Mist light ignited instantly, with golden-red beams shimmering along the blade's edge. In a heartbeat, Chen Xiao transformed into a towering mountain. Mountain-dwelling sword intent. Setting sun over cloud peak. Boom! The two celestial swords clashed in the void. Resembling a setting sun plummeting into a volcano, in an instant, sand and stones flew, and the earth cracked. You dare to confront my heavy sword with a light one. Impressive indeed, in the vast expanse of the heavens. Qi Shankong unleashed a resonant howl, his form soaring skyward in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the flames dissipated and the sword intent receded. This strike, descending from the firmament, epitomized sheer power. Chen Xiao gazed upwards at the descending Qi Shankong, remaining utterly still yet launching a counterattack with his sword. Boundless sword light transformed into cloud-like mountain peaks as the sword intent pierced the clouds, each character a manifestation of sword technique, executed simultaneously. With a thunderous clash, their swords collided once more. Qi Shankong's countenance flushed crimson, his body leaping high into the air, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. How could this be possible? Qi Shankong ascended to a height of 300 zhang before gradually coming to a halt. He looked down at Chen Xiao, disbelief flickering in his eyes. His own power could not surpass that of this Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao raised his gaze toward Qi Shankong, questioning, have you forsaken sword intent to engage me with mere brute strength? Are you truly a sword cultivator or merely a physical one? Qi Shankong sneered. Whether sword cultivator or physical cultivator, whoever can defeat you is the superior practitioner. In the next instant, flames ignited once more upon Qi Shankong's form, transforming him into a meteor streaking from the heavens. The heavy fire-colored sword in his grasp blazed vividly, its scarlet light morphing into a fiery crescent of 100 zhang in diameter, descending with an unstoppable momentum towards Chen Xiao. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators of the sword path screamed in terror, hastily scattering in all directions, even some formidable beings of the transformation realm among them. Qi Shankong's strength was more than sufficient to slay an ordinary transformation realm cultivator. Chen Zhao's attention shifted to the fiery sword light suspended in the air, his brows knitting slightly. In the next moment, he shifted his stance, wielding his celestial sword, and stepped into the void, advancing step by step towards Qishan Kong. Simultaneously, an image resembling a sword and dragon coalesced beside him. The Sword Dragon's 8 Steps, Chapter 66. The Four Fiends of the Primordial Wilderness, Kunpeng's Law. This was the reverse dragon's 8 steps. A spectator immediately recognized Chen Zhao's footwork, exclaiming in astonishment. When Nangong Qi had showcased this divine ability, even Shui Yunzhu had recognized it. Moreover, those surrounding were all cultivators from various powers within the immortal domain. No, this was not the reverse dragon's 8 steps he was employing. It was evidently a sword path divine technique, surpassing the reverse dragon's 8 steps. How had Chen Zhao managed to evolve a footwork technique into a sword path divine technique? What manner of genius was he? Wait, why can't I understand what you're saying? Is Chen Zhao truly a bumpkin of the cultivation world? Or am I the real bumpkin? Shui Yunzhu, amidst the crowd, tilted her head to gaze at Chen Zhao, momentarily lost in thought. Once, that little brat who chased after her calling her sister Yunzhu had now matured into someone she looked up to. Unperturbed by the spectators below, Chen Zhao's footwork remained resolute, as if each step left an indelible imprint upon the void. With each stride, his aura grew increasingly formidable. The sword dragon image had nearly solidified into a tangible entity, transforming into a sword imbued with lethal intent. Qishan Kong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he unleashed a thunderous roar. The massive fire-colored sword light morphed almost into genuine flames, unleashing a scorching wave towards Chen Zhao with tremendous force. At that moment, Chen Zhao swung his sword once more, still executing that singular strike. Piercing the clouds. With a resounding collision, the two forces met once again. The terrifying impact generated invisible ripples that radiated outward in all directions. Fortunately, their clash occurred in midair. Otherwise, the Jade Cloud Mountain below would have likely suffered catastrophic destruction. These two were merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, yet their battle bore no semblance to that of Golden Core cultivators. "Retreat! Retreat!" someone shouted sharply. Both of them are supreme prodigies of this generation. Ordinary Yuanian cultivators cannot withstand the fluctuations of their battle. In the immortal domain, cultivation rank did not equate to true strength. Some remained at a certain realm merely to comprehend it to its utmost limit. There were even unparalleled geniuses who, upon breaking through, reached the pinnacle of a realm immediately, just like Qishan Kong. If he were to advance to the Yuanying stage, he would be at the peak of the late Yuanying stage. In truth, the divisions of early, mid, late, and peak stages were merely a reflection of a cultivator's incomplete understanding of a realm's profound mysteries. Thus, such stages were delineated. True geniuses, upon entering a realm, embodied its zenith. Presently, Chen Zhao was no different in that fleeting moment of collision in mid-air. A cataclysmic battle commenced. Qishan Kong was sent reeling by Chen Zhao's might. In a heartbeat, the light of the heavy sword ignited around him, and he resembled a frenzied leopard, engulfed in a blaze of sword light, barreling towards Chen Zhao. Despite his madness, Qishan Kong's strikes remained calculated, unleashing heavy sword light that bore the force of mountain-splitting blows towards Chen Zhao in a relentless barrage. Chen Zhao's footwork traversed the sword dragon's 8 steps, gliding gracefully through the void. His sword intent began to evolve. Dusk's distant thunder peak, clouds drift abandoning the Jade Emperor. The mountain winds yet to come. The lone crane has returned. Peaks piercing the scattered cloud realm. The setting sun howls at the lonely peak. The 6 sword techniques stood as towering mountains in the void. Then, standing atop the peaks, Chen Zhao declared, "I stand at the pinnacle, a single sword rendering all mountains small." The resplendent sword light surged through the void. This strike was not the mountain, nor the clouds, sun, or moon above the mountaintop, but the sword itself, a pure, unadulterated sword, the magnificent and pristine sword light, imbued with an overwhelming sword momentum, nearly cleaved the void asunder. Qishan Kong, witnessing this, wore an increasingly ferocious expression. That moment, his top knot erupted, his crimson hair igniting like flames atop his head. The heavy fire-colored sword in his grasp suddenly expanded tenfold, violently cleaving towards Chen Xiao's sword. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, the heavens reverberated with the sounds of fierce collisions, echoing like thunderclaps in extreme Aurora City. The Chen family, Chen Junluo, Chen Wenxiu, and the rest of the Chen cultivators, stood agape, witnessing the breathtaking battle atop Jade Cloud Mountain. Is that shower? Chen Junluo rubbed his eyes vigorously, filled with incredulity. Just yesterday, he had heard that Chen Xiao had breezed through the 20th level of the Celestial Sword Domain, feeling as if this world had become unreal. Now, witnessing Chen Xiao unleash such terrifying battle prowess, he thought, "Ha, my son has found an exceptional master. Not only can he expel golden immortals, but also mold my son into an unparalleled prodigy." On another front, Yun Ringyin exuded pride. That is a disciple of the Heavenly Dao. How could he not be outstanding? The elders of the Chen family, including Chen Wenxiu, had become numb, unsure of what to say. Even Mo Shue's countenance twitched. When I was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, I doubt I could withstand even a single one of his strikes, and Mo Shue could not help but exclaim. But I am an alchemist. Why should I compete in brute strength with these muscle-bound brutes? One poison pill from me could obliterate those two oafs. With that thought, Mo Shue swelled with pride once more. Within the city lord's residence, Yi Quan rubbed his eyes and then buried his head beneath his blanket. Am I mad or foolish to confront such a monster head-on? I once thought Nangong Qi was invincible. Yet Chen Xiao has proven to be even more monstrous. I must develop cautiously and avoid confrontation. The system. Now, the assassins of Wuwang Tower have refused my contracts. What are we to do now? Then, the exceedingly dejected voice of Yi Quan echoed. The Chen family occupied the city of Aurora, commanding the geographical essence of the northern territory of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. At present, they stood at the pinnacle of scrutiny, watched by countless eyes that, if at this moment, Wuwang Tower were to strike against the Chen family, it would be tantamount to plunging themselves into peril. Although many harbored ill intentions towards the Chen family, there were also numerous factions eager to ally with them and extend goodwill. Should Wuwang Tower continue its assault, it might provoke a powerful figure from the immortal domain to effortlessly eradicate this foremost assassin organization within the Liuli immortal world. Last night, upon returning to the Yi family, when Yi Quan re-established contact with Wuwang Tower, he discovered that the other party had already gone silent. The host must temporarily cease hostilities against the Chen family. It would be an opportune time to forge alliances. The system suggested that the exterior figure, Chishanking, appeared promising. Now, the system had completed an upgrade based on the protagonist's fortune seized the previous night, allowing the host to exchange points for immortal-grade treasures. Yi Quan vigorously nodded. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, I am left with but a single point. What can I exchange for? At this moment, the battle between Chen Xiao and Chishanking intensified. Chishanking's swordsmanship blazed like a fierce fire. As time progressed, his power surged, resembling a scorching sun in the sky, incessantly radiating fierce sword light. Faced with Chishanking, Chen Xiao unleashed the Jie sword technique and the Lin sword technique successively. The might of one sword makes all mountain small was brought to its zenith. 9 strands of sword radiance hovered in the void, wildly cleaving towards the blazing sun that was Chishanking. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Chishanking bellowed in a frenzied roar. It has been ages since I have battled so delightfully. You are the first to leave me in such a disheveled state. Chen Xiao. Chishanking's roaring voice reverberated. Chen Xiao retorted, but aren't you ranked 1037th? Did those ahead of you not leave you in such a state? His words instantly enveloped the surroundings in a profound silence. An inexplicable awkwardness slowly rising. The onlooking cultivators began to feel embarrassed for Chishanking. This was not how one should flaunt their prowess. However, it was utterly unexpected that Chen Xiao, hailing from the realm of cultivation, could engage Chishanking in a prolonged battle, even subtly gaining the upper hand. This was a revelation that caught everyone off guard, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, one must consider who Chen Zhao's master is, a legendary figure capable of exiling golden immortals. At this moment, Chen Xiao might very well be deemed the foremost individual in the Liuli immortal world. The cultivators below could not help but whisper among themselves. Yet, Chen Xiao needed to be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, he could truly gain the recognition of the Luo sword cauldron. Just look at how he wields the sword path, most of which derives from the mountain abode sword intent. He has even evolved a 7 style using the 6 divine techniques of the mountain abode sword intent. This individual must not be spared. If it were merely an ordinary time, it would suffice. However, as Chen Zhao's performance grew increasingly extraordinary, the murderous intent within these individuals intensified as well. This concerned the ownership of the supreme immortal artifact, the Luo sword cauldron, and the legacy of the Luo sword sovereign. Many exchanged glances, as long as no immortal intervened. These cultivators could eliminate Chen Xiao without fear of reprimand from the powerful figure residing in the Chen family. It appeared that Shanking was on the verge of defeat. Once he fell, we shall act immediately. 3 nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances. Given the stakes involved with the supreme immortal artifact, they were unconcerned about any semblance of dignity. Although these 3 nascent soul cultivators were not the prodigies listed on the immortal domain nascent soul ranking, they were not far from achieving recognition, standing on par with the likes of young Master Liang. The 3 figures slowly retreated into the crowd. At this moment, Chen Zhao's might reached its zenith. Lin, he called out softly. 9 exquisitely radiant sword lights once again cleaved through the air. Boom! The heavy sword in Shanking's grasp was finally sent flying. His eyes widened, blood seeping from the corners as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhao's sword intent. I have been defeated. Shanking never anticipated losing to an individual from the realm of cultivation. Now that the victor has been determined, Chen Xiao chuckled. It is time to decide life or death. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword once more. The Xing sword technique. This strike was executed with utmost swiftness. You dare to kill me? Shanking's expression morphed drastically. He could hardly fathom that Chen Xiao truly intended to take his life. Stop! Observing Chen Xiao advancing towards Shanking, the others from the Qishan family changed their countenance. The 3 nascent soul cultivators preparing to strike Chen Xiao were equally taken aback. Was he courting death, targeting Shanking, the unrivaled talent of the Qishan family from the northern original world? Yet, as the Xing sword technique manifested, Chen Zhao's sword approached its pinnacle. Buzz! A single stroke cut through the air, and Shanking's head was instantly severed. Following that, 9 strands of sword light flashed through, dismembering his body into countless pieces, reduced to a heap of flesh. In that fleeting moment, a profound silence enveloped the world. He truly killed Shanking. A prodigy from the golden core ranking of the immortal domain was thus obliterated. No one could believe their eyes. Even the members of the Qishan family were in disbelief. Their unparalleled genius had been slain by another. How audacious! In an instant, a chilling wave of murderous intent locked onto Chen Xiao. Within the Chen family, Chen Junluo and the others trembled, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. The young master of the Chen family, Chen Xiao, had indeed the 4 fiends of the primordial wilderness, each one a pinnacle of celestial kingship. Exist in an unparalleled realm, infinitely approaching that of the celestial emperor. The Kunping technique, indeed, is the technique of the celestial kings. The 3 of them have completely lost their minds. The 3 great nascent souls have manifested behind them, transforming into towering giants that ride the winds and part the waves, cleaving through Chen Zhao's sea of swords and charging towards him with murderous intent. The Kunping technique was, of course, derived from the immortal sword Flying Fish. The system's reward to Yi Quan, the immortal sword, is undoubtedly not an ordinary one. That even the most inferior 9th grade immortal sword contains the essence of celestial kingship. In other words, the system is paving the way for Yi Quan. According to the system's design, after Yi Quan refines the immortal sword Flying Fish and the indestructible sword armor, he will be able to comprehend the Kunping technique through the indestructible sword armor, drawing from the immortal sword Flying Fish. However, all of this has been intercepted by Chen Xiao that he does not even need the indestructible sword armor. Relying solely on his own understanding, he can grasp the Kunping technique contained within the Flying Fish. Chun Xiao is unafraid of detection by the system. In fact, he is intentionally provoking both the system and Yi Quan to continue their assault against him, probing into his secrets. Thus, Chun Xiao seizes the opportunity to extract further benefits from the system. While Chun Xiao is deep in thought, the three great nascent soul cultivators have already joined forces to break through the sea of swords, arriving right before him. Die. One of them roars. The colossal manifestation extends a hand, radiating a cataclysmic force, and lunges towards Chun Xiao. The other two manifestations seal off all of Chun Xiao's escape routes from different directions. Chun Xiao gazes at the three formidable nascent soul manifestations looming so close. A sinister smile creeps across his face. "Curse you," he exclaims. "Transform into a pung." Boom! The massive fish thrashing in the sea of swords suddenly leaps high into the air, transforming into a magnificent pung soaring through the skies. In the next moment, the sea of swords vanishes, replaced by an endless firmament. A brilliant beam of sword light descends from the heavens. Boom! Under this single strike, the three enormous nascent soul manifestations are instantly reduced to ash. The three nascent soul cultivators momentarily stare blankly, their bodies plummeting downwards. With their manifestations shattered by Chun Xiao's sword, their nascent souls suffer severe injuries, and deathly pallor begins to creep into their eyes. Kill! Kill! Just as Chun Xiao dispatches the three nascent soul cultivators, several more individuals charge forth from the surroundings, including powerful figures from the Transformation God realm, who cannot resist joining the fray. A tremendous pressure bears down upon Chun Xiao. His complexion pales as he mutters, "Is this the weight of death?" He takes a deep breath. "Very well. Bring it on." Chun Xiao howls toward the sky. Formation. The sword formation of the word formation. Form a sword array. Buzz. With each resounding and soaring cry of the swords, four enormous beams of sword light ignite around Chun Xiao. Crimson, azure, black, and white. Piercing through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 67. The sword formation of the word formation. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The four massive beams of sword light span the universe, ultimately transforming into four sword gates. Chun Xiao stands tall and upright, his white robe billowing in the wind. Today I, Chun Xiao, shall confront the celestial prodigies of the immortal domain as the heir of the northern marquis of the Great Yu Cultivation Dynasty. Let it be known that the cultivators of the Great Yu Dynasty are no cowards and will never betray the grace of the Empress. His voice rolls forth like waves, echoing far and wide. Having already arrived at Yuxiao Mountain in disguise, Empress Yaoqi nearly spews blood upon hearing this. "You brought this upon yourself. Why drag me into it?" she exclaims, casting a dangerous glare at Chun Xiao hovering in the air. The three nascent soul cultivators who had attempted to kill Chun Xiao were indeed powerful allies of Yaoqi's faction. However, they did not anticipate being swiftly eliminated by Chun Zhao's Kunpeng technique. The prospect of acquiring the Deluo sword cauldron was something Yaoqi dared not even imagine. Yet the Kunpeng technique, she must have it. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Manor of Aurora City, a voice filled with anxiety resounds in Yi Quan's mind. Why? Why does Chun Xiao also possess the Kunpeng technique? The Kunpeng technique is concealed within the immortal sword flying fish. Could it be that Chun Xiao has obtained the immortal sword flying fish? Host, hurry to Yuxiao Mountain. The system needs to investigate thoroughly to determine where the issue lies. I won't go. Yi Quan buries his head under the covers, refusing to budge. The immortal sword flying fish was lost just last night. Even if Chun Xiao is a genius, it is impossible for him to master the Kunpeng technique overnight. The system momentarily hesitates, followed by a crackling sound echoing in Yi Quan's mind. Clearly, the system is also baffled as to how Chun Xiao could learn the Kunpeng technique in a single night, or perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Chun Xiao has been masquerading as a fool. He is already proficient in the Kunpeng technique. Yi Quan, having grown accustomed to this, continues to hide under the covers, ignoring it. What nonsense! Go to Yuxiao Mountain now. With my frail body, I would be devoured to the bone. Besides, my father Yi Guan has strictly forbidden me from going out. This great villain is not cowardly. He simply listens to his father. 7 or 8 beams of sword light intertwine in the void, piercing into the four sword gates. Kill. The cultivators of the Qishan clan no longer hesitate. Immediately, over a dozen beams of sword light surge into the four gates. They do not believe that a mere golden core cultivator could summon a sword array of significant power. At this moment, a total of 24 individuals have entered the sword array, including 2 from the transformation god realm, with the rest being nascent soul cultivators. These 24 cultivators from the boundless immortal domain could easily obliterate any sect or holy ground in the Liuli cultivation realm. The instant they enter the sword array, they charge towards the center where Chun Xiao stands. Chun Xiao's displayed prowess has far exceeded their expectations, and no one dares to underestimate him as a mere native of the cultivation world any longer. His effortless defeat of Qishan Kong has proven that Chun Xiao possesses combat prowess within the top 1,000 of the Immortal Domain's Golden Core rankings. Boom! The attacks from the 24 formidable cultivators unleash a tempest of sword energy within the array, sweeping towards Chun Xiao. Standing at the center of the sword array, Chun Xiao calls out, "Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder." Buzz! In the next moment, an invisible ripple spreads outward. The terrifying wave of sword energy dissipates into nothingness. Following this, the seemingly unremarkable sword array finally undergoes a transformation. As Chun Xiao's voice resonates, the entire sword array appears to be draped in a delicate veil. Then, the remaining 24 cultivators within the array are struck with horror as they realize their cultivation begins to rapidly regress. It is not merely their power being suppressed. They are genuinely regressing. Their nascent souls deteriorate, and their true essence weakens that, in the blink of an eye, their nascent souls revert to the golden core stage. Their cultivation levels and realms follow suit in less than half a breath. Their powers have all regressed to the peak of the late golden core stage. What is happening? The transformation god, cultivator from the Qishan clan, looks utterly horrified. Heaven and earth are merciless. You treat all beings as mere fodder. Under the great array of heavenly principles, all beings are equal. Chun Xiao's voice echoes. The sword formation of the word formation, evolved from the sword technique, can sever the cultivation levels of those who breach its confines. Their powers are now aligned with Chun Xiao's. To restore their cultivation, they must break free from this sword array. However, the Heavenly Dao sword array is easy to enter, but difficult to escape. Now we can fight on equal terms. Chun Xiao grins, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. He then swings his immortal sword. In an instant, the ocean of sword energy reappears. 9-headed kunpangs surge forth within the sea of sword energy, exuding the terrifying aura of primordial beasts. Even in the same realm, you are no match for so many of us. A Qishan clan cultivator bellows. Immediately, the 24 cultivators unleash beams of sword light, converging from all directions to strike at Chun Xiao. If you were all at the level of Qishan Kong, I might have feared you as he spoke. Chun Xiao stepped forward, traversing the 8 steps of the sword dragon, lunging toward a cultivator. Simultaneously, the 9-sword Qi Kuanpeng, summoned by the Linzi sword technique, twisted their massive forms and pounced furiously at the same cultivator. In an instant, the other party's face turned ashen. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a voice akin to a demonic echo from the depths of hell surged into his ears. In that moment, the speed of Chun Xiao and the 9 colossal Kuanpeng surged threefold. Before the cultivator could react, his form was obliterated by the boundless sword Qi, reduced to ash and smoke. How astonishingly swift! The expressions of all onlookers shifted dramatically. How could he move so swiftly? The combination of the sword dragon's 8 steps and the Linzi sword technique propelled Chun Xiao's speed far beyond the confines of the golden core stage. Even the 2 mightiest cultivators of the god transformation stage, in their prime, might struggle to keep pace with Chun Xiao. After slaying one, Chun Xiao did not pause but charged toward another target, a god transformation powerhouse from the Qishan clan. The sword formation of the array sword technique had a time limit, and Chun Xiao needed to eliminate the maximum number of foes in the shortest time possible. Undoubtedly, the Qishan clan's god transformation cultivator was the strongest among them. Boom! The 9 gigantic Kuanping instantaneously altered their trajectory. In a heartbeat, the massive birds leaped from the SEAT that moment, Chun Zhao's speed ascended to yet another level. The Kunping technique epitomized speed unmatched in the world. The Qishan clan's cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he raised his sword, Chun Xiao was already upon him. Though this god transformation powerhouse possessed extraordinary cultivation, he was not among the elite of the immortal domain's god transformation rankings. Presently, his cultivation was diminished by the sword formation, leaving him no chance to evade Chun Xiao's strike. Not just him. Surrounding cultivators were equally unable to match Chun Xiao's speed, and they lacked the time to offer aid. Boom! Chun Xiao's sword struck heavily against him. The images of the 9 Kunping appeared like razor-sharp flying swords, crashing in unison. Pooh! The Qishan clan's expert spat out a mouthful of blood. A blazing flame ignited upon him. The immortal armor. At the critical moment, the set of immortal armor he wore preserved his life. It's my turn. Wiping the blood from his lips, he retaliated with a sword aimed directly at Chun Xiao, who stood mere feet away. Bang! After a single strike, the man's arm was instantly severed, and his body soared into the air. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the white robe adorning Chun Xiao. It was undeniably immortal armor. Upon this armor, a tremendous Kunpeng sword. Not only did it block the Qishan cultivator's strike, but also severed his sword arm. Chun Xiao wasted no words that I end that instant. He activated the power of the indestructible sword armor using the Kunpeng technique. Chun Xiao transformed into a humanoid Kunpeng. Sword Dragon's 8 steps. Linzi sword technique, Kunpeng technique. The 3 arts fused into one, elevating Chun Xiao's speed once again. Buzz. The sword light surged anew, striking down upon the Qishan clan cultivator. The immortal armor he wore only shimmered briefly before dimming. The razor-sharp sword light instantly pierced through his body. Kill! Chun Xiao ignored the immortal armor, turning instead to slay another god transformation cultivator. I could see that moment. The latter was already paralyzed with terror. As Chun Xiao approached with the 9 Kunpeng, he let out a frantic scream and turned to flee. However, how could his speed compare to Chun Xiao's? In less than a breath, he was overtaken. I am a member of the Prime Minister's estate of the immortal Qin Empire. You dare to kill me. The god transformation cultivator cried out in despair. What is there to fear? Chun Xiao's expression remained unchanged, his sword still sharp. In an instant, it was poised against the man's neck, and with one swift motion, he beheaded the god transformation cultivator from the Prime Minister's estate of the immortal Qin Empire. In the next moment, the headless corpse fell, shredded into fragments by the sword chi of the formation. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiao moved again, ready to kill. Within the sword formation, he faced virtually no rival. Finally, the array sword technique gradually dissipated, and Chun Xiao reappeared high above in the sky. Before him stood 3 remaining cultivators, huddled together, trembling in fear. The sword formation lasted a total of 10 breaths. What transpired during that time? Out of 22 Yuanian cultivators and 2 god transformation cultivators, only 3 survived. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers were left in shock, and one had anticipated such an outcome. A lone warrior against 24, successfully slaughtering 21, including 2 god transformation powerhouses. Furthermore, one of those god transformation cultivators hailed from the esteemed Qishan clan of the northern regions, while the other was a formidable figure from the Prime Minister's estate of the immortal Qin Empire. Was Chun Xiao truly a name that defied the heavens? Yet, while the cultivators nearby debated fervently, Chun Xiao had no intention of halting, and he meant to spare none of the remaining 3. Swish. Kunpeng technique. Jiji sword technique. A colossal Kunpeng spanned the void, eclipsing the sky. Before anyone could react, it enveloped the 3 Yuanian cultivators within. One sword, still, it was but a single sword. The 3 Yuanian cultivators were reduced to ash. Stop. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators finally reacted. Chun Xiao, you're bringing disaster upon the Chun family. One rebuked angrily. They realized that to accuse Chun Xiao of seeking death was now entirely futile. The previous 24 had come solely to eliminate Chun Xiao. Now, only by threatening the Chun family could they hope to deter him. Chun Xiao stood in the void, casting a calm glance in that direction. If you dare, try to stir even a single hair of the Chun family. His tone was devoid of excessive emotion. Why Chun family guards the northern border for the Great Yu dynasty. All foreign cultivators are enemies of my Great Yu dynasty. He extended his finger, beckoning toward that direction. I stand here, representing the Great Yu immortal dynasty, the Empress, Your Majesty, to confront the geniuses of the immortal domain and the myriad worlds. Who dares to challenge me? Who? As soon as Chun Zhao's words fell, the Empress Yao Qi, hidden in the shadows, could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood that by the heavens. You Chun Shao are indeed Chun Shao. Why must you always invoke me? Do I need your representation? At that moment, Empress Yao Qi was filled with regret. Had she known, she would never have gone out of her way to bestow the title of Northern Guardian upon Chun Junluo. Although many were aware that Chun Shao was drawing the Empress's ire, this world has never lacked those who seek to exploit a situation to create trouble. The Empress's support stemmed from the Prime Minister's estate of the immortal Qin Empire, where the Prime Minister had many enemies. But at this juncture, Yao Qi felt utterly helpless. Sometimes, when others strike at you, the truth of the matter is irrelevant. They merely seek an excuse that a man beside Yao Qi looked up at Chun Shao in the sky and sighed softly. What a pity, such an unparalleled talent. Under different circumstances, he could have been of great use. However, in the present situation, his life is doomed to be short. As he spoke, he patted Yao Qi's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, with the Prime Minister around, the Great Yu dynasty will not face calamity. Yao Qi bit her lip and nodded slightly. Like this moment, the entire Yuxiao mountain was engulfed in silence. No one dared to speak. Before all present, Chun Shao had once again slain 3 Yuanian cultivators with a single sword. Instantly, all retreated in fear. The previous 24 cultivators who had besieged Chun Shao had been completely annihilated. Moreover, the cultivators present were already a tangled web of interests, lacking unity. Now, no one wished to be the one to step forward. All those sent by the Qishan clan to Yuxiao Mountain had been slain by Chun Shao. This was nothing short of a reckless and unrestrained bloodbath. Unless it is a remarkable prodigy from the Golden Core ranking of the Immortal Domain or the Yuanying ranking, their attempts would merely amount to offering themselves as sacrifices. Chun Shao surveyed his surroundings, his tone calm as he declared, Since there is no one left to challenge me, I shall venture into the sword domain of the heavens. As he spoke, Chun Shao took flight on his sword, entering the sword domain of the heavens. Only after Chun Shao departed did the atmosphere around him momentarily relax. Rest assured, the Qishan family of Beiyuan will take action. They will never permit Chun Shao or the Chun family to continue to exist. The dignity of the immortal clans must not be desecrated. Some individuals glanced towards the direction of Aurora City, murmuring to themselves, Just wait. Once the powerful figures of the Beiyuan family arrive, what Chun family, what exiled golden immortal, will all be mere illusions. It is a pity, however, that the Kunpeng Law still has many cultivators gazing towards the sword domain of the heavens, their eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. The Kunpeng Law, after all, is the path of an immortal king on par with a quasi-mortal emperor. Chapter 68. No more pretenses. He is an extraordinary genius, and he has revealed his true self. This battle shocked the immortal domain profoundly. The 27 cultivators subsequently killed by Chun Shao were of secondary importance. The critical matter was that Qi Shankong had perished. He was a prodigy who had ascended the Golden Core ranking of the immortal domain. In the realm of cultivation, he was slain in a one-on-one, fair battle by a native of the cultivation world. At the moment of Qi Shankong's demise, a subtle fluctuation occurred upon the golden list governing the void in the great world of Zhongzhou within the immortal domain. Qi Shankong's name vanished, replaced by another name. Chun Shao in the Eastern Wilderness Great World, the Liuli cultivation realm, and the Dayu cultivation dynasty, the Chun family witnessed the shadowy avatar of Chun Shao sitting cross-legged on the ground, deeply contemplating the insights gained from the recent battle. This was Chun Zhao's first experience of a life-and-death struggle. The previous skirmishes, though seemingly overwhelming, held the potential for catastrophic failure had Chun Shao made even the slightest misstep. Fortunately, he had endured countless trials during the tribulation. Although those were not his life-and-death battles, they were the tribulations faced by tribulation beasts. Chun Shao was able to withstand the desperate counterattacks of these beasts, let alone those cultivators who had consistently underestimated him. Through this battle, Chen Zhao's comprehension of various sword techniques deepened significantly. At that moment, Feng Zhichu transformed back into a small sparrow, fluttering her tiny wings as she approached Chen Xiao. Master, master, she chirped excitedly. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. What is it? Feng Zhichu pointed to herself with her wings, exclaiming, I'm one of the four fiends. Chen Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. You, one of the four fiends? Feng Zhichu nodded affirmatively. To be precise, my ancestor is one of the four fiends, renowned alongside the Kunpeng. Chen Xiao stammered in astonishment. So, you possess the immortal king law? Feng Zhichu nodded once more. In the next instant, her form shifted back into the eternal hellfire phoenix. In that moment, the black phoenix soared through the skies, exhibiting an exquisite array of celestial techniques that rivaled the Kunpeng law. Captivating Chen Zhao's gaze. Within Chen Zhao's courtyard, Yin Ranyin had sealed the area with the power of the Dao, allowing Feng Zhichu to freely showcase the Hellfire Phoenix law without attracting external attention. Yin Ranyin, momentarily taken aback, then slapped her forehead and muttered, I almost forgot, this phoenix is also one of the four fiends of the primordial era. The four fiends of the primordial era, Jiu Hound, Kunpeng, Di Jiang, and the eternal Hellfire Phoenix. These four supreme divine beasts instilled dread across an entire epoch. Each of them reached the pinnacle of immortal kings, regarded as quasi-immortal emperors. The four immortal king laws they bequeathed are hailed as the most potent celestial arts beneath the immortal emperor. Di Jiang and Jiu Hound have vanished without a trace. The Kunpeng law has been refined into the immortal sword flying fish. Meanwhile, the Hellfire Phoenix law resides within Feng Zhichu's ancestral memories. At this moment, Feng Zhichu, in her true form as the eternal Hellfire Phoenix, performed the Hellfire Phoenix law to its utmost, presenting it entirely before Chen Xiao. She even emitted a series of black-red symbols from her body, continuously flowing into Chen Zhao's eyes and imprinting upon his spirit. The legacy of divine beasts. In the face of Chen Xiao, this prodigy of the Dao, Feng Zhichu held nothing back, accurately passing on the eternal Hellfire Phoenix law from her ancestral memories. As the external avatar and true self merged into one. While the external avatar received the Hellfire Phoenix law, the true self simultaneously received the legacy, in the 21st layer of the sword domain of the heavens. The sword intent manifested, observing Chen Xiao, who had suddenly ceased his movements and sat cross-legged before it. Just moments ago, the sword intent had witnessed Chen Zhao's battle in the external world, particularly his overwhelming victory over Qi Shankong of the Golden Core, ranking using the 7 forms of mountain-dwelling sword intent. It was a revelation that left the sword intent astounded. Qi Shankong clearly hailed from the illustrious family and had received sword art teaching since childhood. Yet Chen Xiao had only grasped the mountain-dwelling sword intent the day before. Even the 7th form, one sword makes all mountains small, was a spontaneous creation from yesterday. To think he could defeat a prodigy of the immortal domain's golden core ranking today. Thus, at that moment, the sword intent was willing to grant Chen Xiao a special concession. Moments later, Chen Xiao opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of black fire igniting within them. Is it ready? The sword intent inquired. Holding a sword, Chen Xiao nodded. It is as he spoke, he rose to his feet, the sword in his hand radiating a dreamlike brilliance. Then receive my sword, spring, thunder. With a thunderous boom, the voice of the sword intent echoed, and a clap of thunder erupted in the void. In an instant, spring thunder roared, gentle rain fell, and all things were rejuvenated. Chen Xiao felt as if he stood amidst the vernal sun, enveloped in a warm and vibrant vitality. Yet, within this rich life force lay an endless undercurrent of lethal intent. Chen Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he unleashed the fighting sword technique, wielding his sword along the same trajectory, exuding a similar sword intent. Summer rain, autumn wind, winter snow. However, the sword technique wielded by the sword intent continuously shifted. The originally vibrant sword intent, reminiscent of early spring, suddenly transformed. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the essence of the 4 seasons shifted and morphed in the next moment. The sword intense figures split into four, each simultaneously unleashing their sword. The essence of the four seasons appeared all at once. Chen Xiao executed the transient sword technique, simultaneously conjuring four streams of sword light to block the four figures of the sword intent. Four seasons, is this the essence of the four seasons? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. The fighting sword technique surged forth once more, continuously deducing and evolving the four-season sword technique that the sword intent had manifested. But the four seasons I perceive, the spring, summer, autumn, and winter I envision, are not like this. In a daze, images of the four seasons materialized before Chen Xiao. Spring brings the fragrant plum blossoms, summer's breeze stirs the lotus. Autumn's sky reflects the moon on the spring. Winter's snow blankets the bridge. With a resounding roar, Chen Xiao's long exhale echoed. The sword in his hand transformed into a brush, vividly painting the enchanting scenes of the four seasons conjured within his mind. Beneath the grandeur lies an endless lethal intent, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Buzz, four swords converged into one. The cycle of the four seasons. The sword intent had yet to react when it was obliterated within what appeared to be Chen Xiao's seemingly harmless. Ink-splattered four swords reduced to mere dust. You. The sword intent could only utter a solitary word. You, before vanishing without a trace. In the 21st layer of the sword domain of the heavens, Chen Xiao stood in place, deeply contemplating the four swords he had just executed. Four seasons sword intent. No. This is not the four-season sword intent. The cycles of the four seasons are tied to the changes of water. This is the water sword intent. The voice of the sword intent resonated in Chen Xiao's mind. When water reaches a great state, it transcends mere water. Water benefits all beings without contention. Certainly, this does not imply that the changes of the seasons are merely a transformation of water. It is simply an interpretation of the seasons from the perspective of water, which subsequently gives rise to the four divine sword techniques under the question of water's intent. Chen Xiao understood this clearly. In that moment, the ground upon which Chen Xiao stood was no longer a vast, desolate plain, but rather an expansive, misty swamp. The water and sky merged into one, leaving no trace in sight. How? Suddenly, a ferocious aura surged forth from beneath the water. A 10-zhong-long azure crocodile erupted from the swamp, charging directly towards Chen Xiao. This beast, a pinnacle entity of the late Golden Core stage, was at least 10 times more formidable than the black wind wolf he had encountered earlier. The number was identical to that of the black wind wolves before, totaling 50. Chen Xiao couldn't help but rub his forehead. Well, previously my cultivation involved battling with beasts, and now, arriving in the celestial sword domain, I am still faced with beasts. Have I truly become entangled with these creatures? Buzz, the sword in Chen Xiao's hand instantly radiated with light. Questioning water sword intent, four seasons sword technique at the entrance of the celestial sword domain. The towering stone tablet continued to reflect Chen Xiao's rising rank. 20th floor, 30th floor, 40th floor, 50th floor. Chen Xiao advanced through the celestial sword domain at a steady pace. How could it be so fast? Just yesterday, he had reached the 20th floor before retreating, and he is no longer pretending. He is an unparalleled genius, revealing his true cards. Someone gritted their teeth and murmured, in an instant. The cultivators near Yuxiao Mountain fell silent. Unparalleled genius. Chen Zhao's current performance undoubtedly warranted those four words. It is a pity, however, that this unparalleled genius is on the brink of demise. In the Northern Origin world, the Qishan clan has issued a kill order. The foremost figure of the Qishan clan in the nascent soul stage, Qishan II, is en route to the Eastern Wilderness world to personally eliminate Chen Xiao. Qishan II, the foremost figure of the Qishan clan in the nascent soul stage, ranks 999 on the nascent soul list of the immortal realm. However, he is not a sword cultivator, thus showing no interest in the great Luo sword cauldron. Nevertheless, Qishan II is a full-blooded brother of Qishan Kong. Having been slain by Chen Xiao, Qishan II will inevitably seek vengeance. Not only Qishan II, but many others, upon learning that Chen Xiao possesses the Kunping technique, are hastening towards Yuxiao Mountain. They are not sword cultivators and cannot acquire the great Luo sword cauldron or the inheritance of the great Luo sword sovereign. Yet, the Kunping technique in Chen Zhao's possession holds immense allure. After surpassing the 100th floor of the celestial sword domain, a fatigued Chen Xiao emerged from its confines. I could see that moment. All those surrounding the main peak of Yusha Mountain instinctively parted a path. Chen Xiao. In the next instant, an ancient voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Chen Xiao uttered a weak ah, responding with exhaustion. It is as long as it is you. Boom! In an instant, a massive hand tore through the void. Reaching directly for Chen Xiao at that moment, the very concept of space seemed to dissolve. The space surrounding Chen Xiao was swiftly severed. The opponent intended to take Chen Xiao along with the space beside him. I wield the golden immortal Dao, severing space. Should you dare to act against me and attempt to exile me through time and space, you will surely cast away your own disciple as well. The ancient voice's owner was evidently a golden immortal. His gaze was fixed intently upon Chen Xiao, yet his words were directed toward Yun Ranran within the Aurora City. Boom! But just as his words fell, chaotic time-space turbulence erupted behind this golden immortal. Then his body was engulfed by the time-space chaos. You! How dare you! You are abandoning your disciple. Before he could finish, the golden immortal fell silent. He watched in disbelief as Chen Zhao's figure returned and scathed to its original position. The space that had been severed by the golden immortal Dao also reverted to its prior state. Chapter 69. Inviting battle with the celestial talents using the Kunping technique did I end that moment. All present fell into silence. Yet another golden immortal had been exiled by Chen Zhao's master. The most crucial point was that this golden immortal had already utilized the golden immortal Dao to connect his own spatial domain with the space where Chen Xiao resided. Should he employ the time-space technique to exile, it would inevitably expel Chen Xiao along with him. Yet, the golden immortal was exiled, while Chen Xiao remained perfectly unharmed. This figure was undoubtedly not a mere holy immortal. At the very least, he was a being of the supreme, immortal level. Someone muttered, their tone laced with horror. And one had anticipated that behind the Chen family lay a supreme immortal. A supreme immortal is already a figure of the head of various immortal families. Chen Xiao paid no heed to the expressions of those around him, but he lazily stretched, and 3 beams of sword light ignited beside him, propelling him toward the direction of Aurora City, with Yun Ranran's imposing presence. No one, including the cultivators, dared to trouble Chen Xiao any longer. Having consecutively advanced to the 100th floor of the celestial sword domain, Chen Xiao was utterly fatigued. All he desired now was to return home and recuperate. At this stage, only 3 individuals had reached the 100th floor of the celestial sword domain. Chen Xiao was the third. The first 2 had remained hidden, refraining from participating in the chaotic disputes. Most other geniuses were diligently making their way through the celestial sword domain. Currently, those seeking trouble with Chen Xiao were primarily those who recognized their lack of hope in contending for the great Luo sword cauldron. The Chen family, following Chen Zhao's slaying of Qishan Kong, had issued a kill order. Waves of cultivators had arrived at the Chen family, attempting to forge alliances in their eyes. Choosing to ally with the Chen family at this moment was akin to providing timely aid. Although the Chen family boasted a seemingly supreme immortal powerhouse, the Qishan clan possessed one as well. Moreover, as an immortal family, the Qishan clan even housed a celestial monarch, if the celestial monarch intervened. A supreme immortal would be no more than an ANT this moment. An elderly man with a goat-like beard and an air of threat turned his gaze towards Chen Junluo, smiling as he spoke. How does the head of the Chen family consider my proposal? As long as you are willing to hand over the Kunping technique and wholeheartedly assist my Wanjian Palace in seizing the great Luo sword cauldron, then my Wanjian Palace will certainly mediate between the Chen family and the Qishan clan. Ensuring your safety, he spoke. A faint aura of immortality emanated from the old man. He was, in fact, a newly ascended immortal who had just survived the immortal tribulation. Chen Junluo cast a cursory glance at the old man and slowly shook his head. I must ask the immortal to leave. My Chen family remains loyal solely to the Diyu dynasty and is not considering alliances with other factions at this time. The old man's brow furrowed slightly. Does the head of the Chun family believe that the supreme immortal can protect your family? There exists a celestial monarch within the Qishan clan. As he spoke, the aura of immortality surrounding the old man intensified once more. The surrounding space felt somewhat oppressive. Nevertheless, he merely exerted psychological pressure over Qin Junluo and dared not take direct action against him. The seemingly supreme immortal stationed at the Chun family had already exiled 3 golden immortals before everyone's eyes. In contrast, this insignificant immortal was hardly a threat to that moment. He merely released his aura of immortality slightly, intending to pressure Chun Junluo without any intention of direct confrontation. Yet, in the next instant, boom, 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 7 auras of immortality suddenly surged forth, pressing heavily upon this immortal from Wanjian Palace. Crack! A muffled sound echoed as the chair upon which the immortal sat shattered abruptly, causing him to fall awkwardly to the ground. Immortal, the old man's expression changed drastically. Moreover, there were 7 other immortals. Chun Junluo sat firmly in the main seat. Unwavering as a mountain, he looked down at the fallen old man and sighed helplessly. Senior, why can you not comprehend? Who told you that my Chun family is only protected by a single immortal? Please see yourself out. As he spoke, the 7 auras of immortality surged once more, directly expelling the old man from the Chun family. It was only at that moment that the old man abruptly awakened to the truth that it was a mistake. We were all mistaken. Who said that the Chun family's backing could only be a single supreme immortal? It could very well be a force that possesses a supreme immortal. Contemplating thus, the elder turned and departed in disarray. In that very moment, all the factions of the Qin family, which had been silently observing from the shadows, fell into a profound silence. Within the Deluo sword cauldron, not only lay the legacy of the Deluo sword sovereign, but also his treasures the single faction could never hope to consume it all. Since their appetites were so vast, we are left with no choice but to send them into the cycle of reincarnation. Several formidable thoughts surged through the void, only to be quelled once more into tranquility. At this juncture, though the heavens may collapse, there exists Yun Renyan to bear the weight. The system was bound to Yi Quan, who in turn was under the watchful eye of his father, Yi Guan. For the time being, this did not pose a threat. Chun Shao returned to the realm of tribulations once more, employing the divine beasts of tribulation to practice his divine arts. To this point, the ordinary monsters could no longer satisfy Chun Shao. His aspirations were set solely upon the divine beasts, lower and middle-tier divine beasts. He even no longer needed to suppress the realm of the divine beasts, allowing them to fight with their inherent strengths. Though he still could not match the divine beasts at the transformation realm, he was now capable of engaging in several rounds of combat with them without losing ground. Chun Shao did not fear failure. In the realm of tribulations, he had faced defeat countless times and had not perished. However, in the realm of reality, even a single loss could lead to irretrievable ruin. Chun Shao also sought to locate the higher-tier divine beasts of tribulation. Yet their numbers were exceedingly scarce. It was a stroke of fortune to encounter the fire Qilin, Qin Daqiang. Currently, the most prevalent among the tribulation beasts were the lower tier. With the occasional appearance of middle-tier beasts, at long last, I have comprehended the 10 sword intents learned from the myriad realms of swordsmanship, along with the divine arts beneath the sword intents. Now, I must carve out my own path in swordsmanship. Chun Shao sat cross-legged amidst the tribulation clouds, frowning in contemplation. Presently, all he had acquired were the sword intents and divine arts of others, leaving him devoid of his own path. Just as Chun Shao was lost in deep thought, Yun Renyan appeared beside him and gently tapped him on the head. Disciple, what occupies your mind? You have only just reached the golden core stage, and you wish to forge your own path already. Chun Shao scratched his head, gazing at Yun Renyan in confusion. That not permissible. Yun Renyan sat beside Chun Shao, casting him a sidelong glance. The golden core stage is merely a foundational phase that if you wish to carve out your own sword path, you must at least attain the transformation realm. What you should be doing now is to study diligently. The more you learn and the more you witness, the deeper your understanding of the Tao will be. Only by standing upon the shoulders of giants can your vision widen. and allow you to see further. To forge your own path, you must not keep your head bowed, fixating on your feet and pondering how to tread. Rather, you should behold the splendor of the world, endure its vicissitudes, and select a path that suits you. Even if you were to truly embark upon your own path now, it would inevitably be incomplete, for your accumulation is insufficient. Chen Xiao bit his lip and nodded slightly. Master, I understand. Yun Ranyan extended a delicate, fair hand and gently patted Chen Zhao's head. Return now. There are already many people queuing at your doorstep to challenge you. Most of them are geniuses from the golden core rankings of the immortal domain, each possessing exceptional skills that I advise you to exchange divine arts with them. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened as he immediately grasped Yun Ranyan's intention. Most of these challengers sought him out for the Kunpeng technique. If I were to engage them in a wager, using the Kunpeng technique as the stake. At this thought, a twinge of unease crept into Chen Zhao's heart. The last time he gambled, it was against Yi Guan's son. Yi's son, during which he lost his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, to the opponent. Chen Xiao shook his head. Then, Master, I will set the stage at once. I will wager the Kunpeng technique and challenge the prodigies of the immortal domain. Yun Ranyan nodded in agreement. Then, the two vanished simultaneously from the realm of tribulations. Buzz, outside Aurora City, the heavenly martial arena established by Nangong Qi suddenly erupted in a brilliant white light, shooting skyward. Standing atop the heavenly martial arena, Chen Xiao proclaimed, Today I, Chen Xiao, stand upon this heavenly martial arena, inviting the prodigies of the immortal domain to battle. I wager the Kunpeng technique. Anyone who surpasses me, Chen Xiao, may claim the Kunpeng technique. Upon these words, the entirety of Aurora City and the entire Yuxiao Mountain erupted in fervor. However, in the next instant, Chen Zhao's voice resounded once more. Those wishing to challenge me must present the core techniques and divine arts of your respective sects. Should you fall to my hands, you must surrender your techniques and arts to me. Chen Zhao's voice rolled forth like waves, spreading far and wide. Upon hearing this declaration, the surroundings fell into a hush. The once fervent cultivators suddenly fell silent. Wager their core divine arts against Chen Zhao's Kunpeng technique? Such a deal was tempting, but once personal stakes were involved, many began to waver. Wanjian Palace. Li Jianxing accepts the challenge. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Subsequently, a figure clad in white descended onto the arena. A youth with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome in appearance, he gazed at Chen Xiao. Enunciating each word, I wager the core divine art of Wanjian Palace. 10,000 swords return to one, and seek guidance from fellow Daoist Chen Xiao, Li Jianxing of Wanjian Palace. Upon seeing this young man step forward, many in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Jianxing, the foremost among the Golden Core stage of Wanjian Palace, ranked 666th on the Golden Core list of the Immortal Domain. He was a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, even more remarkable than Qishan Kong. Chen Xiao regarded Li Jianxing with a slight nod, then gestured at a great fish emerge from his hand, plunging into the heavenly martial arena. A clear imprint of the Kunpeng technique. Li Jianxing then retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring. Under the fervent gazes of all present, the jade slip transformed into a stream of light, merging into the heavenly martial arena. In the next moment, the rules of the arena activated. Once the two determined the victor, the arena would simultaneously award the two divine arts to the winner. Furthermore, no one could interfere. Otherwise, they would suffer the backlash of the heavenly rules. This heavenly martial arena was a rule-based immortal artifact. Chen Xiao looked at Li Jianxing and inquired, To the death? Li Jianxing shook his head. You have not harmed my junior brother, Liang. Thus we need only discern victor from vanquished. Chen Xiao nodded, then made his move. The character sword technique was activated, and he slashed towards Li Jianxing opposite him. Chapter 70. Intimidation. The unparalleled sword eyes at this moment, beside the heavenly martial arena. Li Yang rubbed his neck, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, he had refrained from uttering any foolish remarks about life and death when Chen Xiao issued his challenge. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Qishan Kong, reduced to mere bones. His first confrontation with Chen Xiao was solely due to Chen Zhao's destruction of the barrier sealing the summit of Yuxiao Mountain. Although he had spoken harshly, he had not struck with lethal intent. His second challenge to Chen Xiao was merely to ascertain the extent of his own disparity with Chen Xiao. Wanjian Palace truly had the audacity to wager their core divine art. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Meanwhile, those observing the arena could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the two on stage. 10,000 swords returned to 1. This sword art was among the pinnacle techniques in the immortal domain, crafted by a sword immortal. However, wagering 10,000 swords return to 1 against Chen Xiao's Kunping technique was evidently a disadvantage for Chen Xiao. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, the Kunping technique was acquired from Yi Quan. Even if it were used to wager against a golden immortal technique, it would still benefit Chen Xiao. Nevertheless, it was unfortunate for Chen Xiao to truly believe that defeating Qishan Kong rendered him invincible. In this very arena, he encountered Li Jianxing right from the outset. Alas, it appeared that the Kunping technique would belong to Wanjian Palace after all. At this moment, the eyes of many cultivators surrounding the scene were filled with regret. Chen Xiao had established a wager on the Tianwu arena, yet he had not imposed any restrictions on cultivation levels in other words, cultivators of the nascent soul stage, the transformation stage, and even those undergoing the tribulation stage were all eligible to challenge Chen Xiao. However, they were acutely aware that their regrets were of no consequence. The foundational texts of their esteemed families and sects were not something that could be easily manipulated by mere mortals. Li Jianxing was able to present the 10,000 swords returning to the sect to wager against Chen Xiao, for he was the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords Palace and had been groomed as the successor of the sect. At this moment, Chen Xiao executed the 8 steps of the Sword Dragon, seamlessly integrating it with the Xing character sword technique. His speed had reached its zenith. How swift! Li Jianxing's pupils contracted slightly, yet his expression remained entirely composed.